Chapter 131. Shanghai University, the President's Office. Yuan Dongji sat on a chair and had a video call with a close confidant of the family. Second Miss, recently Source 36 has been surprisingly calm, and there has been no turmoil for several months. I wonder if the other party has given up the passage here, or is plotting some big plan. On the computer screen, a heroic short-haired woman was reporting to Yuan Dongji about the situation of Source 36. Yuan Dongji nodded and asked, "How is Qianxue doing in the Source recently? Is she adapting?" "Very adaptable, growing very fast, and is about to evolve to the advanced second level." "Well, it's evolving faster than expected." "Second Miss, who is Qianxue? Why is her physique so special?" "It's so special that she doesn't feel like an earthling. She is a different species from us." "Don't ask things you shouldn't ask." "Yes, I'm sorry, Second Miss, I'm ignorant." The woman in the video was a little flustered. Yuan Dongji said nothing, but said lightly, "Okay, I have a student duel to watch here, so I won't talk to you for now, go and get busy." After that, she ended the video call and turned on the surveillance camera in the gymnasium to watch the upcoming duel. It was the duel between the 9th-ranked mechanical student and the 8th-ranked evolutionary student. After spending some time watching the duel, Yuan Dongji couldn't help but feel a little surprised when she saw that the final winner was a mechanical student. The Mecha God group is stronger than expected. The universality of mechanical transformation is more advantageous. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the mechanical transformation is, the limitations are still too great. It can only stay at home on Earth and cannot enter the source. Once entering the source, all electronic mechanical equipment will malfunction. No matter how powerful the mechanical human is, it can only become a pile of broken copper and iron. On the other side, after watching the duel, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan left the gymnasium soon. One went to the research institute to learn the text of blood quenching. The other returned to the dormitory for strength training. Although the two lived together, they had their own life schedules, and their lives were no longer synchronized like before college. Time passed quickly. A few days later, Friday afternoon after school, the two returned to the dormitory, put on their school bags, and took a Didi to go home. The school was very close to home. About an hour later, the online car arrived at home and stopped. Zhang Wanqi was waiting outside the door early. Seeing the two people coming out of the car, she immediately greeted them with a smile on her face, saying that the family had made some snacks and squeezed some juice, and asked the two to come in and taste it quickly. In the evening, the two families gathered together for dinner. Shen Qinghan turned into a storyteller in front of the two parents, vividly describing Lin Zichen's performance in the opening trial. He said that he could beat the provincial champion with one punch, and even the gene fusionists could be crushed, which shocked the school leaders. The two parents knew that Lin Zichen had become the newcomer king, but it was the first time they knew the process. After hearing Shen Qinghan's description, the four of them were shocked. Among them, Lin Yansheng teased, "Son, you are not the legendary alien, right?" Many experts speculated that since there are alien beasts in this world, there should be aliens, but this speculation has not been confirmed. Zhang Wanqi rolled her eyes at him unhappily. "My son was born from my belly. How can he be an alien?" Lin Yansheng smiled and said, "I am just praising our son for being awesome." Listening to the conversation between his parents full of family atmosphere, Lin Zichen smiled. Then, he talked to his parents about resettlement housing. He said that as he became more and more famous, he would probably be targeted by the pagans in the future, so for safety reasons, he asked his parents to move to the school. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqi were both freelance novel writers, and it didn't matter where they lived, they would still write, so they agreed without thinking and said they could move at any time. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan also said that Shen Jianye and Su Ming should move to Shanghai University. In terms of work, students in the inner campus of Shanghai University also have to take cultural elective courses, so parents can be arranged to be cultural teachers in the school. Shen Jianye and Su Ming thought it was a good idea, so they said that they would move to Shanghai University after handing over their work at the school. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Zichen clicked on the Catwoman mission he had accepted on the school app to view more mission details. Target code, Catwoman Juicer, Stick Collector, Disguise Woman. Target strength, Ordinary Biological Level 6, Extremely Fast. Activity characteristics, often appear in the red light district of Shanghai City to seduce men, take them to remote and deserted places to have sex with them, and then torture and kill them afterwards. Cut off the props for procreation and collection. Notes. The target is proficient in disguise, very cunning, and good at using various drugs. Other content, omitted. Looking at the above mission contents, Lin Zichen finally knew why this mission had been hanging for so long, and no one had completed it. The location is too general, and the enemy is cunning. It is indeed difficult to catch. However, these are not problems for Lin Zichen. With the effects of the two biological attributes Eye in the Sky and Danger Sense, he can completely conduct a carpet search of all the red light districts in Shanghai City. As long as he searches carefully enough, there is a great chance that he can find the target. 10:10 p.m. Lin Zichen deliberately changed his hairstyle and slightly changed his appearance, so that others would not know that he was the runner-up in the college entrance examination in Nanjiang province, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. After that, he lied to his parents that he went to bed early, but in fact he jumped out of the window from the second floor and took a Didi to the nearest red light district for a carpet search. After arriving at the destination, use Eye in the Sky to scan everyone in the field of vision, both men and women, because the target can disguise himself. Use Danger Sense to sense everyone in the range, sense their biological level, and focus on checking those with an ordinary biological level of level 6. This man has a scary look in his eyes. What is he doing? He's so handsome, but his eyes are a little creepy. Everyone who is scanned by the Eye of the Sky feels like a mouse being stared at by an eagle, and will feel inexplicably flustered. Several women saw that Lin Zichen was handsome and wanted to approach him, but as soon as they got close, they were scared back by the Eye of the Sky. Boy, who are you staring at? A burly man felt that Lin Zichen's eyes offended him, and immediately walked over with a bad face to pick a fight. Lin Zichen didn't waste time talking to the man, and directly released the biological pressure to stun him, then turned around and left this red light district, and went to the next red light district. This red light district has been searched once, and there is no suspicious target. As for whether the target would come right after he left, and he missed him perfectly, this is certainly possible, but it cannot be avoided. He can only hope that he will have better luck, and not be so unlucky. However, his luck tonight seems to be very average. In the following night, Lin Zichen searched 10 red light districts in a row, but did not encounter even a single suspect. At this time, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Seeing that it was so late, he could only go home to sleep and continue searching tomorrow night. The next night, Lin Zichen arrived at the red light district on time, and started a carpet search like last night. He searched several red light districts in a row, but found nothing. Just as he was about to go to the next red light district, he met an acquaintance. It was Ma Shiwei from the genius class. At this time, Ma Shiwei was accompanied by a man and a woman. The couple looked to be around 20 years old, and both were at the ordinary 7th level. They should be seniors from Shanghai University, and they came here to accompany Ma Shiwei to complete the Catwoman mission. Bad luck. Ma Shiwei also saw Lin Zichen, and didn't give him a good look. She snorted coldly, turned around and left with the two people beside her. After she was far away from Lin Zichen, she stopped immediately, and said to the two people beside her, Lin Zichen also accepted the Catwoman mission, and he must be looking for the Catwoman now. We must be faster than him, and let him get nothing. Leave it to me. The young man of the two said confidently, I have merged the demon dog gene, and my sense of smell is extremely sensitive. I can definitely find the Catwoman before him. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's face suddenly changed slightly. He instinctively twitched his nose, then said with a happy expression, I smell Catwoman, in the bar across the street. Ma Shiwei was instantly excited when she heard it. Then let's go and catch Catwoman, and bring her to Lin Zichen later to piss him off to death. She was still upset about Lin Zichen beating her face during the opening trial, and she wanted to piss him off if she could, and it would be best if she could disgust him to death. Soon, the three of them hurried to the bar across the street to capture Catwoman. Chapter 132. Dream Bar, 2nd floor. Under the leadership of the senior, who had merged with the demon dog gene, Ma Shiwei, and the senior quickly went up to the 2nd floor of the bar. Where is that woman? Ma Shiwei lowered her voice, and used that woman to refer to Catwoman to avoid alerting the enemy. The senior didn't say anything, but just pointed a finger at a girl in the corner in front. Ma Shiwei looked in the direction he pointed, and what caught her eye was a girl who looked like a college student. The girl dressed very conservatively, not showing her chest or legs, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses that looked very student-like, and sitting in the corner alone, a little restrained. It looked like she was coming to the bar for the first time, giving people a very introverted feeling. Are you sure it's her? Ma Shiwei confirmed with the senior. The girl in the corner didn't look like the slutty Catwoman introduced in the mission. If nothing unexpected happened, her face should have been carefully disguised. But out of caution, I have to confirm it. The senior student confirmed. The biological smell emanating from her body is exactly the same as the one I smell from Catwoman's personal belongings in the security department. There is no mistake. Mashi nodded slightly and whispered, "Then, there is no time to lose. Let's go and hack her now." The senior student and the senior student made an okay gesture, and then they split into 3 groups, moving naturally towards the girl in the corner. In just a moment, the 3 of them had already approached the girl's surroundings, completely blocking her retreat. Just as the 3 were about to attack the girl who had been quietly looking at her phone suddenly raised the corner of her mouth in contempt. The next moment, she jumped up, smashed the glass behind her, and jumped off the building to escape. "Chase!" Mashiwei shouted. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 jumped out of the window at the same time and chased the fleeing girl. "No, the cat girl is too fast. We can't catch up at all. We are going to lose her," Mashiwei said helplessly after chasing for less than a few hundred meters. The senior said, "It's okay, I can keep tracking her scent. As long as she thinks she is safe and stops for a moment, we can catch up with her immediately." Mashiwei said while running, "Brother Ming, Sister Shan, you 2 are faster than me, you 2 chase first, I will catch up slowly from behind." "Okay, then the 2 of us will chase first." After leaving such a sentence, the seniors and sisters with a biological level as high as ordinary level 7 accelerated their speed to chase the girl. In just a few seconds, Mashiwei was thrown away by a distance of dozens of meters, and the figures of the 2 could not be seen. The crowds on the street greatly affected the sight. However, this did not affect Mashiwei's ability to keep up. Because the 3 of them were wearing positioning watches, Mashiwei only needed to follow the positioning. About 5 minutes later, Mashiwei finally caught up with the 2. At this moment, the 2 stopped at the entrance of an old street waiting for her. It was not really waiting, but the 2 lost her. The senior looked at Mashiwei and frowned, saying, "The smell of the Catwoman disappeared, covered by some kind of smell. It is difficult for me to locate her position by smell now." Mashiwei took out a bottle of reagent from his body and handed it to the senior, saying, "Brother Ming, I have a bottle of gene amplification potion here. Drink it, and see if you can smell the smell of the Catwoman again." "I try." The senior reached out to take the reagent. Just as he opened the bottle cap and was about to drink the reagent, he suddenly smelled the smell of the Catwoman again. Although it was very faint, he did smell it. Wei, we don't have to waste this bottle of gene amplification potion." The senior smiled and handed the reagent in his hand back to Mashiwei, and then said, "I smell the smell of the Catwoman again, right inside the street. Then let's go in quickly." Mashiwei was afraid that the Catwoman would run away again, and urged a little impatiently. Soon, under the leadership of the senior, the 3 of them went deep into the old street together, and finally stopped in front of a remote old alley. According to the source of the smell, the Catwoman was hiding in it at the moment. The 3 of them looked into the alley, and there were smelly household garbage everywhere. It is estimated that some unethical residents were too lazy to go to the special garbage station to throw away the garbage, so they chose to throw it into this alley nearby. "It stinks in there." The senior frowned and said, "No wonder I suddenly couldn't smell Catwoman before. I guess it was covered by the garbage smell in the alley. Then, when my nose got used to the smell, I slowly recognized Catwoman's smell again." "Mashiwei, let's go! Let's go in and find Catwoman." Quick and decisive. The senior agreed, "We must make a quick decision. It stinks in there. Staying 1 more second is torture." After a brief exchange, the 3 of them immediately set off to go deep into the alley. Then, guided by the smell of Catwoman, the 3 of them saw the girl with glasses they had been chasing in a dead end at the deepest part of the alley. At this time, the girl with glasses was standing with her back against the wall, quietly playing with her phone. The senior looked at the girl with glasses and said, "You are quite good at hiding. You hid in the garbage-smelling alley. We almost lost you. If I really want to run, do you think you can really catch up with me?" The girl with glasses put away her phone, tilted her head to look at the 3 people who blocked the entrance of the alley, and smiled slightly. The more skilled a hunter is, the more he likes to appear as prey. Don't you understand this? After saying that, the girl took off her glasses and threw them away. Then, a pair of thick cat ears grew on her head at a speed visible to the naked eye, and several thin cat whiskers also grew rapidly on her face. In just a short moment, the girl who was full of student spirit just now suddenly became a crazy looker. Wild Catwoman. The biological pressure emanating from her body also increased to the ordinary 9th level. Ordinary 9th level? Feeling the powerful biological pressure emanating from the Catwoman, the 3 people were full of surprise, and then turned into fear, and turned around and ran without saying a word. This Catwoman is hiding her strength. The biological level is not the ordinary 6th level described in the task, but as high as the ordinary 9th level. This task is impossible to do at all. Want to escape? The Catwoman sneered contemptuously. Then she exerted a little force on her calves, and the whole person jumped high, passing over the heads of the 3 people who were running away in front. Then, with a bang, she fell in front of the 3 people, blocking their only escape route. So handsome. The Catwoman stared at the senior with her eyes, and couldn't help but lick her lips with her tongue and said, "This handsome boy, I have been greedy for you since the moment you came into the bar." Bang! As soon as Catwoman finished speaking, Ma Shiwei took out a cigarette bomb from her arms and smashed it on the ground, causing a large amount of purple-blue smoke to burst out. When creatures inhale these purple-blue smoke, their biological activity will be greatly reduced, causing the perception of the 5 senses to be greatly weakened. Whether it is killing the enemy or escaping, it has a good effect. Under the cover of smoke. Soon Ma Shiwei and the other 2 covered their mouths and noses and fled out of the alley. After they were completely away from the alley, the 3 of them stopped. The senior said with a look of fear, "It was so dangerous. It was really dangerous just now." No wonder the Catwoman could roam freely in Shanghai City for so long without being caught. It turns out that she was hiding her strength. The senior said with lingering fear, "Wei Wei, call Dean Ma quickly and tell him about the Catwoman's situation. Let him contact the relevant school leaders and correct the damn Catwoman's mission." I call now?" Ma Shiwei's lips trembled slightly, and her hands trembled as she took out her mobile phone to call Ma Zhina. But before she could make the call, she thought of Lin Zichen for some reason. Lin Zichen also accepted the Catwoman mission. With his strength, if he met the Catwoman and had no self-defense props, he would definitely die. No, I have to remind him. Thinking of it, Ma Shiwei quickly opened WeChat, found Shen Qinghan's avatar, and sent her a voice chat invitation. She didn't have Lin Zichen's contact information, so she could only contact Shen Qinghan first, tell Shen Qinghan about the Catwoman, and then let Shen Qinghan contact Lin Zichen. She hated Lin Zichen, but she knew in her heart that the 2 of them didn't have any deep hatred, strictly speaking, so she wouldn't leave him to die without help. On the other side, in the alley, Catwoman got out of the purple-blue smoke and retreated to a smoke-free place. Her 5 senses quickly recovered. Bang! She kicked the wall in front of her angrily and cursed angrily. The cooked duck flew away. Bang! 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 After kicking the wall in front of her 3 times in a row, she felt that she had vented enough. Catwoman didn't stay in the alley for long and evacuated quickly. Her whereabouts had been exposed. If she didn't leave quickly, she would be surrounded. Huh? Catwoman just came out of the alley and suddenly froze. She saw a very handsome boy walking towards her on the old street in front of her. This boy was more than 10 times more handsome than the senior student next to Ma Shiwei just now. So handsome. Catwoman swallowed her saliva greedily, and a perverted smile full of animality appeared on her face instantly, saying, "A blessing in disguise, and you met me, so you can only blame your bad luck." After muttering these words to herself, Catwoman could no longer suppress her inner impulse, and immediately rushed to the boy at the fastest speed, wanting to drag him to a deserted place to enjoy it. Chapter 133. On the old street, Lin Zichen walked slowly towards the alley ahead. When he saw the Catwoman with a pair of animal ears on her head and cat whiskers on her face walking out of the alley, his eyes suddenly brightened. It's really a Catwoman, 50 credits in hand. Buzz. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about the 50 credits, a sound of breaking through the air exploded from the front. It was the Catwoman with a biological level as high as the ordinary 9th level who moved. At a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, she rushed towards Lin Zichen like lightning. The speed was so fast that a strong airflow was generated around her body. The road surface she passed was instantly covered with dust. Facing the attack of the Catwoman of the same level, Lin Zichen was not afraid at all. He immediately rushed towards the other party with a burst of blood and energy, and ran towards the other party in a 2-way race. How come he's faster than me? The Catwoman, who was attacking Lin Zichen, was stunned when she saw that Lin Zichen suddenly burst out with a speed far exceeding hers. At the moment when her mind was stunned, Lin Zichen, who was still 100 meters away a moment ago, flashed in front of her at this moment, and punched her innocent student face. Then, there was a bang. The Catwoman, who was hit hard, flew backwards instantly, fell heavily on the ground, and kept rolling, and crashed into the alley. Soon, another bang sounded. Lin Zichen's calf exerted force suddenly, and the powerful explosive force directly crushed the ground, and instantly turned into a residual shadow and rushed into the alley, chasing after the victory. When he rushed into the alley, the Catwoman who had just been punched by him had already climbed up from the ground. The half of the face that was hit by the punch exploded directly. But it was the fake skin on the surface that exploded, revealing the face of a woman in her 40s. Not ugly, with some beauty, but not bright. Just a layer of skin exploded. Lin Zichen looked at the Catwoman, who stood up against the wall in front of him, and was surprised that her head was not blown up by a punch. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time he met an opponent who could withstand 50% of his strength. When he was surprised, the Catwoman on the other side was extremely shocked. This boy looked so young, only in high school or college age. How could he be so strong? Moreover, there was no trace of a gene fusion in his body. The punch he just threw was purely based on his own physical strength. But how could this be possible? In just a short moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through the Catwoman's mind, and then her face was full of fear, realizing that she might be in trouble today. With this thought, she didn't hesitate at all, and directly kicked her legs hard, and fled behind with a buzz. She had fused the genes of the Shadow Knight Cat, and her speed was far faster than creatures of the same level, and could be comparable to advanced creatures. As long as she didn't commit suicide, or encountered advanced creatures that were overwhelmed by their strength, she would always be invincible, and could run away at any time. However, Lin Zichen behind her was not slower than her, and even faster than her. In less than a few seconds, he had caught up with her and kicked her head in the air. This kick was 100% of his strength. Bang! There was only a bang. Catwoman, who was running fast, was kicked out on the spot, and hit the wall with a bang, and her body was deeply trapped in it and disappeared. A few seconds passed, accompanied by the sound of gravel falling. Catwoman, who was deeply trapped in the wall, finally crawled out in a mess. At this time, her neck was broken, and the head attached to it was drooping down weakly, looking a little creepy. Lin Zichen didn't give her a chance to breathe, and rushed forward and kicked her again, bang, and kicked her into the wall again. The wall was shaken to pieces, and a large spider web crack appeared, and it was about to fall. This time, there was no movement in the wall for a long time, and Catwoman seemed to be dead inside. But Lin Zichen knew that Catwoman was not dead, because he could still sense the biological pressure emanating from Catwoman. However, the intensity of this biological pressure was getting weaker and weaker. Like a candle that was about to burn out, it was about to go out. Just as Lin Zichen picked up a brick and was about to smash it into the wall to finish off Catwoman, the biological pressure in Catwoman's body, which was getting weaker and weaker, suddenly burned violently like a fire that was poured with oil. Burning more and more vigorously, burning more and more vigorously. In just a blink of an eye, the biological pressure in Catwoman's body soared from the ordinary first level that was about to go out to the peak ordinary 9th level. And it continued to soar, until it broke the shackles of ordinary creatures, and just crossed the threshold to evolve into advanced creatures. It slowly stabilized. Boom! The cracked wall suddenly exploded, and the whole alley was filled with flying rubble and smoke. Then, a sturdy figure came into Lin Zichen's sight. It was Catwoman. But her image had changed greatly. Her neck was not broken, it healed itself. Her whole body was full of bulging muscles, extremely strong. Her eyes were full of wildness and oppression. In the face of life and death crisis, Catwoman was forced to choose to completely activate all the Shadow Knight Cat genes in her body to further her alienation and gain more powerful strength. The price was that she lost more humanity, and at the same time her animal nature became stronger and her rationality decreased. For her, this price was permanent. Because her gene fusion adaptability was not high, she was easily backlashed by the alien animal genes. This was exactly why she fell into Catwoman. Who are you? Catwoman grinned and stared at Lin Zichen fiercely, completely losing her previous innocent schoolgirl look. At this moment, her animal nature had overwhelmed her humanity. But the constant pain in her body prevented her from losing her mind and rushing towards Lin Zichen regardless of anything. Lin Zichen did not answer Catwoman's question. Seeing that the opponent's biological level had suddenly risen to the advanced category, and he was in a desperate posture, he felt that the risk of fighting was very high. So he said calmly, "Sorry, I recognized the wrong person." After saying that, he flashed and disappeared completely at the entrance of the alley in the blink of an eye. Catwoman was unsure of Lin Zichen's strength, so she chose to watch him leave and not fight with him. Who is he? Why is his physical strength so exaggerated? This is simply unbelievable. Catwoman muttered a few words, and then quickly flashed and left this place of trouble, so as not to be late. Just as she stepped out of the alley, suddenly, a steel pipe as thick as an egg slammed in from the side, piercing her head with a puff sound, pitting her to the wall. She was attacked by surprise, but before she could react and resist, a second steel pipe slammed in and pierced her heart with a puff. As soon as the second steel pipe was inserted, it was immediately pulled out, and then inserted again with force. Puff! 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 He slammed dozens or hundreds of times at a high frequency. Each time was filled with blood and energy, savagely destroying the muscles, bones, blood and flesh of the Catwoman, and stabbed her to death on a wall at the entrance of the alley. Seeing that the Catwoman was dead and could not die anymore, and the biological pressure in her body had completely disappeared, Lin Zichen let go of the steel pipe in his hand and threw it to the ground. He killed her by force beyond his level. I simply killed a high-level gene fusionist by leaping my level. Although it was a sneak attack, I did kill a high-level Shadow Nightcat gene fusionist without any injury, with the strength of an ordinary 9th level. My natural camouflage is really strong. I hid my own breath and hid by the wall. Even a high-level Shadow Nightcat gene fusionist with strong 5 senses could not sense my existence. Well, there is also the damage blessing of natural selection. When thinking about these things in my mind, the adrenaline secreted from Lin Zichen's body before has almost subsided. Without the help of adrenaline, he felt a little psychologically uncomfortable when he looked at the Catwoman's body full of blood holes on the wall. But it's okay, it's not serious. After all, I killed the Ratman a long time ago, so I can be immune to some discomfort. The first time is the last time. I find a chance to let the little dirty girl see blood and train her cowardly character. Lin Zichen thought to himself. He felt that since Shinchihan had embarked on the path of evolution, she would have to face fighting sooner or later. Letting her see blood in advance and letting her experience the cruelty of natural selection would allow her to go further on the path of evolution in the future. He thought about this for a while. Lin Zichen raised his hand to wipe the blood splashed on his face, then wiped his hands clean, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket to take a photo of the Catwoman's death, and uploaded it to the task system of the school app to prove that he had solved the Catwoman. Then, he called the public security department to come and clean up the scene. After doing all this, Lin Zichen reached out to touch the Catwoman's body in front of him and began to devour the Shadow Nightcat gene in the other party's body. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of Shadow Nightcat. Shadow Nightcat Atlas. 36% how much? 36%? Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that just devouring a high-level Shadow Nightcat gene fusionist could improve the progress of the Atlas so much. He thought about it and felt that the Catwoman was attacked by the Shadow Nightcat gene in her body, which led to a high proportion of Shadow Nightcat genes in her body. He just thought about it and didn't get too entangled. In the next half a minute or so, Lin Zichen carefully dealt with the Catwoman's body on the wall to cover up his devouring traces. After that, he didn't wait for the security department to come and left the alley directly, went home to take a shower and sleep. In the task system of the school app, there is a required item for what happened. This required item can be used as a record. At that time, the school will connect with the security department, and he doesn't need to go to the security department to make a record to describe what happened. On the other side, on a street thousands of meters away from the alley, Ma Shiwei called Ma Zhenhe and said angrily, "Dad, the Catwoman mission I took was wrong. The Catwoman's biological level was not ordinary level 6, but as high as ordinary level 9. It almost killed me." "What?" Ma Zhenhe's shocked voice came from the phone. Then soon, Ma Zhenhe's voice became a little angry and said, "Wei Wei, describe the specific process of the incident in detail. Dad will go to Director He who is responsible for the mission system to have a good talk later." "Dad, this is what happened." Ma Shiwei calmed down and described the whole process of chasing the Catwoman with her seniors to Ma Zhenhe in great detail. After understanding the process of the incident, Ma Zhenhe said that he would go to Director He to talk about it now, and asked Ma Shiwei to go back to school quickly if there was nothing to do, and not to stay outside, so as not to be retaliated by the Catwoman. Ma Shiwei listened to her parents very much. After the call ended, she immediately called Aditi, and set off to Shanghai University with her seniors. Not long after getting in the car, the senior who was sitting in the back seat with Ma Shiwei suddenly said in surprise, "What's going on? How could Lin Zichen complete the Catwoman mission? What did you say?" Ma Shiwei thought she had heard it wrong, and said in disbelief, "The Catwoman's biological level is as high as the ordinary 9th level. How could he complete it?" The senior said, "Really, you two quickly go into the mission and take a look. It shows that Lin Zichen completed it just 1 minute ago." Ma Shiwei didn't take out her mobile phone, but went directly to look at the senior's mobile phone. When she saw that the Catwoman mission was really completed by Lin Zichen, her whole face was full of doubts about life. This is impossible. That cunning Catwoman is a Shadow Nightcat gene fusion with a biological level of ordinary 9th level. Lin Zichen is just a freshman. What can he do to complete it? Chapter 134. Sunday night. After Lin Zichen had dinner at home, he took a Didi and went back to Shanghai University with Shen Qinghan under the eyes of his parents. Originally, his parents said they would drive them, but Lin Zichen felt that it was a waste of his parents' time to go back and forth, so he might as well spend some money to take a Didi. Arrived at school, just entered the dormitory door. The school app on the phone sent a message prompting that 300 credits had been received. It was the reward for completing the Catwoman task. The reward was originally only 50 credits, and the reason why it was increased to 300 credits was because Director He, who was in charge of the task system, learned that the Catwoman's biological level was not ordinary 6th level, but ordinary 9th level. Of these 300 credits, 200 credits were the rewards that ordinary 9th level tasks should have. The extra 100 credits were compensation for Lin Zichen. The school's task system is really unreliable. Fortunately, you are strong enough, otherwise you would be trapped by this Catwoman task. Shen Qinghan couldn't help but complain when she saw the credits on Lin Zichen's phone. Lin Zichen agreed. It's really a trap. You have to be more careful when accepting tasks in the future. Shen Qinghan, one care is not enough, you have to be 99 times more careful. Lin Zichen smiled, indeed. After saying that, he continued, by the way, if there are suitable tasks in the future, I will take you to complete them together, let you see blood and exercise your character. Okay. Shen Qinghan agreed without thinking. As long as it is something Lin Zichen wants to do, she will support it unconditionally. In the following time, the two sat on the sofa in the living room and played with their phones. Lin Zichen browsed the news for a while, and soon clicked on the credit mall in the school app, and directly ordered 90 kilograms of live dead slug meat, hoping to open the live dead slug album early tomorrow morning. Because I was worried that buying too much exotic meat would appear very abnormal and easily attract other people's attention, I thought about ordering 10 kilograms at a time, and placing orders 10 times to slowly collect 100 kilograms. But now I think it's too troublesome and unnecessary. It's just buying 100 kilograms of exotic meat, which is actually not very abnormal, and no one will care. Or I am too worried, adding unnecessary troubles. Do you have any exotic meat you want to eat? I order some. After buying the live dead slug meat, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan on the side and asked. Exotic meat has extremely high nutritional value, and eating it is very helpful for evolution. Shen Qinghan is so weak, so I have to buy more exotic meat for her to eat. Let me see. Shen Qinghan opened the credit mall on her mobile phone and browsed for a while, before saying, let's buy some ruthless eagle meat. 1 credit can buy 6 gene, which is enough for several days in the refrigerator. She was still reluctant to spend her credits, so she only bought cheap exotic meat. Lin Zichen, okay, then I place an order for the ruthless eagle meat. Don't place the order, I do it. I still have the 90 credits you gave me. After that, Shen Qinghan placed the order directly in the credit mall. Lin Zichen was up to her. After all, they were all family members living under the same roof, and the credits didn't matter to anyone, they could all be shared. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell in the house rang. Lin Zichen, who heard the ring, immediately spread his senses to see who rang the doorbell. Then he found that it was Ma Shiwei standing outside the door. What was she doing here? About the Catwoman mission? With this question, Lin Zichen got up from the sofa and went to open the door. Shen Qinghan followed him. Creaky. The door of the dormitory opened. Ma Shiwei, who was standing outside the door, said to the two politely, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Lin Zichen asked calmly. Ma Shiwei didn't waste any words and asked directly, I'm curious about how you completed the Catwoman mission. Can you tell me? Not very convenient. Oh, I won't bother you anymore. Ma Shiwei turned around and left after saying that, without pestering and asking questions to make herself bored. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment and called out to her, Shiwei, do you want to come in for a cup of tea? I have tea leaves from home in my dormitory, which my mother roasted herself. Next time, I have something to do now. Ma Shiwei quickly disappeared at the stairs after saying this indifferently. She lived in the 501 dormitory downstairs, not at home with her parents. Because she felt that living with her parents was a bit annoying, it was more free to live alone. Xiaochen, I think Shiwei is a good person. we can get to know her more in the future. Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen and suggested. She had a good impression of Ma Shiwei and wanted to have a good relationship with the daughter of the Cold Dean. Because that night, Ma Shiwei specifically told her on WeChat that the Catwoman's mission information was wrong and asked her to convey it to Lin Zichen, which directly increased her good impression of Ma Shiwei. Lin Zichen nodded and said, "That's great. If you want, you can invite her to your home more often. She lives downstairs anyway." After saying this, the two quickly went back to the house. Seeing that the time was almost up, they went to the training room to exercise together, one doing strength training and the other doing secondary hardening. After exercising, they took a shower. They both felt a little hungry, so they went to the kitchen to cook noodles. They both exercised a lot every day, and they were easily hungry, so they needed to eat many times to replenish their energy. Not long after, the noodles were cooked. They sat face to face at the dining table to eat noodles. While eating, Shen Qinghan stretched her feet under the table towards Lin Zichen, teasing him skillfully. "What are you doing?" Lin Zichen reached out and grabbed Shen Qinghan's restless little feet, looked up at her and asked. Shen Qinghan smiled with her beautiful eyes. "Nothing, I just wanted to tease you. I saw that the heroines in the learning videos often tease the heroes like this. Why are you getting more and more dirty?" "It's not dirty, it's called interest. Just tell me if you like it or not." "I still like it." Lin Zichen let go of the small and delicate white jade foot in his hand and said honestly. Hearing this answer, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but feel a little proud, and then teased him with her feet, while playfully saying, "I saw in the learning video that the heroine would get under the table to tease the hero. When I'm in a good mood one day, I will get under the table and let you experience the feeling of being the hero." Lin Zichen didn't say anything, and smiled pretending to be indifferent, but in fact he was looking forward to it. Shen Qinghan, this little dirty girl, is getting more and more playful, and he is deeply in love with her. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Shen Qinghan went out alone to the teaching building for class. Lin Zichen stayed at home, waiting for the 90 kilograms of live dead slug meat that he ordered last night to be delivered to his door. He saw on the school app that the live dead slug meat would be delivered at about 9 a.m. So he thought about opening the live dead slug atlas to see what biological properties he could get, and then go to the research institute to learn the text on the blood quenching technique. 8:43 a.m. The 90 kilograms of live dead slug meat were delivered to his door. Also delivered to his door was the 6 kilograms of Violent Eagle meat that Shen Qinghan bought. After putting the Violent Eagle meat in the refrigerator, Lin Zichen couldn't wait to open the box of live dead slug meat and devour it immediately. You have devoured a large amount of the life essence of Living Dead Slugs. Living Dead Slugs album, 100% at the moment the text message appeared. A seriously injured slug gradually emerged in the void, lying on the ground dying. It was seriously injured, and its body was cut into countless pieces by the claws of the Violent Eagle. It looked hopeless, and could only wait to die. However, it took less than 5 minutes. The slug, which was torn into pieces, pieced together all its broken pieces one by one, seamlessly connected at a speed visible to the naked eye, and became intact as before, miraculously alive. At the same time, 2 text messages emerged in the void. You have successfully opened the Living Dead Slug Atlas, and obtained the biological attribute Rapid Self-Healing. Rapid Self-Healing. Your self-healing ability has been greatly improved. As long as you don't die on the spot, and have enough energy supply, you can heal yourself no matter how serious the injury is. This self-healing ability is invincible. Looking at the content in the prompt message, Lin Zichen was very excited. Then, he endured the pain and bit his hand hard to test his self-healing ability. This bite directly bit the piece of flesh under the thumb of his right hand, and a large wound was torn open, and blood kept oozing out. But under the effect of rapid self-healing, in just a few seconds, the bleeding stopped. After a few more seconds, the pain disappeared, and it was replaced by an itchy feeling. Lin Zichen walked into the kitchen, washed the blood off his hands with water, and checked the wound. Then, as expected, the wound on his hand had disappeared. It became intact. There was no sign of injury at all. For the sake of rigor, he tested it several more times. The results of each test were the same. The wounds could heal themselves perfectly. Lin Zichen felt that he was invincible. With this rapid self-healing, as long as he was still alive and had enough energy supply, he could constantly revive with full health and full magic. Even if he castrated himself and practiced the Sunflower Manual, he could still grow back at any time. Chapter 135. After testing the effect of rapid self-healing, Lin Zichen did not castrate himself to verify his bold idea. Instead, he went out to the research institute. He started a new day of learning the blood-quenching technique. As soon as Lin Zichen entered the research institute, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan surrounded him and asked him about the Catwoman mission. Lu Chuanwu saw Ma Jinhe go to Director He, who manages the mission system, on Saturday night. He saw that the two of them quarreled over a disagreement. In the end, they even fought directly. The matter was a big deal. The reason for such a big deal was that the information of the Catwoman mission that Ma Jinhe's daughter took was seriously wrong. The real strength of the Catwoman was ordinary level 9, but the mission said ordinary level 6, a full 3 levels lower, which almost killed Ma Jinhe's daughter. Ma Jinhe was so angry that he quickly went to Director He to settle the score. Director He was also a hot-tempered person. He said that it was normal for the mission to have errors. He was dissatisfied with Ma Jinhe for making a fuss, and he started fighting with him. Afterwards, Lu Chuanwu returned to the Research Institute to share this interesting story with Song Yuyan, and then learned from Song Yuyan that Lin Zichen also accepted the Catwoman mission and completed it, which greatly aroused the curiosity of the two. Zichen, the biological level of the Catwoman is as high as the ordinary 9th level, and your biological level is only ordinary 6th level. How did you complete this mission? Lu Chuanwu was puzzled. Song Yuyan, who was standing aside, thought of what she had said before that she would accompany Lin Zichen to do the mission for free, and there would be no need to divide credits afterwards, but Lin Zichen declined. In this regard, she guessed, Zichen, do you have any powerful relatives in your family who accompanied you to do the Catwoman mission, so you can kill the Catwoman with a biological level as high as the ordinary 9th level? Facing the curiosity of the two, Lin Zichen told the truth. No one helped me, I killed the Catwoman by myself. Your biological level is only ordinary level 6. How did you kill an ordinary level 9 Catwoman by yourself? Are you sure you are not kidding? Lu Chuanwu was full of disbelief, thinking that Lin Zichen must be joking. But after thinking about it seriously, he felt that Lin Zichen was not the kind of person who would make such a joke, and he was immediately confused. Did you set a trap? Song Yuyan thought about it, and felt that if Lin Zichen was not joking, then he must have set a trap, using the trap to defeat the strong with the weak. However, Lin Zichen said to her surprise, No, it was a one-on-one duel throughout the whole process, and I killed her by relying solely on my physical strength. He said this calmly, but the two people who listened were very uncalm. Killed Catwoman by herself purely by physical strength? What does that mean? Did you hide your strength? Lu Chuanwu suddenly thought of this, and asked with a somewhat hurried breath, Zichen, you won't tell me that you actually hid your strength? Yes, I did. Actually, my real strength is ordinary 9th level. After saying that, Lin Zichen's eyes condensed, and he instantly released a biological pressure of ordinary 9th level, shaking the hair of the two people in front of him. How is this possible? Feeling the powerful pressure emanating from Lin Zichen, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan were dumbfounded, and they were all stunned, like wooden chickens. Lin Zichen's biological level is actually as high as ordinary 9th level? He is just a freshman who just started school. This is not scientific at all. Looking at the two people who were stunned in place, Lin Zichen calmly revealed his cards. In fact, as early as the summer vacation, I had already completed the first tempering of the body, and now I am tempering the skin for the second time. In front of Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan, he felt that there was no need to hide his progress in body tempering. After all, this was just one of many trump cards, and it was an inconspicuous one. If exposing this trump card would bring more benefits than disadvantages, then it could be completely exposed in exchange for benefits. After these days of getting along, he had a little understanding of Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan. Lin Zichen felt that the two were good people and were trustworthy. He thought that exposing his progress in body tempering in front of them should be beneficial without any harm. Advantages. In the future, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan can help him study the acupuncture with all their strength. Harmless. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan will definitely not expose his progress in body tempering to outsiders, and will ensure that only the 3 people in the institute know about it. In short, today's showdown is the result of Lin Zichen's careful consideration over the weekend. Body tempering is successful in one go? Listening to what Lin Zichen said in the showdown, Lu Chuanwu was stunned. After a moment of reaction, he was so excited that he laughed out loud. Haha, God will not let down those who work hard. God will not let down those who work hard. My years of persistence has finally paid off. Zichen, with you here, the pure-blooded human race will surely be a great success. By then, your name, and the name of Tianren Pavilion, will surely shock the world. At this moment, Lu Chuanwu felt like he was dreaming. He had been studying the pure-blooded human race for many years, until his family fell into poverty, and his wife and children left him. but he had never made any major progress. Finally, on this day many years later, he met a peerless genius who was extremely suitable for the blood-quenching technique. With such a peerless genius leading the way, pure-blooded humans will surely shine on Earth and become the most powerful weapon for saving the world. This is what God rewards hard work. After calming down for a while, Lu Chuanwu looked at Lin Zichen and said with a smile, "Zichen, your physical talent is really too exaggerated. If you didn't have any source power in your body, I would suspect that you are an alien in the source land." An alien in the source land? Lin Zichen felt that he had heard something incredible. Lu Chuanwu explained, "Since there are alien beasts in this world, there must be aliens, but aliens are generally in the source land, not on Earth, and we can't meet them at all." "Ah?" Song Yuyan on the side said with surprise, "There really are aliens?" Although she has joined Tianren Pavilion for 10 years, Lu Chuanwu has never told her about this. For a moment, she felt that she was treated differently. Lin Zichen told him about this as soon as he arrived, but I had been working in the institute for 10 years without telling him. How biased. "Dean, what is source power?" Lin Zichen grasped the key words, and was full of curiosity. Lu Chuanwu stroked his beard and replied, "Source power is a unique energy of the creatures in the source land, similar to blood and spirit." Similar to blood and spirit? Lin Zichen asked again, "How can the source power be used, and what are the specific effects?" Lu Chuanwu said, "I can't answer this question now. After all, I have lived for so many years, and have only come into contact with 2 aliens." Song Yuyan asked with some doubts, "Dean, where did you meet the alien? Your biological level has been stuck at the ordinary 9th level, and you can't enter the source land at all." "Sister Yin, are there any requirements for entering the source?" "Yes, the standard set by the higher-ups is that if you want to enter the source, your biological level must be high, otherwise you will be cannon fodder." "I see." Lin Zichen nodded, and learned a new knowledge. Song Yuyan looked at Lu Chuanwu and urged, "Dean, you haven't told us where you met the strange people yet." Lu Chuanwu replied, "I met them both on Earth. One was a female apprentice my ex-wife took in somewhere 10 years ago. The other was met in a mysterious super-ancient ruins. The super-ancient ruins where the blood-quenching technique was discovered." "Meet in the ruins?" Song Yuyan raised her eyebrows and said, "Isn't it a dead body lying in a coffin?" "It is indeed lying in a coffin." After speaking, Lu Chuanwu solemnly warned the two, "The secrets I told you today must not be spread to others, and must be kept secret, understand?" Song Yuyan patted her proud chest and assured, "Don't worry, Dean, I can talk." "Well, I believe you." Lu Chuanwu nodded, looked at Lin Zichen, and warned him more solemnly than before, "Zichen, don't show your strength too exaggeratedly at this stage, too much beyond the world's cognition, otherwise you will definitely be targeted by the pagans and cause unnecessary danger. Even in school, it is just as dangerous. Now the pagans are omnipresent, and no one can tell whether there are pagans among the upper echelons of humanity." Lu Chuanwu said and gave an example. More than 40 years ago, there was a vice president of Beijing University who was actually a pagan. When he led the team into the source, he designed a trap to kill everyone in the team, which almost made Beijing University unable to recover. It took almost 10 years to recover. Song Yuyan was a little surprised. "I was born and raised in Kyoto. I didn't know anything about such a big thing that happened in Kyoto University." "It's normal that you don't know. This matter was suppressed very tightly back then. If there were no information channels, it would be impossible to know." After that, Lu Chuanwu looked at Lin Zichen again and suggested to him, "Zichen, if you want to take tasks that match your ability to earn credits in the future, use your sister Yan's account to take them. Your sister Yan's biological level is the same as yours, ordinary 9th level. If you use her account to take tasks, you can fully display your strength in the tasks without worrying about your strength being exposed. When you break the shackles of ordinary levels with pure-blooded humans, when you evolve into a high-level creature, I will find a backer who can protect you, and then you can show your best and make a splash." Lin Zichen, "Okay, I know." Song Yuyan was very curious and said, "Dean, you have mentioned this backer many times. Who is the other party?" Lu Chuanwu, "It is not convenient to say now. When Zichen breaks the shackles of ordinary levels with a pure-blooded human body in the future, you will naturally know." After listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Zichen looked at Lu Chuanwu and said, "Dean, do you have any information related to the source? I want to know more about the source. Whether it is strange beasts, strange people, or strange religions, they are all inseparable from the source." This made him full of curiosity about the source. Lu Chuanwu shook his head, "I don't have any information in this regard. Everything about the source has always been confidential. My current understanding of the source is basically learned from my ex-wife and some records in the ruins. But you don't have to rush to understand. Before the biological level evolves to a high level, it's useless to know more about the source. Because you can't enter the source, the knowledge you know about the source is useless. At present, you only need to know this little bit. For us, most of the creatures in the source are enemies. These enemies have been trying to invade the Earth. As for why they want to invade the Earth, some strong people speculate that there are things on the Earth that these creatures in the source want. When he finished the last sentence, Lu Chuanwu's mobile phone rang in his pocket. As soon as the call was connected, a charming woman's voice came from inside. It sounded like she was in her early 40s. Lu Chuanwu walked aside and chatted with the woman on the phone with laughter. Not long after chatting, he hung up the phone and came back to say to Lin Zichen and Song Yuyan, an old lover of many years asked me to have dinner at her house. I won't stay in the institute any longer. Contact me on WeChat if you have anything. After leaving this sentence, he hurriedly left the institute. The dean is really hard-working. He went to help Tianren Pavilion to attract investment again. Looking at Lu Chuanwu's hurried departure, Song Yuyan couldn't help but sigh. Lin Zichen didn't have any feelings. He walked to the sofa in front and sat down silently, lost in thought. Strange beasts, strange people, strange religions, source power. All of the above elements are inseparable from the source. What kind of existence is the source? Chapter 136. By the way, Zichen, how are your biological level and body tempering progress hidden? How come the dean can't see through it at all, and even Principal Yuan can't see through it? Song Yuyan walked to Lin Zichen and sat down, holding one hand on her chest and one hand on her cheek, looking at him with watery eyes, her voice full of doubt. After hearing this question, Lin Zichen realized belatedly that Song Yuyan, a tall mixed-blood beauty, really has no sense of boundaries. Can you just ask others about this secret about your trump card? This kind of trump card, in many cases, has to be kept secret from even family and partners, so how can you tell an outsider like me? After complaining a few words in his heart, Lin Zichen smiled politely and said, Sorry, Sister Yin, this may not be convenient to say. Brother Zichen, don't be so stingy, just tell Sister Yin, okay? Song Yuyan blinked her beautiful light blue eyes, with a hint of pleading in her tone. I'm really curious. In exchange, I will also tell you a secret. You can hear any secret. She was really curious, and had a strong desire for knowledge. If Lin Zichen didn't tell her the answer, she would feel uncomfortable and itchy all over. Sister Yin, this is really inconvenient. Lin Zichen's tone was much more serious this time, and he clearly rejected Song Yuyan, so that she wouldn't continue to ask. Seeing Lin Zichen's tone so serious, Song Yuyan knew that she couldn't ask any more, so she had to give up. But she was really curious and uncomfortable. So she asked, Then let's change the question. You said that your current biological level is ordinary 9th level, and your body tempering progress is 1 body tempering great success. You should not have hidden your strength, right? No more hiding, 1 blood quenching technique, ordinary 9th level creature level, this is all my current strength. Lin Zichen said lightly, satisfying Song Yuyan's curiosity. Song Yuyan, whose curiosity was satisfied, felt relieved. She looked at Lin Zichen and said with a smile, In return, I can answer you a secret now. No matter how private it is, you can ask whatever you want. Lin Zichen thought about it, and felt that there was nothing to ask. So he said lightly, Keep it for now, and I will ask you later if I want to ask. Okay, then I will make a note on your WeChat, and if you forget it in the future, I can remind you. Song Yuyan took out her mobile phone, opened WeChat, clicked on Lin Zichen's avatar, and wrote in the note column that she still owed him a secret. She didn't like to owe others, and she would definitely pay it back if she could. After a moment of note, Song Yuyan looked up at Lin Zichen and asked, By the way, your biological level is ordinary 9th level, and I am also ordinary 9th level. Do you want to spar with me? That's fine. Lin Zichen agreed without thinking. Sparring with opponents of the same level can help you clearly understand your own strength and improve your practical skills. There is no reason not to agree. Soon, the two found a relatively open place to spar. Before starting, Song Yuyan reminded, My progress of body tempering is secondary skin tempering, secondary flesh tempering, and secondary bone tempering. I have completed 1/5. My physical strength is much stronger than yours. You can attack me with all your strength later. Don't be afraid of hurting me. Okay, I understand. Lin Zichen just said this. When the competition starts, he will definitely not use his full strength. If we only compare the biological level and the progress of tempering, then his physical strength is indeed not as high as Song Yuyan. However, he also has various powerful biological attributes. There are survival of the fittest and social animals that increase damage. There is danger perception that improves perception. There is also eye of the sky that strengthens dynamic capture vision, etc. With the blessing of so many biological attributes, the overall strength is definitely stronger than Song Yuyan. If she really wants to use her full strength, Song Yuyan will probably not be able to withstand it. After all, the physical strength of the second tempering is equivalent to that of an ordinary advanced first-level strongman. And the advanced first-level strongman is the Catwoman last Saturday night. That night, the Catwoman completely activated all the Shadow Nightcat genes in her body, and temporarily broke through her biological level to the advanced first level. But even so, she was killed by Lin Zichen without any injury in the end. Although there was a sneak attack factor, it was indeed a single kill. The damage caused by attacking Catwoman was all real. In this comparison, Song Yuyan, whose body tempering progress was only the second bone tempering, could not be a match for Lin Zichen at all. Are you ready? Seeing Lin Zichen standing still, Song Yuyan asked this. Lin Zichen nodded. Ready? Okay, let's start now. Come on, you attack me first. I'd be responsible for defense. Let me see how strong your attack is. Song Yuyan said to Lin Zichen in the tone of a mentor. Lin Zichen didn't waste any words. He took a step forward, rushed to Song Yuyan, and kicked her in the lower abdomen. I didn't use my full strength, but only used 50% of my strength to test Song Yuyan's defense first. Bang! Just heard this sound. Lin Zichen's foot kicked Song Yuyan's lower abdomen heavily, causing her to take a few steps back. What a strong force! Song Yuyan was shocked, and there was a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, but she endured it and pretended to be fine. This guy is a bit too strong. It's only a first-time body tempering, but he can hurt my lower abdomen that has been tempered twice. With his compatibility with the blood tempering technique, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to surpass me. No, I have to take advantage of the fact that he is weaker than me now, and pretend to be tough in front of him. Otherwise, I won't have the chance to pretend in the future. Thinking about it, Song Yuyan immediately put on a mentor attitude, shook her head at Lin Zichen and said, Zichen, I am not satisfied with your kick just now. If you have the opportunity to attack, you must attack with the maximum damage, and strive to hit the enemy hard with one blow, and don't waste any opportunity to attack. Just now I gave you the opportunity to attack first. You shouldn't kick my abdomen, but should attack my vitals. Did you see my eyes? You should stab hard. Did you see my crotch? You should kick hard. Did you see my throat? Just chop it down with a knife. Focus on these vital parts and attack. That is the most correct way to attack. After saying the above, Song Yuyan looked at Lin Zichen's eyes with a serious face and asked, Fighting is only about life and death, not martial ethics. Do you understand? I understand. Lin Zichen nodded. He agreed with what Song Yuyan said, and felt that fighting should be a matter of life and death, not martial ethics. If you can sneak attack, sneak attack. If you can attack the vital points, attack the vital points. Whoever follows martial ethics will suffer. And in a fight, the outcome of suffering a loss is most likely death. Song Yuyan was very satisfied with Lin Zichen's answer, and said to him in a loud voice with a smile, Very good. Then, we will start the formal fight. I hope you can last more than 5 minutes in my hands. The moment she finished speaking, she flashed and took the initiative to rush towards Lin Zichen. As for standing still and letting Lin Zichen make the first move, forget it. He kicked me just now, and it hurts so much. On the other side, facing Song Yuyan, who was rushing at a high speed, Lin Zichen did not dodge. Instead, he also rushed towards her, and had a fierce physical collision with her. Bang! 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 Soon, the two began to fight fiercely, hand to hand, foot to foot, bursts of crisp body collisions. It hurts to hear. However, it was only Song Yuyan who was in pain. Her face was deformed, and she was almost in emoticons throughout the whole process. Lin Zichen felt okay. It didn't hurt much, but in order to consider Song Yuyan's face, he also pretended to be in pain, grimacing in pain. The only special feeling was that Song Yuyan looked very slender, but her muscles were unexpectedly strong. It looked small, but it could burst out with extremely strong power. It was two extremes with Shin Qinghan. Shin Qinghan's muscles were soft, like water when rubbed, and felt very comfortable. Bang! 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 The battle lasted for more than a minute. The two fought back and forth, and they were evenly matched. Song Yuyan was stunned by such a result, and she doubted her life. What happened? How could he be so strong? I had already used all my strength, so why was I still fighting back and forth with him? In a normal scenario, shouldn't I easily crush him? I'm not going to lose, am I? Thinking of this, Song Yuyan felt uncomfortable. She had just acted like a teacher in front of Lin Zichen. If she lost to Lin Zichen in the end, where would she put her face? Fortunately, Lin Zichen understood the ways of the world. When the battle lasted for the 3rd minute, he deliberately dodged in time, and was kicked out of the battlefield by Song Yuyan. It was a pity that he lost the duel. Zichen, you really have a promising future. Song Yuyan looked at Lin Zichen and spoke highly of him. I have practiced 10 years more than you, but I can only fight you back and forth with 80% of my strength. I barely won the duel until I had to use 90% of my strength. With your talent, I'm afraid I won't be your opponent in another year. Song Yuyan continued. So, in the next year, while my strength is still stronger than yours, I will be your sparring partner and do my best to improve your fighting skills. Lin Zichen. Okay, then I trouble you in the future. Hey, what are you talking about? It's not a problem at all. Song Yuyan waved her hand and continued. Your sister Yin has been stuck at the ordinary 9th level for many years, and I'm almost depressed. It wasn't until you joined that I finally saw the hope of evolving into a high-level creature. Strictly speaking, I'm the one who troubled you to lead me forward. Lin Zichen smiled and said, that means bothering each other and helping each other. Yes, bothering each other and helping each other. When saying this, Song Yuyan showed a sincere smile on her face. She had a very hard time in the past 10 years since joining Tianren Pavilion. She was originally a promising 2nd place in Kyoto, but because she joined Tianren Pavilion, she became a pure-blooded human and was stuck at the ordinary 9th level. Then she was used as a negative example every day, saying that she was just like everyone else. She usually seemed to be indifferent to these ridicules. But in fact, she felt very uncomfortable. After all, she was also a 2nd place in the college entrance examination, and no one who could become a 2nd place in the college entrance examination was not proud in their hearts. Because people who are not proud and not competitive have no motivation to become the 2nd place in the college entrance examination. But now, none of this is important. Because she knew that now that Lin Zichen had joined the Tianren Pavilion, she, who was in the ordinary crowd, would definitely be able to rise to the top with Lin Zichen in the future and move towards a bright future under his leadership. As a reward for being led by Lin Zichen, she could only do her best to bring Lin Zichen as much benefit as possible on the road of evolution. And being Lin Zichen's sparring partner was a benefit she could give to Lin Zichen. Thinking of this, she looked at Lin Zichen and said, Zichen, come on, let's continue. Okay. Lin Zichen responded, and soon started to spar with Song Yuyan. You are fighting with someone, Qi and Blood +1, Fighting Skills +1, Fighting Awareness +1. Chapter 137. The Dilapidated Lu Family Mansion. The Basement. Lu Chuanwu took 2 steps at a time, and quickly came to a bronze coffin full of vicissitudes and stopped. He looked at the bronze coffin and said respectfully and excitedly, Master, I finally found a genius who has the hope of opening the acupoints. The bronze coffin did not respond. The basement was silent. Lu Chuanwu didn't care and chose to talk to himself. That genius just turned 18 this year. It's only been 3 months since he got the translation of the blood quenching technique, but he has already completed the first quenching and is currently undergoing the second quenching. With this physical talent, he will definitely be able to break the shackles of ordinary levels with pure-blooded humans in the future and evolve into advanced creatures, rare creatures, or even epic creatures. At that time, you can rely on him to supply you with blood and qi every day to maintain your life, and you don't have to stay in this small bronze coffin to survive. And with your powerful strength responsible for escorting, with you and the genius leading the Tianren Pavilion forward, the Tianren Pavilion will surely flourish on Earth in the future and lead the people on Earth to ascend to flesh and blood. Lu Chuanwu said these words very excitedly. But from beginning to end, the pavilion master he mentioned did not respond. The scene was a bit weird for a while. It looked like a mental patient, talking to himself in a cramped and dim basement, which was very creepy. Seeing that the other party had not responded, Lu Chuanwu could not help but frown slightly. But he just frowned, and did not make any other unnecessary movements. He stood quietly in front of the coffin the whole time, waiting for the person in the bronze ancient coffin to respond. About 3 minutes passed. Finally, a weak female voice rang out from the bronze coffin, That was the only word she responded with. Then, it was completely quiet, falling into a dead silence. The woman in the bronze coffin fell into a deep sleep again. The word she just said had consumed all her energy for the day, and she was unable to make any more sounds. At this, Lu Chuanwu frowned. The woman in the bronze coffin was getting weaker day by day. When this ancient and weathered bronze coffin was found in the ruins decades ago, the woman inside could still speak intermittently. But today, decades later, the woman is so weak that she has to spend half a minute to brew even a simple word. This state, "I feel like my death is approaching." Thinking of this, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help shaking his head. Then he quickly left the basement, leaving a quiet environment for the basement, so that the woman in the bronze coffin could sleep well. After walking out of the basement, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but sigh, "Oh, if only we could have a normal conversation. In this way, I wouldn't have to waste so much time studying the opening chapter of the blood-quenching technique. You can directly ask the Pavilion Master, who is the founder of the pure-blooded human race, for the tips on how to practice the blood-quenching technique. It's both simple and efficient." The more Lu Chuanwu talked, the more he felt sorry. When the bronze coffin was first moved to the basement of the house, the woman in the coffin was still conscious and had enough energy to support her communication with the outside world. It's a pity that at that time, it was difficult to communicate because of the language barrier. When they were able to understand each other's language and communicate more smoothly, the woman in the coffin suddenly became confused and weaker, until she was so weak that she fell into a deep sleep after uttering a single word, and could not communicate at all. I hope Zichen can successfully evolve into a high-level creature with the flesh and blood of a pure-blooded human before the Pavilion Master dies completely. Then, supply the Pavilion Master with qi and blood to maintain her life and keep her conscious. When the Pavilion Master takes action, the blood-quenching technique will definitely become more popular, and the upper limit can be developed higher. Lu Chuanwu muttered to himself. On the other side, Research Institute. Lin Zichen and Song Yuyan had just finished their sparring and were chatting on the sofa. "Zichen, your blood-quenching technique has already reached the peak of body quenching. You can try to open the acupoints. I will teach you the latest method of opening the acupoints. You can try and see if you can succeed." "Okay, I try. Come, I tell you. Listen carefully." Song Yuyan began the teaching session, speaking clearly. "There are 366 acupoints in the human body, scattered throughout our body. According to the records in the blood-quenching technique, the easiest acupoints to open are the 4 acupoints around our heart. What you need to do now is to first sense the 4 acupoints around the heart, and then control the blood to impact them at a frequency of 10 times per second. The greater the impact, the better, but be careful not to hit the heart, otherwise it will hurt your heart and cause convulsions, and you may even die on the spot. Also, pay attention to these points. The first point. The second point." Song Yuyan told Lin Zichen in detail about her experiences in trying to open the acupoints over the years, and it took her nearly half an hour to finish. Feeling that nothing had been missed, she said to Lin Zichen, "Well, that's all. Now try to sense the 4 acupoints around the heart." "No need. I have already sensed them during the summer vacation. I know where the 366 acupoints in the body are. I can start to impact the acupoints directly according to your method." After saying that, Lin Zichen thought about it, and controlled his blood to impact the 4 acupoints around the heart, at a frequency of 10 times per second, as much force as possible. He continued to impact with high intensity for more than 10 minutes. However, the 4 acupoints around the heart did not move at all, and could not be opened at all. The only feeling on the acupoints was pain, very painful. The pain made him clench his teeth and sweat on his forehead. He slowed down and tried a few more times. But the result was still the same. It still didn't work. The acupoints couldn't be opened at all. "It's okay, it's normal that there is no movement. After all, you have just completed the body tempering. Maybe the physical strength is not enough to support you to open the acupoints. Of course, it may also be that the method I taught you is wrong. In short, there is still a lot of time, so there is no need to rush." Song Yuyan was worried that Lin Zichen would be frustrated because of this, so she comforted him as a caring elder sister. After all, Lin Zichen has amazing talent. Since joining Tianren Pavilion, he has been smooth sailing. If he suddenly encounters setbacks, he may be unbalanced. However, Lin Zichen's heart was not fluctuating, and he didn't need comfort at all. He knew very well that failure was normal, and success would be strange. How long has he been practicing the blood tempering technique? It's not even 3 months yet. I am very satisfied with the current progress. As for the acupoints, I will study them slowly in the future, and it will work. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. After all, I don't have to practice the blood tempering technique. At worst, I can slowly grind it by use it or lose it. As long as the training time is long enough, and the training intensity is high enough, it can be ground into a high-level creature. As for the blood tempering technique, if you can successfully temper your body 5 times in the end, the time spent on practicing the blood tempering technique is enough to pay off, and it can even be said to be a big profit. Chapter 138. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Zichen left the institute, went to the living area to buy vegetables, and went back to the dormitory to cook. He thought that he would wait for Shen Qinghan to finish school in the morning and eat as soon as he returned to the dormitory. It took some time to buy vegetables. Lin Zichen returned to the dormitory quickly. Then, Shen Qinghan came back from class not long after. The two went to the kitchen to cook together, took a cool cold shower together after eating, and then went to the room to take a nap. Life was very comfortable. Xiaochen, master found me this morning and told me that he wanted me to perform gene fusion in advance. The fusion was the blue jellyfish gene. He said that the blue jellyfish gene was very suitable for me in the early stage. On the bed, Shen Qinghan curled up in Lin Zichen's arms with his back to him and told him about this. Blue jellyfish? Lin Zichen knew about this strange beast. He had seen relevant introductions in books when he was a child. It is a low-level strange beast. The biological level of adult individuals is an average of ordinary level 7. The powerful jellyfish king can break the shackles of the ordinary level and evolve to a high level. The blue jellyfish usually lives in the deep sea of 10,000 meters. The number is extremely rare, even rarer than the giant panda in the previous life. The characteristic is that the mental power is far superior to the creatures of the same level. The ability is that it can use mental power to control water at will. Things like controlling water can be done by creatures with high mental power. But the blue jellyfish is different. When it is at the ordinary stage of the biological level, it can control dozens of cubic meters of sea water with only a trace of weak mental power. In summary, it is better at playing with water than other creatures. After thinking about the information of the blue jellyfish, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan in his arms, "It's good. I think the blue jellyfish is very suitable for you. Just do what your master said." Shen Qinghan turned around and faced him, sounding a little uneasy as she said, "I also think it's suitable, but master said right away that he wanted to fuse the genes of the blue jellyfish king to me. That's the genes of a high-level creature. My body is so weak, what if I can't withstand the alienation?" The genes of the blue jellyfish king? Lin Zichen opened his eyes, very surprised. If blue jellyfish is rare, then blue jellyfish king is rare. It takes 10,000 blue jellyfish to give birth to a blue jellyfish king. Yuan Dongji is indeed the daughter of the Yuan family. Her family is rich, and she is really willing to give away the blue jellyfish king's genes. I also want to have such a generous chief master. Lin Zichen was envious, and then comforted Shen Qinghan. Don't worry, jellyfish-like beasts are naturally highly compatible with humans, and your gene fusion adaptability is as high as 21%, which is more than enough to fuse a high-level beast gene, and it will definitely not be alienated. Will there be any side effects? Shen Qinghan still felt uneasy. When facing unknown things or doing something for the first time, humans will always feel uneasy. This is a natural biological protection mechanism. Another opposite mechanism is curiosity. Shen Qinghan is more timid, and the uneasy mood directly covers curiosity, and he is very uneasy. Lin Zichen smiled. There will definitely be side effects, but they are all familiar side effects, such as a high probability of losing fertility and showing some characteristics of beasts in appearance, etc. These side effects are not considered side effects now. As for the loss of fertility, you have already taken out normal eggs and preserved them. If you want to have children in the future, just take out the eggs and use them. As for the fact that some of the characteristics of the beasts will be shown in appearance, this can be hidden, as long as the beast genes in the body are dormant. Lin Zichen added, moreover, many of the characteristics of the beasts shown in appearance can add points to the appearance, such as cat-eared girls and foxtail girls. You have seen them, they are very popular. It seems so. Shen Qinghan said with crystal peach eyes. After hearing what Lin Zichen said, she is no longer so uneasy. In fact, she feels a little bit of anticipation. Looking forward to what kind of beast characteristics will be shown in her appearance after the fusion of the blue jellyfish king gene next month, and whether she will become more beautiful. Also, the genetic technology has developed very maturely now. Not only can it be fused, but it can also be peeled off. If there are any adverse reactions after the fusion, it will be fine to peel it off later. Lin Zichen said gently, while rubbing Shen Qinghan's hand. It is not quite accurate to say that it is peeling off. To be precise, it should be inhibition. There is a special virus that is harmless to humans, but extremely aggressive to alien genes. This virus reagent can be injected to inhibit the expression of alien genes in the body. After that, after a long period of time measured in years, the alien genes in the body are slowly eroded, until they are completely eliminated. Many biochemical weapons against aliens are processed by this special virus. You said it lightly, but it is painful to peel it off. I still hope it can be perfectly integrated. After speaking, Shen Qinghan sat up from the bed, picked up his mobile phone, opened a video, put it in front of Lin Zichen and said, "Xiaochun, take a look at this video." Lin Zichen sat up and looked at the screen of his mobile phone. What caught his eyes was a scene of the seabed. From the shooting angle, it was not taken by a submarine, but by a person diving into the seabed. It turned out to be a diving video. I thought you were going to show me the animation learning video of a high country. Lin Zichen teased Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan rolled her eyes at him. Look at you, you always say that I am a little dirty girl, but in fact you are the dirtiest one. You can think of that thing when I show you a video. Don't put the cart before the horse, Shen Muhan. It's because you are too dirty that I subconsciously associate it with that. Oh, you are so annoying. Shen Qinghan reached out and hit Lin Zichen, and said with a bad face, "Don't talk about this, watch the video quickly, and the blue jellyfish will appear soon." Lin Zichen stopped teasing her, and focused his eyes on the mobile phone screen. A few seconds later, as the camera turned, several strange deep blue jellyfish appeared on the mobile phone screen. From a distance, it looks like a bunch of deep blue flames floating in the water. Beautiful painting. These jellyfish are very large, at least 3 meters long. They are adult blue jellyfish. The habitat of blue jellyfish is the deep sea of 10,000 meters. In the seabed with such high water pressure, it can still grow so huge, which is enough to show how strong the blue jellyfish is. Are blue jellyfish beautiful? Shen Qinghan tilted her head to look at Lin Zichen, and the hair on her forehead fell down a little, which was particularly pure and moving. Lin Zichen reached out and lifted the hair that fell on her forehead. Looking at her charming face, he couldn't help but praise her. It's beautiful, but not as beautiful as you. Shen Qinghan was very happy to hear this, and smiled. Your mouth is quite sweet. Lin Zichen put his arm around her waist and asked with a smile, "Do you want to try it? Then have a taste." Shen Qinghan leaned her face over, touched Lin Zichen's mouth briefly, then licked her lips, and said with a smile in her clear eyes, "Xiaochun's mouth is so sweet." After that, she blinked her big watery eyes and asked, "By the way, guess who took this video?" "Lin Zichen, your master?" "You guessed it right." Shen Qinghan snapped her fingers silently, and then said with an incredible look on her face, "Master didn't bring any equipment, and she dived directly into the 10,000-meter deep sea with her body. How strong must her body be to do that?" Lin Zichen, at least rare level. Shen Qinghan looked expectant. Rare level really high, I don't know. Can I evolve to rare level in the future? Lin Zichen, of course I can. Your gene fusion compatibility is as high as 21%. Not to mention rare level, even epic level is not a problem. Shen Qinghan disagreed. How can it be so simple? It's not that high gene fusion compatibility is definitely powerful. It also depends on various physiques and evolutionary resources. Your physique is already amazing. You are born with excellent water properties. In the future, you will be able to become a big boss with water attribute gene fusion, which is more powerful than your master. Lin Zichen stretched out his finger and poked her tender face, and smiled. As for evolutionary resources, you don't have to worry about this. I will be your sponsor in the future. I will give you any resources you want. Shen Qinghan snorted. Don't come on, sponsor, you just want to be my dad. Don't think I don't know what you guys are thinking. You just want to take advantage of me. Pure slander. I don't believe it. You must want to hear me call you dad. Okay, I think it's okay. Humph, I knew it. Shen Qinghan showed a triumphant expression. Lin Zichen turned down the air conditioner by 2 degrees, picked up the quilt to cover himself and Shen Qing, and urged, Go to bed quickly, it's almost 1 o'clock. If you don't go to bed, you will be sleepy again in the afternoon class. Oh, go to bed now. Shen Qinghan laid down with Lin Zichen obediently, silently moved his body a little closer, and slept next to Lin Zichen. Then, while Lin Zichen was not paying attention, he leaned close to his ear and whispered, Dad. Hiss. Hearing Shen Qinghan's soft voice, Lin Zichen was shaken up. This little dirty girl is too tempting. It's tempting to commit a crime. Lin Zichen couldn't stand it, turned sideways to look at Shen Qinghan, and warned her, Shen Wuhan, if you continue to tease me like this, you can't sleep now. No more teasing, sleep. After teasing Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan closed her eyes, and went to sleep with a satisfied look on her face. Lin Zichen didn't sleep, but chose to lie on his side, and read the news on his mobile phone. His body is much stronger than Shen Qinghan's, And he doesn't rely on sleep so much, so he doesn't need to take a nap. He read a few news. Soon, Lin Zichen was attracted by a strange news. Recently, mysterious unknown plants have been discovered in many places in Shanghai City, with many species and strange shapes. A large number of botanists have rushed to study them after hearing the news. Because it is not certain whether these plants are harmful, the general public should not approach them out of curiosity to avoid unnecessary casualties. There are several photos of plants attached to the news. At a glance, they are all vines. However, none of them are currently known species. The vines in the photo have strange shapes and particularly developed roots. They look like strange plants in a fantasy magic world. Lin Zichen looked carefully for a moment and felt that the plants in the photo were very familiar. After thinking about it, he found that they were very similar to the plants in the photo that Shen Qihan asked him to see before. It was the photo that Yuan Dongji sent to Shen Qihan on WeChat. Strictly speaking, it is not a photo, but a purely hand-painted portrait of a person. It depicts Shen Qihan's senior sister, a white-haired girl who is suspected to be Bai Shui. However, the white-haired girl is not the focus. The focus is on the background of the portrait, which is full of strange plants that look like alien species. There are grasses with black leaves and branches. There are trees with blood vessels on their trunks. There are also strange and enchanting flowers with mouths. The mysterious unknown plants mentioned in the news, although they look different from the weird plants in the portraits, are very similar in terms of their weird characteristics and degree of weirdness. They look like plants growing in the same environment. And the background of the portrait of senior sister Shen Qihan is the source. So, these plants in the news are plants in the source? But how could plants in the source appear on Earth inexplicably? Could it be the god-plant religion? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this paganism. He had seen this paganism on the task system before. The two words god-plant and the god-plant religion are obviously related to plants. And all paganisms are inseparable from the source. Combining the two, it is hard not to associate these mysterious unknown plants that appeared in Shanghai City with the paganism of Shen Hijio. After destroying the rat god cult, another Shinji cult came. There are so many traitors. Lin Zichen shook his head, then quit the news and sent a message to his parents and future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Tell them that the mysterious unknown plants that appeared in the city recently may be related to paganism, and let them stay away from them if they see them, and never get close. Also, urge them to move to Shanghai University as soon as possible to settle down. At this time, Shen Qihan turned over and said to Lin Zichen, "Xiaochen, I can't sleep." "What's wrong?" Lin Zichen put down his phone and asked with concern. Shen Qihan pursed his lips and said, "I just kept thinking about my early gene fusion in my mind. I kept thinking about it and couldn't sleep at all." "This is normal. If you can't sleep, don't sleep. Play with your phone." Lin Zichen gave such a useful suggestion. Shen Qihan said in a soft voice, "Then I want to play with your phone." "Play my phone?" Hearing such a strange request, Lin Zichen was very confused. But soon, he reacted, and couldn't help but twitching his mouth slightly and said, "You little dirty girl, you want to watch the second dimension learning video again, right? Oh, don't ask so many questions. Give me your phone quickly, I want to play with your phone." Take it, you can play with it." Lin Zichen handed over the phone helplessly. Shen Qihan took his phone, and then handed him his own phone, and said in return, "I won't let you suffer a loss, just play with my phone." Lin Zichen didn't say anything, but took the phone she handed over, and silently started to browse the news. Before the first news was finished, a clear and audible learning video sound came from next door. It was the male and female protagonists in the video shouting, a little noisy. Lin Zichen was convinced, and looked at Shen Qihan speechlessly and complained, "Shen Wuhan, when you watch the two-dimensional learning video, it is recommended to wear headphones." "Oh, I forgot to wear it." Shen Qihan quickly found headphones and put them on. In this way, one person was silently browsing the mobile phone news, and the other was wearing headphones to watch the anime learning video of Ying Haegyo to broaden his horizons. The room became very quiet. When the time came to 1:30, Shen Qihan finished watching a learning video and learned a lot of new knowledge from it. She took off her headphones, returned the phone to Lin Zichen, and smiled. "In return for lending me my phone, I give you a massage while we still have half an hour." "Okay, very sensible." Lin Zichen gave Shen Qihan a thumbs up, and then quickly lay flat on the bed, ready to enjoy her increasingly superb massage skills. Shen Qihan didn't massage him immediately, but got off the bed to find two pairs of stockings, one black and one white. Then she took the stockings, returned to the bed and sat next to him and asked, I won't use my hands this time. I give you a little innovation. Put on the stockings and use my feet to massage you. Do you want to experience it? You can have this, Lin Zichen said without hesitation. Shen Qinghan held a white stocking in her left hand and a black stocking in her right hand, and put them in front of Lin Zichen and asked, black or white, which one do you want me to wear? Lin Zichen, alright, I like both. Then let's do this. I wear black stockings on one side and white stockings on the other, so that I can have everything, Shen Qinghan said innovatively. One leg black and one white. Lin Zichen felt that it looked weird, but he wanted to try it. So he agreed. Okay, then one side black and one side white. Okay, then it's decided happily. After that, Shen Qinghan began to put on stockings, first putting on white stockings on the left side, and then putting on black stockings on the right side. After putting them on, she began to massage Lin Zichen skillfully with her feet, letting him enjoy it. After pressing for a while, she felt that it was quieter without talking, so she pressed and said in a dramatic tone, Humph, you little devil Zichen, you dare to raise your head when you meet me, the Lord of Black and White Impermanence. Look, I will take your soul away and make you lower your head. Lin Zichen was amused by her. This little dirty girl, who is submissive outside, is lively and playful at home, which is quite a contrast. Chapter 139. Even though the air conditioner is on, my feet still sweat. So much sweat that my stockings are sticky, and I have to get out of bed to wash them. What a hassle. After massaging Lin Zichen with her feet for more than 10 minutes, Shen Qinghan found that her stockings were soaked and sticky, and she felt very distressed. Although the stickiness didn't feel uncomfortable, and even felt quite comfortable because of her special physique, the problem was that it was very annoying to wash the stockings when they got wet and dirty. After a few words of distress, Shen Qinghan took off her dirty stockings and threw them to Lin Zichen, looking at him and said, These stockings got dirty because I was massaging you, you have to wash them. Lin Zichen took the stockings and complained, You just said so much, just to pave the way for me to wash the stockings, right? Shouldn't I? Shen Qinghan pouted her lips slightly and said, It got dirty just for you, go wash it quickly, otherwise I won't wear stockings to massage you in the future. I didn't say I won't wash it. Lin Zichen smiled and poked Shen Qinghan's face, then got out of bed with the dirty stockings and went to the bathroom to wash the stockings. It didn't take long to wash. It was washed in less than 5 minutes. After hanging the stockings on the balcony, Lin Zichen washed his hands and returned to the room soon. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Shen Qinghan sitting on the bed, looking down at the soles of his feet, stroking them with his hands, behaving very strangely. What are you doing? I've been massaging you with my feet lately, and I feel calluses on the soles of my feet, Shen Qinghan said with a worried look on her face. Lin Zichen smiled and said, Don't worry about it. It's not that easy to get calluses. I think it's mostly psychological. Shen Qinghan disagreed with him. She frowned slightly and said, It's definitely not a psychological effect. I often use my feet to massage you. If you rub too much, you will really get calluses. As she said that, she stretched out her white and tender feet in front of Lin Zichen and proved to him, Come closer and take a look at my soles. They are pink and tender, very fragile, and it's easy to get calluses. If you don't believe me, touch it and see if there are any changes in my soles. I dare say it's definitely not as smooth as before. Let me touch it, Lin Zichen said as he sat down on the bed, picked up Shen Qinghan's feet, and stroked her soles carefully. After touching for a while, I felt no change. It's still as smooth as before, and feels very good. Forget it, you're making me so itchy, I won't let you touch me anymore. Shen Qinghan couldn't stand it anymore, so she quickly pulled her foot back, and then asked nervously, Can you feel it? Is it not as smooth as before? It's still as smooth as before. I said it's just your psychological effect, but you still don't believe it. Really? Really, I'm a dog if I lie to you. That's good. Shen Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that her soles would become calloused and rough. After all, in addition to liking to kiss her cherry lips, Lin Zichen's favorite thing is to touch her feet. She felt that if her feet became calloused and rough, Lin Zichen would definitely not like to touch them in the future. It's almost 2 o'clock, get up and pack up to go to class, otherwise you will be late. Lin Zichen patted Shen Qinghan's increasingly round buttocks and urged her. Shen Qinghan didn't hesitate, she got out of bed, and put on her shoes quickly, and walked to the bathroom. She planned to go to the bathroom, wash her face, and then go out to class. Not long after, Shen Qinghan went out to class. Lin Zichen didn't go out, he planned to stay in the dormitory in the afternoon to temper his body, and not go to the institute. Going to the institute is not like going to class. There is a fixed time to say what time to go, but it depends on your own time. You can go if you want to, and you don't have to go if you don't want to. The main feature is freedom. Just find a seat in the living room and sit down. Lin Zichen thought about it, opened his character panel, and checked the various attribute data on it. Name, Lin Zichen. Age 18. Creature level, ordinary, 9th level. Creature attributes, use it or lose it, heavenly wisdom, the strong prey on the weak, the fortune of melting water, survival of the fittest, eye of the sky, social animal, natural camouflage, danger perception, rapid self-healing. Body tempering, skin tempering, 1 time, flesh tempering, 1 time, bone tempering, 1 time, ordinary 9th level, 10 biological attributes, 1 body tempering. This exaggerated strength, needless to say, must be invincible at the same level. However, this is far from enough, and it needs to become stronger. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen took out his mobile phone, opened the credit mall, and browsed there to see if there were any products that could quickly restore qi and blood. Since he started the second body tempering, he found that his qi and blood were not enough. That is, when tempering, because the progress of tempering was too fast, the qi and blood were consumed quickly, and then the recovery speed of qi and blood could not keep up, which seriously affected the efficiency of tempering. In this case, you have to use external objects to speed up the recovery of blood and qi. With this idea in mind, Lin Zichen browsed in the credit mall for more than 10 minutes. Finally, he took a fancy to a product called Recovering Blood Pill. Recovering Blood Pill, as the name suggests, is a kind of pill used to restore blood and qi. According to the product description, it is made of various expensive century-old medicinal materials, and even spiritual plants are added, which is extremely expensive. Further down, it mentions the effect of taking a recovering blood pill. The corresponding effect of each biological level is written. Among them, people with ordinary 9th level biological level can restore full blood and qi within half a minute after taking a recovering blood pill. People at advanced 1st level need half an hour to recover. Going up, advanced 2nd level people will have to spend more than 3 hours. Lin Zichen estimated that his blood and qi strength must be higher than ordinary 9th level. It is likely to be equivalent to the advanced 1st level. That is, it takes half an hour to recover after taking a blood recovering pill. This recovery effect is still quite considerable. Decided, just by the blood recovering pill. I took a look at the price. 1 pill costs 1 credit. Considering that there is a discount for buying with credits, it will cost at least 12,000 per pill if it is sold outside. This blood recovering pill is generally used in critical moments or important occasions. For example, fighting with people, hunting strange beasts, performing special tasks, etc. As for using it to restore blood and qi during body tempering, to be honest, it is very luxurious. However, Lin Zichen thinks that using credits to speed up the speed of improving strength is very worthwhile. Because the faster the strength improves, the sooner you can take tasks with more credit rewards. Then, just like making money from business in the previous life, using the money to expand the scale of the business, and then using the expanded business industry to borrow a large sum of money, and using this money to further expand the scale of the business, forming a virtuous cycle of getting bigger and bigger. In business, crazy leverage will eventually lead to bankruptcy due to the decline of the industry. However, in terms of improving strength, there will never be a bankruptcy. Because strength will not depreciate, it will only become more valuable as it becomes stronger, and it will continue in an infinite virtuous cycle. Of course, the premise is that it can become infinitely stronger. Many times, due to the limitations of one's own talents, when the strength reaches a threshold, it is difficult to continue to improve. However, this is not a problem for Lin Zichen. He is extremely talented, and he has a cheat, so he can become infinitely stronger. In summary, this blood recovery pill, don't even think about it, just place an order and it's done. By 101 go, with a wave of the hand, 100 credits are gone, spending money like water. After buying the blood recovering pill, the next thing to do is to look at the meat of exotic animals. The album of the living and dead slugs has been opened, and it is time to open the next album of exotic animals. Lin Zichen looked around the mall page. Soon, he took a fancy to a kind of exotic animal meat called Wandu mongoose. Wandu mongoose is a small exotic animal. Although the word Wandu is in its name, it is actually not poisonous. The reason for this name is that it has a strong ability to resist poison and feeds on various poisons. Based on this, opening the Wandu mongoose album will most likely obtain a biological attribute that can resist poison. Lin Zichen felt that he really needed a biological attribute that could resist poison, which could greatly improve his self-protection ability and not easily die suddenly. Well, I decided to buy the meat of the poisonous mongoose. It's just a bit expensive, 20 credits per kilogram. I took a look at the credits on my student account, and there were less than 200 points left, so I couldn't even buy 10 kilograms. I could only order 1 kilogram first, and open the progress bar of the poisonous mongoose album. Thinking so in my heart, Lin Zichen ordered 1 kilogram of poisonous mongoose meat. After doing all this, he put away his mobile phone, walked to the balcony with good air circulation, sat cross-legged, and started the second skin hardening. It took about 2 hours to harden. The blood and qi in my body were consumed a lot, and I started to feel a little bit uncomfortable. I felt dizzy. No, I have to stop and rest, go to the refrigerator to find something to eat, and restore my blood and qi. Otherwise, I will faint on the balcony in a few minutes. I just cooked some violent eagle meat. The meat of exotic beasts is more nutritious, and it can restore blood and qi faster after eating. Ding dong. Just when Lin Zichen got up from the ground and was about to go to the refrigerator to find food, the doorbell rang. Then, a middle-aged man's voice sounded outside the door. Hello, I'm a courier from the school. Is anyone home? Courier, the blood-restoring pills and the poisonous mongoose meat I bought have arrived. Thinking of it, Lin Zichen responded, I'm here, wait a minute. Then, he quickly went to open the door to sign for the courier, and found that it was indeed the blood-restoring pills and the poisonous mongoose meat that had arrived. Get the courier and close the door. Lin Zichen immediately opened the courier to check the goods inside. The blood-restoring pill looks very similar to the blood qi pill, but it is a little smaller and lighter in color. And the poisonous mongoose meat is a black piece that looks like rotten meat. But it is not rotten meat. The normal meat color of the poisonous mongoose is black, which may be because it eats too many poisonous substances. Seeing that the goods matched, Lin Zichen directly poured out a blood-replenishing pill and put it in his mouth to see how it worked. The blood-replenishing pill melted in his mouth and instantly turned into a stream of warm current flowing into his body. Then after a while, he could clearly feel that his body was recovering quickly. His head was no longer dizzy, and his hands and feet were no longer weak. It is indeed a luxury medicine that sells for 12,000 yuan per pill. You get what you pay for, and the effect is remarkable. Lin Zichen smiled and said. Then, he stretched out his fingers to touch the meat of the 10,000 poison mongoose in front of him, and his mind moved, devour. You devoured a trace of the life source of the 10,000 poison mongoose. 10,000 poison mongoose atlas. 1% at this time, the mobile phone in his pocket vibrated. When he took it out, it was Shen Qinghan who sent a message on WeChat. Hanin, Xiaochun, Chu Xian just sent me a message on WeChat saying that she wanted to come to our dormitory after school. Is that okay? Zichen, of course. Hanin, okay, I bring her to the dormitory after school. Zichen, okay. Ended the chat with Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen didn't waste time and quickly returned to the balcony, using the blood-recovering pill to restore his blood and qi while consuming blood and qi to temper his body. About half an hour later, Shen Qinghan came back from class. She was not the only one who came back, but also her best friend Li Chuxin. Sensing that both of them had entered the dormitory, Lin Zichen stopped tempering his body. He stood up and left the balcony and walked to the living room, smiling and greeting Li Chuxin. Chuxin, long time no see. Zichen, long time no see. Li Chuxin smiled and greeted him in return. Afterwards, she looked around the dormitory where they lived together with curiosity. The more she looked, the more envious she became. She couldn't help but say, it's great for you too, to have such a luxurious apartment to live in. It feels like living in a 5-star hotel every day. Unlike me, I don't even have a single dormitory and have to live with another roommate. If you want to live in a single room, my dormitory in the Martial Arts Academy is a single room. You can move in. Lin Zichen said with a smile. Li Chuxin also smiled and said, thank you Zichen for your kindness. Now I like living with my roommate. I have a companion and I am not lonely. That's right. Lin Zichen said, whenever you want to live alone, tell me, and I will give you the key to the single room. Li Chuxin smiled and said, okay, thank you Zichen. In the following time, the three of them went into the kitchen to cook and planned to have dinner together. After more than half an hour, the meal was ready. 4 dishes and a soup. In the living room, at the dining table, Li Chuxin and Shen Qinghan sat next to each other, and Lin Zichen sat opposite them. Hanin, your legs are so thin. During the meal, Li Chuxin saw Shen Qinghan's slender legs and said with envy, I was as thin as you when I was in junior high school, but since I took the martial arts class in high school, I need to exercise regularly, so my legs have grown muscles and become so thick. Shin Qinghan, your legs are not thick. A little meat is good-looking and healthy. Li Chuxin, you are worthy of being my best friend. You only praise me for my good looks. The two chatted like this. Soon, Li Chuxin took the initiative to talk about the old students in the school, saying that the old students were too much, and they only knew how to bully the freshmen. She said angrily, Zichen, Hanan, you are geniuses. No one dares to bully you normally. You don't know how disgusting the old students in the school are. The day before yesterday, a senior sister came to my dormitory to check the room, and she took a fancy to my cosmetics. Regardless of whether I agreed or not, she took them away directly, saying that she would lend them to her for 2 days. There was a boy in the class who was even worse off. The 100-year-old blood ginseng his family had given him was robbed. He wanted it back, so the senior student told him to have a fight on the martial arts stage, and that the ginseng would be returned to him regardless of whether he won or lost. As a result, when the boy lost on the martial arts stage, the senior student announced to the public that the 100-year-old blood ginseng was a bet and would not be returned to the boy. Afterwards, he complained to the student union, but the students didn't care, saying that the school advocates the principle of the survival of the fittest, and if you don't accept it, you can fight back yourself using any means. But we are all freshmen, and we are not as strong as the senior students, and we are not as good as the senior students in terms of tactics. Isn't it obvious that they are favoring the senior students and watching us freshmen being bullied? Li Chuxin became more and more excited as she spoke, and her voice became much louder. This shows how dissatisfied she was. Shin Qinghan soothed her softly. Hearing what you said, the old students are really hateful. We have to stay away from them in the future. If they push us too far, we will sit together and think of a solution. Li Chuxin sighed and said, Oh, it feels difficult. The student union is crooked, and the school leaders and tutors don't care about it. We are freshmen in ordinary classes. We are destined to be unable to resist, and can only be bullied. Seeing her complaining so much, Lin Zichen probably guessed her little thoughts. So he smiled and said to her, Chuxin, if the old students treat you too much in the future, tell me, I will see if I can help you solve it. Ah? Really? Really? Thank you so much, Zichen. Li Chuxin said with joy. In the future, if you two want to buy any clothes, just tell me directly, I will ask my parents to express it to you for free. Okay, then I won't be polite. Lin Zichen said with a smile. He didn't need Li Chuxin to send clothes, but if he didn't say so, he estimated that Li Chuxin would have a psychological burden. As Shin Qinghan's only little sister now, Li Chuxin would help Li Chuxin as long as he could. Just as he was thinking about these things, suddenly, the ground shook. Earthquake. The shaking was obvious. Li Chuxin was startled and said in shock, What's the situation? Was there an earthquake just now? It seems to be an earthquake. Shin Qinghan replied to Li Chuxin. Compared with Li Chuxin, who was a little panicked at the moment, Shin Qinghan seemed to be calmer. But she was not much calmer, and she was still a little panicked. It was only because Lin Zichen was there that she didn't show too much panic and felt a little relieved. But at this moment, Lin Zichen himself was not at ease. In recent years, earthquakes have been too frequent in Shanghai City. It feels very wrong. His danger sense was telling him that something bad was going to happen. What happened in Shanghai City? Was the crust movement affected by something, causing the abnormality? Fortunately, danger sense was not strong. It should be a small problem. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. At the same time, Shanghai City. In a room with luxurious decoration, there were 2 masked people sitting together drinking and chatting. One was an elderly masked man holding a cane. The other was a tall middle-aged masked man. The masks they wore had the word Shinji written on them. Among the freshmen of Shanghai University, there is a genius with extremely exaggerated physical talent. I have arranged for someone to let him eat high-level demon seeds. If he can be successfully accepted into the church, the strength of our Shinji church will be strengthened. The middle-aged masked man took a sip of wine and said. The old masked man was indifferent to this, and said in a hoarse voice, It doesn't matter. The real geniuses are in the source. So what if there are many geniuses in the source? I can't even get in touch with them. The middle-aged masked man complained in his heart, but on the surface, he put down the wine glass and said in an extremely respectful tone, Lord God's envoy, I want to sprint to a higher biological level this year. I need more resources. I wonder if you can provide me with some evolutionary resources. Resources? The old masked man murmured, and then conjured a gorgeous flower in his hand out of thin air, threw it on the table like throwing away garbage, and said, In view of your excellent performance this year, This magic flower is a reward for you. Thank you, Lord God's envoy. The middle-aged masked man excitedly accepted the flower on the table, his eyes full of heat. The old masked man reminded, the magic flower has a strong aphrodisiac effect. It's best to have a woman around you when you eat it. Thank you, Lord God's messenger, for reminding me. While saying this, the middle-aged masked man kept his eyes on the flower in his hand. At this time, a voice sounded from the depths of the old masked man's mind. Lord God's messenger, news just came from the source that the same boundary point has been found, and the same biological coordinates have been laid out. Now you need to go to the tunnel to activate the biological coordinates, and connect them with the biological coordinates on the source. Well, I go there now. The old masked man responded to the other party in the depths of his mind, and then his figure flashed, and the whole person disappeared without a trace in an instant. The middle-aged masked man was no longer surprised by this, and soon got up and walked into another room, changed into a luxurious suit, and went out to meet his lover. The tryst was just a side event, and the main purpose was to eat the magic flower. Before going out, he took out an exquisite pocket watch from his crotch, typed a text on it, and sent it out. You two have been dragging your feet on getting Lin Zichen to eat the high-level demon seed. If you can't do it within 3 days, I have to replace him. Chapter 140. Why are you so strong today? I'm so strong every day. I can't do it anymore. Let me rest and recover my strength, otherwise I will faint. Inside a homeowner's house in Elian community. A middle-aged man, with a sturdy figure just finished having fun with a young woman, with an extremely vulgar figure. The young woman rested on the bed for a while, and felt very thirsty, so she got out of bed, and went to the living room to replenish water to prepare for the next battle. Looking at the young woman's slender back as she left, the middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh. The aphrodisiac effect of this magic flower is too strong, it almost drained my energy. But I have to say that the effect of improving strength is also strong. It feels that the biological level is about to evolve to the next stage. I hope it can evolve after tonight. After saying this, the middle-aged man took out his pocket watch and checked the movements of Lu Gang and Wang Shujia. Seeing that the two were still in the dormitory, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Just as he was about to urge the two, a quarrel came from the living room outside. Bitch, I knew you were cheating on me. Husband, calm down. Calm down. As the voice got closer. Soon, a mechanical man rushed into the room. As soon as he saw the middle-aged man on the wedding bed, the mechanical man angrily raised his alloy arm with a gun barrel, pointed the gun at the middle-aged man, and yelled with bloodshot eyes, "You bastard, dare to steal my wife in my wedding room. Believe it or not, I will shoot you." Shoot me? The middle-aged man smiled, not afraid of the gun in the alloy arm in front of him, and stood up slowly, and walked to the front of the mechanical man and stopped. Then, he looked at the other person calmly and asked, "How much did you spend on this alloy arm?" 3 million. The mechanical man said proudly. The middle-aged man asked again, "What about the alloy cap below?" 5 million. Very good, you also know how much money it cost to transform it. After saying that, the middle-aged man reached out and slapped the face of the mechanical man, and said provocatively, "Since your wife followed me, you, a waste, have never lacked money for mechanical transformation. In all conscience, do you have the nerve to be angry in front of me?" Hearing this, the momentum of the mechanical man instantly weakened, forming a sharp contrast with his hard alloy arm. The middle-aged man, "If you want anything, tell me now, you will have no chance if you miss today." The mechanical man struggled after hearing this. Should he be a tough guy without money, or a coward with money? About 3 seconds later, the mechanical man made a decision. He chose to smile flatteringly. "Brother, I still lack an anti-airflow power device. I want to experience the feeling of flying." The middle-aged man picked up the mobile phone from the bedside, turned on the screen and pressed a few times, then looked at the mechanical man with contempt and said, 10 million has been transferred to your wife's bank card." 10 million? The mechanical man was stunned for a moment, and then, he was so excited that he trembled all over. He calmed down and shouted to the two with excitement in his eyes, "Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister-in-law. This is your battlefield tonight. You can stay as long as you want. I won't disturb you." After saying this very sensibly, the mechanical man turned around and left without looking back. Middle-aged man, "Stop. Brother, do you have anything else to do?" The mechanical man stopped and turned back to smile flatteringly. Middle-aged man, "You called sister-in-law, which ruined my interest. She is your wife, you should call her wife, understand?" I understand. The mechanical man nodded with a smile on his face, then looked at the young woman beside him and told her, "Wife, you must serve me well, and don't let me down." After that, he turned around and left again. "Who asked you to leave?" the middle-aged man said in an extremely strong voice. "Tonight, you have to stay and watch the whole process, understand? This, I will transfer another 10 million to your wife. Dad, I will listen to you." The mechanical man decisively chose to recognize the thief as his father. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out a red seed as big as a peanut and handed it to the other party, smiling. "Okay, I like people like you who have flexible bottom lines, so I give you this spiritual fruit. Eating it can greatly improve your blood and chi." "Thank you, Dad." The mechanical man excitedly took the magic seed. In a blink of an eye, time came to the next day. It was just dawn. The middle-aged man walked out of the room slowly while fastening his belt. Although he had not slept all night fighting last night, his face was still full of energy at this moment. He took a deep breath, feeling the body that had evolved and become stronger, and sneered, "Yuan Dongji, sooner or later I will step on you and humiliate you severely, and see if you can still be arrogant then," he muttered to himself. Soon, he left the house, took the elevator to the underground garage, and drove a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan straight to Shanghai University. He lived in the inner campus of Shanghai University. On the other side, Building 8, Zhongyuan, Dormitory 603. Lin Zichen got up early and concentrated on the secondary quenching on the balcony. After more than 2 hours of quenching, he felt that the blood in his body was almost consumed, so he called up his quenching attribute bar and checked the progress of the secondary quenching. Secondary quenching. 45%. The progress bar is almost halfway through. According to the current quenching speed, the secondary quenching should be completed in another week. It can only be said that with the assistance of the blood recovery pill, the quenching efficiency has been greatly improved. "Xiaochen, when did you wake up?" Shin Qinghan, who had just woken up, was wearing a light pink nightgown. She stood barefoot at the balcony door, rubbing her eyes, and asked Lin Zichen with a sleepy face. Lin Zichen stood up from the ground, tidying up the yoga mat under his feet, and said, "I woke up early today, before 5 o'clock. You got up so early compared to you. I feel so lazy. It's just 7 o'clock now. A college student who can get up at this time is not lazy at all. But you got up before 5 o'clock. Shin Qinghan didn't compare with ordinary college students, but with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen walked in front of her and stopped, carefully tidied her messy hair with his hands, and said in a gentle voice, "That's different. My superpower is that my body is strong, my blood is full, and I need less sleep than ordinary people. You don't have to compare with me. Everyone has their own advantages, just like your special physique, your skin is soft and smooth, and your sweat is fragrant. Also, although you have been exercising intensively, your strength is getting stronger day by day, but your muscles are not getting thicker or firmer. Your figure has always been very slim and graceful, making other girls envious and jealous. If you really want to get up early, then go to bed early in the future. Go to bed at 10 o'clock in the evening, go to bed early and get up early. Then don't do it. I prefer sleeping with you to getting up early with you," Shin Qinghan said lazily. After that, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Zichen on the mouth, smiling sweetly. "This is my good morning kiss, and you should kiss like this every day in the future." Lin Zichen smiled, pinched her butt with his hand, and urged, "Go brush your teeth quickly, otherwise there will not be enough time later, and you will have to run to class again, and then you will be sweating all over." "It's okay, it's still early." Shin Qinghan said so, but still went back to the room obediently to put on slippers, and then went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Half an hour later, the two people who had finished breakfast went out together. When they were about to leave the dormitory building, two familiar figures blocked their way. They were high school classmates Wang Shujie and Lu Gang. Among them, the big and strong Lu Gang was the first to speak. "Lin Zichen, can I take up a little of your time? I have something to ask you." "Go on," Lin Zichen said lightly. Lu Gang clenched his fists and said with an awkward expression, "There is a junior who doesn't like me and Wang Shujie. He relies on his strength to target us every day, which makes us feel a little suffocated. Can you please help us? You are the newcomer king of this class. The old student will definitely not dare to offend you, and will give you face. Of course, we won't let you help for nothing." Lu Gang handed over a bag in his hand and continued, "The bag contains several kinds of spiritual fruits. Some can beautify the skin, some can calm the nerves and refresh the mind, and some can replenish blood and strengthen yang. These are the evolutionary resources my father specially sent to me. Now I give them all to you. I hope you can help us." After he finished speaking, Wang Shujie on the side also put aside his self-esteem and begged humbly, Lin Zichen, although our relationship is not very ordinary, considering that we were classmates in high school, you can reluctantly help us once. Since they are classmates and there is a bag of spiritual fruits, Lin Zichen thinks this matter can be agreed. But he didn't rush to agree, but asked, "What's the strength of that junior student?" "We know that his strength is about the same as yours. Both are ordinary level 6. Wang Shujie replied. "Ordinary level 6? Then there will be no pressure to help." Thinking, Lin Zichen said, "That's fine. Wait for me at the entrance of the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30 p.m. I will help you solve this problem." Seeing that he agreed, Lu Gang clenched his fist and patted his chest, and said seriously, "Lin Zichen, if you need my help in the future, I promise to be there at your beck and call." Wang Shujie, "Me too." Lin Zichen, "It's just a piece of cake." Lu Gang handed over the bag in his hand and said, "Lin Zichen, you can accept this bag of spiritual fruits." "Then I won't be polite." Lin Zichen reached out to take the bag handed over by Lu Gang. Lu Gang reminded, "By the way, this bag of spiritual fruits has 3 different types. The white peel can beautify the skin, the blue peel can calm the mind, and the red peel can replenish blood and strengthen the yang. Don't eat the wrong ones. Especially the red spiritual fruit with a moving peel inside, which has a particularly strong effect of replenishing blood and strengthening yang. Women may have adverse reactions if they eat it." After Lu Gang finished speaking, he added, "Also, don't eat too many spiritual fruits with red peels. Eat at most 1 a day, otherwise it's easy to get angry." Lin Zichen, "Okay, I know. That's fine. Wang Shujie and I will leave first. See you at 5:30 p.m. After saying this, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie turned around and left. Seeing that the two had walked a little further away, Shen Qinghan immediately said to Lin Zichen with a curious look on his face, "Xiaochen, open the bag and take a look at the spiritual fruit inside. I have never eaten spiritual fruit in my life. Then you can eat one on the way." Lin Zichen opened the bag and wanted to pick a spiritual fruit with white or blue peel for Shen Qinghan to eat. Shen Qinghan leaned over and looked at the bag and said, "Pick a smaller one. If it is too big, I can't finish it." "Okay, I pick a small one for you." After saying that, Lin Zichen reached into the bag and started searching. After a few rummagings, a red spiritual fruit at the bottom of the bag caught his attention. It was the size of an egg, and the peel was covered with moving blood vessels, looking like an animal heart. Shen Qinghan also discovered this strange-looking spiritual fruit, and immediately frowned and said, "Xiaochen, the red spiritual fruit at the bottom is so disgusting." Although Lu Gang had mentioned this spiritual fruit specifically just now, she had never thought that the appearance of this spiritual fruit would be so disgusting. The fruit's skin was constantly squirming. It looked like it was rotten with worms. It was very disgusting. Lin Zichen also felt that this strange-looking spiritual fruit was disgusting. But out of curiosity, he took the spiritual fruit out of the bag and put it in front of his eyes to look at it carefully. Just as he was about to smell the smell of this strange spiritual fruit, suddenly, the danger sense in his consciousness jumped. Then, a prompt message slowly emerged from the void. "Do you want to devour the high-level tree demon goo seeds?" "Tree demon? Goo seeds? Can you devour? What's going on? God plant religion?" Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment, and then when he thought of the sudden jump of danger sense just now, he immediately realized that something was wrong. At this time, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie had not walked too far, only more than 200 meters. Lin Zichen did not hesitate, and immediately took a step forward, rushed to the two people in an instant, and stopped them. "You two, don't leave yet." "What's wrong?" Wang Shujie was a little confused. Lu Gang beside him had a flash of panic in his eyes. Lin Zichen did not answer his question, but shouted to Shen Qinghan, who was jogging over, "Hanin, contact your master and ask her to come over." "Okay, I contact her now." Shen Qinghan responded, then stopped and took out her mobile phone to contact Yuan Dongji. She didn't understand what was going on, but it didn't matter. She only knew one thing, that it was right to listen to Lin Zichen. Underground of Shanghai City. 20,000 meters deep. In a huge and empty underground palace. An elderly masked man, with a hunched figure, was standing in front of a blood-red cane stuck in the ground, muttering a strange spell in a low voice. Behind him stood a tall three-eyed giant, and a huge giant alien rat. Both the three-eyed giant and the giant alien rat were very quiet at this moment, not making any sound, for fear of disturbing the elderly masked man. I don't know how long it took. The elderly masked man stopped chanting, slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's done." At the moment he finished speaking, the blood-red cane in front of him suddenly pierced into the ground and disappeared. Then the next second, The ground cracked into a large area of shocking spider web cracks, and then a boom sounded and the ground sank, leaving a huge hole. The hole was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. The biological coordinates on both sides have been connected, and this biological channel has been successfully opened up. Next, just wait for this biological channel to stabilize, and this side will be completely connected to the source number 36. At that time, the creatures in the source will be continuously transmitted to the earth, the old masked man said in an increasingly hoarse voice. Chapter 141. Yuan Dongji arrived in less than half a minute. Her appearance was very simple and rough. She slowly floated down from the sky. She landed beside Shen Qinghan. She flew here, flying in the air. High-level creatures can control objects through the air with their powerful mental power. If the object being controlled is itself, it is flying in the air. What happened? Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qinghan and asked. Shen Qinghan told her on WeChat that there was something urgent for her to deal with, and hoped that she could come quickly. As for what it was, Shen Qinghan didn't know. She was just a tool responsible for passing on the message. Principal Yuan, these two people asked me for help with something, and gave me a bag of spiritual fruits. There was a strange-looking red seed in it. I suspect this is the method used by the Divine Plant sect to force students to join the sect. Lin Zichen looked at Yuan Dongji in front of him, and briefly summarized the course of events and his own guesses. Yuan Dongji hadn't finished listening to what he said. When she saw the red seed in his hand, her brows furrowed. It was a tree demon goo seed. Moreover, it was a high-level tree demon goo seed that was as big as an egg. Such a large goo seed, I'm afraid it can even control high-level creatures. The Divine Plant sect actually used it to control a new student. Thinking of this, Yuan Dongji raised his hand and sucked the red seed in Lin Zichen's hand. After taking a look and confirming that it was a tree demon goo seed, Yuan Dongji said to Lin Zichen, "The red seed in your hand is a seed of a strange tree. After eating it, you will be controlled by the strange tree and become unable to control yourself. It is one of the common methods used by the Divine Plant sect to force people to join the sect. Will you be controlled after eating it? Is this tree demon poison so poisonous? Lu Gang and Wang Shujie are really bastards." Lin Zichen cursed in his heart. Then, he remembered that when the practical test ended and the whole class took the bus back to school, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie looked very strange in the car. Now that he thought about it, the two people should have just been controlled by the people of the Divine Plant cult, and were a little overwhelmed. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen told Yuan Dongji about it. Yuan Dongji nodded after listening, and then lightly tapped the ground with his feet, and the whole person flew up and floated in the air. Lu Gang and Wang Shujie also floated up. It was Yuan Dongji who dispersed his mental power, and floated them both up. "Principal Yuan, we were forced." "Principal Yuan, The two just opened their mouths to defend themselves, and the next second Yuan Dongji sewed their mouths shut with mental power, and they could no longer make any sound. In response, the two looked pale, and their eyes were full of panic. At this moment, they all knew that they were finished, and their end would definitely not be good. Yuan Dongji ignored the two people, and said to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan below, "In fact, the situation within the human race is much worse than what you two see on the surface. Paganism is pervasive, and there are pagans lurking in many places. When you get along with people in your daily life, you must learn to open your eyes. Even the tutors and school leaders cannot be fully trusted. In short, you must be on guard against others." Yuan Dongji looked at Lin Zichen and said in a neutral voice, "I will take these two people back for investigation. I will tell you the first time I have the results." After speaking, she did not stop for a moment, and soon burst out her mental power to take Lu Gang and Wang Shujie to the administrative building. "It's great to be able to fly." Lin Zichen watched Yuan Dongji fly away, his eyes full of envy. "Xiaochen, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie are so mean. You want to help them, but they want to hurt you," Shen Qinghan said with a face full of resentment. Lin Zichen thought about it, and felt dangerous, a little scared. If Lu Gang and Wang Shujie were targeting Shen Qinghan, and took advantage of Shen Qinghan's alone to murder her, they might succeed. Thinking about it, he told Shen Qinghan, "Those two are really dogs. We must be cautious in the future, and we must be on guard against others." "Yes, we must be cautious." Shen Qinghan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Lin Zichen didn't say anything else, and his mind was full of thoughts. "It's really dangerous to be too dazzling. I was directly targeted by the Shinji cult. Fortunately, I had danger sense and survival of the fittest to give hints, and I discovered the conspiracy of Lu Gang and Wang Shujie in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I get caught." After calming down a little, Lin Zichen soon threw away the bag of spiritual fruits in his hand. The spiritual fruits in the bag are probably fine. But for the sake of caution, it's better to throw them all away. There's no need to be greedy for such a small advantage. Seeing him throw all the spiritual fruits into the trash can, Shin Chi-han felt so distressed. It was the pain of waste. Such a big bag of spiritual fruits must be worth a lot of money. It's a pity to throw it away like this. She knew that this bag of spiritual fruits could not be kept, and she would throw it away if she were in his place. But she just felt it was a pity in her heart, as if she was watching money being burned by fire. The spiritual fruits can't be eaten. Just throw them away. There's nothing to regret. Don't stare at the trash can. Lin Zichen poked Shin Chi-han's face and said to her with a smile, "If you want to eat them, I'd buy some for you to try in the credit mall later." Shin Chi-han shook her head and said, "No, I don't particularly want to eat it. I'm just a little curious." Spiritual fruits are too expensive. She doesn't want Lin Zichen to waste credits to buy them. Credits should be saved to buy exotic beast meat. After all, Lin Zichen can devour exotic beast meat to gain abilities, so buying exotic beast meat is more cost-effective. A mature and sensible woman should think about her man in this way. Although she is not too mature now, and she and Lin Zichen have not developed to the stage of growing up. But at this moment, she thinks so in her heart. Deep in her heart, she has already regarded Lin Zichen as a man who is married to her. Lin Zichen knows what she thinks, and knows that she is reluctant to spend credits. So she smiled and said, "You don't particularly want to eat it, but I do." After saying that, she saw that the time was almost up. So she said again, "Okay, go to class quickly, otherwise you will be late. When you return to the dormitory after class, you can eat the fruit plate I made." "Okay, then I'm looking forward to it." Shin Chi-han smiled sweetly. After saying that, she looked down at the time on her phone, and her face changed slightly. "Oops, there are only 5 minutes left before class. I'm going to be late. Xiaochen, I'm going to class, bye." Shin Chi-han hurriedly said goodbye to Lin Zichen, and ran quickly to the teaching building of the Evolution College. Lin Zichen looked at her back and shouted, "Run slower. It's okay to be late. It doesn't matter." Shin Chi-han didn't listen to the advice and ran faster and faster. She is a 3 good student and can't be late. Lin Zichen smiled helplessly, then turned and walked towards the direction of the Research Institute. On the way to the Research Institute, he opened a credit mall, spent 5 credits, and placed an order for several kinds of spiritual fruits with extremely high nutritional value. Pure Human Research Institute. As soon as Lin Zichen arrived, he told Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan that he was being targeted by the Divine Planting Cult. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan were not surprised by this. Among them, Song Yuyan said, "It is normal to have pagans in colleges and universities, but these pagans generally will not be exposed during college, and they will grow step by step, and slowly infiltrate the upper echelons of humanity in the future. Then, in the field of education, or other fields, slowly expand their influence and subtly influence all mankind. These pagans are hard to guard against, and cannot be detected at all, because they appear to be extremely normal people, and they even kill pagans on weekdays. They say they are protecting all mankind with a passionate face, but they are full of traitors in their bones. Some time ago, there was the head of the teaching department, who has been in office for many years, was revealed to be a pagan. He mixed a lot of private goods in the textbooks. It is unknown how many students have been poisoned." Song Yuyan continued, "And what you encounter today is a relatively low-level approach, with a low success rate and easy to expose yourself. This kind of sacrificing cannon fodder is generally done by the leaders of the pagans. They think that the people under their command are not worth training, so they use them as waste and let them do some high-risk, high-return, but extremely low success rate tasks. It's best if it can succeed. If it can't, it will be considered a layoff." Layoff? Lin Zichen was a little surprised to hear these 2 words. Lu Gang and Wang Shujia, after all, are students at the level of 2 major schools, but they were used as cannon fodder. It seems that the threshold of this Shinji religion is very high. Thinking about it, he asked curiously, "Sister Yin, have you ever been targeted by a pagan?" "Of course." Song Yuyan smiled and said, "Your sister Yin, was the 2nd place in Kyoto. I am a famous genius. Which heretic doesn't want to accept me?" After that, she continued with a wry smile, "However, since I joined Tianren Pavilion and became indistinguishable from the crowd, no heretic has ever looked up to me. This is really sad good news. Yes, pure-blooded humans are despised by even heretics, and dogs shake their heads when they see them. That's how unpopular they are." As for Lin Zichen being targeted, it was purely because he had just started to be a pure-blooded human not long ago, and there was still room for him to turn back. In addition, he was the rookie king, and his performance in the opening trial was too amazing. A tall tree attracts the wind. Zichen, don't worry too much about the pagans. Lu Chuanwu smiled and continued, in fact, many pagans were bewitched and forced into it. Very few were forced into it. As long as you are determined, basically nothing will happen. Besides, even if you are really caught, you can ask Yuan Dongji for help. She can help you solve it at any time. The two high school classmates, who wanted to harm you, probably couldn't resist the temptation of the resources given by the divine plant, so they were willing to become pagans instead of being forcibly controlled. After speaking, Lu Chuanwu clapped his hands and said, okay, let's stop talking about these irrelevant things. Let's start studying the matter of opening the acupoints. In the following time, the three gathered in the research room to study and discuss. It was not until 11 o'clock in the morning that Lu Chuanwu was asked out by his old lover, and the research came to an end. And the results of the research were nothing. It is still difficult to open the acupoints. It is not a matter of one day or one night. It takes years. However, for Lin Zichen, this research still has some gains. He has absorbed a lot of failure experiences of Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan. With the failure experiences of these two people, he can avoid many detours when he studies later. By the way, Zichen, don't forget that I still owe you a secret. Do you have any secrets to ask me today? Song Yuyan reminded with a smile. Lin Zichen, not yet. Song Yuyan, okay, I remind you tomorrow, so you don't forget it after a long time. Good guy, I have to remind you again tomorrow? Are you an alarm clock? Lin Zichen felt that it was annoying to be reminded by her every day, so he thought about it and said, Sister Yin, I suddenly have a secret I want to ask. What secret? I think you look like a mixed race. Where are your parents from? Just this? Song Yuyan was speechless and couldn't help complaining. I say, Brother Zichen, you are an 18-year-old boy. It's so hard to ask a big beauty like me a secret. Can you be a little bit more sexy and ask about her measurements? Hearing her say this, Lin Zichen was even more speechless than her. Sexual harassment, right? Sure enough, men and women are the same. When they see a good-looking girl, they all want to tease her. In a word, ugly people will never know how proactive women are. Lin Zichen deeply understands this truth. Haha, Sister Yin is just teasing you, you innocent little boy, don't take it seriously. Song Yuyan laughed. Then, she stopped smiling and said, you may not believe it, but I am an abandoned baby, and I don't even know who my biological parents are. But don't get me wrong, I had a very happy childhood. My adoptive parents not only loved me, but were also very rich and opened several martial arts schools in Kyoto. Thanks to this, I had no worries about food and clothing since I was a child. I spent every day in the martial arts school practicing martial arts, and then I became the runner-up in the Kyoto College entrance examination. Unfortunately, my adoptive parents had many hidden diseases because they were aggressive in martial arts when they were young. They died one after another when I was in my second year of high school, and did not see me become the runner-up in the college entrance examination. Speaking of which, the reason why I chose the path of pure-blooded humans was because of the influence of my adoptive parents. Both husband and wife are members of Tianren Pavilion, and have been friends with the dean for many years. They have always believed that the path of pure-blooded humans is the future of mankind. I chose the path of pure-blooded humans to realize their wishes. As she said this, she laughed at herself and said, it's a pity that I am too useless. I have been following the path of pure-blooded humans for 10 years, but I haven't made any waves. I am also laughed at for being indistinguishable from the crowd. Lin Zichen did not speak, but listened carefully, nodding in response from time to time. He was not interested in Song Yuyan's background. It was just a casual question. However, since others were talking so seriously, he should still listen politely. By the way, Zichen, you are so talented, what do your parents do? After talking about her life, Song Yuyan asked curiously. Lin Zichen smiled and said in the same sentence she just said, you may not believe it, but my parents are ordinary people who write novels online. Your parents are ordinary people? Song Yuyan said with disbelief. How did two ordinary people give birth to such a genius son? Gene mutation. The next day, Yuan Dongji convened a morning meeting for all the freshmen in the school. Like the fire drill in the previous life, she talked about paganism at the meeting. Let the freshmen know paganism and understand the harm of paganism. Teach them how to identify paganism and avoid being persecuted by paganism. She said that if they were coerced by paganism by accident, they could come to her at any time to solve the problem, and never go along with paganism. Otherwise, once her hands were dirty, she would no longer regard the coerced students as students. Instead, they would be regarded as pagans and as rapists. They would be dealt with as they should be dealt with, and there would be no room for maneuver. About an hour later, the morning meeting was over. Yuan Dongji found Lin Zichen and told him the results of the investigation into Lu Gang and Wang Shujie, as well as the results of their punishment. The results of the investigation were, both of them were confirmed to be members of the Shinji cult. It was during the actual combat assessment of the college entrance examination that they were forced to eat the demon seed by a security guard. Then, under the coercion and inducement of the other party, he chose to join the Shinji religion. The punishment result is, both of them were expelled from Shanghai University and had to bear the corresponding criminal responsibility, and their lives were ruined. In addition, Yuan Dongji also mentioned that the teaching department of Nanjiang province has begun to investigate this year's practical assessment and initiated the accountability procedure, and there should be results soon. Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little sad after hearing this. When they first entered high school, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie were crowned with the halo of geniuses in Nangguan City. They looked down on the world in the top class of Shanghai Middle School, and they were arrogant and glorious. However, just 3 short years later, the two were imprisoned. Chapter 142. A week passed in a blink of an eye. That night, with the help of the blood recovery pill, Lin Zichen completed the second skin hardening as he wished. His whole body became invulnerable to swords and guns, and he could withstand AK sweeps at close range, comparable to the Golden Bell in martial arts novels. In this regard, Lin Zichen did not get complacent, and continued to calm down and temper. On the second day, he immediately started the second flesh hardening. He did not go to the research institute, and stayed in the dormitory to temper all day. He tempered for a whole day. He consumed 4 blood recovery pills. In the end, he achieved a progress of 5%. 5% progress a day. As long as this tempering efficiency can be maintained, it only takes 19 more days of tempering to complete the second flesh hardening. After that, you can continue with the second bone hardening. With such a high tempering efficiency, you can 100% complete the second body hardening before the end of the semester. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little excited. Another week passed. This morning, Lin Zichen's progress in the second tempering of the flesh has been improved to 40% as expected. In another 12 days, the second tempering of the flesh will be completed, and then the second tempering of the bones will begin. In the afternoon of the same day, the parents of the two families drove to the school, bringing everything they could bring from home, and were going to settle down in Shanghai University. Shen Qinghan took an afternoon off specifically, and went to the outer campus with Lin Zichen to help his parents move. The resettlement houses of the school are all in the outer campus. This is because students who are not from the inner campus are not allowed to enter the inner campus. Even the parents of students from the inner campus are also prohibited from entering the inner campus. This is a hard rule. Even the parents of the newcomer king are not an exception. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan both picked up their parents and took them to the resettlement houses they were assigned. Thanks to Lin Zichen's request to the school, the resettlement houses assigned to the two parents were next to each other, so they could continue to be neighbors. The only difference was that the children of the two families lived in the student dormitory, which lacked a bit of integrity. It took a whole afternoon to decorate the new home. It was about 5 p.m. The two families went to a restaurant in the outer campus for dinner. They ate and talked, and the atmosphere was harmonious. I just looked at the work arrangement. I was assigned to the C teaching building in the outer campus to teach cultural elective courses to students in the inner campus. I only have to take 5 classes a week. This is too easy, Shen Jianya said with a smile on his face. Su Ming also smiled and said, if I had known that it was so easy to take classes here, I would have moved here earlier. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqi were very envious when they heard this. The two were novelists. They still wrote the same thing after moving to the university. The workload did not decrease at all. However, I am enjoying it. Hanin, how do you feel living with Xiaochen and sleeping in the same bed every day? Zhang Wanqi asked Shen Qinghan with a smile. Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly and said, I am very happy every day. It feels like a dream. When she said this, her delicate and fair face did not blush at all. She was no longer shy like before. This is because she has grown up and her personality has become less shy. Zhang Wanqi looked regretful. Alas, it would be great if we parents could also enter the inner campus. I really want to go in and see your 2 dormitories. If I am free, I can also help you clean up. Lin Yansheng was puzzled. I remember Hanin took a lot of videos and posted them in the group. Can't you just watch them in the group? Zhang Wanqi rolled her eyes at him. Can watching on the phone be the same as watching in person? It was about 9 o'clock in the evening. It was almost time. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had to go back to the dormitory. Before leaving, Su Ming called Shen Qinghan aside and quietly stuffed a bag into her hand. Shen Qinghan thought it was a gift and opened the bag with great expectation. As a result, she found that it was 2 boxes of ultra-thin condoms that made people blush and heartbeat. She was speechless immediately. "Mom, why do you always give me this?" Shen Qinghan pouted her lips and didn't like this gift very much. Su Ming explained, "Mom is afraid that you don't have enough." "What do you mean by not having enough? It hasn't even come to that step yet. I can't use it at all." Shen Qinghan muttered a few words in her heart, and then said seriously, "Mom, don't give me this anymore in the future. I will buy it myself if it's not enough." "You kid, isn't Mom afraid that you are too shy to buy it? It's very convenient to shop online now. Shen Qinghan, you are in college without your parents to take care of you, so you have learned to talk back, right?" Su Ming looked at Shen Qinghan with dissatisfaction. Shen Qinghan softened immediately and took Su Ming's arm affectionately and said softly, "No, I have always been the most obedient daughter of my mother." Su Ming smiled and pinched her cheeks and said, "You are so old and still like to act like a spoiled child. You usually act like a spoiled child with Xiaochen, right? I only act like a spoiled child with you, Mom." "Okay, Mom knows. Go back quickly, Xiaochen is waiting outside." "Mom, bye." "Yeah, bye." The mother and daughter waved goodbye to each other. Zhongyuan Building 8, Dormitory 603. When the two returned here, it was almost 9:30 in the evening. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Shen Qinghan remembered something very important and said to Lin Zichen, "Xiaochen, I forgot to tell you that I will have gene fusion tomorrow. It will be scheduled at 9 o'clock tomorrow night in the master's office. Can you come to accompany me then?" "Okay, I will go with you then," Lin Zichen said without hesitation. For a major event in life like gene fusion, which is comparable to pregnancy and childbirth, even if Shen Qinghan didn't mention it, he would take the initiative to offer to accompany. "It's getting late. Let's take a shower and go to bed early after the shower." "Then let's go." After that, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked to the bathroom in front. About half an hour later, the two of them came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. As soon as Shen Qinghan came out, she said she was hungry and wanted to have a midnight snack. Lin Zichen doted on her very much, and specially went to the kitchen to fry a plate of rice noodles and squeezed a cup of spiritual juice to satisfy her craving. After spending more than 10 minutes eating and drinking, Shen Qinghan rested for a while, brushed her teeth and washed her face, and soon went to sleep with Lin Zichen in the room. After lying down for a while without falling asleep, she turned sideways to face Lin Zichen and said, "Xiaochen, it's not even 11 o'clock now. It's too early for me to sleep. Can you lend me your phone to play with for a while? I haven't downloaded any new learning videos." "It's okay, I can watch the old ones." "Take it." Lin Zichen handed her the phone and said, "Remember to wear headphones, and don't play the sound out loud." "I know." Shen Qinghan took the phone, put on the headphones, skillfully opened the cached learning video, and watched it silently in the quilt. Half an hour later, the video was finished. Shen Qinghan took off the headphones and returned the phone to Lin Zichen. When Lin Zichen reached out to take the phone, she said in a soft voice, "Xiaochen, I want to drink some milk." "I get it for you." After saying that, Lin Zichen got up and got out of bed to put on his shoes. But before he could leave, Shen Qinghan reached out and held him, with a hint of affection in her eyes, and said in a soft voice, "You don't have to get out of bed and go to the living room to get it. Just lie flat on the bed." The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, the two sat face to face at the dining table to eat breakfast. Today's breakfast was still made by Lin Zichen. It was very simple, just a bowl of corn dumplings, a boiled egg, and a cup of hot milk. After eating dumplings and eggs, Shen Qinghan picked up the hot milk in front of her and drank it impatiently. The eggs tasted too dry, and she was thirsty. "Xiaochen, milk is not good at all, it's all a lie." After drinking the milk in the cup, Shen Qinghan wiped the corners of her mouth, pouted her rosy lips slightly, and made a foolish expression. Lin Zichen looked at the clean cup in front of her, smiled and said nothing. "Xiaochen, I will have gene fusion at 9 o'clock tonight, and I am a little nervous." Shen Qinghan's pretty face showed a trace of uneasiness. Lin Zichen comforted her in a gentle voice. "It's normal to feel nervous for the first time, and you will get used to it after doing it a few more times." "That's right." Shen Qinghan nodded. The two sat and chatted for a while, and soon got up to clean up the table together. After cleaning up the table in a moment, Shin Chi-han carried the small school bag that Lin Zichen made for her, and went out to class alone. Lin Zichen still didn't go to the institute today, and chose to stay at home to temper the meat for the second time. This tempering lasted for 10 hours in a blink of an eye. With the help of 4 blood-recovering pills, the progress of the second tempering of the meat was successfully increased to 45%. Seeing that the time came to 5:30 in the afternoon, Lin Zichen put away the yoga mat, picked out a few ingredients from the refrigerator, and took them into the kitchen to cook dinner. It was almost 6 o'clock. Shin Chi-han came back with her school bag. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the fragrance from the kitchen and swallowed her saliva involuntarily. The dishes cooked by Lin Zichen were so fragrant that she would never get tired of eating them. She wanted to eat them as soon as she smelled them. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa and read a book. Feeling that she had almost digested it, Shin Chi-han got up and left, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. In more than an hour, she would go to Yuan Dongji's office for the first gene fusion, and she had to wash herself before that. 8:30 p.m. Lin Zichen and Shin Chi-han went out to Yuan Dongji's office. They walked slowly for more than 10 minutes. They arrived at the administrative building. They walked in. They took the elevator to the 5th floor. When the two walked into the principal's office, Yuan Dongji had been waiting inside for a long time. Seeing Shin Chi-han coming, Yuan Dongji picked up a cup of warm water and handed it to her, asking her to drink it all. After drinking this cup, he poured another cup for her to continue drinking. In total, she drank 5 cups, which added up to almost a liter of water. This was the preparatory work for fusing the blue jellyfish gene. The blue jellyfish is a water-attributed beast. The more water in the body, the easier it is to fuse its genes. Master, I can't drink anymore. Shin Chi-han put down the cup in his hand, touched his belly that was filled with water, and felt a little uncomfortable. Yuan Dongji said lightly, if you can't drink anymore, don't drink anymore. Come up and lie on the bed. I will fuse the blue jellyfish king gene for you. Thank you, master. Shin Chi-han said, and laid down on the bed obediently. His belly filled with water was slightly raised, looking like a pregnant woman who was pregnant for several months. Yuan Dongji took a syringe filled with blue liquid and walked to sit next to Shin Chi-han. Then he said to her, the blue liquid in the syringe in my hand is the gene of the blue jellyfish king. When you inject it later, you have to insert it into the heart. But don't worry, the insertion process will not hurt. I will use my mental power to paralyze your pain nerves, so that you can't feel the pain. However, during the gene fusion process, even if your pain nerves are paralyzed, you will still feel pain. But the duration of the process is generally not too long, at most a few minutes. During this period, if you really can't stand the pain, just open your mouth and scream, don't bear it, understand? I understand, master. Shin Chi-han nodded. When she said this, her eyes were full of fear and tension, and she felt very uneasy. Will it really not hurt to inject such a thick needle directly into the heart? It feels like it can kill people. After briefly explaining the precautions to Shin Chi-han, Yuan Dongji took out the tools he would use later, and prepared to inject the blue jellyfish king gene into Shin Chi-han. Before the injection, she looked at Lin Zichen in front of her and said, you have to lift up your clothes when injecting. You should go out to avoid suspicion. We've already eaten, so there's no need to avoid suspicion. Shin Chi-han thought to herself, blushing and whispering, Master, we're already living together. Living together? Yuan Dongji was a little surprised, but didn't care too much. She just said calmly, since you're living together, there's no need to avoid suspicion. After that, she lifted up Shin Chi-han's shirt, took out a white cloth soaked in alcohol, and wiped Shin Chi-han's chest for disinfection. After disinfection, she pointed the sharp needle at Shin Chi-han's chest and said, Chi-han, I'm going to insert it. Yes. Shin Chi-han responded sparingly, and closed her eyes in fear. Seeing that she was ready, Yuan Dongji dispersed his mental power to numb her pain nerves. Then, he gently pressed down, accurately inserted the needle into her heart, and slowly injected the blue jellyfish king gene in the needle tube. Lin Zichen witnessed this scene from the side, and felt incredible. He had studied the process of human gene fusion before, and watched related videos. From it, he learned that various precise detection instruments are needed in the process of gene fusion to observe the changes in the body data of the fusionists at all times. However, Yuan Dongji didn't need any detection instruments at this moment. This is because her extremely powerful mental power is the best detection instrument, which can observe every data change of Shin Chi-han's body in detail. Soon, all the blue jellyfish king genes were injected. Yuan Dongji pulled the needle out of Shin Chi-han's heart, took out a little white mysterious medicine mud, and smeared it on the needle hole left on her chest. The medicine mud had just been applied, and the next second, the needle hole on Shen Qinghan's chest quickly healed and became intact. After the gene fusion begins, there will be severe pain soon. You must be mentally prepared. Yuan Dongji reminded Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan said closed her eyes tightly, bit her lower lip, and prepared for a burst of severe pain. However, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. Until 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, and even 10 seconds passed, Shen Qinghan still didn't feel any pain. This was completely different from what Yuan Dongji said. Shen Qinghan felt particularly uneasy about this situation, and couldn't help but ask weakly, "Master, it's so strange, I don't feel any pain at all, is there something wrong?" Yuan Dongji didn't respond. It's not that she didn't hear Shen Qinghan's voice. It's not that she's aloof. Rather, she's completely confused at this moment. The genes of the blue jellyfish king have been successfully injected into Shen Qinghan's heart. There was no rejection reaction during the whole process, and the progress was very smooth. But strangely, the injected blue jellyfish king genes did not fuse with Shen Qinghan's genes. Instead, they were controlled in a very strange way. All the blue jellyfish king genes were controlled by Shen Qinghan's genes. They couldn't fuse. Chapter 143. Master? Shen Qinghan opened her eyes, and saw Yuan Dongji standing there in a daze without responding to her words. She couldn't help but wonder, and felt very uneasy. Lin Zichen frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Principal Yuan, is there any problem with Hanin's gene fusion?" Hearing the two people's voices, Yuan Dongji quickly came back to her senses. She calmed down and said in an uncertain tone, "Qinghan's gene fusion failed. It failed to successfully fuse the blue jellyfish king gene, but it can't be said to be a complete failure." "What do you mean?" Lin Zichen frowned even more tightly. "Either success or failure. What does it mean if it is not a complete failure? Only half of it was fused?" Lin Zichen was worried about this, afraid that Shen Qinghan's body would have problems because of it. When something abnormal happens, it is always so unsettling. Yuan Dongji did not hide the situation from her apprentice's cohabiting boyfriend and told the truth. Under normal circumstances, if the alien beast gene is injected into the heart and there is no serious rejection reaction, it can be considered a successful gene fusion. Because the biggest difficulty in gene fusion is the rejection reaction. As long as there is no rejection reaction, then with the help of various drugs in the gene reagent, the own genes will soon fuse with the alien beast genes and obtain the right to express the alien beast genes, thereby obtaining some of the abilities of the corresponding alien beast. And Qinghan's situation is very strange. The injected blue jellyfish king gene did not cause any rejection reaction, but it did not fuse either, but was completely controlled. All the genes of the blue jellyfish king are controlled by her own genes. When she said this, Yuan Dongji's face was full of disbelief, feeling very unreal. She has lived for almost 100 years, witnessed the development of gene fusion technology from scratch to the present, and participated in tens of thousands of gene fusion surgeries, but she has never seen Shen Qinghan's situation. Not only have I never seen it, I have never even heard of it. The past cognition about gene fusion was directly broken, and it was incredible. The genes of the blue jellyfish king were controlled by Hanin's genes? Lin Zichen was extremely confused and looked at Yuan Dongji and asked, "Principal Yuan, what exactly is going on?" "I can't explain the specific situation," Yuan Dongji said with rare patience. "The only thing I know now is that under my spiritual perception, I found that Qinghan's own genes seemed to have thoughts, and they surrounded the invading blue jellyfish king genes in an orderly manner, and then entangled them, restricting their freedom. During this period, some of the blue jellyfish king genes instinctively wanted to merge, but were directly strangled by Qinghan's genes, turning into a pile of gene fragments that were absorbed as nutrients. The current situation is that the remaining blue jellyfish king genes are all restricted in their freedom, looking like a female thief who broke into a house and was imprisoned in the cellar by the owner of the house. I have never encountered such a situation. Surround, entangle, imprison. Listening to these sensitive words, Lin Zichen felt incredible. Is this something that genes can do? This is really unbelievable. So unbelievable that he suspected Yuan Dongji was lying. It's a pity that his mental strength is not strong enough. Otherwise, he would have to explore Shen Qinghan's body to verify whether it is really so strange. When the two were talking, Shen Qinghan on the bed was very well behaved, did not interrupt, and listened quietly the whole time. Just as she listened carefully to Yuan Dongji's explanation of her internal situation. Suddenly, she found that her hair changed color. It was turning blue at a speed visible to the naked eye, like the color of the sea. At the same time, it became smoother, brighter, and looked as crystal clear as water. Xiaochun master, my hair is changing color. Shen Qinghan was a little panicked, and when she reacted, she looked at the two people and said. Without her reminder, Lin Zichen and Yuan Dongji had noticed it. Because the two people's eyes were always on her, and they never moved away for a second from beginning to end. What's going on? Yuan Dongji was confused again, and said with a puzzled face, obviously, the fusion failed. Why can the genes of the blue jellyfish king still be expressed? Hair turning blue is one of the characteristics of the blue jellyfish gene expression. This shouldn't happen to Shen Qinghan. Yuan Dongji walked to the bed and sat down, carefully observing Shen Qinghan's soft hair that turned azure blue, and asked her, Qinghan, do you feel anything strange in your body? Shen Qinghan calmed down and felt it carefully, then said uncertainly, it seems that there is something extra in my body, I can sense it, and it seems I can control it. Something extra in the body? Can sense it? And control it? Isn't this a gene fusion? Yuan Dongji was puzzled by this. She thought about it, and felt that there must be something wrong with her mental power. In fact, Shen Qinghan had successfully merged with the blue jellyfish king gene, but she was unable to see it because of a problem with her mental power. Thinking of this, she immediately took her mental power back from Shen Qinghan's body. She relaxed and let her brain rest for a while. Then, she sent her mental power into Shen Qinghan's body again and carefully explored the blue jellyfish king gene inside. It turned out that the blue jellyfish king's gene was still controlled by Shen Qinghan's gene, and they had not merged with each other at all. But what was different from before was that the blue jellyfish king's gene was trying its best to express itself. It looked like it was threatened with death by Shen Qinghan's gene. If it didn't express the gene, it would be strangled. What on earth was going on? Yuan Dongji was extremely shocked and puzzled. But one thing was clear, Shen Qinghan didn't need to merge with the alien beast gene. He only needed to control the alien beast gene to express the alien beast gene and gain the alien beast's ability. Just like a scumbag, who is only responsible for having sex for free, not for getting married and starting a family, and never has to worry about divorce disputes. In the field of gene fusion, it means that you never have to worry about being attacked by the genes of alien beasts. No, that's not vivid enough. When scumbags are in love, their status is equal. And the situation in Shen Qinghan's body is more like a master and slave relationship. Shen Qinghan's genes enslaved all those foreign blue jellyfish king genes, turning them into its slaves, and letting the blue jellyfish king genes work for it. If they are obedient, they will only be entangled and imprisoned, and if they are disobedient, they will be strangled directly. Yes, that's it. It's a slave relationship. Gene slavery. Yuan Dongji made such a judgment on the situation in Shen Qinghan's body, and named this phenomenon as gene slavery. She felt that her conjectures were reasonable, logical, and scientific. Not surprisingly, the truth should be like this. After roughly figuring this out, Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qinghan and said, Qinghan, the extra thing you sense in your body should be the blue jellyfish king gene that I just injected into you. Now, the blue jellyfish king gene in your body is in an activated state. You calm down and try to control it with your mental power to put it into dormancy. Oh, I try. Shen Qinghan responded softly. Then, calm down and do what Yuan Dongji said, trying to use his mental power to control the blue jellyfish king gene in his body. It only took a moment of groping. Soon, Shen Qinghan successfully controlled the blue jellyfish king gene without a teacher. Then, with a thought, the blue jellyfish king gene fell into dormancy. At the same time, her blue hair, as blue as the sea, was fading blue at a speed visible to the naked eye and returning to its original black. Seeing this scene, Yuan Dongji was excited. Shen Qinghan can control the blue jellyfish king gene in her body. My guess is right. After calming down a little, Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qinghan and said, Qinghan, try to reactivate the blue jellyfish king gene now. Okay. After saying that, Shen Qinghan had a thought and reactivated the blue jellyfish king gene in her body. The next second, her hair became blue and bright again, dazzlingly beautiful. Seeing her hair turn blue again, Yuan Dongji could no longer suppress her excitement. Too strong. Shen Qinghan's physique is really too strong. Even top gene fusion geniuses like Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and even the student union president Zhou Xiahong, after successfully fusing the alien gene, need at least 3 days to adapt, and then they can activate or dormant the alien gene in their bodies at will. And Shen Qinghan, who had just injected the alien gene into the heart, could directly control the alien gene. This is much stronger than the gene fusion. In front of her, the gene fusion is like a mentally retarded child. It is a skill that can be mastered in an instant, but it takes at least 3 days to master it. What genius? What invincible gene fusion talent? This is not worth mentioning in front of Shinchinghan's gene enslavement ability. The more Yuan Dongji thought about it, the more excited he became. The potential of this new disciple is even greater than expected. As for the gene fusion adaptability of up to 21%, this is completely incomparable to the gene enslavement ability. Seeing that Yuan Dongji, who has always been aloof and taciturn, suddenly showed excitement in a way that was not in line with his personality, Lin Zichen immediately asked, "Principal Yuan, what is Hanan's situation now?" Yuan Dongji was in a particularly good mood and smiled. "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Lin Zichen did not speak, but silently looked at Shinchinghan on the bed and let her decide. Shinchinghan hesitated for a moment, feeling a little uneasy, and said, "Well, listen to the bad news first. Yuan Dongji, the bad news is that you may never become a gene fusionist." "Ah?" Shinchinghan was stunned for a moment. Then, she felt the whole world collapse. It took a lot of effort to measure the gene fusion compatibility of up to 21%. It took a lot of effort to become a top genius from an ordinary person. It took a lot of effort to be qualified to be with Lin Zichen, to be called a peerless duo with him. In less than half a year, are you going to fall into the mortal world? Sad, uncomfortable, desperate, painful. In an instant, Shinchinghan was filled with a lot of negative emotions, and felt that the world was dark. But soon, she realized that something was wrong. If he couldn't become a gene fusionist, then why could he freely control the blue jellyfish king gene in his body just now? Isn't this something that only gene fusionists can do? Thinking about this, Shinchinghan asked with doubts, "Master, why was I able to control the blue jellyfish king gene in my body just now? Isn't this something that only gene fusionists can do?" Yuan Dongji smiled and said, "This is the good news I will tell you next." "Master, I want to hear good news." Shinchinghan couldn't wait any longer, and urgently needed good news to calm his uneasy heart. Yuan Dongji smiled. "The good news is that you are more advanced and more powerful than gene fusionists. You don't need gene fusion to do what gene fusionists can do, and you can do it better." "Really?" Shinchinghan was overjoyed. Yuan Dongji smiled, and then told his guests about gene slavery. He said it in detail. He emphasized the power of gene slavery. It is said that Shinchinghan does not need to fuse the alien beast genes to express the alien beast genes and obtain the abilities of the alien beasts, and he does not have to worry about being backlashed by the alien beast genes. Lin Zichen and Shinchinghan were both surprised after hearing this. Among them, Shinchinghan's pretty face flushed with excitement, more excited than if she had won a prize worth hundreds of millions. But soon, Yuan Dongji poured a basin of cold water on her, saying lightly, "Qinghan, don't be too happy too soon. The master's guess may not be accurate. Whether you are more advanced than the gene fusion, this needs to be observed for a period of time. So far, no pure-blooded human has been found to break the shackles of ordinary creatures and evolve into advanced creatures. Only by fusing the genes of alien beasts can this shackle be broken. And your current situation is that you cannot fuse with the genes of alien beasts, but you can enslave the genes of alien beasts, express the genes of alien beasts, and obtain the abilities of corresponding alien beasts." "What does this mean?" "This means that you are still a pure-blooded human in essence." As he said, Yuan Dongji asked Shinchinghan, "Do you think you can break the shackles of ordinary creatures with your pure-blooded human body?" This question was like a basin of cold water filled with ice, aimed at Shinchinghan's head and poured down, directly extinguishing her excitement. One moment of great sorrow, one moment of great joy, and then another moment of great sorrow. This series of ups and downs made Shinchinghan silent for a long time. "Don't be so discouraged." Yuan Dongji smiled gently and said, "My opinion is that since your genes can enslave the genes of the blue jellyfish king, it means that your genes are stronger than the genes of the blue jellyfish king. And the genes of the blue jellyfish king are high-level exotic beast genes. In summary, you have a good chance of breaking the shackles of ordinary creatures with your own genes." At this point, Yuan Dongji put his hand on Shinchinghan's shoulder and placed high hopes on her. "You are very likely to become the first pure-blooded human on Earth to break the shackles of ordinary creatures and evolve into a pioneer of advanced creatures." Can I really do it?" After hearing what Yuan Dongji said, Shinchinghan felt dizzy and looked like an innocent girl who was fooled by the head of a pyramid scheme. Yuan Dongji said seriously, "If pure-blooded humans can really break the shackles of ordinary creatures, then the first person to do this must be you." Lin Zichen on the side raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean, look down on me?" After muttering in his heart, he asked Yuan Dongji in a calm voice, "Principal Yuan, according to what you said, will Henan go the way of pure-blooded humans in the future? Yuan Dongji shook his head. She can't go the way of pure-blooded humans. Lin Zichen was puzzled. Can't go? Yuan Dongji patiently explained. Whether you can go the way of pure-blooded humans depends on your physical talent and the strength of your blood and qi, and these two items are exactly Qinghan's weaknesses. Control abilities are generally linked to mental power, and Qinghan's gene enslavement ability should be no exception. Therefore, Qinghan's future evolutionary direction is to hone mental power, improve the strength of genetic enslavement ability, and then continue to enslave the genes of alien beasts to become stronger. This is an unprecedented and groundbreaking evolutionary path. Only Qinghan, who has the ability of genetic enslavement, can take it, and no one else can. Yuan Dongji added, although Qinghan is not a gene fusion, her main way to improve her strength is inseparable from the genes of alien beasts. Considering this, Qinghan will still be a genius student in the Evolution Academy in the future, and his ostensible identity is a gene fusionist. You two should keep this secret to yourself, and don't tell anyone, not even your parents. After giving the instructions, Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qinghan and said to her, Qinghan, there are still many areas that need to be studied about your gene enslavement ability. So, every night at 8 o'clock, if you have nothing to do, you can come to my office, and we will study it together. Well, I understand, master. Shen Qinghan nodded obediently, showing the attributes of a three-good student to the fullest. Yuan Dongji glanced at the time and said in a rare gentle voice, Okay, it's getting late. You two should go back and rest early. Goodbye, Principal Yuan. Bye, master. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan waved to Yuan Dongji politely, and left the office soon. After the two left, Yuan Dongji picked up the mobile phone on the table and called his father. Soon, the call was answered, and a deep middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Dongji, why are you calling so late? I accidentally dialed the wrong number. Is that so? Then I hang up first. I'm drinking with some friends. Dad, drink less. Oh, I see. You're so young. Don't be as long-winded as your mother. I'm hanging up. Beep beep beep. After a few simple words, Yuan Dongji ended the call with her father. She thought about it, and decided not to tell her nearly 200-year-old father about Shen Qinghan. This secret about the little apprentice should only be known by herself, and the little apprentice and his wife. There is no need to let a fourth person know, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Chapter 144. In the days ahead, whenever she was free, Shen Qinghan would go to Yuan Dongji's office at 8 o'clock in the evening to study her gene slavery ability with this cheap master. They studied for almost half a month. During this period, Shen Qinghan's body did not show any abnormality. The blue jellyfish king genes in her body were all tightly controlled by her genes. If the blue jellyfish king genes had any abnormality, they would be strangled by her genes in an instant. The remaining blue jellyfish king genes were all very honest slaves. Shen Qinghan only needed to think about it, and if she wanted them to express, they would express, and if she wanted them to sleep, they would sleep. The gene fusionists were so envious that they cried. Like gene fusionists, every time they fused the genes of alien beasts, there would be a period of instability. During this period, they needed to constantly inject drugs to help stabilize and avoid alienation. Shen Qinghan, who had the ability of gene slavery, did not need to worry about this at all, and got the ability of alien beast genes for free. Administrative building. In the principal's office. The lights were on. Yuan Dongji was wearing a light white cheongsam, and sitting on an office chair with her legs crossed. Her posture was sexy and elegant, with a ladylike aura, like a seasoned lover. Compared with her, Shen Qinghan, who was sitting opposite her, and wearing a light blue dress, looked a little pure and reserved. She sat upright the whole time, looking like a primary school student sitting in the front row of the classroom. Although Shen Qinghan and Yuan Dongji were a master-disciple relationship, their relationship was not particularly deep. For most of the time they spent together, it looked like an ordinary teacher-student relationship in primary school, full of the words serious and reserved. Come on, Qinghan, follow what I just taught you and try to use your mental power to slowly pull the water in the left cup to the right cup. Yuan Dongji, who was always cold, spoke in a rare gentle voice. She attached great importance to her good girl-like little apprentice, and wanted to deepen her master-apprentice relationship and train her well. Well, I try. Shen Qinghan nodded softly. Then, she thought about it, and activated the blue jellyfish king gene in her body, making her hair blue and shiny. Then, she thought about it again, and somewhat unfamiliarly radiated mental power, slowly pulling the water in the left cup to the right cup. Her mental power was not strong, far from meeting the requirements of telekinesis. In theory, it was impossible to pull the water in a cup to another cup. However, with the blessing of the attributes of the blue jellyfish king Jean, she easily did it. And she did it perfectly. The water flowed out was extremely smooth, and all flowed into another cup, without a drop of water falling on the table. Yuan Dongji witnessed the whole process, and was shocked. She asked herself if she was a genius among geniuses, but compared with Shen Qinghan in front of her, she seemed mediocre to the point of being mediocre. As for the silky water control ability just shown by Shen Qinghan, she spent 3 months practicing hard to barely achieve it. And Shen Qinghan succeeded in less than half a month. The difference between the two is no exaggeration to say that it is a world of difference. Thinking in her heart, Yuan Dongji showed satisfaction on her face, and praised highly without hesitation. Not bad, your water control ability is much better than mine back then, and you are better than me. Master, thank you for the compliment. Shen Qinghan said modestly. She was a little embarrassed by Yuan Dongji's praise, and her fingers kept touching the soft hair on her shoulders, very shy. Yuan Dongji liked her shy little girl more and more. Then he said, the method of spiritual training I taught you last night, you must practice it well for an hour before going to bed every night. Strive to improve your current weak spiritual power to the standard of entering the spiritual training room in a month. Practicing in the spiritual training room, your spiritual power can be improved quickly. When your spiritual power is high enough in the future, you can not only control water remotely, but also control the blood and qi in other people's bodies remotely. Being able to control the blood and qi in other people's bodies remotely, do you know what this means? This means that when you fight with others, you can make the other party's blood and qi chaotic at the least, or even make the other party burst blood and die directly. Killing the enemy is just a matter of your thoughts. When saying this last sentence, Yuan Dongji's tone became much heavier, very imposing. It only takes a thought to kill the enemy. Listening to Yuan Dongji's words, Shen Qinghan felt that it was a little unreal. A few months ago, in the actual combat assessment of the college entrance examination, just to hunt a wild boar, he had to set up a trap in advance, holding a sharpened bamboo, and then dared to fight, for fear of being eaten by the boar. And it has only been a few months, has it reached the level of being able to kill people in a thought? I have improved so fast. Shen Qinghan felt a sense of emotion in his heart. Yuan Dongji didn't know what she was thinking, and soon spoke again. I mastered the skill of controlling other people's qi and blood in the air a year after I merged the genes of the blue jellyfish king, and you are more talented than me. You should strive to master it before the end of this semester. Do you have confidence? Yes, I have confidence. Shen Qinghan nodded confidently without any hesitation. Yuan Dongji was surprised, then relieved, and then smiled and said, yes, top geniuses should have top confidence. Unconfident geniuses will sooner or later be lost in the crowd. Geniuses should be proud and competitive. Shen Qinghan nodded. Nodding in front of Yuan Dongji has almost become her signature move. By the way, Master, when you were testing the gene fusion adaptability in the college entrance examination, the scene of you walking on the waves to the research base was so shocking. If I want to walk on the waves, how long will it take at least? Shen Qinghan asked with a longing look. Yuan Dongji smiled and said, I was almost 45 years old before I could walk on the waves to the extent of that day. As for you, I think you can do it before the age of 30. I am very optimistic about you. Can you do it before the age of 30? Hearing Yuan Dongji's words, Shen Qinghan was a little flattered. This was the first time she had been so favored by someone. It was a wonderful feeling. Seeing her flattered, Yuan Dongji couldn't help but smile, thinking that his little apprentice was inexplicably cute. Unlike the older apprentice in the Source Land, who was expressionless and taciturn all day long, not happy with things or sad with himself, like a piece of ice without emotion. Thinking about it, Yuan Dongji said to Shen Qinghan, Qinghan, at the end of the semester, I will inject other exotic animal genes to further study your gene enslavement ability. Well, I know, Master. It's quite late. If you have nothing to do, go back and rest early. Okay, Master, bye. Shen Qinghan left the office soon after she finished speaking. She missed Lin Zichen, and wanted to go back and take a bath with him in the bathroom, to enjoy the world of two people. Zhongyuan Building 8, Dormitory 603. On the balcony, Lin Zichen sat cross-legged on the yoga mat, sweating profusely, as he tempered his muscles for the second time. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his clear eyes, exhaled a deep breath, and then a relieved smile appeared on his face. The second tempering of the flesh is complete. Next, it's time to temper the bones for the second time. With the effect of the blood recovery pill, set a small goal and strive to complete it within 2 months. By the way, the method of spiritual tempering that I learned from Henin last night has not been tested yet. Now that I have time, I give it a try. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen closed his eyes, and as Shen Qinghan taught him last night, he calmed down and adjusted his breathing rhythm, and then emptied his mind to meditate. About half an hour later, a prompt message slowly emerged in the void. Spirit +1, that's it. Lin Zichen was a little disappointed. He meditated for half an hour, and only gained 1 point of spiritual power. It would be better to do more math problems to gain more. This so-called spiritual training method is not suitable for him who is a cheater. Creaky. There was a sound of a door opening in the living room. It was Shen Qinghan who came back. She quickly changed into a pair of pink slippers she wore in the house, and then walked quickly to the balcony. In just a moment, she came to Lin Zichen and stopped, smiled sweetly, and said, "Xiaochen, I have good news to tell you." "What good news?" Lin Zichen looked up at her and asked. Shen Qinghan put her hands behind her back, smiled mysteriously, and said, "I won't tell you yet. When you are done with the tempering, we will go to the bathroom to take a bath together, and then I will tell you." "Then let's take a bath now." Lin Zichen stood up and picked up Shen Qinghan, not even bothering to clean up the yoga mat on the ground, and walked straight to the bathroom. He didn't accept being kept in suspense, and wanted to know the good news now. In the bathroom, the two took more than 10 minutes to take a bath, sitting face to face in the big bathtub, enjoying the warmth of the warm water comfortably. After a while, Lin Zichen couldn't wait to ask Shen Qinghan, "We are taking a bath now, what is the good news?" "The good news is," Shen Qinghan said halfway, kept it a secret, and after a pause, he smiled and said, "I can control water." Lin Zichen raised his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. He didn't expect Shen Qinghan to learn to control water so quickly. It seems that the little dirty girl is quite talented in playing with water. She can't be treated as an ordinary person. Thinking of this, he said to Shen Qinghan, "Control it and see. Then you must watch carefully, it will definitely surprise you." After that, Shen Qinghan began to show her ability to control water, suspending part of the water in the bathtub in the air and floating in front of Lin Zichen. Then, with her weak mental power, she transformed the water into various shapes. There are cubes, cuboids, spheres, cones, etc. After that, she even transformed a basketball with clear stripes and a surface full of particles. "Are you awesome, Sister Han?" Shen Qinghan said with a little pride, while controlling the water basketball to slowly rotate in the air. Looking at this scene in front of him, Lin Zichen was really amazed, and said in disbelief, "You have just learned to control water, and you can control it so smoothly. Your talent is really amazing. There are more amazing things. Please start your performance." "Then I will start the performance, don't blink." "Well, my eyes are already wide open," Lin Zichen said, trying to open his eyes as wide as possible. Just when he opened his eyes as wide as possible, the water basketball floating in front of him suddenly turned into a thin stream of water, and splashed on his face as accurately as urine. "Haha, you've been fooled." Shen Qinghan's mischievous laughter came from the front. "Xiaochen, you look like the old father in the funny video whose baby peed on his face. You're completely confused." "Haha." Lin Zichen wiped the water off his face, and said speechlessly, "Shen Muhan, you're getting more and more silly." "That's good. Stupid girls are happy." After saying this, Shen Qinghan laughed for a while, then stopped smiling and said, "I was just joking with you just now. In fact, what I said is more powerful. I can control the blood and qi in other people's bodies through the air." "Is it true? Can you control the blood and qi in other people's bodies through the air?" Lin Zichen was not amazed, but shocked, with disbelief on his face. "Of course it's true," Shen Qinghan said seriously. "Come on, I control your blood and qi through the air for you to see." Lin Zichen didn't say anything, waiting for her to control it. 3 seconds passed. 6 seconds passed. 9 seconds passed. Lin Zichen didn't feel his blood being controlled, so he asked, "Is it not okay yet?" "No, I can't control it," Shen Qinghan said frustratedly. "The blood in your body is too strong, my mental power is not strong enough, I can't control it at all." "Is that so?" After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he thought about it, and gathered the blood in his body, and then said to Shen Qinghan, "I just gathered the blood in my body, you try again now." "I try," Shen Qinghan responded, and immediately dispersed his mental power to control the blood in Lin Zichen's body remotely. Then he was surprised to find that he could control it. "Xiaochen, it's okay, I controlled it, do you feel it?" "Yes, I feel it." Lin Zichen nodded, and could clearly feel that the blood in his body was being controlled by a weak mental power remotely. Shen Qinghan carefully controlled a small part of Lin Zichen's blood and flowed in his body curiously, and found it quite fun. As she was controlling, she suddenly had a bold idea, so she slowly pulled the blood and chi she was controlling to a place where it shouldn't be pulled. Shin Wuhan, you are getting dirtier every day. Sensing the direction of the blood and chi in his body, Lin Zichen immediately realized Shin Qinghan's thoughts, and suddenly he was a little speechless. Shin Qinghan said with a look of disapproval, "It's not dirty, it's fun." Okay, it's fun. Lin Zichen chose to pamper her, and let her play however she wanted. Anyway, this little dirty girl only does dirty things at home, which is not a bad thing. And it must be said that it is indeed quite interesting to let her do dirty things occasionally. After playing for a long time, Shin Qinghan had enough. Soon, she had an idea and took back the spiritual power she had emitted from Lin Zichen, and asked for praise. "Xiaochen, am I very good at playing with water?" Lin Zichen, "Indeed, I feel invincible." Shin Qinghan felt happy when she heard it. But the next second, Lin Zichen smiled and teased, "Similarly, playing with urine is also invincible." "Oh, you are so annoying." Shin Qinghan pouted her rosy lips, and hit Lin Zichen with dissatisfaction. Lin Zichen continued to tease him. "I really think you are invincible even when playing with urine. Think about it. Since you can control the blood and chi in other people's bodies, you can also control the urine in other people's bodies accordingly. Then when you fight with the enemy in the future, you can make the enemy pee in his pants with just a thought, and the killing power will be maximized directly. You are so annoying. Don't mention urine anymore, or I will be angry." Shin Qinghan puffed up his cheeks, and said dissatisfiedly, "It was you who splashed water on my face first, and then mentioned the word urine." Lin Zichen complained in his heart, but nodded repeatedly on the surface. Okay, I won't mention it anymore." Chapter 145. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan dried their hair, and went to bed. The two chatted for a while before going to bed. Shin Qinghan mentioned that Yuan Dongji mastered the skill of controlling the blood and chi in other people's bodies a year after the fusion of the blue jellyfish king gene. And she mastered it less than half a month after the fusion, and her talent far exceeded Yuan Dongji. She planned to hide her skill of controlling blood and chi, and learn from Lin Zichen to hide her trump card. When she mastered more powerful skills and became stronger, she would reveal her skill of controlling blood and chi. Anyway, she has shown enough talent now, and can get any resources, so there is no need to show all her strength. Hiding the trump card is the right choice. For Shin Qinghan's plan, Lin Zichen smiled and said, "Okay, you have learned the essence." The two chatted with each other. When the time came to 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Zichen suddenly thought of a question. He turned sideways and said to Shin Qinghan, "I said before that you are also a pure-blooded human, and asked your master if you can follow the path of pure-blooded humans. Your master said no, saying that your blood and chi are too weak. But I just changed my mind. You can control the blood and chi of others through the air. There is no reason why you can't control your own blood and chi to temper your body. The most important thing is that you and I are special. We can do what ordinary people can't do." As he said, Lin Zichen sat up, looked at Shin Qinghan lying beside him, and said seriously, "I will teach you how to temper your body with blood and chi now. You try it and see. We are all special." Shin Qinghan suddenly felt like someone was confessing to her, and she felt like she was fighting against the whole world's second-year syndrome with her lover. But she didn't feel ashamed, but felt very good. And then, seeing Shin Qinghan was a little dazed, Lin Zichen called out in confusion. Shin Qinghan came back to her senses after hearing the voice, and quickly sat up from the bed, with a firm look in his eyes. "You are right, we are special. I can definitely use blood to temper my body." In the following time, it was late at night. Lin Zichen was teaching patiently, and Shin Qinghan was learning seriously. 2.5 hours later, 1:30 in the morning, Shin Qinghan suddenly shouted excitedly, "It's done, Xiaochen, I did it." She successfully mastered the blood tempering technique. She can use her mental power to control her own blood and temper her own body. She can walk the path of pure-blooded humans, like Lin Zichen. Seeing that Shin Qinghan really practiced it, Lin Zichen was a little surprised. 2.5 hours ago, he just wanted Shin Qinghan to try it, and he didn't have much hope for it. Because the blood-quenching technique has a threshold. According to Lu Chuanwu, the blood strength must reach at least the ordinary 4th level to have enough blood strength to quench the body. However, Shin Qinghan's current biological level is only ordinary 2nd level, but he has mastered the blood-quenching technique. He can use blood to quench his body. This is a bit beyond cognition. Xiaochen, I can enslave the genes of alien beasts to gain the abilities of alien beasts, And you can devour the meat of alien beasts to gain the abilities of alien beasts. We are both pure-blooded humans. Now we are really the two prides of the world. Shin Chi-han hugged Lin Zichen excitedly, her pretty face flushed with excitement. Lin Zichen smiled. It should be so. He was happy for Shin Chi-han, and was very excited, but he didn't show it on his face like she did. It's because of his personality. Shin Chi-han is the type who shows her joy on her face, while he is the type who is calm and composed. In the days to come, whenever Shin Chi-han is in the dormitory, he will practice blood quenching with Lin Zichen, and use blood to quench his body. With a body-quenching master like Lin Zichen, Shin Chi-han didn't take any detours. The whole process was accelerated straight line, and the progress of body quenching was very fast. In just less than half a month, Shin Chi-han succeeded in quenching skin in one go. The biological level directly evolved from ordinary second level to ordinary third level. Although not as efficient as Lin Zichen, compared with Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyin, it was a crushing victory. And there is another amazing point. Shin Chi-han's skin was obviously tempered and its strength increased, but the touch of her skin was no different from before, still tender and smooth. If it weren't for the skin strength test, Lin Zichen would have suspected that she hadn't tempered her skin at all. A few days later. A sunny morning. Shin Chi-han had no classes in the morning, so she slept in the room wrapped in a quilt. Lin Zichen woke up early, but didn't rush to get up. He sat with his back against the headboard, browsing the task system of the school app with his mobile phone, thinking about taking some off-campus tasks to earn credits. After browsing for a while, he remembered that he had said before that he would take Shin Chi-han to see blood and train her character. So he carefully selected for half an hour, and finally chose an off-campus task in the city to catch a drug dealer. Mission: capture drug dealers, 21-member gang, with guns, no mechanical humans, no gene fusion, location outside Shanghai City. Reward: 50 credits. The reward for this mission is only 50 credits, which means the difficulty is not too high. It is very suitable to take Shin Chi-han to see blood and experience the feeling of fighting. Well, it is decided to be this mission. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen received this mission on the system, and unlocked more mission details. This mission will start at 11 o'clock tomorrow night. It is necessary to report to the Shanghai City Security Headquarters 2 hours in advance, and then follow the security guards as foreign aid to capture drug dealers. To put it bluntly, it is a thug. Lin Zichen suspected that the mechanical humans he saw when he was a child were probably foreign aid invited by the security headquarters. Xiaochen, when did you wake up? Shin Chi-han woke up in a daze, looked at Lin Zichen with sleepy eyes and asked. I've been awake for more than an hour. After saying that, Lin Zichen continued, I just accepted an off-campus mission to arrest drug dealers in the city on the school app. I will go to the public security department to participate in the operation at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. You will come with me. I will take you to see blood. Okay. Shin Chi-han agreed without thinking. Lin Zichen handed her the phone and said gently, then it's decided. You take a look at the task details above. I go out to make breakfast. Okay. Shin Chi-han responded, and took the phone handed by Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't stay in the room for long. He quickly got out of bed, put on his shoes and left, and walked straight to the refrigerator. Just after taking 2 steps, the doorbell in the room rang. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Lin Zichen immediately spread his senses to see who came so early in the morning. Then, he sensed that it was Li Mayu standing outside the door. What was he doing here? Lin Zichen was confused. But he didn't think much about it, and quickly went to open the door for Li Mayu. Creaky. The door opened. As soon as he saw Lin Zichen, Li Mayu outside the door said straight to the point. Lin Zichen, I accepted an off-campus mission to kill an ordinary 7th-level water monster last night. It's risky for me to do it alone. Do you want to go with me? The reward for this mission is 100 credits. After the mission is completed, we will split it 50 to 50, 50 credits each, and the body of the water monster will also be split 50 to 50. 50-50 doesn't take advantage of you. I went home last week and merged another magic eye giant ape gene under my father's arrangement. Now my normal strength is as high as ordinary 6th level. After fully activating the magic eye giant ape gene, my strength can be directly increased to ordinary 7th level. This strength is not weaker than yours, maybe even stronger than you. Li Mayu said a lot of words at once, and finally asked again, What, do you want to team up together? Lin Zichen declined. No, I like to do the mission alone, it's more free. He can complete the mission by himself, and take all the credits for himself, so there is no need to find a teammate to share it. Unless his teammate is Shin Chi-han. As for the missions that are extremely difficult and can hardly be completed by him alone, and can only be completed by a team, he will not even look at them. He will not take the missions that he is not 100% sure of completing, so as to avoid failure. Li Mayu disagreed. Lin Zichen, how can you like to do missions alone? With your strength and status, you must know the existence of the source. The source is the lair of alien beasts, and it is full of alien beasts. If you don't form a team, humans can't move forward. As the future stars of mankind, we will enter the source sooner or later, and because we are equally strong and classmates, we are likely to be teammates in the future. Therefore, the 4 years of college are our best team running in period. Under this tone, how can you refuse to go out with me to do missions? Even if we are not teammates when we go to the source land in the future, it does not prevent us from forming a team now. We are equally strong. If we form a team, we can practice our ability to cooperate with others and learn more about team building experience, so as to prepare for entering the source land in the future. Don't you think so? To be honest, if you don't take advantage of the 4 years of college to practice teaming up with others and become a lone wolf, you will definitely regret it in the future. You may not even have the chance to regret it, and you will die as soon as you enter the source land. Li Moyu is very talkative. He can't stop talking. In just half a minute, he told Lin Zichen a lot of truth. He spoke so fast that his tongue was about to get tied. Lin Zichen nodded after listening and agreed. You are right. In the 4 years of college, you really need to form a team to complete tasks and practice your ability to cooperate with teammates. He felt that what Li Moyu said made sense. Being a lone wolf is not advisable. You have to learn to form a team with others. And teammates have to be of equal strength. After thinking about it, the only suitable candidates are Song Yuyan and Lu Chuanwu. Everyone is an ordinary 9th level, and the difference in strength is not too big. However, Lu Chuanwu is the dean, and he is usually busy, so he should not have time to do tasks. The most important thing is that he has his own unique way of making money, and he does not need to do tasks to earn credits. This exclusion only leaves Song Yuyan, the royal sister senior. Well, while my strength is not much better than Sister Yin, I will find time to arrange a task with her. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. On the other side, seeing Lin Zichen agree, Li Mayu thought that Lin Zichen agreed to team up with him, and immediately nodded with satisfaction and said, not bad, the young man is teachable. Just when he wanted to finalize the specific details of the team with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen spoke before him. You just mentioned the source. How much do you know about the source? Can you introduce it to me? Don't you know much? Li Mayu was a little confused about this. Judging from the strength that Lin Zichen has shown since the beginning of the school year, his family background must be very strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate such a genius. And if his family background is very strong, then there must be many strong people in his family who often go to the source, so there is no reason for him not to know about the source. I don't know much. Lin Zichen answered honestly. Li Mayu was very puzzled, but he didn't get too entangled. He sorted out his words a little, and quickly introduced the origin to him briefly. The source is a place that is too complicated to introduce in detail. Don't think about it in half a year. Therefore, I can only give you a simple summary. To sum it up in one sentence, the source is a place where opportunities and dangers coexist. If we want to evolve into rare-level masters who can fly, epic-level masters who can withstand nuclear bombs, or even legendary masters who can move mountains and fill the sea, we must go to the source. There are a lot of evolutionary resources in the source. Natural treasures, exotic flowers and fruits, rare animals, almost everything. Staying there for a year is equivalent to staying on Earth for 10 years, or even 100 years. At this point, Li Moyu shook his head. Comparatively, there are few evolutionary resources on Earth, and it is difficult to cultivate even a rare-level master. It is really sad. After listening to Li Mayu's words, Lin Zichen fell into deep thought. Lu Chuanwu said before that the creatures in the source have been trying to invade the Earth, and some masters speculated that there might be something they want on Earth. So the question is, what on Earth, which is short of evolutionary resources, can make the creatures in the source land want to invade the Earth so desperately? By the way, when are you free? Let's discuss a time to kill the sea monster. After briefly introducing the source land to Lin Zichen, Li Mayu brought the topic back to the topic of teaming up to do the task. Lin Zichen, I didn't say I would team up with you. Li Mayu, then you misunderstood a little. I just agree with the idea of teaming up for training, but I didn't say I would team up with you. After that, Lin Zichen suggested, I think Ma Shiwei is quite suitable to team up with you. The difference in strength between you two is not that big, and she is very beautiful. You can go to team up with her. What do you mean my strength is about the same as hers? Look down on me? Lee Mo-yu was like someone stepped on his tail, and his emotions rose up. Lin Zichen, I didn't mean that. Heh, I think that's what you meant. Lee Mo-yu shook his side bangs that covered his eyes, and said with an unhappy face, You look down on others because you won the Rookie of the Year award, right? You think you are the best, right? Well. See how I beat you up in the freshman competition next semester. I will teach you how to be a humble person. Lin Zichen was speechless. Student Lee Mo-yu, you are a little too sensitive. The villains in the novels I wrote are not as irritable as you. Novel? What novel? He still writes novels? Lee Mo-yu's eyes lit up, and he forgot about his dissatisfaction for a moment. He asked curiously, What novel did you write? Tell me the title, and I will look it up. Forget it, I won't embarrass myself. If there is nothing else, I will go back to the room. Lin Zichen was too lazy to waste time with Lee Mo-yu. After saying that, he closed the door and sent him away, and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Seeing this, Lee Mo-yu quickly put his hand into the crack of the door to prevent it from closing, and said to Lin Zichen, Tell me the title of the book, I will reward you 100,000. If 100,000 is not enough, I will reward you 1 million. Help you to top the bestseller list. Reward 1 million? Good guy, the landlord's stupid son. Lin Zichen quickly pushed the door open, and suddenly became full of smiles, and said, I thought about it. Novels are written for others to read, there is nothing to hide. The title of the book is Jingmei, the little white face behind the goddess. What kind of a book title is this? Lee Mo-yu frowned slightly, suspecting that Lin Zichen just said a random title perfunctorily. But then he thought, No, I want to reward him. He must be talking about the book he wrote himself. A newcomer like Wang Mingnan actually writes this kind of freeloader novel. TSK, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Time flies. It was 7:30 in the evening in a blink of an eye. After dinner, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan went out together to take a taxi to the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters. At 11 o'clock tonight, the two of them had to follow the security guards to arrest drug dealers, so they had to arrive 2 hours in advance. It takes about an hour to drive from Shanghai University to the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters. 7:30 is just the right time to leave. In the car, Shin Qinghan was a little nervous, and kept holding Lin Zichen's hand. This was the first time she had to face a vicious criminal, and a drug dealer with a gun. It was hard not to feel nervous. Lin Zichen knew she was nervous, but he didn't comfort her as usual. He thought about letting her overcome it slowly and change slowly. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Lin Zichen took out his phone, and saw that it was a reward message from the writer's assistant, who uploaded the novel. You received 10 million coins from the second young master of the Li family X10. No way. He really gave me 1 million? Lin Zichen was shocked when he saw these 10 reward messages on the writer's assistant's backstage. Shin Qinghan leaned on his shoulder, and saw the reward message on the phone screen. She was so shocked that she opened her mouth. She was no longer nervous, but was shocked instead. After a moment of coming to her senses, she said in disbelief, Xiaochun, this reader is so rich that he actually gave you a reward of 1 million. Chapter 146. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan arrived at the Shanghai City Security Headquarters, and were warmly welcomed by the security guards. Because of the news storm before the college entrance examination, most citizens in Shanghai City knew Lin Zichen. They knew that he was the second place in the college entrance examination in Nanjiang province. Therefore, they greeted him with a smile and a warm attitude throughout the whole process. What is the second place in the college entrance examination? It is an existence that will definitely become big in the future. Who dares not to welcome warmly? Listening to the security guard shouting the second place in the college entrance examination, Shin Qinghan really wanted to tell them, the pattern is small. My Xiaochun is not only the second place in the college entrance examination, but also the newcomer king of Shanghai University. She thought, just a provincial second place in the college entrance examination can make the security guard so enthusiastic. Then if they knew that Lin Zichen was the newcomer king of Shanghai University, wouldn't they be shocked? TSK, that picture is beautiful to think about. Unfortunately, the information barrier in the inner campus of Shanghai University is too high. People inside rarely go out, and people outside can't get in. Under the double superposition, most people outside don't know the situation inside at all, and Lin Zichen's new king status can't be reflected outside the school. It's so uncomfortable. I really want to use a loudspeaker to promote Xiaochun. Shen Qinghan murmured in her heart. From childhood to adulthood, she has been Lin Zichen's #1 fangirl. One of her favorite things is to watch Lin Zichen show off in front of others. She feels proud of her man. Seeing that Lin Zichen has the opportunity to show off in front of others, but doesn't show off in front of others, she feels a little uncomfortable. I have a godson named Luo Yongjian, who is the top scholar in Dajiang province and a freshman this year. He is a student in the genius class. Do you know him? The captain of the security team who is in charge of leading the team tonight, a square-faced middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples, looked at the two people with a smile and asked. The top scholar in Dajiang province, Luo Yongjian. Lin Zichen felt very familiar with it. After a careful recollection, he found that it was a challenger who was kicked away by him during the opening trial. That was the muscular boy who was kicked away just after he stepped onto the martial arts stage, and had not yet revealed his results. While Lin Zichen was recalling these, Shen Qinghan on the side said to the square-faced captain, "Yes, I know him. Luo Yongjian's strength can be ranked in the top 5 in the genius class. He is good at using swords, and is especially popular with girls. I often see girls chasing him." Shen Qinghan was very impressed with Luo Yongjian. However, it was not because he was strong and looked a little handsome. It was because this guy was too pretentious. Every day, he wears a white dress in ancient style, carries a long sword, dresses himself up as a swordsman in martial arts novels, and likes to walk around like a model. It is hard not to be impressed. Many girls think he is handsome, but Shen Qinghan thinks it is too conspicuous and silly. I think it is better to be like Lin Zichen, who is usually low-key and occasionally shows off in front of people. The square-faced captain didn't know what Shen Qinghan was thinking. Hearing what she said, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "It seems that my godson is quite famous in Shandong University. Even the students of your martial arts college know him." He knew that Lin Zichen joined Tianren Pavilion, and is now a student of the martial arts college. He thought that Shen Qinghan, who was traveling with him, was also famous. Lin Zichen didn't explain, but smiled and said politely, "He is indeed famous. Many people know him. With strong strength, you will naturally become famous." After saying that, the square-faced captain continued with a look of regret, "What a pity, classmate Zichen, you are so talented. If you didn't join the Tianren Pavilion, you could also enter the genius class, and be in the same class with my godson. Really, listen to your uncle's advice, quit the Tianren Pavilion as soon as possible, and switch to the Evolution Academy. That damn Tianren Pavilion has caused many geniuses to become ordinary people over the years since its establishment. Staying there for one more second is a waste of life." The square-faced captain is used to being a small leader in the security team, and likes to preach. Seeing that Lin Zichen is still a student, and not very old, he couldn't help but put on an elder's attitude and preach to him. Lin Zichen didn't agree, but didn't refute it. He just smiled politely, and didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the square-faced captain also realized that he was meddling in other people's business. When this person reaches middle age, he can't control his mouth easily, and likes to preach to the younger generation. I have to change this habit in the future, otherwise it's easy to offend people. Thinking about it, the square-faced captain smiled and changed the subject in order to ease the awkward atmosphere at the moment. "By the way, I invited my godson to participate in tonight's operation to give him some practical experience. I guess he will be here soon. When he arrives, you can take the opportunity to participate in the operation with him, and take the initiative to add him on WeChat and make friends with him. My godson is quite approachable, and likes to help the weak. If there are old students bullying you in the school in the future, you tell him, and he will definitely help." The square-faced captain has heard about the tradition of the survival of the fittest in Shanghai University, and knows that the old students in the inner campus like to bully the freshmen. But they are all bullies who are weak and afraid of the strong, and only bully students in ordinary classes. For example, the future stars in the genius class, the old students will not bully them. After all, the future stars in the genius class are destined to have a bright future. The old students are afraid that if they offend these geniuses now, they will be retaliated by the grown-up geniuses in the future. "Godfather, I'm here. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear." Just as the square-faced captain was talking to the two about his godson appeared. He appeared at the door of the hall in the image of a white-clothed hero, and shouted "Godfather" as soon as he came in. In an instant, everyone in the hall looked at the door at the same time, and their eyes fell on the white-clothed boy at the door with a sword on his back. Hearing such a godfather, the square-faced captain immediately left the tea area and walked quickly to the door with a smile on his face. The white-clothed boy just said "Godfather" very loudly, which was specially instructed by him. What he said before about letting his godson come over to exercise was a lie. The real purpose is to show off to colleagues in the headquarters that he is a provincial champion godson, so as to gain benefits in the workplace. As long as colleagues know that he is a provincial champion godson, he will have a much easier career in the future. His subordinates will be more in awe of him. People of the same level will not dare to go against him, dare not compete with him, and are afraid of offending him. The leader will show goodwill to him and curry favor with him in return. After all, the provincial champion is no joke, and he will definitely become a Bing who is high above in the future. Even more Bing than Lin Zichen, the runner-up in the college entrance examination. Most of the personnel in the public security headquarters are ordinary people, but no one dares to offend such a Bing. Fang Feixiong is so lucky to have a son who is the provincial champion. He will be powerful in the headquarters in the future. He once took a bullet for his brother and almost gave himself up. Now that his brother's son has made it, he must repay him. Bu Chen often targets him. Half a year ago, he found an excuse to deduct his bonus for a month. Do you think Bu Chen will be in trouble in the future? Of course, he will be retaliated against. Bu Chen will have a hard time in the future. Fortunately, I am kind to others and have never offended Fang Feixiong. When the young man in white appeared, many security guards in the hall whispered. While envying the square-faced captain for being powerful in the headquarters, they also gloated over the bad luck of the square-faced captain's mortal enemies. Listening to the whispers around him, the square-faced captain felt proud. He looked at his godson and asked with a faint smile, "Xiao Jian, I heard from your dad that you evolved to the ordinary 5th level a few days ago. It's amazing." "It's okay, it's just the normal evolution speed." Luo Yongjian put his hands behind his back and smiled calmly, just like the extraordinary hero in the martial arts TV series. The square-faced captain smiled and said, "This speed is not normal, it evolves too fast. At your evolution speed, it is estimated that you will evolve into a high-level creature in the 2nd semester of your junior year." When he said this, he deliberately raised his voice, fearing that his colleagues around him would not hear it. Colleagues were envious of hearing this, and they also wanted to have a godson who could hold their thighs. If there is no godson, godfather or godmother is fine, or even old baby is not impossible. Unfortunately, most people don't have this blessing, so they can only think about it. Feeling the envious eyes of his colleagues, the square-faced captain's mouth corners were almost upturned, and he felt so happy. And Luo Yongjian, who was standing next to him, was so happy that he almost couldn't breathe. He liked to show off since elementary school. He showed off at school. He showed off in the community. He showed off on the street. Wherever you can show off, you can see him. He likes the heroes in martial arts TV dramas, because the heroes are so cool and can show off. In fact, the reason why he can become the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Dajiang province is because the obsession of showing off in his heart drives him to keep moving forward, allowing him to exercise every day with full motivation. As the top scorer in Dajiang province, he can show off wherever he goes and get attention from others, which greatly satisfies his vanity. By the way, Xiao Jian, in addition to you, there are 2 freshmen from Shandong University participating in tonight's operation. Among them is a very beautiful girl. I will take you to meet them. The square-faced captain said to Luo Yongjian beside him. There are very beautiful girls. Luo Yongjian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately raised his hand to tidy up his flowing long hair, then skillfully straightened his chest a little, and couldn't wait to show off in front of the beautiful girl. Showing off in front of beautiful girls is something every teenager loves to do. It's just a matter of whether the show is deliberate or not. Soon, the square-faced captain and Luo Yongjian walked into the tea area at the corner in front. The moment he showed his face, Luo Yongjian skillfully released some biological pressure, blew up his flowing long hair slightly, and made a brilliant appearance as a swordsman with long flowing hair. Immediately, he showed a faint smile and looked at the 2 people sitting in front of him, trying to show off in front of the beautiful girl that his godfather just mentioned. However, he just took a look and didn't have time to stand in a showy and cool posture, and he was stunned on the spot. Damn, it turned out to be Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan? What kind of show is this? Luo Yongjian was so embarrassed that his face was full of discomfort for a while, and he didn't know how to face the 2 people sitting in front of him. Xiao Jian, let me introduce you. This is from Nanjiang province. Xiao Jian, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look a little weird? The square-faced captain had just said half of his words, when he suddenly found that Luo Yongjian's face was very unnatural. Luo Yongjian raised his hand and scratched his hair, smiling awkwardly. Nothing, I just didn't expect to see 2 familiar faces here. I feel a little surprised. Hearing what he said, the square-faced captain was also surprised. Do you know them? Yes, I do. After that, Liu Yongjian introduced the square-faced captain in turn. This beautiful girl is the top student in Nanjiang province, and a classmate of mine. The boy sitting next to her is the newcomer king of Shandong University this year. What the hell? Newcomer king? The square-faced captain's eyes widened, thinking he had heard it wrong. The security guards, who were closer to him, were basically the same as him, all confused. Seeing that his godfather was confused, Liu Yongjian explained, "You may not believe it, Brother Chen single-handedly defeated the entire genius class in the opening trial, and directly won the title of newcomer king, which shocked the leaders of the school." Really? The square-faced captain was incredulous. How could the runner-up in the college entrance examination of Nanjiang province become the best rookie of Shandong University? When did Nanjiang province become so awesome? This must be a joke. The nearby security guards also looked incredulous, thinking that Liu Yongjian was joking and teasing everyone. Really, Brother Chen is so strong that the students in the genius class are no match for him. Everyone says that he is the strongest rookie of Shandong University in history, and he is so strong. Liu Yongjian called Brother Chen all the time, with a look of admiration on his face, and he had no intention of competing with Lin Zichen. Although he likes to show off, he is very smart. Knowing that the light of a firefly cannot compete with a bright moon, he wisely did not humiliate himself. Seeing that his godson looked serious, and did not look like he was joking, the square-faced captain was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Lin Zichen is the strongest rookie of Shandong University in history. But he just preached to Lin Zichen without knowing his own limitations, and even said that his godson could be Lin Zichen's backer. Damn it, it's so embarrassing. Seeing the surrounding security guards looking at him in shock, Lin Zichen felt something was wrong, and immediately opened his mouth to refute the rumor. This is exaggerated. In fact, I was in a better state that day, so I barely won the title of Rookie King. It was the result of the right time, right place, and right people. If it happens again, I don't think I can do it. He was afraid that these security guards would exaggerate more and more, and spread his name throughout the country. By then, he would be targeted by the pagans across the country, and he would have troubles in the future. Liu Yongjian is not a fool. After hearing what Lin Zichen said, he immediately followed up and said, "Haha, I just exaggerated a little. In fact, Brother Chen's winning of the Rookie King title was a bit of luck. Our genius class was fighting fiercely, consuming each other, and finally Brother Chen was the fisherman who benefited from the conflict." This Liu Yongjian is quite good at observing people's expressions. Lin Zichen looked at Liu Yongjian and labeled him like this in his heart. In the following time, the few people in the tea area chatted casually. Lin Zichen was downplaying the fact that he was the Rookie King and was very awesome. He kept saying that he just picked up a bargain, fearing that the security guards would say he was awesome everywhere and bring him unnecessary trouble. Liu Yongjian and Shen Qihan were very smart. They all knew to cooperate with him and help him downplay the fact that he was the Rookie King and was very awesome. Just like that, they chatted. In a blink of an eye, the time came to 11 o'clock in the evening. It's time to go out and arrest the drug dealers. The security guards who participated in the operation tonight were all fully armed and drove to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Shanghai City to destroy the drug dealers' den in one fell swoop. Before leaving, the captain of the security team distributed a set of bulletproof equipment to Lin Zichen and the other two and asked them to wear it. Shen Qihan put it on obediently. Lin Zichen didn't need it, so he said no. Liu Yongjian wanted to wear it, but when he saw that Lin Zichen didn't wear it, he didn't wear it either. Although he is not as awesome as the newcomer king, he is still the provincial champion after all, and wearing bulletproof equipment is really uncool. Anyway, the biological level is as high as the ordinary 5th level. As long as he is not shot in the head by a heavy sniper rifle, his life will not be in danger. There is no reason not to pretend. Later, I will let the mortal security guards see the power of the students in the genius class of Shandong University. Chapter 147. Outskirts of Shanghai City. Several heavy armored security vehicles stopped in front of an abandoned factory one after another. As the car door opened, a group of fully armed security guards immediately rushed out and rushed into the factory in an orderly manner. "The security guards are coming, run!" A loud shout was heard in the factory. Then, there was a fierce exchange of gunfire. The drug dealers knew that they were guilty of serious crimes, and would basically be sentenced to death if they were caught. Therefore, they all raised their guns to resist and fired wildly at the security guards, who came to arrest them. "It's either you die or I die." Faced with the firepower suppression of the drug dealers, the security guards chose to temporarily avoid the edge and did not rush to confront them head-on. Anyway, there were drones guarding outside the factory, and the drug dealers could not escape. Unlike the security guards, Lin Zichen did not choose to temporarily avoid the edge, but directly rushed to the drug dealers in the hail of bullets. Unlike the mortal security guards, his biological level is as high as the ordinary 9th level, and his body has been tempered. His body is extremely strong, and he can even withstand heavy sniper rifles. He is not afraid of ordinary firearms at all. Seeing this, Liu Yongjian behind him gritted his teeth and followed him to kill. After all, he is the provincial champion, so he can't be cowardly at this time. Bang! 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 Seeing the two people coming straight at them, the drug dealers suppressed them with firepower. The bullets fell on Lin Zichen, like hitting steel, all bounced off at once, only to tear his clothes, unable to cause any harm to him. In comparison, Liu Yongjian was miserable. He failed to show off, and was fucked instead. He was shot several times, and his clothes were stained red with blood on the spot. He screamed in pain. He had to find a shelter to hide from the bullets. At this time, Lin Zichen had already rushed into the drug dealer's place, and started a one-man show of punching one by one. This man is invulnerable to swords and guns, and can't be hit. Don't kill me, I surrender. F***ku, I use a grenade to pull you down and bury you with me. Boom. A desperate drug dealer blew himself up with a grenade. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Zichen was unscathed, and he killed the remaining drug dealers, who were still resisting with an expressionless face. Seeing Lin Zichen so brave, many drug dealers were scared to abandon their guns and surrender, and dared not resist anymore. The remaining few were still resisting stubbornly, fighting and running, looking for opportunities to escape. Seeing that the overall situation was settled, Lin Zichen did not take action against the remaining drug dealers, and deliberately left this unfinished game for Shen Qinghan to practice. He is worthy of being the newcomer king of Shandong University. His body is too strong. Seeing that Lin Zichen defeated a group of armed drug dealers with his own strength, the square-faced captain could not help but exclaimed. Then, he waved his hand, and led the security guards behind him to kill and pursue the remaining drug dealers. Shen Qinghan also started to attack, using his ability to control blood in the air to assist the security guards, causing the drug dealers, who were still resisting, to have blood disorder and fall to the ground dizzy. Die! Suddenly, a female drug dealer rushed out from a corner at a very fast speed, holding an alloy steel knife in her hand, and slashed at Shen Qinghan's neck. Shen Qinghan was wearing bulletproof equipment, and ordinary firearms had no effect on her. However, the high-tech alloy steel knife held by the female drug dealer was different, and it could cut iron like mud. As long as she could hit Shen Qinghan's neck with one knife, she could cut off her head along with the bulletproof equipment. Facing the attack of the female drug dealer, Shen Qinghan reacted very quickly and dodged sideways at the first time. Then, she immediately thought and controlled the blood and qi in the female drug dealer's body remotely. The blood and qi in the female drug dealer's body became chaotic, and she fell into a dizzy state, and the whole person staggered. Shen Qinghan kept in mind Lin Zichen's usual teachings. You must not be merciful when killing the enemy. You must be quick, accurate, and ruthless when you attack. So, when she saw that the female drug dealer in front of her fell into a dizzy state, she didn't think about it, and immediately kicked the other party's head with a sweeping kick. This kick, she gave it her all and didn't hold back at all. Bang! There was only such a sound. The female drug dealer's head was kicked directly, and red and white were scattered all over the ground. Looking at the exploded head on the ground, Shen Qinghan suddenly felt uncomfortable. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands and found a shelter to hide. She hid inside and retched for a while. The brain was flowing out. The scene was too bloody, and she couldn't stand it. Lin Zichen glanced at her, but didn't go forward to care, and let her retch. This is the only way to grow up, and she has to overcome it by herself. More than 10 minutes later, the arrest operation ended perfectly. A total of 21 armed drug dealers. 16 were shot dead. 5 were captured alive. In contrast, there were only 3 wounded security guards who participated in the arrest operation, and no one died. The reason why such a good result was achieved was mainly because of Lin Zichen. His strength crushed the whole field. Once he made a move, it was a dimensionality reduction attack. The drug dealers were killed one after another before they fired a few shots. How do you feel? Outside the factory, Lin Zichen handed a bottle of water to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan took the water, took off her bulletproof helmet, revealing a head of blue and shiny hair, and a pretty face that was a little red due to the surge of blood. She first unscrewed the bottle cap and drank a sip of water, and then said as calmly as possible, "I felt fine when I was in the factory just now, but now that I'm outside, my legs feel a little weak. It's normal. I felt the same as you the first time. You get used to it after a few more times." "When is the next time?" Shin Ching-han screwed on the bottle cap and asked with clear and beautiful peach blossom eyes. She wanted to grow up earlier, catch up with Lin Zichen's footsteps earlier, and realize her wish to be called the peerless duo with Lin Zichen earlier. Lin Zichen was a little surprised. "I didn't expect Shin Ching-han to take the initiative to do tasks to train herself. I can only say that she has really grown up. Maybe in half a month, I take on a similar task and work with you then." "Okay." Shin Ching-han nodded. At this time, Luo Yongjian, who had been shot several times and had bandages wrapped around his wounds, walked towards the two of them. Seeing Shin Ching-han's azure hair, he was very puzzled and asked, "Shin Ching-han, how did your hair turn blue?" He clearly remembered that Shin Ching-han's hair was black and shiny. How did it turn blue inexplicably? Shin Ching-han replied, "I fused the genes of the blue jellyfish king." "You fused your genes?" Luo Yongjian's eyes widened, and he was a little shocked. "When did you perform the gene fusion?" Shin Ching-han thought about it, and let the blue jellyfish king gene in his body go dormant, so that his hair turned back to black, and then he said, "It wasn't long ago, it was just fused a while ago." "Is that so?" Luo Yongjian nodded, feeling a little frustrated. He originally thought that he could become the third gene fusion in the class, second only to Li Mayu and Ma Shiwei. Unexpectedly, Shin Ching-han got there first. This pretty girl is really a hidden talent. She looks like a vase on the surface, but in fact, she is an absolute genius behind the scenes. I was really impressed by her. Well, invisible pretense is the most deadly. I learned. Luo Yongjian's mind was full of thoughts, and he learned a trick of pretense from Shin Ching-han. While the three were chatting, the square-faced captain walked out of the factory. He stopped in front of the three people and said with a smile, "Tonight's operation was completed so smoothly thanks to the support of the three of you. In return, I will treat you to a midnight snack after the scene is cleared. You can eat wherever you want. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Fong." Lin Zichen smiled and declined. "My girlfriend and I have something to do after the party, and we have to go back to school, so we won't stay for a midnight snack." "Is that so?" "That can't be helped." The square-faced captain said with pity, and tactfully didn't invite him again. Then, he looked at a female security guard in front of him and shouted, "Xiao Lu, Zichen and Chi-han have something to do, and need to go back to school later. Can you drive them there?" "Yes, Captain Fong," the young female security guard said excitedly. "It's a good job to drive two top talents back to school. If you can get in touch with the two top talents on the way, you will benefit a lot in the rest of your life." It was worth it that she often gave gifts to the square-faced captain and went to his office to please him. Now she was rewarded. "Captain Fong, we found a box of very strange seeds inside." A security guard, who was responsible for clearing the factory, came out jogging and stopped in front of the square-faced captain to report the matter. When the square-faced captain heard this, he immediately followed the security guard into the factory. Very strange seeds. Lin Zichen immediately thought of the magic seeds of the divine plant religion and followed him into the factory to see what was going on. Shin Ching-han and Luo Yongjian saw this and quickly followed him in. In the factory, Lin Zichen followed the security guard and stopped in front of a wooden box that was about the size of a shoe box. The box contained half of the colorful mysterious seeds, each of which looked strange, and something that looked like blood vessels was wriggling on the surface. Familiar strange shapes. Familiar blood vessels wriggling. The appearance of these seeds is very similar to the tree demon poison seeds. It seems that it is really related to the divine plant religion. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen frowned slightly and felt a little bad. He was wary of the divine plant religion. When he thought of the three words divine plant religion, he would remember that he was plotted against by Lu Gang and Wang Shuqia some time ago. On the side, the young female security guard, who was going to send Lin Zichen and Shin Ching-han back to school, later expressed doubts about the strange seeds in the box. "Captain, are these plant seeds? Why do they look more like insect eggs?" "It is a plant seed," the square-faced captain explained. "These seeds are likely related to the divine plant religion." The divine plant religion is a cult that has been active in major universities recently. The various mysterious plants that have appeared in the city recently should be related to this cult. Soon, he asked someone to bring the 5 drug dealers who were captured alive and question them. After some questioning, I learned that just 2 months ago, a mysterious masked man found these drug dealers and gave them a generous reward to let them spread these seeds everywhere. After these seeds take root and sprout, they will grow into the mysterious unknown plants reported in the news in a few days. As for what these mysterious unknown plants are planted for, the 5 drug dealers said they didn't know. Not only do they sell drugs, they also rape people, which is worse than animals. After listening to the drug dealer's story, Liu Yongjian couldn't help but curse. Then, he raised his leg and kicked the 5 drug dealers in front of him, venting his anger from being shot a few times. The square-faced captain saw this, and stopped them slightly to prevent the 5 mortal drug dealers from being beaten to death. During this period, Lin Zichen reached out to touch the mysterious seeds in the wooden box to see if he could swallow them. Unfortunately, he couldn't swallow them. It seems that the tree demon goo species that can be swallowed should be a relatively special existence. I thought about it for a while. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan left the factory and asked the young female security guard to take them back to school. He was very curious about the Shinji cult, but he didn't want to get involved with it. For safety reasons, he would stay away from any cult and not cause trouble for himself. As long as you don't commit suicide, you won't die. On the way back to school, the young female security guard, who was in charge of driving, would talk to the 2 people in the back seat from time to time. She wanted to get close to them, see if they could add WeChat to get to know each other or something. Lin Zichen was relatively taciturn and didn't speak the whole time. It was Shen Qihan who was chatting with the other party. The female security guard knew how to find topics to talk about. First, she praised Shen Qihan for her beauty and cuteness to win her favor, and then, as a close sister, she led the topic to her relationship with Lin Zichen. It's only been a short time since the start of college, and you two are already dating. Did you know each other before? Yes, we were childhood sweethearts. This kind of love that grew up together is really enviable. I also have a childhood sweetheart, and I like him very much, but we are friends now. I don't know how to express my feelings to him. Can I add you on WeChat and ask about your experience in getting along with childhood sweethearts? Sure. Shen Qihan agreed without thinking. The female security guard was very happy to hear this, and quickly reported her phone number, and asked Shen Qihan to add her on WeChat. Lin Zichen listened to the conversation between the two throughout the whole process, and knew that the female security guard wanted to establish a relationship. However, thinking that adding a female security guard on WeChat was not a bad thing, he did not stop Shen Qihan from adding her. When the security car was about to drive out of the suburbs, Lin Zichen suddenly frowned. Through the car window, he saw an abnormally fat rat on the roadside not far ahead. The rat was digging the soil on the roadside, and dug a small pit in just a moment. Then, it spit out a strange seed with blood vessels wriggling on the surface from its mouth, and put the seed into the pit and buried it. It looked like it was sowing seeds. For this scene in front of him, Lin Zichen couldn't help but think about it with great fear. The rat that can help the god planting sexau seeds is obviously not an ordinary rat. Rather than an ordinary rat, 3 words immediately appeared in his mind. Rat God Sect. The rat god cult was not completely wiped out, and it was linked with the god plant cult. Wait. Both of these cults have the word God in their names. Could they be branches of the same organization? In just a short moment, Lin Zichen thought of many things. So, he asked the young female security guard, who was driving the car, "Hello, can you help me contact the team leader? Now?" "Yes. It's connected." The female security guard handed the walkie-talkie to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen took the walkie-talkie and told the square-faced captain what he had just seen and his own guesses. After that, he put down the walkie-talkie and looked at Shen Qihan on the side, asking Shen Qihan to tell Yuan Dongji on WeChat what he had just said to the square-faced captain. After doing all this, he completed his mission. He was not even a high-level creature. Considering his own safety, he could only do this much at most. As for the rat he just saw on the roadside, he didn't want to care, nor did he dare to care. At this stage, he was just a freshman who had just turned 18. He was vulnerable in front of a behemoth like paganism, and he didn't dare to provoke it. The only thing he could do was to tell the people who were capable of handling the strange scene he just saw in his own guesses in full, and let them solve it. Time flew. In a blink of an eye, it was half a month later. Lin Zichen took on a task to capture an armed smuggler, and took Shen Qihan with him to do it. Those who engaged in arms smuggling were all extremely vicious. When he saw someone coming to arrest him, he started machine gunning without saying a word. Just like the last time, they chased drug dealers in an abandoned factory. This time, Lin Zichen was still responsible for taking the lead. He was ruthless and didn't say much. He rushed over in an instant and easily destroyed the opponent's main combat force, leaving a mess for Shin Chi-han to practice. Compared with the last time, Shin Chi-han was obviously more handy this time. When she saw a bloodier scene than the last time, she didn't cover her mouth and retched. Her psychological quality was much stronger. Lin Zichen was relieved by this. 3 days later, in order to train his team-building ability, Lin Zichen asked Song Yuyan to do tasks to earn credits. Song Yuyan readily agreed. The two discussed it. In the end, Song Yuyan used her mentor number to take a task to kill a mechanical cyborg. This mechanical cyborg was a vicious criminal who robbed many banks. He killed many people every time he robbed. His strength was at the advanced first level. Lin Zichen and Song Yuyan are both at the ordinary 9th level. But one is a first-time body tempering master. The other is a second-time body tempering master. Their bodies are extremely strong. With full preparation, if they join forces to kill a first-level advanced mechanical cyborg, there is at least an 80% chance of taking it down. Even if they fail to take it down, they can easily get away with it. The second day after taking the task, Lin Zichen and Song Yuyan set out lightly and headed to the location of the task. Then, it took 3 days to find the task target and easily solve it. Afterwards, the reward was 50-50. Lin Zichen received 500 credits. 2 weeks later, with the pleasant team experience last time, Song Yuyan took the initiative to find Lin Zichen on this day and proposed to team up with him to do tasks and earn credits. She took a fancy to a task to kill the Shinji sect. The task target was an elder of the Shinji sect, and the other party was a gene fusionist who had just evolved to the advanced first level not long ago. If the two of them join forces, they can easily kill him. Moreover, it is easier than killing the mechanical man last time. However, when Lin Zichen heard that the target mission was the elder of the Shinji cult, he did not even think about it, and decisively chose to refuse. He would not consider any missions related to the pagans at this stage, fearing that he would be retaliated later. Although his family has now settled down in Shanghai University, and can get the protection of the school, the problem is that the pagans are omnipresent. Who knows if there are any pagans of the Shinji cult in Shanghai University? Lin Zichen thinks there are probably some. After all, he still remembers the incident between Lu Gang and Wang Shujia vividly, and he is always vigilant. Chapter 148. Time flies. Before I knew it, the first semester of my freshman year was drawing to a close. It was the end of December, and the weather was getting colder. That day, Lin Zichen did not go to the research institute, and chose to temper his body in the dormitory. When the time came to 4 p.m., the tempering was over. Lin Zichen slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The second tempering was successful. Without the blessing of biological attributes, the strength of the body alone is enough to rival the advanced first-level strongman. If the biological attribute blessings such as natural selection, social animals, and rapid self-healing is taken into account, Lin Zichen feels that his strength is at least at the advanced second-level level. Xiaochen, I have succeeded in the first tempering. Shin Chi-han, who was standing aside, suddenly shouted excitedly, with an excited smile on her pretty face. Lin Zichen looked at her in disbelief, and felt that it was a bit too outrageous. How long has it been since she started practicing the blood tempering technique? It seems like less than 3 months. She has already mastered the body tempering technique in one go. It's too much. After being shocked for a while, Lin Zichen calmed down, and said happily for Shin Chi-han, "Your special physique is even better than I thought. As long as it is related to water, or has a little to do with water, you can show talents far beyond ordinary people. You have a promising future. This is all because I often wet my pants when I was a child and was laughed at. It must be better," Shin Chi-han said with a smile. But as soon as she finished speaking, she frowned and said, "Xiaochen, didn't you say that after mastering the body tempering technique, the biological level will evolve to the ordinary 9th level? Why am I only the ordinary 6th level?" This question touched on Lin Zichen's blind spot in knowledge. He, Song Yuyan, and Lu Chuanwu, all three of them evolved to the common 9th level after a physical hardening. Because of these 3 examples, he assumed that after a physical hardening, the biological level would evolve to the common 9th level and obtain a powerful body. But from Shin Chi-han's situation, this law seems to be wrong. After thinking about it, Lin Zichen thought about it. Soon, he thought of the answer. He explained to Shin Chi-han, "I roughly know what's going on. Under normal circumstances, people who can practice blood quenching are people with extremely high blood strength, that is, people with extremely high physical talent. And the higher the physical talent, the higher the improvement brought by practicing blood quenching. On the contrary, if the physical talent is low, the improvement brought by practicing blood quenching is low. As for you, you belong to the type of people with low physical talent. The reason why you can practice blood quenching and practice it so well is all due to your strong blood control ability. In short, your blood control ability is very strong, even stronger than mine, but because the strength of your blood is not high enough, the strength of the quenched physical body is not high. This explanation is well reasoned and convincing. Shin Qing'an was a little depressed after hearing this. If you say so, then I will never catch up with you. I am a cheater. What will happen if you catch up with me? Lin Zichen comforted. You are just a little behind me in terms of physical strength. You can find another way to catch up. For example, develop your superpowers that are still full of mystery. That's right, I was impatient. Shin Qing'an smiled sweetly and felt much better. The next day, Lin Zichen got up early and went to the research institute, which he hadn't been to for a few days, to study the opening of the acupoints with Song Yuyan. After a morning of research, there was no progress. To be precise, there has been no progress since joining Tianren Pavilion. How do you open this acupoint? Song Yuyan was a little discouraged, with a sad face, and her enthusiasm for research had almost fallen to the bottom. Lin Zichen pondered for a moment, and then said, Do you think it is possible to open the acupoints after tempering the body 5 times? Song Yuyan shook her head. It's better not to. If you have to temper the body 5 times before you can open the acupoints, then the universality of the blood tempering method is too poor, and it can't be spread at all. Lin Zichen nodded and thought so. Regarding the topic of opening the acupoints, the two chatted for a while, and then stopped talking, and turned to talk about some random gossip. Song Yuyan was mainly talking, and Lin Zichen was listening. Talk about how bad the private life of a certain leader is, and that he is married but still cheats on his wife every day at school. Talk about which tutor is a bootlicker, giving her gifts every day, and she will pester him no matter how she refuses. Lin Zichen is not interested in these. After listening politely for a while, he quickly said, By the way, Sister Yin, how many credits do I have deposited with you now? All the high-level off-campus tasks he did in the past were done with Song Yuyan. Considering that he is now only a freshman and has no ability to complete high-level tasks to obtain a large number of credits, he deposits all the credits obtained after the 50-50 split in Song Yuyan's tutor number. Haven't you calculated it yourself? Song Yuyan looked surprised. No. You trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I will embezzle it? Sister Yin, you are not that kind of person. Haha, thank you for your trust. It feels good to be trusted. Song Yuyan smiled and continued, The credits you have stored in my tutor account are now up to 2,400. 2,400 credits? The poisonous mongoose meat is 20 credits per caddy, enough to buy 99 caddies to open the atlas. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen said, Sister Yin, I want to buy 99 caddies of poisonous mongoose meat. Please help me place an order in the credit mall, and choose the Research Institute as the delivery address. Why do you want to buy so much poisonous mongoose meat? It's not convenient to say. Are you sure you want to buy it? If you are sure, I will place the order for you. Sure. Then I will place the order. Song Yuyan opened the credit mall and placed an order for 99 caddies of poisonous mongoose meat, spending 1980 credits. It was about 4:30 in the afternoon. The meat of the mongoose arrived. Lin Zichen left the institute with the meat and returned to the dormitory. As soon as the dormitory door was closed, he could not wait to touch the meat of the mongoose in the express box with his hands, and a thought came to his mind, devour. You have devoured a large amount of the life source of the mongoose. Mongoose picture book, 100% at the moment, when the text message appeared, a black-haired mongoose gradually emerged in the void, hunting a colorful snake in the grass. This snake is a highly venomous snake, and its venom glands are filled with terrifying nerve venom. Just one drop can kill thousands of elephants on Earth. However, this poisonous snake bit the mongoose more than 10 times in a row when fighting with it, but failed to poison it. In the end, it was eaten by the mongoose as spicy strips. Then, 2 text messages slowly emerged in the void. You successfully opened the 10,000 poison mongoose atlas, and obtained the biological attribute of being immune to all poisons. Being immune to all poisons. Your poison resistance is greatly improved. The attribute description is only 8 short words, which is very simple and crude. The fewer words, the bigger the matter. Similarly, the fewer the introduction, the stronger the biological attribute. Soon, Lin Zichen went to the school's living area and bought a Huashisher jet-set meal. In his previous life, he would have diarrhea every time he ate this. In this life, he also had diarrhea every time he ate it. Now that he has the biological attribute of being immune to all poisons, let's see if he will still have diarrhea after eating it. After buying the jet fighter set meal, Lin Zichen went to the pharmacy and bought a box of anesthetics. It is called an anesthetic, but it is actually a biological neurotoxin. See if being immune to all poisons can be immune. Back to the dormitory. Lin Zichen poured a glass of water, sat down, and first took the neurotoxin with anesthetic effect. I ate it, and nothing happened. I ate the Jet Warrior set meal again. I sat there until I went to bed at night, and my stomach didn't move. Both of these poisons were successfully immuned by the biological attribute invulnerable to all poisons. One night a few days later. Administration building. Principal's office. Lin Zichen accompanied Shen Qihan here to have the second injection of the alien gene. Before the injection, Yuan Dongji first checked Shen Qihan's body to see how the blue jellyfish king gene in her body was, and whether it was suitable for the injection of the second alien gene. As a result, this examination directly confused Yuan Dongji. Shen Qihan's biological level is as high as ordinary level 6? What's going on? When I fused the blue jellyfish king gene to her last time, wasn't she just at the ordinary 2nd level? How long has it been since then? How come she has evolved to the ordinary 6th level inexplicably? Yuan Dongji calmed down and asked Shen Qihan with doubts. Qihan, how did your biological level evolve to the ordinary 6th level? Well, I practiced the blood quenching technique, and I just completed the body quenching a few days ago, and then my biological level evolved to the ordinary 6th level, Shen Qihan said weakly. She had never told Yuan Dongji that she practiced the blood quenching technique, fearing that Yuan Dongji would know about it and blame her for hiding it. At this time, when Yuan Dongji learned that she practiced the blood quenching technique, he was shocked on the spot. Almost dumbfounded. His face was full of disbelief. Yuan Dongji couldn't figure out why Shen Qihan could practice blood quenching technique when his blood and chi were so weak. Also, shouldn't a body quenching technique be an ordinary 9th level? Why is the little apprentice only an ordinary 6th level? She thought about all this in a few seconds. Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qihan and asked puzzledly, "How did you do it?" Shen Qihan explained weakly, "It's just using the water control ability of the blue jellyfish king to control the blood and chi in the body to quench the body, and then it became." Is it that simple? Yes, it's that simple. It's incredible. Yuan Dongji felt like she was dreaming. It was too unreal. She thought about it, and finally came to a conclusion, saying, "If nothing unexpected happens, it should be because of your special constitution. Whether it is the unprecedented 21% gene fusion adaptability, or the incredible gene enslavement ability, or the ability to practice blood quenching technique, it is probably related to your constitution. Your physique is too strong. You will definitely become the highest fighting force of mankind in the future." The highest fighting force of mankind? Shen Qihan listened with a daze on his face. He dared not imagine that he would be so strong one day. Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qihan, and the more he looked, the more unreal it seemed. If Shen Qihan did not have any source power in his body, she would have suspected that Shen Qihan was an alien. The eldest disciple Luo Qianxue was an alien. Her physique was very special, and she was very similar to Shen Qihan. More than 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongji did not bother about Shen Qihan's special physique anymore, and began to inject her with alien beast genes. There are 5 alien beast genes. One is the gold-attributed golden-winged demon butterfly gene, which has a strong hallucinogenic ability. One is the wood-attributed red spiderworm gene, which has a strong camouflage ability. One is the water-attributed living dead slug gene, which has a strong self-healing ability. One is the fire-attributed hellfire lizard gene, which has a strong burning ability. One is the armored earth dragon gene of earth attribute, which has strong defensive ability. Yuan Dongji wants to test Shen Qihan's gene enslavement ability to see if she can enslave multiple alien beast genes at the same time, and whether she can enslave alien beast genes of different attributes at the same time. "Qihan, I'm going to insert it." "Yes." After a brief conversation, Yuan Dongji picked up the armored earth dragon gene reagent, skillfully inserted it into Shen Qihan's heart, and slowly injected the golden liquid inside. During the injection process, she kept radiating her mental power to observe Shen Qihan's physical condition. Then, she observed a very incredible scene. As soon as the armored earth dragon gene was injected, it was immediately killed by Shen Qihan's gene and dissolved into nutrients and absorbed completely. "How do you feel?" "Fine." Seeing that Shen Qihan was fine, Yuan Dongji quickly picked up the hellfire lizard gene reagent and slowly injected it into her heart. The result was the same. The hellfire lizard gene was directly strangled and absorbed. The Higanbana insect gene and the golden-winged demon butterfly gene injected later had the same ending, all strangled and absorbed by Shen Qihan's genes. Only the last injected living dead slug gene survived successfully, and was enslaved by Xinqinghan's genes. Only water-attributed alien beast genes can be enslaved? Yuan Dongji murmured, and then said to Xinqinghan on the bed, I go get a few more water-attributed alien beast genes to try, and I be back soon. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared without a trace. Xiaochen, it's just as you said, anything that has something to do with water is very compatible with me. Xinqinghan, lying on the bed, looked at Lin Zichen, who was sitting next to her, and said. Lin Zichen smiled, indeed. Not long after, Yuan Dongji brought back 3 different water-attributed beast genes, and continued to inject them into Xinqinghan. This time, the result was somewhat unexpected. After these 3 different water-attributed beast genes were injected into Xinqinghan's heart, they were not enslaved by Xinqinghan's genes, but were directly strangled and absorbed. And during the injection process, Xinqinghan showed some discomfort, saying that he felt a bit full. In this regard, Yuan Dongji summed up a conclusion. Xinqinghan's gene enslavement ability has certain limitations. It can only enslave water-attributed beast genes. And, at most, it can enslave 2 different water-attributed beast genes at the same time. But she felt that the upper limit would not be limited to 2 types. It was just that Xinqinghan's physical strength was not enough, or her mental strength was not enough, so she was unable to enslave more water-attributed beast genes at the same time. When her strength was improved in the future, she would definitely be able to enslave more water-attributed beast genes. After thinking it through, Yuan Dongji told Xinqinghan in detail about the conclusion she had drawn, so that she could have a clearer understanding of herself. After that, he said to Xinqinghan, the living dead slug gene you just enslaved can give you the ability to secrete a kind of mucus. In addition to its powerful healing effect, this mucus also has an excellent lubricating effect. In the future, when you and Lin Zichen need it in the dormitory, you can secrete this mucus. Oh, I know, master, Xinqinghan said with a blush on her pretty face. Seeing that it was almost time, Yuan Dongji asked Lin Zichen and Xinqinghan to go back to the dormitory to rest early. When the two walked to the door of the office, she looked at them and said, by the way, the date of this year's freshman competition has been changed. It will be held in mid-January at the end of this semester. Qinghan, your biology level has reached the 6th level. I am looking forward to your performance. I hope you can make it into the top 5 and get the opportunity to participate in the winter vacation special training camp. Well, I know, master. I will try my best not to let you down. Xinqinghan nodded like a model student. The freshman competition was brought forward. Lin Zichen raised his eyebrows, and his heart moved slightly. After playing the freshman competition and being on the freshman list, you will be eligible to impact the peak list. Originally, this could only be done in the middle of the next semester. Now it is brought forward, so it can be started at the end of this semester. The sooner you get to the peak list, the sooner you get the credits. Chapter 149. The next day, 12 noon. Lin Zichen brought out 4 dishes and 1 soup from the kitchen one after another, and placed them neatly on the dining table, waiting for Xinqinghan and Li Chuxin to come back from get out of class to eat. Yes, and Li Chuxin. Just half an hour ago, Xinqinghan told Lin Zichen on WeChat that Li Chuxin wanted to come over for dinner later, and asked him if it was okay. Lin Zichen readily agreed, and then made the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the dining table. Crack. When the time came to 12:08, the door of the dormitory was pushed open. Xinqinghan and Li Chuxin walked in from outside. Li Chuxin had a pair of furry purple animal ears on her head, which looked very cute. Half a month ago, she successfully fused the ordinary level Shadow Nightcat gene, and now she is a high-ranking gene fusionist. Because she thinks cat-eared girls are very attractive, whenever she goes out, she will activate the Shadow Nightcat gene in her body and let herself have a pair of cat ears on her head. Why are you two carrying so many bags? Lin Zichen noticed that the 2 of them were carrying a lot of shopping bags, and asked curiously. Xinqinghan replied, I didn't buy them, they were gifts that Chu Xian brought from home for the 2 of us. Lin Zichen, gifts? Li Chuxin smiled and said, the clothing store at home received a batch of new clothes a few days ago. I saw that there are several couple outfits that are very suitable for you and Hanin, so I brought them to you. Lin Zichen, Chu Xian, you are too polite. Why are you polite? You two are my good friends. It's only right for me to give you gifts. After that, Li Chuxin smiled again and said, besides, I'm here to eat for free, how can I not bring some gifts? That's right. Lin Zichen smiled back. Li Chuxin took out all the clothes and said to the 2, I have washed these clothes. Try them on and see if they fit you. She washed them specially. She was really thoughtful. It is a great blessing for Hanin to have such a little sister. Lin Zichen thought silently. After that, he tried on clothes with Shen Qinghan. Come on, both of you pose, I will take pictures of you. When the time comes, I will use the pictures of you two as models for my online store. It will definitely sell well. Li Chuxing took out a camera from her school bag and said to the two with a smile. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan teased, Okay, sister, so you have this wishful thinking. No wonder you came here to give clothes to me and Zichen. Slander. Pure slander. Li Chuxing held up the camera and said, Giving clothes is the main thing, taking pictures is incidental. After that, she smiled and added, Also, the food cooked by your Zichen is so delicious that I couldn't help but come here to eat. Shen Qinghan joked with her, But my food is also delicious. Why don't you eat mine? Sister is really too much. Li Chuxing, who said I won't eat? I will come to eat your food every day in the future. Just don't complain that I eat too much. Shen Qinghan, I definitely won't dislike it. I will use my superb cooking skills to feed you into a pig. Li Chuxing, you are so evil. Plastic sisters. Break up in 3 seconds. The two talked back and forth, saying that each other was a plastic sister, but in fact, they had a very good relationship. After taking pictures for a few minutes. Soon, the three of them sat down at the table to eat. Halfway through the meal, Shen Qinghan complained to Lin Zichen, Xiaochen, I just met a bad senior on the way back to the dormitory with Li Chuxing. That senior relied on her old age and was stronger than the freshman, and actually wanted to snatch the shopping bags from Chuxing and me. She was really bullying. If someone didn't know me and said I was your girlfriend, I guess that senior would have really snatched it. So arrogant? Lin Zichen was surprised. He knew that the school advocated the law of the jungle, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous that an old student dared to snatch things from freshmen on the street. Is such a campus atmosphere really good for students? It's hard to agree. Seeing Lin Zichen's surprised look, Li Chuxing explained, It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's not true that any senior student dares to snatch the things of the freshmen. That senior sister came for me. Seeing that I was easy to bully, she kept bullying me. Hanin was just implicated by me. It's the senior sister I told you about last time, who borrowed my cosmetics and didn't return them. Li Chuxing continued, Zichen, you may not believe it, but this senior sister who likes to bully freshmen is also a member of the student union, who is in charge of room inspections. Lin Zichen, it's really outrageous that the student union bullies freshmen. Li Chuxing smiled bitterly. What's even more outrageous is that they have the right to explain and can find reasons to say that this is training freshmen. Weak freshmen like us in ordinary classes don't know where to go when we are bullied. Are the freshmen in this school living in such dire straits? Lin Zichen was a little surprised by this. He usually stayed in the dormitory or the gymnasium, and rarely paid attention to these things in the school. Now, after hearing what Li Chuxing said, he suddenly felt that the school spirit was a bit too outrageous. Did this senior sister return the cosmetics she borrowed from you? Lin Zichen asked Li Chuxing. Li Chuxing, not a ghost, that senior sister not only didn't return my cosmetics, but even came to my dormitory last month to borrow another cosmetics. It feels like she thinks my dormitory is a cosmetics counter. This senior sister is really a bit too much. After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he continued, Well, wait for the afternoon, you take me to find that senior sister, and I will seek justice for you. Li Chuxing shook her head. Forget it, she is a member of the student union, so don't offend her. At the beginning, she also thought about asking Lin Zichen to help her out. But when she learned that the other party was a member of the student union, and had a student union boyfriend who had a position, she gave up the idea. Lin Zichen is indeed very strong, but no matter how strong he is just a freshman, and his strength is limited. She doesn't think that Lin Zichen, who is still in the growth stage of a freshman, can compete with the people in the student union. However, Lin Zichen is much more confident than she thought, and said to her directly, It's okay if I offend them. Even if I offend the entire student union, I don't think it will be a big deal. I think these old students are bullying the freshmen a little too much, and they should be punished. Anyway, I will help you solve this matter, and you will be responsible for leading the way. Offending the student union? Lin Zichen is really not worried about this now. He has already completed the second body tempering, and he is very confident that he is now the #1 student in Shandong University. And with such strong strength, he should be strong when he should be strong, and there is no need to be timid. Now, his friend is being bullied, and he should take action when he should. This is the meaning of being strong. Zichen, I think we should forget it. If she wants to use the cosmetics, I let her use them. It's better to have less trouble than more. There's no need to make a big deal. Li Chuxing was scared, and didn't want to do anything risky. She was worried that Lin Zichen couldn't handle the matter, and then he would do something bad with good intentions, causing her to be bullied even more by her senior. Compared to her, Shin Qinghan, who was usually very scared, became brave at this time. Shin Qinghan held Li Chuxin's hand and said seriously, "Believe in Xuchen's strength, he will help you solve this problem smoothly." She knew how strong Lin Zichen was, and the student union could not do anything to him. Finally, after Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan's confident persuasion, Li Chuxin agreed. "Okay, I take you to find her at 4 o'clock in the afternoon." Chapter 150. Just do it. At 4 p.m., Lin Zichen asked Li Chuxin to take him to find the senior. First, he came to the senior's dormitory, but there was no one there. She should be in class. After checking the class schedule of the senior's class, he learned that she was taking martial arts classes in the gymnasium. Whether it was evolutionary students or mechanical students, they still had to practice martial arts in college, strengthen their leg skills, and improve their close combat strength. Soon, Lin Zichen and others came to the gymnasium. At this time, there were several classes in the gymnasium, all sophomore classes. "Zichen, that's the girl with burgundy hair, her name is Li Ziki." Li Chuxin looked around and soon found the senior, who bullied her in a class a little further inside, and pointed her finger at Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen looked in the direction she pointed, and a very beautiful girl came into his sight. Her hair was dyed burgundy, and curled slightly, her skin was white and smooth, her figure was curvy, and her overall temperament was very sexy. If Shin Qinghan was 10 points and Li Chuxin was 7 points, then this beautiful senior sister could get 9 points. She was not inferior to the female stars on the screen, and was very conspicuous in the crowd. "Let's go!" After saying that, Lin Zichen walked towards the class where the red-haired senior sister was. Shin Qinghan and Li Chuxin followed. "Is that the rookie king this year, Lin something Chin? It's really Lin Zichen. What is he doing in the gym? Why does he look like he's here to pick a fight?" He walked towards evolution class too. "The girl behind him is so beautiful." There was a burst of discussion in the gym, and many people noticed Lin Zichen and the other two. Lin Zichen ignored these voices. Under the gazes of many people, he walked straight to the red-haired senior sister's class and stopped, shouting to her, "Li Ziki, can you come out for a moment?" The red-haired senior sister frowned. Then, accompanied by her roommate, she walked out of the class. "What's the matter?" the red-haired senior sister asked knowingly. She saw Li Chuxin, and guessed why Lin Zichen came to her. Lin Zichen didn't waste time talking to her, and chose to get straight to the point. "My friend said that you borrowed 2 cosmetics from her, and didn't return them. Is that true? Pay attention to your words, okay? What do you mean by borrowed and didn't return? It makes me sound like I'm robbing her. I return them when I'm done with them." The red-haired senior sister looked unhappy, and added, "Besides, I didn't use hers for nothing. In exchange, I also gave her my cosmetics." She knew that Lin Zichen was the rookie king, and she was a little afraid of him. But it was just a little afraid. At this moment, someone picked on her in front of the whole class, and she had to hold on no matter how scared she was, and she must not admit defeat. Otherwise, she would have no place to put her face in the future. "But mine is new, and the ones you gave me are almost used up," Li Chuxin muttered. Hearing this, the red-haired senior sister frowned, thinking that Li Chuxin was ignorant, and she was a little angry. She glared at Li Chuxin and said dissatisfiedly, "Isn't it just to lend you some cosmetics? Why is it so stingy to make such a fuss?" "It's really stingy. Bullying the newcomers, and then saying that the newcomers are stingy, it's a bit outrageous." Lin Zichen didn't want to say too much to the red-haired senior sister, so he directly gave a solution. "You don't have to return the 2 cosmetics of my friend. Just treat them as if you bought them from her and pay the money you should pay." "Sure, but my roommate also gave your friend cosmetics. Similarly, you have to ask your friend to compensate my roommate," the red-haired senior's roommate said. "This is helping relatives but not helping others." Li Chuxin took out 2 cosmetics from her small bag and handed them to the red-haired senior, saying, Senior, I haven't used the cosmetics you gave me. I return them to you now." The red-haired senior took it and took a quick look. Then, she frowned and said, "Junior, this bottle of facial cleanser and moisturizer, when I gave it to you, there were still so many, and now it's almost empty. You still say you haven't used it. Isn't that too much?" "No, I really haven't used it. There was only so little left when you gave it to me." "Where's the evidence?" "Senior, you are being unreasonable. You knew that there was only so little left when you gave it to me, and you still did this." Li Chuxin was a little annoyed, and her voice suddenly increased a lot. The red-haired senior sister had already taken advantage of her today, and said expressionlessly, "Anyway, I can pay you money, but you have to pay me money in return, otherwise, forget it." It was true that she was a little concerned about Lin Zichen. But she was concerned, and she couldn't be defeated by these three freshmen today. She had to maintain her dignity as a senior student. Not to mention, she also had a boyfriend who held an important position in the student union and also had a background. This made her not need to act too cowardly in front of a rookie king. There was no need for that. Seeing that the other party was not cooperating, Lin Zichen was too lazy to waste time negotiating. He looked at the martial arts teacher of the red-haired senior sister, a middle-aged man with a bald head, and asked politely, "Teacher, I remember that the school seems to advocate the law of the jungle. How do you interpret this law specifically? Does it mean that the strong can trample on the weak at will?" "That's not the case." The bald teacher explained. "It's not quite accurate to say that it's the law of the jungle. To be more precise, the school advocates the survival of the fittest. It means that we hope that students can be more competitive, speak with fists, and don't talk with words if we can do it with hands. For the conflict you are facing now, if you can't solve it with words, you can choose to solve it on the martial arts stage and speak with fists." The bald teacher continued. "In Shandong University, students have the right to challenge once a week. The weak can challenge the strong unconditionally, and the strong must first obtain the consent of the weak if they want to fight with the weak. As for the strength is determined by the combat ranking if there is a combat ranking, and by the grade if there is no combat ranking. Also, a challenge requires a bet, usually in credits. The number of credits to be bet is decided by both parties. If the two parties disagree, the bet is set to the basic 1 credit by default." The bald teacher added, "You are a freshman now, and you are not on any combat ranking, so you have the unconditional right to challenge." Lin Zichen nodded. "I understand, thank you for the teacher's answer." At the same time, he thought that this bald teacher was quite neutral, and did not favor students in his class. Maybe he also couldn't stand the old students bullying the freshmen. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen looked at the red-haired senior sister and spread his perception to peek at the other party's biological level. "It's a bit green, only ordinary level 5, not as high as Shinqing Han. However, this strength is also considered excellent in an ordinary class of sophomores." "What? You are a boy with a physical advantage. Do you want to bully me, a girl? Are you embarrassed?" Facing Lin Zichen's gaze, the red-haired senior sister was a little panicked, but still pretended to be calm and said so. Hopefully, her gender kidnapping would make Lin Zichen have some concerns and not attack her. Li Chuxin saw the panic in her eyes, and knew that she was in an advantageous position now. So, she decisively and toughly said, "As an old student, you have the nerve to bully us freshmen. How can you say this? A bitch who is pretending to be powerful." The red-haired senior sister glared at Li Chuxin. "And then, you go challenge her?" Lin Zichen looked at Shinqing Han beside him, and said calmly, "An ordinary 5th level weakling, he didn't need to attack." "Ah?" Shinqing Han was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Zichen to send her to challenge the red-haired senior sister. But soon, she accepted this and nodded. "I understand." Li Chuxin on the side was also a little confused. After reacting, she immediately reminded, "Zichen, this senior is trying to provoke her. Don't let Henin go up." In her heart, Shinqing Han is still the poor student who is at the bottom of the class with her. She is worried that Shinqing Han will be beaten if he goes up. Faced with her distrust, Shinqing Han just said calmly, "I can win." After that, she took out her mobile phone and let Lin Zichen hold it. Then she chose the nearest martial arts stage and rushed out directly. When she was more than 10 meters away from the martial arts stage, she jumped up high. Then she turned around and looked down at the red-haired senior sister below the stage. Her voice was as cold as possible, but it still sounded a little sweet. Shinqing Han from the first-year genius class challenges Li Ziki from the second-year evolution class. The moment she finished speaking, her jet-black hair instantly turned into a bright blue, extremely beautiful. Many boys in the audience were stunned for a moment. The red-haired senior, who was challenged, felt humiliated and looked very unhappy. She had watched the video of the freshman opening trial this year, and was impressed by the unbelievably beautiful Shinqing Han. In the video, Shinqing Han was a useless vase, being chased and beaten by girls from ordinary classes throughout the whole process, and her strength was very weak. Her biological level was estimated to be only ordinary level 2. Now it has only been more than 3 months since the opening trial. With such a short time, even if Shinqing Han is more talented and evolves faster, her current biological level is at most ordinary level 4. How can a weakling of the 4th level be so confident that he can beat me? Who do you look down on? I will deal with you, a weakling who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. In 3 seconds, after thinking about it, the red-haired senior sister exerted force on her calves, and the next second, the whole person bounced out and jumped onto the martial arts stage in just a blink of an eye. Junior sister, how many credits do you want to bet? The red-haired senior sister smiled and looked at Shin Ching-han, thinking that she would win. Shin Ching-han didn't answer in a hurry, but looked at Li Chushin under the stage and asked, Chushin, how much are the 2 cosmetics she took away worth in total? Li Chushin, more than 5,000 in total. Shin Ching-han nodded, looked at the red-haired senior sister, and said in a rare straightforward voice, bet 1 credit. 1 credit is too little, I don't look down on it. If you want to bet bigger, bet 10 credits, dare you? The red-haired senior sister felt that she had Shin Ching-han. Faced with the red-haired senior's proposal, Shin Ching-han did not make a decision immediately, but turned to look at Lin Zichen in the audience and asked for his opinion. In the past half semester, her ability has improved a lot, but her personality is still not independent enough. In many cases, Lin Zichen needs to make the final decision for her. Lin Zichen has long been accustomed to this, and nodded silently to her, indicating that he can bet. After getting this answer, Shin Ching-han turned around, looked at the red-haired senior sister and said, then bet 10 credits. The red-haired senior sister smiled. You are ambitious, I like it. Seeing that both of them went on stage, the bald teacher in the audience spontaneously became the referee. He looked at Shin Ching-han on the right side of the stage and shouted to her, classmate, open the school app. There is a dual function in it. Click in. Search for the name of the person you want to challenge. Click challenge. Determine how many credits to bet. And the challenge is established. Okay, I know, thank you teacher. Shin Ching-han thanked politely. Then he took the phone handed over by Lin Zichen, operated it, as the bald teacher just said, and challenged the red-haired senior sister. The red-haired senior sister accepted the challenge with a smile, and then handed the phone to her roommate for safekeeping. The bald teacher looked at the 2 people on the stage and asked, the challenge has been established, are you ready? Yes. Ready. The 2 answered almost at the same time. The bald teacher nodded, and then said in a loud voice, the challenge begins. The moment the words fell, Shin Ching-han immediately took a step forward and rushed towards the red-haired senior sister. At the same time, he thought about it, and controlled the blood and chi in her body through the air, causing her blood and chi in her body to fall into chaos. So fast. What's going on? I feel dizzy. The red-haired senior sister was just surprised at Shin Ching-han's speed, and the next second, she suddenly felt dizzy and her limbs were weak. Then, before she could react to what was going on, Shin Ching-han had already rushed in front of her and raised his leg to sweep towards her head. Soon, there was a bang. Shin Ching-han's calf hit the red-haired senior sister's face hard, and kicked her out of the martial arts arena. When? Shin Ching-han was stunned. She had always thought that Lin Zichen asked her to challenge the red-haired senior sister on stage to train her. So she thought that her strength should be on par with the red-haired senior sister. But the reality was that she was kicked out in seconds. Chapter 151. Zichi, are you okay? The red-haired senior's roommate, a short-haired senior with ordinary looks, ran to the red-haired senior to check her injuries. She looked seriously injured. Half of her face was swollen. Her consciousness was a little fuzzy. It felt like a concussion, and it was very serious. Come on, open your mouth, and take this quick healing pill. The bald teacher quickly ran to the red-haired senior, and squatted down, holding a bright red pill in his hand, and bringing it to her mouth. The red-haired senior opened her mouth, with a fuzzy consciousness, and took the pill that the bald teacher brought. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Shin Ching-han jumped off the martial arts stage, walked to the red-haired senior, and stopped to apologize, with guilt on her delicate face. The short-haired senior glared at Shin Ching-han, her eyes full of anger. But she didn't say anything to Shin Ching-han, she just took out her cell phone and made a call. Jin Mingyu, your Ziki was kicked and had a concussion. Now she is lying unconscious on the stage. Come to the gymnasium. I'll be there right away. An anxious male voice came from the phone. Shin Ching-han stood aside and listened, feeling a little overwhelmed. She really didn't expect the red-haired senior sister to be so weak. She really thought they were evenly matched, otherwise she would never have used her full strength right from the start. Classmate, fists and feet have no eyes. It is normal to get injured on the martial arts stage. You don't need to blame yourself too much for it. The bald teacher comforted Shin Ching-han. Shin Ching-han didn't say anything, just stood there and pursed her lips, feeling particularly guilty. The bald teacher saw her like this, and didn't comfort her anymore. This was the first time. When you experience more in the future, You will naturally get used to it. Hanan, how come you are so strong? Li Chuxing ran to Shen Qinghan's side and stopped, looking at her in disbelief, feeling that this little sister of hers was so strange. When we were in high school, we were all the last in the class. How come it has only been a short time? How come the strength has become so strong? It feels like we are from two different worlds. The more Li Chuxing thought about it, the more unbelievable it became. Mirror, is there a mirror? I want to see how badly my face is injured. The red-haired senior sister, who took the quick healing pill, quickly regained consciousness and immediately asked the short-haired senior sister for a mirror. The short-haired senior sister took out a small mirror and handed it to the red-haired senior sister. The red-haired senior sister took it and saw that half of her face was swollen, and there was a wound on it that had become a blood scab, and her mentality collapsed immediately. My face. I'm going to be disfigured. I'm going to be disfigured. Why did you kick my face? Why did you do it so hard? The red-haired senior sister lost control of her emotions and asked Shen Qinghan loudly while crying. Shen Qinghan pursed her lips. I'm sorry. Hanan, let's go. Don't pay attention to her. It's just that her skills are not as good as yours. You are absolutely right. There is no need to apologize to her. Li Chuxing said, as she took Shen Qinghan's hand and wanted to take her away from here, not wanting to see her apologize to the red-haired senior sister. This red-haired senior sister deserved it, and didn't deserve sympathy. Stop, don't leave. The short-haired senior sister ran over quickly, blocking the two of them, and not letting them leave, her eyes full of anger. Li Chuxing frowned slightly and said directly, Why don't you let us go? Short-haired girl, you can't just run away after hurting someone. You're crazy. Li Chuxing cursed. After cursing, he took Shen Qinghan and walked away from the short-haired senior sister, not wanting to get entangled with her anymore. The short-haired senior wanted to stop her, but Lin Zichen stood in front of her and said, Senior, accept the defeat and stop being so persistent. Yes, your friend is very strong, and my roommate can't beat her. After saying that, the short-haired senior questioned, but why did she hit so hard that she specifically targeted my roommate's pretty face? Lin Zichen looked calm. If you are not as skilled as others, you are not as skilled as others. There is nothing to say. If you continue to pester me, I will have to attack you. Come on, hit me if you have the guts. It's great to be the rookie king, isn't it? My name is Huang Feifei, Huang in yellow, Fei in non. After doing this operation, Lin Zichen directly picked up the short-haired senior sister and threw her onto the martial arts stage. Then, he also jumped onto the martial arts stage. What do you want to do? The short-haired senior sister climbed up from the martial arts stage and asked Lin Zichen in panic. Lin Zichen said lightly, I don't want to be a coward in your words. After saying that, he directly kicked the short-haired senior sister in the face and swept her out with a bang. She rolled on the ground for several rounds, until she crashed into the crowd. The short-haired senior finally stopped, and she collapsed on the ground with blurred consciousness, groaning in pain. She also had a concussion, and half of her face was swollen, looking more seriously injured than the red-haired senior just now. Lin Zichen, you are too much. How can you be so heavy-handed on a girl's face? A boy from the second-year evolution class 2 accused him in the audience. After the first one started to criticize, the second one soon started to criticize. That's right, you are really tasteless. You don't understand gentlemanly manners at all. This person must have a tendency to domestic violence. The students from the second-year evolution class 2 condemned Lin Zichen one after another, and launched a fierce attack on his moral level. Lin Zichen glanced at the people in the audience and said calmly, Since you can't stand me so much, then come on stage and teach me a lesson now, and speak with your fists. As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy audience suddenly quieted down. The students in the sophomore class 2 were all scared. No one dared to accept the challenge. They all knew Lin Zichen's record. He had beaten an entire genius class in the opening trial. Now that more than 3 months have passed, his strength must have improved. He is not someone that these sophomore students can mess with. Lin Zichen, even if you are the newcomer king, don't be so arrogant. There are always people who can deal with you. Someone in the sophomore class 2 shouted this to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen looked in the direction of the voice and said expressionlessly, There is someone who can deal with me, but he is not a student of Shandong University. Arrogant, really arrogant. This newcomer king is really arrogant. It's a pity that he can't be cured. At this moment, all the students in the sophomore class 2 were so angry that their teeth itched. But due to their lack of strength, they could only endure it. Seeing that no one dared to go on stage, Lin Zichen no longer wasted time and turned around to jump off the martial arts stage and leave. At this moment, Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Li Ziqi's boyfriend is here. Chapter 152. The second floor of the gymnasium. Advanced training room. Under the guidance of the head teacher, the students in the first-year genius class used various high-tech training equipment such as gravity cabins, spirit cabins, and reaction cabins to conduct ultra-high-intensity intensive training. Li Mayu is so fierce that he can even withstand the 7th-order gravity. It's so exaggerated. Luo Yongjian has been in the spirit cabin for almost 1 minute, and he can still hold on. Ma Shiwei is also awesome. He has even got an S-level score in the reaction cabin. The 3 phantom gods in the genius class, Li Mayu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Yongjian, performed very well in the advanced training room, causing the classmates in the class to exclaim again and again. Seeing that the 3 phantom gods have made such great progress in less than a semester, many people thought of Lin Ziqian. This rookie king, who is known as the strongest in the school history, was so fierce in the opening trial that he directly crushed Li Mayu, Ma Shiwei, Luo Yongjian, and others at that time. Now that almost a semester has passed, I don't know how strong he is now, and how much he has improved. There is a high probability that there will be no progress. After all, he is a pure-blooded human, and has not undergone gene fusion. Thinking of this, many people shook their heads. Lin Ziqian has not undergone gene fusion yet. It is estimated that his strength has been far surpassed by the 3 of them. That new king is not smart. He obviously has a high degree of gene fusion compatibility, but he insists on going the pure-blooded human path. Isn't he a fool? Alas, to be honest, it's a pity to be lost in the crowd like this. Everyone in the genius class was either mocking or regretting. But without exception, they all thought Lin Ziqian was stupid. A girl said in confusion, I don't know what Shen Qinghan is thinking. If I were her, I would definitely advise Lin Ziqian to change his major to the Evolution Academy as soon as possible and not go the pure-blooded human path. It's a waste of talent. At this time, Ma Shiwei came out of the reaction cabin and heard what the girl said. She looked at her coldly and said, Everyone has their own ambitions. Don't judge others casually. That's right. The girl smiled awkwardly. Ma Shiwei is the daughter of the Dean Ma Zhenhe. Except for some young masters and young ladies with powerful family backgrounds, everyone in the class is afraid of her. They are very cautious when getting along with her, for fear of offending her. After all, the dean's daughter has a somewhat eccentric personality, and doesn't look easy to get along with. Teacher, why didn't Shen Qinghan come to class? Ma Shiwei looked at the head teacher and asked. Shen Qinghan is a 3-good student. She has not been late even once since the start of the school. And today is the first time for the whole class to come to the advanced training room for class. Shen Qinghan was absent, which is a bit unusual. The head teacher said, Qinghan said she had something important to deal with, and asked for leave from me today. That's it. Ma Shiwei nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Not long after, Li Mayu in the gravity cabin and Luo Yongjian in the spirit cabin both came out of the warehouse and finished their training. Both of them were sweating and panting, and they just found a place to sit down and rest. The training just now was very intense and consumed a lot of energy. Seeing that everyone in the class had stopped training and gathered in the hall to rest, the head teacher said, I just received a message from the Academic Affairs Office saying that your freshman competition will be held at the end of this semester on January 18th. So sudden? Some people were caught off guard. At the same time, some people were excited. The most excited among them was Li Mayu. It's good to be in advance. Li Mayu smiled and said confidently, I can't wait to beat Lin Ziqian. Although he was crushed by Lin Ziqian during the trial at the beginning of the school, that was several months ago. Now, after several gene fusions, his strength has been greatly improved to the level of ordinary level 6, close to the level of ordinary level 7. He believes that Lin Ziqian, who has not undergone gene fusion, is definitely far inferior to him. As for pure-blooded humans, Song Yuyan, the second place in Kyoto at that time, is a bloody example. Not only Li Mayu thinks so, Ma Shiwei also thinks so. She thinks it's a pity for Lin Ziqian, and there is something wrong with his thinking. Without gene fusion or mechanical transformation, he is destined to be mediocre and become the second Song Yuyan. Although it is a pity, we can only respect the fate of others. Fuck, there's a fight downstairs. A boy who had just come back from the toilet shouted excitedly to everyone. Lin Ziqian and Shen Qinghan are causing trouble, and they beat up the sophomore beauty of the Evolution College downstairs. They beat up the roommate of the beauty, and both of their faces are swollen like pig heads, and disfigured. Now the boyfriend of the beauty has come directly to confront Lin Ziqian. Beat up the sophomore beauty? confronted the discipline inspector of the student union. Is it true? Is Lin Zichen so arrogant? Everyone in the genius class was shocked and unbelievable. Let's go downstairs and take a look. I don't know who shouted this. The next second, everyone in the genius class rushed out of the training room and ran downstairs, eager to go downstairs to watch the show. Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, Liu Yongjian and others went to the corridor to watch. At the same time, downstairs, Lin Zichen was still standing on the martial arts stage, quietly watching a man and a woman below the stage. The woman was the red-haired senior Li Ziki. The man was the discipline inspector of the student union and Li Ziki's boyfriend, named Jin Mingyu. Jin Mingyu looked at the swollen face of his girlfriend, the campus beauty, and clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. Help me take care of her. Oh, okay. After asking a girl next to him to help take care of his girlfriend, Jin Mingyu jumped up directly and landed on the martial arts stage with a bang. He looked at Lin Zichen with cold eyes and said with a hint of anger, "Junior brother, is it too much to hit a girl so hard in the face?" He didn't know that his girlfriend was beaten like this by Shen Qinghan. Seeing Lin Zichen standing on the martial arts stage, he subconsciously thought that this newcomer king was the culprit. Lin Zichen did not explain, but said slowly, "I think it is more excessive for your girlfriend to bully freshmen. Don't talk nonsense without evidence," Jin Mingyu said with a gloomy face. To be honest, he didn't want to conflict with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was the strongest newcomer king in the history of the school. Although he chose to go the pure-blooded human path, as long as he changed his major to the Evolution Academy later, his future would still be bright. In comparison, he was just a small student union disciplinary inspector, and could not be compared with Lin Zichen. If he had a conflict with Lin Zichen now, and was hated by Lin Zichen, it would definitely be difficult for him to have a good time in Shandong University in the future. But he had no choice now. His girlfriend was beaten like this, so he had to bite the bullet and get out. "Brother, your girlfriend often bullies freshmen in the ordinary class. I have seen it many times. How could there be no evidence?" Such a voice came from the corridor on the second floor. It was Liu Yongjian from the first-year talent class. At this time, he was standing steadily on the fence of the corridor, with his hands on his chest, looking down at the martial arts stage on the first floor. "My classmate, you better take back what you just said, otherwise I can arrest you as a volunteer in the student union at any time on the charge of spreading rumors." Jin Mingyu looked up at Liu Yongjian above, his tone full of threats. Liu Yongjian smiled and directly said, "You are still threatening me. You are so shameless. You protect your own people and help the tyrants to do evil. Are you qualified to be a disciplinary inspector?" This hit the point directly, making Jin Mingyu speechless. After being speechless, there was a burst of anger. "The newcomer king confronted me, I endured it. But who are you? You are just a freshman, and you dare to confront me. You are looking for death." Jin Mingyu was extremely angry. He immediately activated the alien gene in his body, and dense golden hair grew on his body surface. He wanted to deal with Liu Yongjian as a disciplinary inspector. Just when he was about to jump to the corridor on the second floor to attack Liu Yongjian, Lin Zichen, who was standing opposite him, didn't want to waste time on the martial arts stage. He looked at him and said, "If you want to seek justice for your girlfriend, then fight me now. Otherwise, I will go back and don't have so much time to entangle with you here." "Okay, you said it." Jin Mingyu didn't care about whether he was offended or not. He just wanted to end this farce and leave. He looked at Lin Zichen and asked, "How many credits do you want to bet?" Lin Zichen, "I bet on whatever you have." Crazy. This rookie king is too crazy. Everyone in the audience was shocked by Lin Zichen's arrogance. They didn't expect him to be so confident and dare to say that he would bet on any credits. You know, Jin Mingyu is the discipline inspector of the student union. The biological level has reached the ordinary 7th level, very powerful. And Lin Zichen, although he has high talent, because he chose to follow the path of pure-blooded humans and has not undergone gene fusion, his current strength is probably about the same as when school started. But even so, he still dared to go to the martial arts stage with Jin Mingyu. Could it be that his strength at the beginning of school was already at the level of ordinary 7th level, just hiding his strength? But how is this possible? Everyone was puzzled. Jin Mingyu was also puzzled and confused. No matter how you think about it, Lin Zichen's strength cannot be as high as ordinary 7th level. The only explanation is that Lin Zichen is very conceited. Most likely, he has never lost since he was a child, and has always crushed his peers, so his personality has become arrogant. Thinking of this, Jin Mingyu showed 3 fingers to Lin Zichen and said expressionlessly, "I bet 300 credits, do you have it?" "Yes," Lin Zichen said calmly. Jin Mingyu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Lin Zichen to have so many credits. He was confused about this, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he took out his mobile phone, opened the school app, and challenged Lin Zichen on it. The bet was 300 credits. Lin Zichen saw the challenge message and clicked on it without hesitation to accept the challenge. Seeing that he really accepted the challenge, Jin Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. 300 credits are worth a bet. This rookie king is really arrogant. He is destined to be defeated. On the corridor on the second floor, Ma Shiwei was surprised to see that Lin Zichen actually accepted the challenge, and the bet was as high as 300 credits. How dared he? How dare Lin Zichen? Jin Mingyu is not weak. He is a student in the sophomore genius class, and his biology level is as high as ordinary 7th level. Lin Zichen is too arrogant. Damn, it looks so cool. Why can't I think of this way of pretending? Liu Yongjian on the side was full of admiration. He has been studying the skills of pretending for many years, and he has been thinking about how to pretend every day. Starting from the image, posture, speaking style and other aspects, he strives to improve his own style. After so many years, he has indeed achieved some achievements. Now in school, he can have the title of White-Clothed Sword Fairy, which is very impressive. However, compared with Lin Zichen's title of the strongest rookie king in school history, the level is too low, not at the same level at all. Alas, after all, my strength is not strong enough. Otherwise, I would be the one standing on the stage to challenge the student union inspector, and all eyes would be on me. I really want to become stronger, Liu Yongjian said with a face full of desire. Now he deeply realized that the best way to show off is to crush the opponent with strong strength and show his arrogance. When he was eager. Next door, Li Mayu looked at Lin Zichen on the martial arts stage below with admiration in his eyes. Lin Zichen was not afraid of anyone and had absolute confidence. This is the attitude that a strong person should have. What's wrong with ordinary level 7? As long as you are strong enough, it is not impossible to kill someone above your level. Only a strong person like Lin Zichen is worthy of being my opponent. In the next 4 years of college, he and I are destined to become evenly matched rivals. After saying that, Li Mayu added, the premise is that he is willing to change his major to the Evolution College and take the path of gene fusion. Ma Shiwei glanced at Li Mayu after hearing the voice, feeling a little unhappy. Li Mayu's words, only Lin Zichen is worthy of being my opponent, deeply hurt her. She felt a sense of humiliation of being looked down upon in her heart, and she clenched her fists involuntarily. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully a poor girl. Off stage. The bald teacher saw that the challenge had been established, so he shouted to the two people on the stage, you two, are you ready? Okay. The two said in unison. The bald teacher nodded, and then said in a loud voice, the challenge begins. The moment he finished speaking, Jin Mingyu burst out, with a biological pressure as high as the ordinary 7th level, shaking the hair of the students, who were close to the martial arts stage. So strong. Is this the goal content of the student union members? How can Lin Zichen win? Feeling the power of Jin Mingyu's biological pressure, the students in the stage were nervous for Lin Zichen. Buzz. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Jin Mingyu made a move, rush out directly in one step. The body turned into an afterimage, instantly approached Lin Zichen. Then, waving his thick unicorn arm, he punched Lin Zichen in the face. His girlfriend's face was swollen. Now, he wants to fight back and swell Lin Zichen's face. Soon, there was a bang. Jin Mingyu's fist hit Lin Zichen's face heavily. However, Lin Zichen did not move at all, and was not knocked out of the martial arts arena by the punch. On the contrary, Jin Mingyu, who had punched, suddenly changed his face, and knelt on the ground with a thumb, tightly covering his right hand, and said in pain, "Ah! Hand? My hand?" The fist that hit Lin Zichen's face was directly shattered, a comminuted fracture. Lin Zichen looked down at him, silently raised his leg, and swept his face with a bang, and directly kicked him out of the martial arts arena. What's going on? Dream? The discipline inspector of the student union was killed in seconds like this? Everyone at the scene was stunned. No one expected that this duel would end so quickly. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. After a moment of reaction, everyone looked at Lin Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. Too exaggerated. How can this rookie king be so strong? It is simply unbelievable. At the same time, Li Mayu, Liu Yongjian, Ma Shiwei, and others on the corridor on the second floor were all shocked. Lin Zichen obviously has not undergone gene fusion. How can he be so strong? This is not scientific at all. Among them, Ma Shiwei's face was full of doubt about life. There was a brief hesitation. Could it be that pure-blooded humans are the future? No. Impossible. Pure-blooded humans have no future. Lin Zichen can only be strong in the early stage, and he will definitely be indistinguishable from the crowd in the later stage, and he will regret it, on the other side. Li Mayu looked at Lin Zichen on the stage, with a trace of fear in his eyes. He remembered the painful scene in the previous opening trial, when he punched Lin Zichen in the face, and Lin Zichen was unharmed, but his entire hand was shattered. No, I need to fuse again, increase the dosage of fusion. I must not lose in the freshman competition, I must win, Li Mayu muttered to himself. Then he quickly took out his mobile phone, and called his family in Kyoto. After a while, the call was connected. A deep male voice came from inside. Mayu, why did you suddenly call Grandpa? Li Mayu, Grandpa, I want to fuse the second alien gene, and I will fuse it tomorrow. On the martial arts stage. After killing Jin Mingyu in 1 second, and kicking his face into a pig's head, Lin Zichen did not rush to leave the stage, but looked around the stage and announced calmly, from today on, I will accept paid commissions for playing on behalf of others. Whether it is a freshman, an old student, or a member of the student union, as long as you give me credits, I can help you challenge him. The price depends on the strength of the other party. As long as the credits are enough, I will beat the president of the student union. After leaving these few words, Lin Zichen jumped down to the stage, and under the shocked gaze of the crowd, he left the gymnasium with Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin. It is not enough to earn credits by off-campus tasks. Tasks are limited, and there will not be any every day. Even if there are, they may not be suitable. It is good to play as a substitute in the school nearby and earn some extra money. Not long after Lin Zichen left, the gymnasium was boiling instantly. What did he say? He actually wants to play as a substitute? He even dares to play the president of the student union? What a joke. The president of the student union is a senior biology. How dare he, a freshman? So arrogant, this rookie king is too arrogant. He doesn't know the height of the world at all. He must be talking nonsense. He is really good at pretending. If the president of the student union appeared in front of him now, he would probably be scared to death. Everyone was discussing, and they all thought that Lin Zichen must be crazy. Otherwise, how could he say such a thing, on the corridor on the second floor? Li Mayu was dumbfounded. He looked at Ma Shiwei with a dull expression and asked, I should have heard correctly just now. Lin Zichen wants to fight as a substitute, and he dares to fight even the president of the student union? Ma Shiwei was completely stunned at this time, and did not respond to him. Only Luo Yongjian on the other side became short of breath, and his face flushed. The King of Force, this is the King of Force. I want to worship him as my master. I want to learn from him the skills of showing off in front of others. Chapter 153. After leaving the gymnasium, Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin back to the dormitory, cooked dinner, and talked while eating. Zichen, how can you be so strong? Even the sophomore discipline inspector is not your opponent. Hanin, you too, you used to be weak like me, but now you are so strong that I feel very strange. I looked at my circle of friends, and he seems to be quite powerful now. I feel that I am the only one in our group who is standing still. It's uncomfortable. Li Chuxin felt very uncomfortable. When she was in high school, she didn't feel the gap between everyone. Now that she is in college, she feels that everyone is from two different worlds without realizing it. This feeling made her a little depressed. Lin Zichen comforted her. Think about it from another angle. You will have 3 thighs to hug in the future, and maybe you will feel much better. To be honest, it is true. Li Chuxin smiled and nodded. Lin Zichen felt much better after thinking this way, and even felt a little secretly happy. Lin Zichen took a sip of soup and said, Chuxin, if you see someone around you being bullied by seniors in the future, you can recommend me to them, and spend credits to ask me to be a thug. No problem, leave it to me. Li Chuxin agreed immediately and smiled and said, in the future, I will be a gold medal salesperson for Boss Lin, help Boss Lin to expand his business, and let Hanin be the boss's wife. Lin Zichen smiled and said, then I trouble you, and I will arrange all the commissions for you in the future. Li Chuxin waved her hand. Oh, forget about the commission, it seems so awkward. After dinner, they cleaned up the table together, and sat and chatted for a while. Not long after, Li Chuxin went back to her dormitory. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan played with their phones for a while, and when they saw that it was almost time, they went to the bathroom to relax. By the way, Hanin, tell your master and ask her to change the number of challenges. Remove the limit or increase it a bit. Otherwise, you can only challenge once a week, which is too little, and the proxy business cannot be developed. In the bathtub, Lin Zichen said this to Shin Qinghan while rubbing her back with skillful techniques. Shin Qinghan frowned her pretty eyebrows. This is about changing the school rules, is it okay? Your master has so much power, it can be done. No, I mean, the master will not change the school rules just because of my words. Why not? Lin Zichen said disapprovingly. You are a peerless genius, and a peerless genius of unprecedented level. Just making such a small request, can't your master satisfy you? Besides, doesn't the school advocate the law of the jungle or the survival of the fittest? Removing the limit on the number of challenges can make students more competitive, which is in line with the school's philosophy. Trust me, your master will listen to you. Lin Zichen's hands have moved from Shin Qinghan's back to other parts, rubbing and saying. Shin Qinghan curled her toes tightly with comfort, and said in a voice full of enjoyment, Then I try. After that, she picked up the mobile phone in front of her, and sent a message to Yuan Dongji on WeChat as Lin Zichen said. After that, within 5 minutes, Yuan Dongji responded. He agreed to remove the limit on the number of challenges. He actually agreed? Shin Qinghan was stunned for a moment, a little bit unbelievable. Then, she felt an indescribable joy. Great! Is this the feeling of having privileges? After being born as a human for 18 years, I can finally experience the genius treatment that Xiaoqun usually gets, after being excited for a while. Shin Qinghan calmed down and said to Lin Zichen behind him, Xiaoqun, the master agreed to your proposal and said that the limit on the number of challenges will be removed. Hearing this good news, Lin Zichen smiled and hugged her from behind and said in a gentle voice, This is thanks to you. Tell me, what reward do you want? Shin Qinghan thought about it, hesitated for a while, and said in a soft voice, I have always been your licking dog, and I also want to experience the feeling of being licked. Okay, I will be your licking dog tonight, so that you can experience the beauty of being pleased. Really? Shin Qinghan said with surprise. Lin Zichen smiled and said, Of course it's true, courtesy is the norm. At the same time, in the office of the president of the student union, more than a dozen high-ranking student union cadres in the school were sitting in a meeting. Lin Zichen is too arrogant and arrogant. He dared to speak in front of so many people, saying that he dared to hit the president. He is simply challenging the authority of our student union. He must be dealt with seriously. A young man, with a middle-parted hairstyle said to everyone angrily. After hearing this, the others started talking one after another. It must be said that this year's new king is indeed extremely strong. Even Ningyu, whose biological level is as high as the ordinary 7th level, is vulnerable in front of him. He is strong, but he is too arrogant. Sooner or later, he will be punished. It's normal. He is young. If I were as strong as him when I was a freshman, I would be arrogant too. I think he can join the student union. What the hell is normal? He is so arrogant that he dares to hit the president. I think he is mentally ill. As time goes by, more and more people begin to express their opinions. Most of them express dissatisfaction, and say that they will deal with Lin Zichen seriously to maintain the authority of the student union. A few admire Lin Zichen, and say they want to recruit him into the student union. President, what do you think about Lin Zichen's proxy play? A beautiful girl with a ponytail, a women's suit, and high heels asked Zhou Xiehong, who was sitting in the main seat. Zhou Xiehong looked calm and said lightly, It's just that the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. When he encounters a strong enemy, and is frustrated in the future, he will not be arrogant anymore. As the president of the student union, he did not take Lin Zichen seriously at all. In his eyes, Lin Zichen's physical talent is only much stronger than others, and his talents in other aspects are very average. Take the gene fusion adaptability for example, he has specially learned about Lin Zichen's results. Not high, only 15%. This gene fusion adaptability score is a top talent for most people. However, in the student union where top students are everywhere and second-place students are worse than dogs, it can only appear inconspicuous. In summary, his evaluation of Lin Zichen is these 4 words, very average. Usually in such a situation. In the early stage when everyone's biological level is not high, Lin Zichen can stand out with his strong physical talent and perform very well. But when everyone's biological level rises and the gene fusion becomes deeper, Lin Zichen, whose gene fusion adaptability is only 15%, will lose all his advantages and be eclipsed. Among this class of freshmen, Zhou Xiehong is most optimistic about Li Mayu and Ma Shiwei. Especially Li Mayu. Zhou Xiehong believes that as long as this Kyoto champion is given enough time to grow, it is no exaggeration to say that in the future, all school records of Shandong University will most likely be broken by this Kyoto champion. As for Lin Zichen, it is very good to be ranked in the top 5. Moreover, this is the result that Lin Zichen can only achieve if he gives up the pure-blooded human path in time and changes to the gene fusion path. If Lin Zichen still insists on taking the pure-blooded human path, then I'm sorry, he will be successful if he can rank in the top 10 of this class in the future. The next day, it was just dawn. Lin Zichen woke up early, helped Shinqing cover the quilt, got out of bed, and left the room, and went to the balcony outside for morning exercises. The exercise was body tempering. The difficulty of the third tempering is much higher than the second, mainly reflected in the pain. During the tempering process, people can grimace in pain. But the good news is that the efficiency of the tempering seems to be okay, just a little slower than the second tempering. 2 hours later, Lin Zichen finished the tempering and went to the kitchen to make breakfast for Shinqing. After Shinqing finished breakfast and went to class, he returned to the balcony to continue tempering. Tempering until about 10 a.m. Put away the yoga mat. Go to the bathroom to take a refreshing cold shower. Then, lie on the sofa, open the credit mall with your mobile phone, and look for the next kind of exotic beast meat to devour. After looking around in the mall for almost half an hour, a kind of exotic meat called 9-turn soul worm meat finally caught Lin Zichen's attention. 9-turn soul worm? What kind of exotic beast is this? Lin Zichen was a little surprised to see an exotic beast that he didn't recognize. Click on the product details and scan the content at a glance. Then, I learned that the 9-turn soul worm is a recently discovered exotic beast. Its characteristic is extremely strong mental power. It can control objects that are 10 times or even 100 times heavier than itself. Is the mental power extremely strong? After opening the atlas, you will probably get a biological attribute that can strengthen mental power. After improving the blood and chi for so many years, it's time to improve the mental power. The next kind of exotic meat to be devoured is decided to be you. It's just that the price is a bit outrageous. It costs 50 credits per kilogram. Well, after all, it is a new type of exotic beast that has just been discovered, and the production is limited, and things are rare and expensive. When the production volume increases in the future, the price should be able to drop a lot. After thinking for a while, Lin Zichen spent 50 credits and ordered a pound of 9-turn soul worm meat, thinking about opening the progress bar of the atlas first. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The express arrived. Lin Zichen opened the package and looked at the so-called 9-turn soul worm meat for a few times. It looks like Cordyceps sinensis. It's just that the color is black, giving people a poisonous feeling. Without thinking too much, he touched and swallowed it directly. You swallowed a trace of the life source of the 9-turn soul worm. 9-turn soul worm atlas. 1% Lin Zichen glanced at the 2 prompt messages in the void and didn't pay much attention. He quickly put it away and continued to temper his body on the balcony. When the time came to 4:30 in the afternoon, the phone on the yoga mat suddenly vibrated. When I opened it, I saw that it was a notification from the Academic Affairs office on the school app. The content was, Shanghai University will cancel the challenge limit from today, and everyone has the right to challenge countless times. You are so quick. Lin Zichen smiled, and gave Yuan Dongji a thumbs up in his heart. I have to say that Shinqing's chief master is really right. She really does things when asked to do them. Moreover, she is not the kind of person who drags her feet at all. 2 days later, on Sunday, 11 o'clock in the morning, Li Chuxing came to eat again. Strictly speaking, it is not a free meal, because she bought a lot of vegetables and went to the kitchen with Shinqing. Lin Zichen, who is usually a house husband, is now playing with his phone in the living room. Nearly an hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were served. The 3 of them sat together to eat. While eating, Li Chuxing brought Lin Zichen a good news and said with a smile, Zichen, I successfully found a client for you, and I need you to help me. The client is a rich second-generation girl in my class, and her family is very rich. Because she wears different new clothes every day and changes into various expensive bags, a sophomore sister is jealous of her and is targeted every day. I have found out the information of that sister for you. She is not strong, and her biological level is only ordinary 4th level. But she has a brother who works in the student union, and her brother's biological level is ordinary 7th level, the same as that Jin Mingyu. After that, Li Chuxing asked, how many credits do you want to accept this commission? Lin Zichen didn't rush to answer. He needed to think. Consider from all aspects to see how many credits his move is worth. There must be hard work fees. There must also be fees for broken relationships. After all, when making gestures, many people will be offended, and it is not excessive to charge fees for broken relationships. After thinking about it, It seems that only these two aspects need to be charged. So Lin Zichen said to Li Chuxin, I have considered it comprehensively, and the fee for this commission is 11 credits. Okay, then I will help you convey it now. Li Chuxin opened WeChat and contacted the girl in the class. In less than 2 minutes, the girl replied, indicating that she could accept the fee. Then, Lin Zichen's mobile phone on the desk vibrated. When he opened the screen of the mobile phone, he saw that the school app had received a credit transfer notification from the girl. No more, no less, exactly 11 credits. It's a really fast transfer. Lin Zichen smiled. Shanghai University's school app is very efficient. Whether it's a challenge or a transfer, just search for the name and check the information, and you can easily complete the desired operation. Soon, Lin Zichen transferred 1 credit to Li Chuxin on his mobile phone, looked at her and said, Chuxin, I'm transferring 1 credit to you as your hard work in finding customers for me. Ah? Li Chuxin was stunned for a moment, then said, This is not good, it seems too polite, it's just a trivial favor. Lin Zichen said seriously, Brothers should settle accounts clearly, and I can't let you work in vain. Okay, since you said so, I won't be polite. Li Chuxin didn't hesitate, and chose to accept the 1 point of credit generously. After that, she began to do her best to help Lin Zichen negotiate the time with the client. After a minute or two of discussion, finally, it was decided that when the class was over tomorrow morning, they would go to the senior sister's class to block the door and complete the commission. After doing all this, Li Chuxin looked at Lin Zichen and asked, Zichen, what a coincidence, you just said you wanted to play as a substitute in the gym that day, but the next day the school canceled the limit on the number of challenges. Is there any unknown deal in this? No deal. Lin Zichen lied casually. It's just that I knew in advance that the school rules would be changed, so I said I wanted to play as a substitute that day. Li Chuxin envied. Geniuses are different, they can even know about the change of school rules in advance. After that, she continued, by the way, at 4 p.m., someone in the gym will rush to the top list. It's 2 ordinary 9th level seniors fighting. Do you want to go and watch? Since the number of challenges was cancelled 3 days ago. Now in the gym, there are people rushing to the top list every day. There are people fighting in the morning, noon and evening. It's very lively. Lin Zichen shook his head. I'm not interested in this, so I won't go. Seeing that he was not interested, Li Chuxin looked at Shen Qinghan and asked, Hanin, what about you? When she said this, there was a hint of pleading in her eyes, and she really wanted Shen Qinghan to accompany her to see it. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan satisfied her and said, I really want to see it. Li Chuxin smiled and said, Then at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, let's go together to join in the fun. Soon. Time came to the next day. Monday morning. Under Li Chuxin's arrangement, Lin Zichen met the client in a milk tea shop. The client was a girl with ordinary appearance, but very rich. She was covered in branded clothes. Ah! Brother Chen, it's really Brother Chen. Brother Chen, I'm your fan. As soon as he saw Lin Zichen, the client was so excited that he was a little incoherent, and said excitedly that he was his fan. Then he asked for a photo and autograph. People who didn't know thought it was a fan meeting of a big star. Sorry, I'm only responsible for being a thug, and I don't provide other services. Lin Zichen refused directly. He didn't want to join the fan circle, he just wanted to be a simple thug without emotions. It was precisely because of this that he didn't even add the client's WeChat, and relied on Li Chuxin to help contact him in the middle. After clearly expressing this meaning, Lin Zichen brought the topic back to the client and asked the client, Tell me how you were bullied by that senior sister. Be truthful, and don't exaggerate. He would decide the intensity of his attack based on the severity of the bully. After hearing his question, the client immediately began to complain about how that senior sister bullied her as a freshman. Several pieces of clothing were taken away. Several bags were taken away. All added up, the loss was nearly 1 million. These were not the most important. The most important thing was that she was verbally insulted and physically attacked. The senior sister said that she was so ugly that she didn't deserve to wear such beautiful clothes. That's too much. After hearing what the client said, Shen Qinghan clenched her fists and felt angry for the other party. On the contrary, Lin Zichen, who was standing by, had no emotion at all. He just said calmly, Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. I promise that after today, she will never dare to bully you again. I feel relieved with what Brother Chen said. The client said with a smile, After this matter is successfully resolved, I will pay you Brother Chen an additional 11 credits as support for your substitute career. Pay another 11 credits? Lin Zichen's eyes lit up when he heard this, And then he stood up and said to the client with a smile, "I didn't expect that our ideas are so highly overlapped. We must take a photo together to commemorate it." Chapter 154. 11:55 a.m. Evolution College, Teaching Building Number 3. Lin Zichen, Shin Qinghan, Li Chuxin, and the client were all waiting on the first floor of the teaching building, waiting for the target person to appear after class. 5 minutes later. The bell rang on time. The originally quiet teaching building suddenly became noisy. The students came out of the classroom, crowded into the corridor in groups of 3 or 2, and walked downstairs talking and laughing. In order to save time, many students chose to take a shortcut and jumped down from the building, falling heavily to the ground with a bang. Then, they got up and left as if nothing had happened. "Isn't that Lin Zichen? This is the sophomore teaching area. What is he doing here? He keeps staring at everyone who passes by. Is he here to fight? It's almost certain he's really here to look for someone, and I don't know which unlucky person he's targeting. I thought he was just talking nonsense in the gym that day, but I didn't expect he was serious. There's going to be something interesting to watch." Many people noticed Lin Zichen's figure and started talking about it. Lin Zichen ignored these voices and stood still quietly. He didn't say anything either, just waiting for the target person to come down. However, after waiting for a long time, the target person didn't show up. "Strange, why didn't I see Huang Jiamin? Did she take a day off today?" The client muttered with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Zichen said lightly, "She didn't take a day off, she just stayed in the classroom and didn't come out." "How do you know?" The client was very curious. Lin Zichen explained casually, "Intuition." "Intuition? It's not intuition, it's perception. The biological attribute of danger perception greatly improves his perception ability, and he can sense all kinds of existence from a distance of more than 100 meters. Lin Zichen, don't wait, Huang Jiamin won't come down. She knows you are blocking her, and now she is scared and shrinking in the classroom and calling her brother for help. I suggest you go up and find her directly." A young man who was waiting to see the show shouted loudly to Lin Zichen. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl in the crowd frowned and accused him. "Yun Liang, what are you doing? How can you turn your arm outward? Turning your mother. That bitch has cheated on me 9 times, and I wish she would die now. If you keep talking nonsense, I will go over and kick her." The young man cursed at the girl. He is Huang Jiamin's classmate, and also her ex-boyfriend. Last summer vacation, in just less than a week, he was cheated on by Huang Jiamin 9 times, and now he wishes Huang Jiamin would die. 9 cheated? Shin Qinghan was shocked, thinking that this young man was too miserable, so miserable that she was embarrassed to persuade him to be strong. Li Chuxin, who was standing by, exclaimed, "My God, that woman is so wild, she actually cheated on her boyfriend 9 times, it's too exaggerated." The client was worried. Huang Jiamin's brother is very powerful, his biological level is as high as ordinary level 7, and I heard that he has good popularity in the student union. I think it's better to forget today's commission and not do it. After that, she added, I unilaterally breached the contract, so I don't have to refund the 11 credits. Huingli, don't be a coward. Li Chuxin advised the client. Zichen's strength is much stronger than you think. The day before yesterday in the gymnasium, he directly defeated the discipline inspector of Jin Yu. Huang Jiamin's brother is at most at the same level as Jin Yu, so he can be defeated easily. The client said worriedly, It's not that I don't believe in Brother Chen's strength, but Huang Jiamin's brother is very popular and has friends everywhere. I'm afraid that he will have more people and Brother Chen will suffer. Yesterday, she was bullied by Huang Jiamin, and she lost her mind in anger, so she thought of entrusting Lin Zichen to beat him up. Now calm down, I think this is too impulsive. Huang Jiamin's brother is not an ordinary person, I really can't offend him, otherwise it will be more difficult in school in the future. Will I suffer a loss? Lin Zichen smiled and said to the client calmly, Don't worry, no matter how many ants there are, they can't bite an elephant. Since I dare to accept your commission, I have the confidence to help you solve it. Let's go upstairs to find Huang Jiamin. After saying the last sentence, Lin Zichen jumped directly and jumped onto the floor where Huang Jiamin was. It's not high, only the 3rd floor. Including the wall on the corridor on the 3rd floor, it's only a little over 9 meters high. Any ordinary 7th level strongman can easily jump up. However, when the person who did this was a freshman, it seemed unusual, even shocking. At this moment, many people at the scene were shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed, Damn, he jumped directly to the 3rd floor in one jump, is he really a freshman? His physical talent is the most amazing I've ever seen. Oh my god, this rookie king is too abnormal. I'm already a sophomore, and I'm a gene fusionist who has fused several alien beast genes, but I can't jump to the third floor in one jump. Too strong, I feel like a disabled person in front of him. Many people were hit by Lin Zichen, and their faces were full of doubts about life. Almost all the students who can be admitted to Shanghai University were the top students in the school when they were in high school, and they were admired by others. However, even such students were eclipsed in front of Lin Zichen at this moment, and they were so ordinary that they were not even as good as the stones on the roadside. It's really like comparing people to people. The more you compare, the less motivation you have to work hard. Just when everyone at the scene was doubting their lives. In a classroom on the third floor, a burst of excited shouts from girls suddenly came. My brother is a member of the student union's external relations department, and he has good friends everywhere. You'd better think twice before you attack me. Don't dig your own grave. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Please don't hit me. Don't hit my face if you have to. It was Huang Jiamin who was shouting. She was shouting as miserably as a pig being slaughtered. Lin Zichen's perverted behavior of beating girls' faces has spread throughout the school, and many people know that he has such a special fetish. Huang Jiamin was afraid that Lin Zichen would beat her face until it was swollen like a pig's head, or even directly disfigure her. I heard that this rookie king especially likes to hit girls' faces, and he hits them hard. I'm afraid Huang Jiamin won't be able to see anyone for several months. Bitch, die. It's best if you are permanently disfigured. Let's go upstairs to watch the excitement. After a burst of noise, many onlookers rushed to the third floor, eager to see Lin Zichen beat Huang Jiamin. However, before they rushed into the staircase, a figure flew out from the third floor. It's not quite accurate to say that he flew out. To be more precise, he was thrown out. It was Huang Jiamin who was thrown out, and the whole person accurately fell on a green belt downstairs. With the cushioning of the plants above, she was lucky to be safe and sound. Then the next second, Lin Zichen appeared in the corridor on the third floor. Under the gaze of everyone, he jumped lightly and landed on the ground, almost silently. It's almost 10 meters high, and there was no sound when he jumped down. How powerful a force can be controlled to do this? A boy in the crowd said with an incredible face. When the others heard it, they realized belatedly how awesome Lin Zichen's jump was, and everyone's faces were immediately filled with shock. Lin Zichen ignored the shock of the crowd. He looked calmly at Shen Qinghan, who had not yet come upstairs, and said in a leisurely voice, "Hanin, Huang Jiamin is now yours to challenge, and you decide how hard to attack." He did not attack Huang Jiamin when he was upstairs just now. He just threw Huang Jiamin down from the upstairs and publicly executed her in front of many onlookers. Shen Qinghan will be the executioner. Okay, I got it. Shen Qinghan responded, and immediately took out her mobile phone from her small bag, opened the school app, and challenged Huang Jiamin as Lin Zichen said. She is a pink-faced female freshman. She has no ranking on the peak list or the freshman list, and can challenge any senior who is older than her unconditionally. Moreover, the challenge can be established without the consent of the other party. After the challenge is established, Shen Qinghan did not say anything nonsense, and walked straight towards Huang Jiamin. Stop now. You can't hit me. If I lose a hair, my brother will never let you go. Huang Jiamin had just climbed up from the green belt, and saw Shen Qinghan walking towards her quickly. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and she shouted at Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan ignored her, and her steps became faster and faster, approaching her directly. When she was less than 10 meters away from the other party, suddenly, a shout came from behind. Who dares to hit my sister? This voice was extremely loud, filled with a lot of blood and energy, which made many people's ears buzz. Shen Qinghan stopped and looked back in the direction of the voice. Then, she saw 3 strong young men. The young man, with a flat head in the lead, was Huang Jiamin's brother, Huang Jiarui, a powerful creature with a level of ordinary level 7. The 2 young men who were traveling with him were his colleagues in the External Relations Department of the Student Union, and they were also powerful creatures with a level of ordinary level 7. Chapter 155. Huang Jiarui is here. He brought 2 people with him. Now it's difficult for Lin Zichen, the new king. They are all from the External Relations Department of the Student Union. When 3 burly young men appeared in front of the teaching building, a burst of discussion immediately broke out in the crowd. Huang Jiamin, who was sitting on the green belt, saw that it was her brother Huang Jiarui who came, and he came with helpers. The panic on her face was reduced by half. She looked at Huang Jiarui with red eyes, and shouted in a voice full of grievance, "Brother, I didn't offend him, but he came up to beat me without saying a word. It's too bullying." The he she was talking about was Lin Zichen. Huang Jiarui couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard his sister's words. Then, looking at Lin Zichen in front of him, he said with some dissatisfaction, "Lin Zichen, are you too arrogant? Do you really think you are invincible, and no one can stop you?" One of the helpers said, "Lin Zichen, there are rookie kings every year, but you are the first one who is so arrogant. You have offended too many people. Be careful to get beaten when you walk at night." Another helper also said, "We won't bother with you today. If there is a next time, don't blame us for not giving you face." The three people's words were obviously threatening, but their tone sounded calm and not very aggressive. Only Lin Zichen is the strongest rookie king in school history, and has a promising future. If it were an ordinary person, the three would have beaten him up long ago, and would not say so much nonsense. Why are the people in the student union so easy to talk to? They bully the weak and fear the strong. They dare not offend the strongest rookie king in school history, who has a promising future. They are afraid that the rookie king will settle accounts with them in the future. It looks like there won't be a fight. It's boring. The onlookers whispered to each other, and their interest in watching the excitement was reduced a lot. They all felt that there would definitely be no fight. Shin Qinghan, who was sandwiched between the two sides, also felt that there would be no fight. After hesitating for a while, she stopped walking towards Huang Jiamin and chose to go back to Lin Zichen. Just when everyone thought that this farce was about to end, Lin Zichen looked at Shin Qinghan walking back and said calmly, "Han in, do it." "Do it?" Shin Qinghan was stunned for a moment. But soon, after seeing Lin Zichen's calm expression, she responded sparingly, "Okay." Then, she turned around and rushed to the green belt to attack Huang Jiamin. Huang Jiamin was panicked when she saw this, and ran to Huang Jiarui. She had heard about Shin Qinghan killing Li Ziki instantly. Li Ziki's biological level is ordinary level 5, while her biological level is only ordinary level 4. If she encounters Shin Qinghan, she will definitely be beaten up and have to run. Unfortunately, she just ran out of the green belt, and suddenly felt the blood and chi in her body in chaos. Her limbs became weak, and she felt dizzy, and she fell to the ground with a thump. "Brother!" Huang Jiamin used all her strength, and shouted to Huang Jiarui in front of her, with her almost numb throat. Hearing his sister's call for help, Huang Jiarui's eyes instantly turned cold. Immediately, his calves kicked hard, and the whole person turned into a residual image, rushing straight toward Shin Qinghan, who was about to attack his sister. At the moment when Huang Jiarui rushed out. On the other side, Lin Zichen thought about it, and instantly released a terrifying biological pressure comparable to that of a high-level strongman. At a distance of more than 20 meters, it poured accurately on Huang Jiarui. The next second, Huang Jiarui, who was sprinting at high speed, suddenly felt a terrifying pressure on his head. Then, there was a loud bang. Before Huang Jiarui could react to what was going on, he fell heavily to the ground. His face touched the ground. A large area of shocking spider web cracks was shaken out. At the same time, in front, Shin Qinghan had already rushed in front of Huang Jiamin, raised his leg and kicked her in the face. Then, there was another bang. Huang Jiamin was knocked to the ground by a kick, and her left face was swelling rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a pig's head. But the injury was not serious, just swollen, no concussion. Shin Qinghan was still too kind, just thinking of a slight punishment, not hurting anyone's heart. What's going on? It's over. What happened? In just a few seconds, the Huang brothers and sisters, who had just been in the dominant position, suddenly fell to the ground. The elder brother was lying on the ground with his face flat on the ground, and the younger sister was lying on the ground with her face facing the sky. The situation changed so quickly that the onlookers at the scene were stunned and couldn't react for a while. "Arui, what's wrong with you?" Huang Jiarui's two helpers were the first to react and ran to Huang Jiarui to check the situation. Seeing that their friend was pinned to the ground by an invisible force and couldn't move, both of them showed a look of helplessness and a trace of panic on their faces, because they found that the invisible force suppressing Huang Jiarui was biological pressure. Moreover, it was the pressure of a high-level creature. What does this mean? It means that a high-level strongman has taken action, and a high-level strongman is helping Lin Zichen. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. No wonder he dares to be so fearless. It turns out that there is someone behind him. Thinking of this, the two felt a chill in their hearts, and at the same time, they were glad that they did not attack Lin Zichen right away and did not offend him. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. While the two were thinking about this, on the other side, Lin Zichen brought the client to Huang Jiamin and stopped, looking down at the embarrassed female school bully lying on the ground, and asked, "I heard from the client that you took away a lot of her clothes and bags?" "Yes, I'm sorry. I will return them to her when I go back later." Wang Jiaming covered her swollen left face tightly with both hands, and apologized with a trembling voice. Seeing that she was so sensible, Lin Zichen stopped making things difficult for her. He turned to the client and said, "The problem is solved. If she dares to bully you again, you can ask me for help at any time. I will give you a 20% discount." "Well, thank you, Brother Chen." The client thanked him. Then, he took out his mobile phone and transferred 11 credits to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen took a look at the credits he received and didn't care too much. He put away his mobile phone, turned to face the crowd around him, and said loudly, "Dear sophomores, if you need a substitute, you can ask me for help at any time. The price is negotiable. As long as the target is a student in the school, I can help." As he said, he walked to the front and stopped beside Li Chuxin, introducing to everyone, "This lovely beauty is my agent Li Chuxin. You can add her WeChat. Please contact her when you need my help." He advertised himself in a high-profile way. It felt like nothing happened. Lin Zichen took Shen Qihan away from the scene, leaving Li Chuxin to add the potential customer's WeChat. As for the client Hu Yingli, now that the commission has been completed, there is no need to worry about her anymore. In the evening, office of the president of the student union, Wang Jiarui and others told Zhou Xiahong in detail about the strange thing they encountered today and their own guesses. Said that he was suppressed by the biological pressure of an unknown high-level strongman, and suspected that there was someone behind Lin Zichen. After hearing this, Zhou Xiahong fell into deep thought. He felt that Huang Jiarui's guess was reasonable. Lin Zichen dared to be so arrogant. Most likely there was someone supporting him behind him. Then the question came, who was the person behind him? Could it be Yuan Xiao? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Xiahong couldn't help but think of Yuan Dongji. Lin Zichen had just announced that he would play for someone else that day, and the next day the school cancelled the limit on the number of challenges. This doesn't look like a coincidence. It's a collaboration. So, what is the relationship between Lin Zichen and Principal Yuan? Zhou Xiahong was puzzled. After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure it out. Finally, he said to Huang Jiarui and others, "It's best for everyone to avoid Lin Zichen during this period. Wait and see what happens. If you accidentally conflict with him, you can warn him verbally and see how he reacts. In short, try to avoid fighting with him." At the same time, administration building, principal's office. Ma Zhenhe found Yuan Dongji and told her about Lin Zichen's recent situation. He tried, "Principal Yuan, Lin Zichen recently set up a proxy service, causing chaos in the inner campus. Is this what you mean?" "No," Yuan Dongji denied. After that, she took a sip of warm tea and said in a cold voice, "But to be honest, I quite like what Lin Zichen did. The students in the school have been oppressed by the student union. The class has been solidified for too long, which is not conducive to the long-term development of the school. I think it's time to break this situation." Chapter 156. With the publicity of the first two performances, Lin Zichen's substitute business is booming. In the following period of time, basically, he can receive more than 10 substitute orders every day. In the first few days, he still needs to beat people. Later, when the bullies saw him coming to substitute, they were scared and knelt on the spot. He quickly apologized to the client and said that he was wrong before. He promised Lin Zichen that he would never dare to do it again. He did this for almost half a month. Lin Zichen became famous. Many people said that he was the light of righteousness in the school, vigorously rectifying the bad practices in the school and giving the school a harmonious atmosphere. There were also a few people who blackened him, saying that he was just a businessman who was going for credits and was not worthy of the evaluation of the light of righteousness. Whether it was a good evaluation or a bad evaluation, Lin Zichen didn't care. He only cared about the credits he earned. At noon that day, Li Chuxin came to eat. After eating, she counted the business information in the living room and reported the data to Lin Zichen. In the past half-month, Lin Zichen has received a total of 233 proxy orders. The bullies in these orders are at the highest level of ordinary level 7, the lowest level of ordinary level 3, and the average level of ordinary level 4. In general, they are not strong. In addition, it is worth noting that a large part of these bullies have a common feature. That is, they all have a backer who works in the student union. It is this kind of people who are neither strong nor weak, who love to bully others everywhere by relying on their background, and they fully embody the idiom of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, which is disgusting to death. After reporting the data, Li Chuxin couldn't help but curse. Lin Zichen listened and smiled without saying anything. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is also a biological nature. This is normal. Zichen, I have been threatened by many people in the student union recently, including ordinary 9th level people, who said that if I continue to do this proxy business, I should be careful when I go out in the future. Li Chuxin said with uneasiness. Then he continued, under your rectification during this period of time, we can hardly see bullying in the school now. Since there are not many orders, why don't we stop while we are ahead and stop this proxy business? Don't offend the student union to death. Li Chuxin was scared by the threat, and didn't want to do this proxy business anymore. Although this business can earn credits, she is afraid that she will earn credits but not live to spend them. It's better to stop it in time. Lin Zichen said disapprovingly, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Those people in the student union are just trying to scare you verbally. If they really dared to do it, they would have done it long ago and wouldn't have said so much to you. Lin Zichen continued, but if you are worried, then don't do it. There is no need to worry about it all day and affect your life. After hearing what he said, Li Chuxin fell into a dilemma. Was she entangled with whether she should continue to do it? After a few minutes of hesitation, she made a decision in her heart, looked up at Lin Zichen and said, forget it, let's do it. I don't want to give up the business that I have finally started. It's a pity. Soon, the time came to 2 p.m. Lin Zichen went out to the research institute. Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin went to the teaching building of the Evolution Academy for class. Genius class, that is, Evolution Class 1. As soon as Shen Qinghan entered the classroom, she saw a pig head wearing a white dress, carrying a long sword, and with long hair fluttering behind him. She took a closer look and found that the pig head was Luo Yongjian. In response, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Ajian, why are you bruised? Luo Yongjian, I fell while walking. Ma Shiwei, who was sitting at the next table, didn't give him any face at all and exposed him on the spot. This idiot followed your fiancé to be a substitute, but was beaten by the student union. So miserable. Shen Qinghan wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh, for fear of hurting Luo Yongjian's pitiful self-esteem. Can anyone do such a thing as a substitute? You can't do it without strength. Only my Shaochen has the capital to do it. Seeing that Ma Shiwei had exposed him, Luo Yongjian stopped pretending and started to curse. This student union, they only beat me and not Lin Zichen. They only bully the weak and fear the strong. What kind of people are they? When I grow up, none of them will be able to escape, and I will settle accounts with them later. Sure, it hurt so much. Luo Yongjian was so excited that he accidentally pulled the wound at the corner of his mouth, and it hurt so much that tears almost came out. Ma Shiwei was very venomous, and said in a murderous way, you said it as if only you can grow up. If you can grow up and become stronger, the people in the student union can also grow up and become stronger. The most important thing is that your talent is not much better than that of the people in the student union. I am afraid that you will never settle accounts with them in your lifetime. It is better to give up this idea. You? Luo Yongjian wanted to refute, but found that he could not refute a single point. Because Ma Shiwei was right. His talent was not much better than other geniuses. Even if he grew up, his strength would probably be just SOSO. He couldn't find the student union to settle accounts with him. Then how could he settle accounts with the student union? He couldn't just take this loss. Luo Yongjian fell into thought. After a few seconds, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Ma Shiwei, that's easy. I can't take revenge on the student union, but Lin Zichen can. At worst, I can ask Lin Zichen to be my substitute, and let him beat up the student union. You asked Lin Zichen to be your substitute? Ma Shiwei also laughed, looking at Luo Yongjian, as if he was looking at a fool and said, if Lin Zichen doesn't change to gene fusion in time, he's afraid that he won't be able to protect himself in the future, and will be settled by the student union. You're still asking him to be your substitute. It's really funny. Shen Qinghan was unhappy when she heard what Ma Shiwei said. She really wanted to tell Ma Shiwei that Lin Zichen could beat up the student union right now, and didn't need to go through gene fusion at all. It's a pity that I can't tell him. I can only keep it to myself. I hope Shaochen can evolve into a high-level creature with a pure-blooded human body as soon as possible, and then surprise everyone. Shen Qinghan thought silently in his heart. Pure-blooded Human Research Institute. As soon as Lin Zichen walked in, Song Yuyan inside complained to him, Brother Zichen, you haven't been to the institute for a long time. I'm a little busy recently. Busy with the proxy business? Yes. It seems to have been half a month. How many credits have you earned in total? Less than 3,000 credits. So many? Song Yuyan was shocked. Then, she was extremely envious and said with regret, I can make so much money. If I had known, I would have started a proxy business. I lost 3,000 credits. At this time, Lu Chuanwu came out of the research room and said speechlessly, "Come on, you are a minor, how can you be a proxy?" "That's right," Song Yuyan reacted. Lu Chuanwu walked to Lin Zichen and stopped, saying to him, "Zichen, you can earn a lot by playing for others, but it won't last long, you can only earn the first wave. If you want to earn credits stably in the long term, one is to rush to the top list, and the other is to become the president of the student union. Only these two can bring you a large number of credits continuously." After that, Lu Chuanwu added, "Oh, there are also off-campus tasks, but you can't get suitable tasks every day. Can you earn credits in the long term by being the president of the student union?" Lin Zichen keenly caught this point and asked Lu Chuanwu, "Dean, what about the president of the student union?" Lu Chuanwu, "The president of the student union gets a subsidy every month, and can get 500 credits a month." 500 credits? Lin Zichen opened his eyes wide in shock. He couldn't understand why he could get so many credit subsidies every month as just the president of the student union. Lu Chuanwu saw his confusion, smiled and explained, "It's not as easy to be the president of the student union as you think. It's not just sitting in the office drinking tea and reading newspapers. The main work of the student union president is basically carried out at the source, which is very dangerous. It's normal to have such a high subsidy." Lu Chuanwu said, "When you evolve into a high-level creature with a pure-blooded human body, and have a strong backer to protect you, and you can show your strength without any scruples, you can also become the president of the student union. In this way, you can not only train yourself, but also get a high subsidy, the best of both worlds." Lin Zichen, "Dean, what specific work does the president of the student union carry out at the source?" Lu Chuanwu, "This is my knowledge blind spot. I am just an ordinary 9th level old man. I am not qualified to know many things." Seeing him say this, Lin Zichen did not ask any more. "I plan to let Shen Qinghan ask Yuan Dongji after returning to the dormitory at night." Underground of Shanghai City. 20,000 meters deep. In a wide underground palace. With the efforts of the old masked man, the biological channel connecting to the number 36 source has finally stabilized a lot, and the alien beasts from the source can be transmitted over. However, for the time being, only alien beasts below the high level can be transmitted. Because it is a newly opened biological channel, it lacks various reinforcement measures, and has a low upper limit. If advanced creatures enter it, it is easy to cause the biological channel to collapse. It will take decades to slowly reinforce it before it can transmit more powerful beasts. The biological channel is about to start transmitting, everyone be prepared. The old masked man reminded the three-eyed giant, and the giant alien rat king behind him. The three-eyed giant and the rat king immediately became alert after hearing this. Today is the first time to use this biological channel. There is a risk of failure, so you must concentrate. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you may be dragged into the biological channel that fails to open and torn to pieces. Seeing that the three-eyed giant and the rat king were ready, the old masked man took out a strange branch and gently inserted it into the biological channel that had been stable for several days. Then, he closed his old eyes. He chanted a mysterious spell. He poured blood into the biological channel. He carved runes around it. After such a mysterious operation, the old masked man paused, and the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Open it for me." As soon as the voice fell, the biological channel in front of him immediately tore open a hole. In an instant, a large amount of rich vitality poured out from it. It moisturized every corner of the underground palace. At the same time, a series of creepy sounds came from the biological channel. There was the roar of the demon-eyed giant ape. There was the cry of the violent eagle. There was the crawling sound of the ghostly black snake. As these sounds got closer and closer, various strange beasts soon drilled out of the biological channel. These beasts were not strong. They were all ordinary beasts below the advanced level. As soon as they came out, they were controlled by the three-eyed giant and the rat king, and waited for arrangements. This cross-border transmission lasted for about a whole night. A total of more than 300 ordinary beasts were transmitted. More than 50 died during the transmission. For a biological channel that has just stabilized for a few days, this transmission mortality rate is very low. This biological channel is connected quite successfully. Close it. After seeing that the biological channel transmitted more than 300 ordinary beasts, and began to fluctuate unstably, the old masked man immediately chose to close the channel. After the channel stabilized again, the next transmission was organized. Under the control of the old masked man. Soon, the opening of the channel began to slowly close, stopping the cross-border transmission. Just when the opening of the channel was about to close completely, two delicate white jade hands suddenly stretched out from the channel and tore the opening that was about to close open. Lord God, what's going on? The three-eyed giant was stunned and looked at the old masked man with a puzzled look and asked. The old masked man was also stunned. He had opened more than 10 biological channels, but this was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. After a moment of reaction, the old masked man said to the three-eyed giant and the Rat King with a solemn expression, "You two should mobilize the blood in your body and be prepared for a fierce battle." When the three-eyed giant and the Rat King heard it, they immediately mobilized the blood in their bodies and prepared for the battle. At this time, a girl wearing a silk dress, animal ears on her head, and 9 tails behind her slowly walked out of the biological channel. The girl has a graceful figure, a beautiful face, and a pair of pink eyes with a soul-stirring charm. Just one look can make people fall in love with her. Is this the legendary Earth? The girl looked at everything in the underground palace curiously with her pure and lustful eyes, and murmured this sentence softly and charmingly. When she said this, the old masked man, the three-eyed giant, and the Rat King on the opposite side all widened their eyes, full of disbelief. Nine-tailed demon fox. It turned out to be the legendary nine-tailed demon fox. Why did such a powerful existence appear here? It's just a newly connected biological channel. Why can't it accommodate such a powerful existence? What is going on? The girl saw the confusion in the eyes of the three people and explained elegantly, "It's just one of my clones, and it won't cause the new biological channel to collapse." Chapter 157. January 14th, evening. Zhongyuan Building 8, Dormitory 603. In the living room, Lin Zichen sat on the sofa and browsed the news on his mobile phone. He read 10 news items, 8 of which were related to strange beasts. I don't know what happened in recent days. The frequency of strange beasts in Shanghai City has soared, and dozens of injuries have occurred. Combined with the sudden appearance of a large number of strange plants in the city some time ago, the citizens were panicked. Why did these abnormalities appear in Shanghai City? What happened to Shanghai City? The official investigation has been so long and still can't find the cause. Lin Zichen frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy about this. While he was thinking about this, Shen Qinghan, who was reading a book next to him, put down the book in his hand and looked at him and said, "Xiaochen, the freshman competition will start tomorrow. This is my first time to participate in such a formal competition. I am a little nervous." Her old problem came back again. It is easy to get nervous. This is a manifestation of lack of confidence. There is no way. I was used to being mediocre before. Even though I have become a top talent now, I still have the mentality of a poor student. Lin Zichen put his hand on her white and tender feet, rubbing and playing with them while saying, "It's different now. You are now the top talent in the school, and your strength is far beyond your peers. You should be excited, not nervous, when the freshman competition starts tomorrow." "That's what I said, but I just can't help being nervous," Shen Qinghan said distressfully. Lin Zichen comforted, "It's okay. When you participate in more competitions and win more on the martial arts stage in the future, you will naturally not be nervous." Shen Qinghan, "Xiaochen, do you think it is possible for the two of us to become opponents?" "It's possible, and it's a high probability." "High probability?" "Yes, high probability." Lin Zichen finished explaining, "Your current strength should be only slightly worse than mine and Li Moyu. As long as you don't meet Li Moyu in advance and can advance smoothly, you will definitely meet me, and even in the finals." "What about Ma Shiwei?" Shen Qinghan said without much confidence. "She is very powerful. I don't think I am necessarily her opponent." Lin Zichen said disapprovingly, "She is completely inferior to you." "Am I that powerful?" "Yes." Lin Zichen added, "Don't say Ma Shiwei. Even Li Moyu may not be as powerful as you." Shen Qinghan shook his head. "You are exaggerating. How can I compare to Li Moyu?" "If you can compare, don't underestimate yourself." The two chatted about the freshman competition. Chatting and chatting. Shen Qinghan pulled her feet away from Lin Zichen's hands, stood up, and sat on his thighs facing him, put her arms around his neck and smiled. "I'm a little greedy all of a sudden. I want to taste you." After that, she lowered her head and took the initiative to kiss Lin Zichen. The kiss was very devoted. Lin Zichen hugged her waist and responded to her enthusiastically. "You are kissing someone. Chi and blood +1, kissing skills +1, XX flexibility +1. I don't know how long it took." The two separated with some disordered breathing, recalling the beauty of the kiss just now. "It feels so good not to wear diapers." Shen Qinghan licked her lips, feeling the light lower body, and couldn't help but sigh. Since she enslaved the genes of the blue jellyfish king and mastered the ability to control water, she no longer has to worry about wetting her pants. She still has the urge to urinate, but she can control the flow of water in her body, and can easily hold it in, unlike before when she had to clamp her legs together when she had to urinate urgently. I don't think wetting your pants is a disadvantage. Lin Zichen smiled and teased, to be honest, I miss you who peed your pants all the time. You are so perverted. You are a little dirty girl, I am a big pervert, we are a perfect match. Little dirty girl, big pervert, don't say, it sounds like the taste of the Peerless twins. Shen Qinghan smiled and said. After that, she looked into Lin Zichen's eyes, and said coquettishly, Xiaochen, I want to eat popsicles. Then get up, I get it for you. Lin Zichen pinched Shen Qinghan's hips and said. Shen Qinghan has loved eating cold food since she was a child. Even in winter when it was so cold that her hands were shaking, she would eat one every few days. When she was a child, her parents were strict and didn't let her eat. Now that she lives on her own, she bought a bunch of ice cream popsicles and put them in the refrigerator. Whenever she wants to eat, she can take them. The main point is to do whatever she wants. I don't want to eat those in the refrigerator. I'm tired of them. I want to eat other flavors. Shen Qinghan didn't get up, and continued to sit on Lin Zichen's legs, leaning against his ear and saying softly. Lin Zichen raised his eyebrows. You want to eat milk-flavored popsicles, right? No one knows a daughter better than her father. Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly and playfully. The next day, Lin Zichen woke up early from the bed. Shen Qinghan was still sleeping beside him, with her legs tightly hugging the pillow, a little saliva flowing from the corners of her mouth, and she was sleeping soundly. He helped her wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Looking at the pillow between her legs, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. Recently, his head has been clamped by Shen Qinghan's legs like this. When he saw Shen Qinghan clamping the pillow like this, he couldn't help but think of the scene of himself being clamped in his mind, and he couldn't help laughing. Not long after, Shen Qinghan also woke up. She opened her eyes dazedly, looked at Lin Zichen with a sleepy face, and said lazily, Xiaochen, I dreamed of you. What did you dream about me doing? Lin Zichen asked curiously. Shen Qinghan didn't rush to tell him, but took his hand and said coquettishly, Kiss me, and I tell you. Lin Zichen lowered his head and kissed her pink lips, saying, Okay, you can tell me now. Shen Qinghan licked her lips and smiled with satisfaction. You may not believe it, I dreamed that we had a lovely daughter after graduating from college. We disagreed on naming our daughter, and we had a dispute and wanted to divorce. Your dream is too outrageous. Lin Zichen felt speechless when he heard it. Shen Qinghan, it's really outrageous. I was the one who initiated the divorce. After the divorce, I cried every day at home, but I was stubborn and refused to give in. But I'm not that kind of person in reality. Lin Zichen, dreams are like this. They have bizarre properties, and the plot never follows logic. Shen Qinghan sat up from the bed, took Lin Zichen's arm and said, That's right, there is no logic at all. In reality, I would not argue to divorce you. I will let you decide on the name of our daughter. It's all up to me. Lin Zichen combed her hair and said gently, We must discuss and decide on the name of the child. They sat on the bed and chatted for a while. Soon, the two got out of bed, washed up, and went to the kitchen to make breakfast together. After breakfast, they went out to the gymnasium to participate in the freshman competition at the end of the semester. Gymnasium. First floor. When Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived, there were already crowds of people inside. There were crowds everywhere. There were basically no empty seats in the audience seats, and they were all full. It must be said that this annual freshman competition is quite popular, and many people are paying attention. Lin Zichen looked around and quickly took Shen Qinghan to the waiting area for the contestants in front. He and Shen Qinghan were both contestants, so they had to sign in there. You two are the only ones who haven't signed in yet. Come and sign in. As the two entered the player waiting area, a student union member in charge of signing in said to them in a somewhat cold voice. Lin Zichen's proxy business a while ago almost offended the student union to death, and many members of the student union were unwilling to look at him in a good face. The many here are limited to the male members of the student union. As for the female members, they should be Lin Zichen's fans, and they will not become little haters just because of their opposite positions. After signing in, Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan's hand, found an empty seat, and sat down, talking and chatting while waiting for the game to start. After chatting for a while, soon, one was playing with his phone, and the other was curiously looking at the contestants around. Lin Zichen was playing with his phone, looking down at the news. Shen Qinghan was looking at the contestants, observing every potential competitor with his peripheral vision, trying to be prepared to know both himself and the enemy. Although Lin Zichen was very optimistic about her, and said that her strength could rank among the top 3 freshmen. However, she herself did not have this confidence. She was afraid that she would capsize in the ditch on the martial arts stage and make a fool of herself. She had to be extremely cautious. She must not underestimate any opponent. After spending a few minutes looking around, Shen Qinghan got the following information. There were a total of 128 contestants. 99 were evolution students, 28 were mechanical students, and 1 was a martial arts student. The only martial arts student was Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen and all the members of the evolution class were directly qualified to participate without taking the test. The remaining dozens of contestants signed up for the auditions themselves and fought their way out of them. Shen Qinghan focused on observing the 28 mechanical students. All of them were students from the Mecha God class. They were equipped with various alloy equipment provided by the Mecha God group. They looked very strong. Shen Qinghan felt that if he accidentally capsized in the gutter on the martial arts stage, he would definitely be defeated by the mechanical students from the Mecha God class. More than half an hour later, the freshman competition began. The first round of duels was 128 to 64, and half of the players had to be eliminated. In this round of duels, Lin Zichen was matched with a boy from an ordinary class in the Evolution Academy. When the boy saw that his opponent was Lin Zichen, his face suddenly changed. He ran into the big boss right away. What a joke. Soon, the duel began. Lin Zichen didn't waste time, and directly kicked the boy to death, successfully advancing to the next round of duels. On the other side, Shen Qinghan matched with a girl from the same class, and also won easily, advancing to the second round of duels. The second round of duels. 64 to 32. Half of the contestants were eliminated as well. This time, Lin Zichen matched with a girl from the genius class. When the girl saw that her opponent was the face-slapping maniac Lin Zichen, she didn't even go on stage, and decisively gave up to protect her face, lest she be beaten into a pig head and disfigured. After learning the reason for the girl's abstention, Lin Zichen couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. On the other side, Shen Qinghan matched with a boy from an ordinary class. He won easily, and didn't even need to activate the alien gene in his body. He just kicked the opponent with his physical strength. The third round of duels. 32 to 16. Lin Zichen matched with a second-place finisher in the college entrance examination in the genius class, and killed him with one kick. Shen Qinghan matched with a third-place finisher in the college entrance examination, and also easily killed him. Many people were amazed by Shen Qinghan's performance. Before this, everyone thought she was a vase in the genius class. She looked good but was useless. Unexpectedly, she was so strong. After 3 rounds of competition, she was killed in 1 second. You can't judge a person by appearance. The fourth round of duel. 16 to 8. Lin Zichen was matched with a boy from the Mecha God class. The opponent's arms were mechanically modified into a pair of alloy steel arms. There were guns, blades, and many high-tech equipment with extremely strong lethality. In the duel, Lin Zichen didn't rush to kill the mechanical student. Instead, he stood still and let the mechanical student pour out firepower at will to feel the level of mechanical modification of the Mecha God group. Seeing Lin Zichen standing still, the mechanic student did not waste the opportunity, and directly aimed the gun at Lin Zichen's vitals, and began to shoot wildly. However, the ammunition was all used up, and Lin Zichen was still unharmed, so he was forced to admit defeat. On the other side, Shen Qinghan also matched with a mechanic student. She was not as good as Lin Zichen, and could not withstand the bullets, nor could she avoid the bullets. She was shot several times, and blood immediately gushed out. But fortunately, with the help of the living dead slug gene, she quickly healed herself, and was not seriously injured. In the end, she easily won the duel, and advanced to the next round of duels. At this time, the time has come to 12 noon. The morning game ended. The remaining 3 rounds of games will be held in the afternoon. However, the matching results of the next round of duels have come out. Lin Zichen matched with a defeated opponent in the school trial, the top scholar of Yutian province, Lu Qixi. When Lu Qixi saw that his opponent was Lin Zichen, his face turned pale, and his heart sank. He had originally thought of making it to the semifinals. Now there was no hope, and he could only fail in the quarterfinals. On the other side, Shen Qinghan was matched with Ma Shiwei, and she was under a lot of pressure. Both of them were of the ordinary 6th level of creatures. They were evenly matched opponents. It was possible for anyone to win or lose. Shen Qinghan lacked confidence and felt that he had little chance of winning. At the same time, Shanghai City. On the rooftop of a shopping mall. The fox demon girl stood at the edge of the wall, looking at the surrounding high-rise buildings with curiosity, and felt it was incredible. The environment on Earth was completely different from the environment in the source. They were two completely different worlds. She was very surprised by this. By the way, your Shinji cult has been rooted on Earth for so long. You must have seen a lot of handsome men. Do you have any good introductions? The fox demon girl looked at the old masked man beside her and asked. She came to Earth this time just to find herself an earthbed slave. The old masked man was well prepared for this, and immediately took out a photo from his arms, handed it to the fox demon girl respectfully and said, Fairy, this boy definitely meets your requirements. Not only is he handsome, but his body is also extremely powerful. Please take a look. The fox demon girl reached out to take the photo, and when she saw Lin Zichen on it, her eyes lit up, and she said with interest, Tell me about him in detail. Chapter 158. 1:30 p.m. There is still half an hour before the 5th round of the match. At this time, the gymnasium is already full of spectators, and it looks even more crowded than in the morning. Among them, there are many members of the student union, mentors from various colleges, and school leaders. The first 4 rounds of competition are all small fights. The 3 rounds of competition in the afternoon, the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals, are the top priority. Who do you think can take first place? Lin Zichen. Who else can it be besides Lin Zichen? Lin Zichen's body is too strong, completely crushing his peers, such as Li Muyu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Yongjian. Only when the gene fusion is further improved in the next semester will there be a chance to overtake. Many people in the audience are talking about who can win first place in the freshman competition. Whether it is ordinary students, members of the student union, or school leaders, almost all think that Lin Zichen can take first place. It is really that Lin Zichen performed too well in the opening trial. In addition, Lin Zichen had a proxy playing scandal some time ago, showing even stronger strength. Overall, he is the undisputed number 1 among the freshmen. Soon, the time came to 2 p.m. The quarterfinals officially started. Lin Zichen took the lead, and his opponent was Lu Qiji, the strongest college entrance examination champion in the history of Yutian province. 2 players, are you ready? Ready. The duel begins. With the referee's voice, the first duel of the quarterfinals began. Lu Qiji took the initiative, and a large amount of dark fog suddenly spread behind him, covering the entire martial arts arena in thick black fog. He merged the genes of the miasma and poisoned Martin, and the black mist released was highly toxic, and only a wisp could poison an elephant. Faced with such a strong poison, Lin Zichen felt nothing. Because of the attribute of invulnerable to all poisons, he was directly immune to the attack of the poison mist. In order to prevent the poison mist from drifting out of the protective shield around the martial arts stage and accidentally injuring the audience outside, Lin Zichen rushed out in a flash and kicked Lu Qiji out of the martial arts stage. He hit the protective shield with a bang and fainted, winning at the speed of light. At the end of the duel, a robot flew into the protective shield and absorbed all the poison mist, clearing a clean battlefield for the next duel. After the battlefield was cleaned, the referee in the audience immediately shouted loudly, Please, Ma Shiwei from the Genius class, and Shin Han from the Genius class, come on stage and prepare for the duel. As soon as the voice fell, Shin Han and Ma Shiwei walked out of the contestant waiting area at the same time and stepped onto the martial arts stage from the left and right directions respectively. The looks of both of them are the most dazzling among the freshmen. As soon as they appeared on the stage, they attracted the attention of all the men in the audience. I really didn't expect that Shin Han could make it to the quarterfinals. Compared with the trial at the beginning of the school, this is a huge improvement. In the audience, the dean of the School of Mechanical Engineering couldn't help but exclaimed. Ma Zhenhe nodded and said, The improvement is indeed great, so great that it is a bit incredible. It's a pity that she played against Shiwei, otherwise she would have a chance to make it to the semifinals. After hearing what he said, Yuan Dongji next to him smiled but said nothing. It's a pity that she played against Shiwei? Your daughter can't compare with my little apprentice. Let's wait and see. On the martial arts stage, Ma Shiwei looked at Shin Han and said, I'm surprised that you can make it to the quarterfinals, but that's all. She spoke in a condescending tone, not considering Shin Han as an opponent at all. In her eyes, her opponents were only Lin Zichen and Li Muyu. Except for these 2 top talents, she didn't take anyone else seriously. Don't underestimate me, I'm not weak. Shin Han looked directly into Ma Shiwei's eyes and said calmly. While saying this, she tried to calm herself down as much as possible, but she still felt a little nervous. Ma Shiwei was a genius in the first echelon of freshmen. She had never fought against a strong person of this level and lacked confidence. But soon, her eyes became firm, thinking that she must win. As long as she beat Ma Shiwei and successfully entered the next round of semifinals, there was a high probability that she would be able to face Lin Zichen. She wanted to fight Lin Zichen as an opponent. Even if she is bound to lose, she still wants to compete with Lin Zichen on the same stage. This is not about winning or losing, it is just an obsession. She has been born as a human for 19 years, and has lived under the protection of Lin Zichen for 19 years. From now on, she will change this relationship. From now on, she will never be a dependent sister under the protection of Lin Zichen again. If she wants to be a wife, she will be a good wife who can help Lin Zichen solve his problems. You two, are you ready? Seeing that the two people on the stage have taken their positions, the referee asked loudly. Ma Shiwei, okay. Shen Qinghan, ready? The referee raised his right hand as soon as he heard it, and then chopped down fiercely. The duel begins. At the moment the voice fell, the two girls on the stage activated the genes of the beasts in their bodies. One of them had a pair of purple beast ears on her head, and the other's hair became azure blue and bright, and they instantly entered the fighting state. Buzz! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Ma Shiwei took the lead, and her figure turned into a residual shadow, killing Shen Qinghan at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. She did not regard Shen Qinghan as an opponent. However, this did not mean that she would do stupid and arrogant things like standing still and letting others attack first. As long as she stood on the martial arts stage, she would definitely go all out. So fast! Seeing Ma Shiwei's speed, Shen Qinghan was shocked. At the same time, she thought about it and controlled Ma Shiwei's blood and qi in the air, causing her blood and qi to be chaotic. Ma Shiwei, who was sprinting at high speed, suddenly felt weak in her limbs and dizzy. Realizing that something was wrong, she immediately stopped rushing toward Shen Qinghan and quickly retreated to her original position. The blood and qi in the body are being manipulated? Shen Qinghan can actually do this? How is this possible? Ma Shiwei looked at Shen Qinghan in disbelief, and was so shocked that she didn't want to believe the fact in front of her. Buzz! A sound of breaking through the air exploded. Shen Qinghan took action, taking advantage of the chaos of the blood and qi in Ma Shiwei's body, bursting out at her at a very fast speed, and kicked her head fiercely. Ma Shiwei reacted very quickly, and despite the negative state of blood and qi chaos, she raised her arms in time to protect her head, and blocked Shen Qinghan's kick without any danger. However, blocking only one kick was not enough. Shen Qinghan didn't give Ma Shiwei a chance to breathe. Seeing that one kick was blocked, he immediately punched her exposed neck. Ma Shiwei immediately turned her body slightly, to avoid the fatal punch. Unfortunately, she had just dodged it when she was hit by a knee strike. Bang! Shen Qinghan's knee hit Ma Shiwei's lower abdomen hard. The powerful impact force that broke out instantly made Ma Shiwei's stomach churn, her throat sweet, and then she spurted out a mouthful of blood with a poof. Shen Qinghan did not stop and continued to attack Ma Shiwei fiercely. She hugged Ma Shiwei's head with both hands, raised her legs and hit her with several knee strikes in a row, each time with all her strength. Bang! 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 There was only a series of dull collision sounds. Ma Shiwei's eyes rolled back, and her tongue spitted out weakly. She lost consciousness and passed out. Stop! The opponent has lost his fighting power. You can stop! The referee in the audience saw that Ma Shiwei had lost consciousness, and shouted at Shen Qinghan, who was still attacking. Shen Qinghan immediately stopped attacking upon hearing the sound, and let go of Ma Shiwei in front of her. It was not until then that she realized that Ma Shiwei had fainted, her nose was collapsed, and her face was covered in blood. I won? Shen Qinghan looked a little dazed. She had thought that she would lose, and she had also thought that she would fight to exhaustion and finally win, but she had never thought that she would win so easily. That was Ma Shiwei. She was a top genius who had undergone gene fusion before school started. Such a genius was beaten by me without any ability to fight back, and lost in less than 10 seconds. Am I so strong? The more Shen Qinghan thought about it, the more unreal it felt, and she suspected that she was dreaming. But the slight pain in her knees kept telling her that this was real. She really defeated Ma Shiwei with absolute overwhelming force. At the same time, the people in the audience seats, the leadership seats, and the players' waiting area were all stunned, and without exception, all of them had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Especially in the players' waiting area, there was a burst of unbelievable exclamations. Ma Shiwei actually lost? And she lost without any chance to fight back? How is this possible? Didn't they say Shen Qinghan was a vase? This is not a vase, this is a vase inlaid with diamonds. It can kill people with one blow. In the contestant waiting area, Li Mayu was completely stunned, and he subconsciously exclaimed repeatedly, showing his chatterbox personality to the fullest. Beside him, Luo Yongjian was stunned and stood there, his mouth wide open, a fist could be stuffed in, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Luo Yongjian originally thought that he was the third in the genius class. Now it's good, it's directly the fourth. For 4-4, the same pronunciation is dead. It's extremely unpleasant. On the other side, in the leadership seat, the school leaders and the members of the student union all opened their eyes wide, with a look of shock on their faces. They were shocked by the fighting power that Shen Qinghan burst out. Shi Wei. Ma Zhenhe, who dotes on his daughter, saw his daughter fainted after being beaten, and immediately ran to the martial arts stage to check on his daughter's injuries after shouting this anxiously. Lu Chuanwu's face was full of disbelief. What's the situation with this childhood sweetheart? They both have simple family backgrounds, so why are they both so talented? Zhou Xiahong, the president of the student union, stared at Shen Qinghan on the stage with admiration, and said to the vice president beside him, Shen Qinghan has great potential. We must recruit her into the student union and cultivate her as a candidate for the president. The vice president frowned. President, Shen Qinghan is Lin Zichen's fiancée. She has been fighting with Lin Zichen for some time. She is against us and cannot be recruited. Zhou Xiahong said indifferently, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. As long as you can give enough preferential treatment, there is no one you can't recruit. More than 10 minutes later, the remaining 2 games of the 5th round of duels were also played one after another. Including the previous 2 games, the winners and losers of the 4 games were announced. The 4 people who advanced were Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Li Mayu and Luo Yongjian. Soon, the large screen above the martial arts stage began to randomly match. A few seconds later, the matching results came out. Lin Zichen versus Shen Qinghan. Li Mayu versus Luo Yongjian. When Shen Qinghan saw that her opponent was Lin Zichen, her pretty face flushed with excitement, and she said, Xiaochen, we are going to compete on the same stage. This is the first time since we met. Lin Zichen, are you so excited? Shen Qinghan, yes, very much. Lin Zichen smiled. If you were matched with Luo Yongjian, we would be able to compete on the same stage in the finals. Shen Qinghan said optimistically, I am already very satisfied to make it to the semifinals. I dare not force the finals. I am lucky not to be matched with Li Mayu. Soon, the semifinals began. The first to appear were Li Mayu and Luo Yongjian. The battle lasted for more than a minute. The final result was that Li Mayu won with some effort, and successfully advanced to the finals. After he left the stage. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took the stage next. The two stood in position, and after a moment, they started fighting under the instructions of the referee. You should not have kicked just now, but punched, and you made the wrong choice. The angle of this punch is not good, it is easy to expose the flaws, and be counterattacked by the enemy. Your legs are too tight, open them a little. Lin Zichen suppressed his strength to the same level as Shen Qinghan, and patiently pointed out her shortcomings while fighting with her. The fiercely competitive semifinals were turned into a teaching game. It was a real teaching game. The boyfriend instructed his girlfriend. This scene directly made many female audiences at the scene envious, and they also wanted to have a boyfriend who could be their coach. This duel lasted for more than 3 minutes. Finally, Shen Qinghan took the initiative to admit defeat and ushered in the end. Shen Qinghan didn't feel ashamed to admit defeat, because both she and the audience knew that she couldn't beat Lin Zichen. Most importantly, Lin Zichen was her live-in fiancé. What's so shameful about losing to a fiancé? Half an hour later, the final round of the freshman competition, the finals, finally began. The 2 players were Lin Zichen and Li Mayu. As soon as the 2 came on stage, Li Mayu said unyieldingly, Lin Zichen, my current strength may not be as good as yours, but you can't easily beat me. I will hold on to a draw even if I have to. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mayu activated the Demon Eye Giant A gene in his body and transformed into a big muscle tyrant. Compared to the trial at the beginning of the school, he is now stronger, at least 50% stronger. Lin Zichen did not speak. When the referee shouted the duel begins, he rushed to Li Mayu in one step, kicked him out of the martial arts arena, and easily won the duel. For a moment, the scene was silent. After that, there was a noisy discussion. Especially the leaders in the leadership seat, all of them couldn't help but exclaimed at this moment, and lamented the strength of Lin Zichen's physical body. He can knock anyone out with one kick. This physical strength is too exaggerated. Do you think that with such a strong physical talent, can he really make a name for himself in the pure-blooded human path? It is indeed possible. The school leaders talked one after another, and they were all re-examining Lin Zichen. No longer just because Lin Zichen chose to go the pure-blooded human path. He was labeled as this kid will definitely be lost in the crowd. After the freshman competition ended, Yuan Dongji awarded the freshman who made it to the quarterfinals. The award was simple and crude, it was credits. Lin Zichen was the champion, and received a reward of 500 credits. Shen Qinghan defeated Luo Yongjian in the subsequent tiebreaker, and became the third place, and happily received a reward of 400 credits. After spending some time awarding the awards, and taking group photos, Yuan Dongji selected the top 5, and asked them to participate in the winter vacation special training camp. The 5 people are Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Yongjian. This winter vacation special training camp is to participate in the military district headquarters of Nanjiang Province, which is the military district responsible for suppressing the number 36 source. I won't introduce the source in detail. You are all geniuses with strong family backgrounds. I guess you have more or less learned about it from your elders at home. Even if you don't know it, it doesn't matter. There will be special courses to introduce the source in the special training camp. The special training camp will start in 10 days, which is the 25th of this month. At 7 o'clock in the morning on the 24th, you will all gather downstairs of the administrative building. I will drive you there personally, and meet old friends by the way. After saying that, Yuan Dongji left quickly. Wait until she is far away. Li Mayu looked at Lin Zichen and said confidently, this winter vacation, I will go home for a second gene fusion, fusing more advanced alien beast genes. When I go to the military region to participate in the special training camp, it will not be as simple as being stronger than you, but I will beat you to pieces. Lin Zichen, we will wait and see. Although he just lost to Lin Zichen in the finals, and was killed by Lin Zichen in one kick, Li Mayu is still full of confidence. This is the confidence brought to him by his strong talent for gene fusion, and the support of a big family. Listening to these cruel words of Li Mayu, Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. He quickly took Shen Qinghan's hand and left the podium. Chapter 159. After the freshman competition, the freshmen had their winter vacation. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were not in a hurry to go home, and planned to stay in the dormitory for a day before going back. Xiaoqian, what do you think I should buy with these 400 credits? In the living room, Shen Qinghan looked at the hundreds of credits on the school app and asked Lin Zichen, who was standing beside him with some hesitation. Lin Zichen thought about it and suggested, use it to buy blood recovery pills, which can improve the efficiency of body tempering, and buy some gifts for your parents. Then buy blood recovery pills, and use the remaining credits to buy some gifts for your parents, yes, and buy some for Aunt Xian and Uncle Sheng. Shen Qinghan accepted Lin Zichen's suggestion, and began to place orders in the credit mall. Lin Zichen also opened the credit mall, and ordered the same things, all blood recovery pills, and gifts for the 2 parents. However, the order was for advanced blood recovery pills. The effect of the advanced blood recovering pill is 10 times that of the ordinary blood recovering pill. The price is also much more expensive, but it is within the acceptable range. Lin Zichen plans to practice the body tempering progress to the 3rd body tempering great success in the next winter vacation. If you want to do this in the winter vacation of just over a month, Krypton Gold is essential. You have to spend a lot of money to buy blood recovering pills. Ding dong. The doorbell in the house rang. Shen Qinghan went to open the door, and a tall girl came into view. The other party claimed to be the vice president of the student union, and came to invite Shen Qinghan to join the student union, promising to train her as a seed for the president. In addition, there are many supporting benefits. For example, you can get personal guidance from the president of the student union at least once a week, you can lead a department to exercise your leadership ability, and you will receive a certain amount of credit subsidies every month, etc. Shen Qinghan didn't like the student union. After listening to the other party patiently, he politely smiled and declined, saying that he didn't plan to join any organization for the time being. The vice president smiled and said, Student Shen, there is no need to refuse so quickly. You can think about it carefully during this winter vacation, and make a decision when the next semester starts. Yes, I will. Shen Qinghan nodded perfunctorily. After the other party left, she immediately complained to Lin Zichen. This student union is so arrogant, as if as long as she comes to recruit, I must join, and it would be my loss if I don't join. Lin Zichen, that's it, the student union is the official in the school, It's normal to be arrogant. Shin Qinghan hesitated for a moment and said a bold idea. Xiaochen, the current atmosphere in the school is too bad. You are so strong. Why don't you become the president? Then I will be the vice president and manage the school with you. It just so happens that being the president will have a credit subsidy, and you can get 500 credits a month. If I become the vice president, I can get another 100 credits a month. Then we don't have to worry about credits, and we will be free to get credits. Shin Qinghan became a little excited as she spoke, as if she saw a bright future. Lin Zichen smiled. That's good, I have this idea too, but let's wait and see. Early the next morning, the two of them packed their luggage and went out to live with their parents in the other campus. At night, the two families went to a hotel nearby in the other campus and had a private room for dinner. During the meal, the parents of the two families teased Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan a lot and asked them to have children as soon as they graduated and let them take care of them. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. Shin Qinghan was a bit shy and felt embarrassed when being teased. She blushed the whole time. After dinner, the two families went back to their own homes. As soon as she entered the house, Zhang Wanqing pounded her shoulders and said with a worried look, "As I get older, my body has more problems. I feel stiff shoulders all the time. It's really torture." Lin Zichen heard this and immediately said sensibly, "Mom, lie down on the sofa and I help you press your shoulders." Zhang Wanqing smiled when she heard this. "Good son, Mom is waiting for you to say this." Lin Yansheng walked over and said, "Xiaochen, help your mom and press me too." "It should be." Lin Zichen smiled and said, "I will press you every day during the winter vacation, morning, noon and night. Master Lin is always available." "Haha, you are worthy of being our good son." Lin Yansheng smiled from ear to ear, thinking that he had such a promising and sensible son, and he really saved the galaxy in his previous life. While the father and son were talking, Zhang Wanqing had taken off her shoes and laid down on the sofa, with her hands folded together and her head resting. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately went over and sat aside, massaging Zhang Wanqing's shoulders with skillful techniques. During this time, the mother and son kept chatting, mostly Zhang Wanqing sighing. Alas, time really doesn't spare anyone. Mom feels a lot older in the past few years. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes are particularly obvious when she smiles. "Mom, you don't look old at all. You look no different from a young woman who just turned 30. No one will doubt you if you go out and tell others that you are my sister. My son is sensible and knows how to make his old mother happy. He is much more talkative than your father." After that, Zhang Wanqing continued, "But Mom is now in her 40s, almost the age to be a grandmother, just waiting to hold her grandchildren. Mom hopes that you and Hening can get married and have children as soon as you graduate. Otherwise, without a child, the family will always feel incomplete and lack vitality." As she said this, Zhang Wanqing added, "One is not enough, it's better to have 2, 3 is fine. No matter how many you have, your mother will not think it's too many, you will take care of them all." Lin Zichen, "Well, I will work hard and strive to graduate from college so that you can hold your grandchildren." Zhang Wanqing, "Then it's settled, don't regret it, and say you don't want to have children. Young people nowadays love freedom, and say they don't want to have children at any time." Lin Yansheng disagreed. "Young people don't love freedom, and don't have children, but they can't have children because of the pressure. If you have money, who doesn't want to have children and grandchildren?" Zhang Wanqing rolled her eyes at him. "Okay, I know you are smart, shut up, I'm a little annoyed." Listening to the conversation between his parents, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. His parents still like to talk and bicker with each other as they did when they were young, and they haven't changed at all. It feels like a pair of happy enemies. More than an hour later, Zhang Wanqing was comfortable and got up from the sofa with satisfaction. Lin Yansheng saw this and immediately walked to the sofa and lay down, then said, "Xiaochen, help me focus on my waist. My waist has been a little sore recently, and it's hard to stand up." "Okay." Lin Zichen responded and quickly massaged Lin Yansheng's waist. Lin Yansheng enjoyed it and sighed. When people reach middle age, their bodies begin to decline. Their energy is getting worse day by day. They have to take good care of their health in the future. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, but he took his father's words to heart. More than an hour later, the massage ended. Lin Zichen took out his mobile phone and opened the credit mall to buy various expensive supplements for his parents. Beauty and skin care. Aphrodisiac. Soothing and refreshing. As long as it is good for parents' health, they will place the order with their eyes closed without looking at the price. When they finally checked out, they spent nearly 100 credits, which is almost equivalent to 1 million yuan. It is worth spending money on parents no matter how much. Lin Zichen only hopes that his parents can age slowly, and preferably stay young forever. This is a world with extraordinary power. There are all kinds of natural treasures. As long as he evolves strong enough, there must be a way to make his parents immortal. The only uncertainty is whether his parents can live until then. I hope I can evolve faster, Lin Zichen said in his heart. In the next few days, except for going to Xinqinghan's house, Lin Zichen stayed at home to temper his body. Even when he went to Xinqinghan's house, he stayed in the room with her to temper his body. Time passed day by day. On the night of the 23rd, Lin Zichen finally succeeded in tempering his body 3 times, and his physical strength reached a new level. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 19. Creature level, Ordinary, level 9. Creature attributes, use it or lose it, wisdom of nature, the strong prey on the weak, luck of melting water, natural selection, eye of the sky, social animal, natural camouflage, danger perception, fast self-healing, immune to all poisons. Body tempering, tempering the skin, 3 times, tempering the flesh, 3 times, tempering the bones 3 times. He has already tempered his body 3 times in the winter vacation of his freshman year. At this efficiency of tempering, as long as there are enough resources in the future, I am afraid that he will be able to temper his body 5 times in the second semester of his freshman year. When the 5th body tempering is completed, perhaps the acupoints can be opened. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen was slightly excited. The next day, January 24th, 7 o'clock in the morning. After having breakfast, Lin Zichen went out with Xinqinghan to meet downstairs of the administrative building in the inner campus. When the two arrived, they saw Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and Liu Yongjian waiting downstairs. Lin Zichen noticed that Ma Shiwei's nose had healed and its appearance was intact. It was impossible to tell that the bridge of the nose had collapsed 9 days ago. The medical field in this world is very developed. As long as the person is not dead and has enough money, even the most serious injuries can be healed quickly. I will surpass you next semester. Seeing Xinqinghan coming, Ma Shiwei looked up at her and said. Xinqinghan didn't know how to respond, and nodded after a moment of hesitation. Not long after, Yuan Dongji came down from the administrative building. Without taking the stairs or the elevator, it floated out of the window, and slowly fell to the ground under the gaze of the 5 people. The 5 people all had longing on their faces, and they all wanted to be able to fly in the air like Yuan Dongji. However, this was too far away for them now. Unless they were mechanically modified people with anti-airflow power devices installed, or gene fusion people with special exotic beast genes. Otherwise, if they wanted to fly in the air, the biological level must be at least rare. The 5 people were not even high-level creatures now, and it was out of reach for them to evolve into rare creatures. To evolve into a rare creature, not only talent is needed, but also a large amount of evolutionary resources. It is almost impossible to obtain this level of evolutionary resources on Earth, and you have to enter the source to have a chance to achieve it. You 5 will stay at the military district for a month. Have you packed all your luggage? Yuan Dongji, wearing a purple cheongsam and a pair of 10-centimeter high heels, asked the 5 people with a cold look. All 5 said they had packed everything. Yuan Dongji nodded and said nothing more. Not long after, a military helicopter appeared in the sky and hovered on the rooftop of the administrative building. Yuan Dongji said to the 5 people, I was originally planning to drive you there myself, but my friend in the military district heard that I was coming and sent a helicopter to pick you up. Master is so powerful. Xinqinghan looked at Yuan Dongji with admiration. The remaining 4 people didn't feel anything, all of them looked calm. Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and Liu Yongjian were all children of aristocratic families. Their families were rich and powerful, and they were not surprised by the scene in front of them. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, was a simple character who was not happy or sad because of things, and his heart was not very volatile. Take your luggage, I take you guys up now, Yuan Dongji said to the 5 people. The 5 people took their luggage after hearing the voice, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in their eyes, wanting to experience the feeling of flying in the air. Even if they were not flying themselves, but being flown by others, they still wanted to experience it. Soon, as Yuan Dongji thought about it, the 5 people with their luggage in their hands instantly lifted their feet off the ground and floated in the air. Then, they suddenly accelerated and flew to the rooftop, and finally slowly floated into the cabin of the helicopter. Is this the feeling of flying? Xinqinghan looked aftertaste, and felt a little unsatisfied. Principal Yuan, are there any other people? The pilot asked with a respectful tone. Yuan Dongji, no more, Everyone is here, let's go. Okay. The pilot responded. Then he controlled the helicopter and flew to the location of the military district. About 2 hours later, the helicopter flew over a base and slowly landed on the parking lot below. This is the military district headquarters of Nanjiang Province, a giant fortress built of special alloys. At a glance, there are all kinds of high-tech weapons that cannot be named, with a cyberpunk style. Fuck, there are mechas! Liu Yongjian pointed to a direction on the right, shouting excitedly. Lin Zichen looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a humanoid giant. It was a mecha about 10 meters high. The armor body was gray and blue with a metallic luster, and its limbs and chest were equipped with huge heavy weapons. It was standing quietly by the wall, as steady as a mountain. It seemed that nothing could shake it in this world. Seeing that everyone was staring at the mecha, the helicopter pilot took the initiative to introduce. That is Shanghai, a mecha representing Shanghai City, and its combat power can be comparable to that of rare creatures. Shanghai? Lin Zichen was curious. Are there also Tianjin, Changzhou, and Nanhuan? Pilot. Yes, each city has a correspondingly named mecha. Lin Zichen asked, can I experience driving this mecha? This is not allowed. The pilot shook his head and refused, and then added, even if you are allowed to drive, you can't drive it. This is a mecha specially tailored for mechanical cyborgs, and non-mechanical cyborgs cannot start it. So? Lin Zichen nodded, feeling a little sorry. When he was a child, he read a lot about mechas in books, and always wanted to experience the fun of driving a mecha. Now it seems that there is no chance to realize it. Toshiba, here you come. A strong female voice sounded in front. Lin Zichen looked up and saw a heroic woman. The other party was wearing a military uniform and had short hair. She looked to be in her 30s. She didn't have the slightest sense of weakness of a woman, and her whole body exuded a strong and murderous aura. Try to sense the biological pressure of the other party, and infer the biological level of the other party. However, it was completely unperceivable. The biological level gap was too large, beyond the range of perception. Donzi, come and sit in my office. The uniformed woman stopped in front of Yuan Dongji and said with a bright smile, I brought a few ginseng plants from the source the day before yesterday. Let's taste them together. Okay, let's go. Yuan Dongji left with the uniformed woman. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Li Mayu muttered a little confused, what the hell? Just abandon us here? As soon as he finished muttering, a young man in a military uniform came in front. The other party walked with his head held high and full of momentum. Come with me, I take you to the dormitory. The uniformed young man stopped in front of the 5 people and said in a vigorous voice. As he said this, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Shinqin Han and Ma Shiwei's faces. These 2 women are so beautiful that they are very eye-catching in the military area where almost all men are. Soon, the 5 people took their luggage and went to the dormitory with the uniformed young man. This year's freshmen from Beijing University and members of similar age from the Machine God group are here, and they are our competitors. However, I think people from both sides are far from our opponents. Our real opponents are the young generation of the same age in the military district. I heard that the young generation in the military district are all tough guys who have been to the source for training, and I don't know how strong they are. I really want to fight with them now. On the way, Li Mayu kept talking to the other 4 people. In his words, he was eager to show off, to beat the young generation in the military district and show off in front of everyone. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, but just listened to him talking silently. When he heard that the young generation of the military would participate in this special training camp, and that they were young people who had been to the source, he immediately became interested. People who can go to the source must be tough guys. I don't know how I compare to these tough guys. Will it be the same dimensionality reduction attack as always? Lin Zichen is very curious about this. Chapter 160. On the way to the dormitory, the young man in military uniform introduced the buildings along the way to several people. Lin Zichen listened and looked around. Most of the time, his eyes were on the sky. Because from time to time, mechanical modified people would fly through the sky at high speed, leaving a long mist behind. That was the high-pressure exhaust gas ejected by the anti-airflow power device, which condensed into water mist in the air. From the time I came in until now, everything I saw was basically related to mechanical modification, so the main combat power of the military region is mechanical modification. Lin Zichen thought so in his heart. But soon, he denied this idea. He remembered that Yuan Dongji had said that the military headquarters of Nanjiang Province was responsible for suppressing the number 36 source. The source is a very special place. All electronic products will fail in it. Even many chemical reactions cannot be carried out in it. Such a strange environment is a forbidden place of death for mechanical modified people who are full of various high-tech alloy equipment. If you go in, you will become a pile of scrap metal. You will be slaughtered by the creatures in the source. Thinking about it, it is probably that all the gene fusions in the military area have gone to the source. And the mechanical modified people who can't enter the source stay in the base to guard their homes. Therefore, it feels that the base is full of mechanical modified people. About 5 minutes later, the young man in military uniforms led a few people to a simple dormitory building and stopped, and gave each person a card with a dormitory number. Your dormitory number is on the card. You can find the corresponding dormitory when you go upstairs. Just like the hotel outside, you can open the door by swiping the card, and use water and electricity by inserting the card. Also, you can also swipe this card to eat in the canteen. After saying that, the young man in military uniform asked the 5 people, "Do you have any questions to ask?" All 5 shook their heads and said no. The young man in military uniform nodded, pointed to a playground not far ahead and said, "Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, everyone will gather at that playground. Before that, it's all free time. As long as you don't break the rules here, you can do whatever you want. While you are free now, I suggest you go around and take this hard-won special training opportunity in the military district to seriously visit the environment of the military district. But please note that you cannot approach places with no entry signs, otherwise you will bear the consequences." After explaining these, the young officer hurried away, looking very busy. After he left, the 5 people quickly carried their luggage to the dormitory building and successfully found their own dormitory according to the dormitory number on the card. The dormitory is a simple single room. There is no washing machine, no hair dryer, and no heater. Yes, just a wooden bed, a narrow bathroom with toilet and shower, and a small window for hanging clothes. After a quick look at the dormitory environment, Lin Zichen opened the suitcase and took out all the daily necessities to arrange. Not long after the arrangement, Shin Qinghan, whose dormitory was next door, walked in and complained, "Xiaochun, the bed in the dormitory is so small, 2 people can't sleep on it at all. Although everyone has a single dormitory, she doesn't want to live alone. She wants to live with Lin Zichen." In the past freshman semester, she slept in the same bed with Lin Zichen every night, and she has become accustomed to Lin Zichen sleeping next to her. She felt uncomfortable sleeping alone all of a sudden. "Are you so clingy?" Lin Zichen poked her cheek with a smile, and said gently, "It's actually good to sleep in separate rooms occasionally, which helps to keep the freshness. After the special training, we can sleep together again when we return to school. Then you can feel the beauty of a long separation. But the special training will last for a month, which is too long. The longer the better." "Is it really that wonderful?" "Really? Then I bear with it. I experienced the beauty of a long separation in a month." Shin Qinghan's face was full of anticipation. The 2 chatted in the dormitory for a while, and soon left the dormitory, planning to go outside. As soon as they walked out of the dormitory gate, they ran into Luo Yongjian, who was blowing in the corridor. This guy's way of blowing is unique. He was wearing a white shirt, standing on the corridor wall with his hands folded on his chest, motionless. Her hair, which was longer than most girls, was gently fluttering in the breeze. From a distance, she looked like an ancient hero. What a pretentious guy. Lin Zichen couldn't help but complain in his heart. "Where are you 2 going?" Seeing the 2 of them walking in pairs, Luo Yongjian couldn't help but ask this question curiously. Shin Qinghan replied, "Nowhere, I just wanted to go outside and get familiar with the environment." When Luo Yongjian heard this, he immediately jumped down from the wall. "It just so happens that I have the same idea. How about I call Li Mayu and Ma Shiwei, and the 5 of us go out together?" Shin Qinghan didn't answer, but turned his head to look at Lin Zichen beside him without any opinion, and chose to let him answer. Luo Yongjian looked at them with great envy. He also wanted to have a girlfriend like Shin Qinghan, who is a little woman, who would center everything around him, and revolve around him every day. It must be great to have such a girlfriend. While Luo Yongjian was thinking about these things, Lin Zichen said indifferently, "Okay, let's go out together." "Okay, then I go call them out." After that, Luo Yongjian walked towards the dormitory of Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei. In just a short while, he called both of them out. As soon as Ma Shiwei came out, she couldn't help but complain to a few people. "This dormitory is so bad. Living in it feels like being in prison. Can't we arrange a better dormitory?" Luo Yongjian disagreed. "We are here for special training, not for vacation. You are too spoiled." Ma Shiwei frowned and said, "No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak." She has always disliked Luo Yongjian and thought he was a fool, who only knew how to carry a sword and pretend to be a hero every day. He still has so much to say now, he deserves to be scolded. Luo Yongjian didn't dare to say anything and chose to shut up. Ma Shiwei lost to Shen Qinghan in the freshman competition. She felt very depressed during this period and often exploded. There was no need to provoke her. Well, a good man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. There is no need to argue with this unruly girl. Luo Yongjian comforted himself in his heart. Not long after, the five of them went downstairs together and walked outside. Chatting as they walked, Shen Qinghan chatted with Lin Zichen. Li Moyu chatted with Luo Yongjian. Ma Shiwei hardly spoke, just followed the group silently. Look over there. There's another mecha over there. Let's go and take a look. Luo Yongjian saw a tall mecha in front of a tall building in front of him, and he said a few words excitedly and rushed to the mecha. The other four people followed him. After a moment, they stopped in front of the mecha. Like the Shanghai scene before, the mecha in front of them is also about 10 meters high, and the weapons on them are also of the same type. The only difference is that the color and appearance are different. The mecha in front of them is pure gold in color, and the appearance looks more slender. Lin Zichen looked up and saw three big characters on the chest of the mecha, Changzhou. It turned out that the mecha was named after Changzhou City, so it was reasonable for it to look more slender. After all, Changzhou City has the word Chang in it. Zichen! Shaoshan! Suddenly, two loud shouts came from the right. Lin Zichen looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a mechanically modified person covered in alloy. He looked closely, and was surprised to find that the other person was Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was a member of his junior high school martial arts team. When he graduated, he failed to get into high school, and became a ghost fire boy for several years. Then, he broke his leg and became a volunteer for the mecha group, cooperating with the mecha group to conduct various mechanical transformation experiments. As a result, a blessing in disguise, he became a mechanically modified person and his life soared to the sky. The last time Lin Zichen saw Zhang Kai was during the summer vacation of his first year in high school. It has been 2.5 years since then. Zhang Kai's appearance has changed a lot after 2.5 years. The biggest change is that the mechanical transformation of his body has gone a step further. More than half of his limbs are made of alloy, and his whole body exudes a metallic luster. Behind Zhang Kai, there are 4 mechanically modified people like him. They all look about 20 years old, and more than half of their bodies are made of alloy. Are these the 5 people sent by the Machine God group to participate in the military special training? Zhang Kai actually has the ability to participate? Is this the maximum adaptability of the mechanical modification? It is really surprising. When Lin Zichen was thinking about this, Zhang Kai walked quickly in front of him and asked in surprise, Zichen, Shaoshan, are you two here to participate in this military special training on behalf of Shandong University? Yes. Lin Zichen nodded. Hearing this exact answer, Zhang Kai's eyes widened, and he felt very unbelievable. Lin Zichen was the second place in the college entrance examination in Nanjiang province. He had heard of it. It is unlikely that a small provincial second place can make it into the top 5 among the freshmen of Shandong University, where the provincial champions gather, and come to participate in the military special training on behalf of Shandong University. But it is still possible. But what about Shen Qinghan? In my impression, she is just a pretty and cute soft girl, not at all an evolutionary genius. How come she has become a top genius of Shandong University after only 2.5 years of not seeing her, and her strength ranks among the top 5 among the freshmen of Shandong University this year? Is it a gene mutation, causing abnormal development? The more Zhang Kai thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. He couldn't help but look at Shen Qinghan and asked, Shaoshan, how did you suddenly become so powerful? I remember that you used to be exhausted after running a few more laps on the playground. But now you can represent Shandong University to participate in the military special training? This is too outrageous. Other girls change their appearance when they grow up, but you change your strength. Even Sun Wukong's 72 transformations are not as big as yours. It's incredible. The more Zhang Kai talked, the more unreal it felt. For a moment, he suspected that he was dreaming. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why Shen Qinghan became so powerful. Lin Zichen explained. Henan's gene fusion adaptability in the college entrance examination test was very high, and she became the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Nanjiang province. She became very powerful after the gene fusion some time ago. What? The top scorer in the college entrance examination in Nanjiang province? Zhang Kai's eyes widened, as big as a barbell, and he said in disbelief, No, you are not kidding me, are you? Is this true? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Shen Qinghan, the person involved, said softly, It's true. When Zhang Kai heard this, the shock on his face became even greater, and he couldn't help but muttered, Wow, even Xiaoshen can become the provincial champion in the college entrance examination is simply outrageous. What about you, Zhang Kai? Lin Zichen asked curiously. If I'm not mistaken, you should be here to participate in the military special training camp on behalf of the Jishin group. How come your strength has become so strong? Zhang Kai, similar to Xiaoshen, I have a very high adaptability to mechanical transformation. In the past few years, I have been cooperating with the Jishin group to conduct various new mechanical transformation experiments. Then, I have good luck and have never had any accidents. My strength has become very strong without knowing it. Lin Zichen nodded. I see. The two chatted for a while. As they chatted, Zhang Kai showed off the various alloy equipment on his body in front of Lin Zichen. This transparent pipe on my right arm is called an anti-airflow ramming device, which allows me to burst out extremely terrifying power in an instant, and can blow up a military explosion-proof shield with one punch. See the arc on my chest? There is an energy pump inside, which can greatly improve my athletic ability. And these holes under my feet can make me run as fast as flying. It's just verbal. It's hard for you to imagine how powerful it is. When the special training starts tomorrow, I will open your eyes. When Zhang Kai said these words, his face was full of smugness. But it's not disgusting smugness, it's the kind of smugness that you share with friends. Lin Zichen smiled and said, Okay, I see your strength then. In the following time, Zhang Kai boasted a few more words about the various high-tech alloy equipment on his body. Then, the topic quickly shifted to the mecha in front of him, and he smiled and said to Lin Zichen, You may not believe it, but the mecha in front of you is a killer produced by our Jishin group. Not only this one, but all the mechas you see in this base are produced by our Jishin group. Our Jishin group has cooperative relations with all the military regions in the country. Do you feel it is incredible? Indeed incredible. Lin Zichen nodded. After listening to Zhang Kai's words, he now has a deeper understanding of the Jishin group. In the past, he thought that the Jishin group was just a powerful private technology company, not worth mentioning compared with the official. Now, he realized that the Jishin group was not as simple as he imagined, but a behemoth that could stand on equal footing with the military region and had a very high status. In this country where all military fields are firmly controlled by the official, it is a bit incredible that such a private enterprise with explosive military power can be born. Zhang Kai, we've finished chatting for a while. It's time to go to Captain Shin. A female cyborg with short hair saw that Zhang Kai was chatting non-stop and had no intention of ending, so she had to remind him. After hearing this, Zhang Kai realized that he still had things to do, so he smiled and said to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, Zichen, Xiaoshen, I have something to do now, so I leave first. See you at the playground tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Zhang Kai, bye. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan said one after another. Not long after, Zhang Kai left with the 4 cyborgs. As soon as the people from the Machine God group left, Li Mayu immediately asked curiously, Lin Zichen, is the guy with the short hair who just chatted with you for a long time familiar with you? Not really. Lin Zichen said calmly. He is a teammate of my junior high school martial arts team. We just chat a few words when we meet on the road sometimes, but we don't communicate much at ordinary times. So, Li Mayu nodded. At this time, Luo Yongjian suggested, It's almost 12 o'clock now, I'm a little hungry, why don't we go to the canteen to eat before going shopping? I'm hungry too. Okay. Let's go. I don't know if the food in the canteen is delicious. Luo Yongjian's proposal to eat was unanimously approved by the other 4 people, and they walked to the canteen together. Chapter 161. The canteen of the military district is very spacious. It is estimated to be 1,000 square meters. There are only tables and chairs inside, without any extra decoration. It looks very simple, in line with the style of the military district. It was 12 noon at this time, and the canteen was full of soldiers eating. Lin Zichen used danger sense to secretly sense the biological level of these soldiers. A small number of them may be too different in level to sense. The majority that can be sensed, almost half are high-level creatures. The average strength is ridiculously high. Moreover, many of them have a murderous aura. The pressure is very strong. It should be that there are too many fights in the source land, and there is a lot of blood on their hands. Lin Zichen thought so in his heart. Soon, several people swiped their cards to get food, and found a seat by the window to sit down and eat. Xiaochun, this food is delicious, much better than the school canteen. Shin Qinghan tasted the food, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and her pretty face was full of surprise. She originally thought that such a large canteen would only cook large pots of rice, which would probably not taste good. Now she realized that she was biased. Xiaoshan, try it. Shin Qinghan picked up a piece of fried tofu and intimately brought it to Lin Zichen's mouth. Lin Zichen didn't think too much and ate it. After tasting it, he nodded in agreement. It tastes really good. Showing affection in front of singles. Is this something a human can do? Seeing Shin Qinghan feeding Lin Zichen fried tofu, Li Mayu and Liu Yongjian were almost jealous and cursed in their hearts. Ma Shiwei didn't feel anything. At this stage, she was not interested in love between men and women. There was only one thought in her mind, that is to become stronger, stronger, and stronger, strong enough to win face for her father Ma Zhenhe, strong enough to let her father hold his head up in front of his grandparents. Shiwei, feed me a piece of tofu. I also want to experience the beauty of being fed by a beautiful woman. Li Mayu looked at Ma Shiwei opposite, and made such a request to her. Ma Shiwei didn't even raise her head, and cursed expressionlessly, "Get out!" Puff! Seeing Li Mayu being scolded, Liu Yongjian laughed out loud with gloating, almost spitting out his food. Li Mayu smiled awkwardly to ease the embarrassment. He estimated that Ma Shiwei's personality was strong, and she should have a good impression of him, who was stronger, so he tried to interact with her to see if he could develop a relationship. Unexpectedly, Ma Shiwei didn't care about him at all, and now he was a pure clown. At this time, 5 people came into the cafeteria. 4 men and 1 woman. They all looked around 20 years old. Lin Zichen sat facing the gate, and saw the 5 people at the first sight. He first noticed the only girl among the 5 people. The girl was very beautiful. She had fair skin, beautiful face and curvy figure. The only flaw was that her calves and arms looked a bit thick and her muscles were too strong, not as tender and attractive as Shin Qinghan. At this time, the 5 people were walking and looking at the canteen curiously, looking like they had just arrived. If nothing unexpected happened, these 5 people should also be top talents invited to participate in special training, and they are most likely freshmen of Beijing University. The reason why they speculated that they were freshmen of Beijing University was because they were not mechanically modified people, so they were directly ruled out as people of the Machine God group. Then, when he came in, he looked around and ruled out the possibility that he was from the military district. In summary, he could only be a freshman from Kyoto University. And Li Mayu's next words also confirmed Lin Zichen's guess. Li Mayu looked at the 5 people from a distance and said to the 4 people who were eating together, "Look at the door, they are freshmen who come to participate in special training on behalf of Kyoto University. The 2 men walking in front are my high school classmates. After the college entrance examination, they both applied for the Evolution Academy of Kyoto University. Those 2 people, one is the 2nd place in Kyoto, and the other is the 3rd place in Kyoto. They were both defeated by me, and I beat them for 3 years in high school." When saying the last sentence, Li Mayu's face was full of smugness, and he looked like he deserved a beating. On the other side, the 2nd place in Kyoto and the 3rd place in Kyoto he mentioned also saw him, and were walking towards him slowly. Not long after, the group of people from Kyoto University walked to the table and stopped. Among them, the top student in Kyoto, a boy with eyes so small that they almost squint, smiled at Li Mayu with a look of picking faults. "Traitor, what a coincidence." This traitor refers to Li Mayu's decision not to apply to Peking University after the college entrance examination, but to apply to Shandong University, betraying the years of cultivation of Peking University-affiliated high school. Li Mayu smiled and directly retorted, "A 1,000-year-old 3rd-place waste, who are you calling a traitor? I am a waste?" The squinting-eyed boy also smiled, not taking Li Mayu seriously at all, and said confidently, "Li Mayu, do you think it's still high school now? This is a different time. From the moment you chose to be a traitor and applied to Shandong University, your strength was destined to be surpassed by me and Qin Chuan. Now, you are the waste in our eyes, okay?" The squint-eyed boy's tone became more and more arrogant, with every word stinging and extremely aggressive. He looked down on Li Mayu, a traitor who grew up enjoying the resources of Beijing University, but ended up going to a university in another province. There is no need to respect traitors. You 2 are worthy? Li Mayu retorted with disdain. For trash like you, I can easily take on 2 of you. You 2 should just go back and have a rest. The 2 sides were very aggressive, and they started tit for tat, making all kinds of personal attacks. What trash, what waste, just opened their mouths and sprayed without any scruples. Many soldiers who were eating around heard the noise, and turned their heads to watch the show with interest. Li Mayu, let's have a fight? The Kyoto number 2, Qin Chuan, who had been silent all the time, that is, the one the squint-eyed boy just mentioned, suddenly looked at Li Mayu calmly and asked. When Li Mayu heard this, he stopped eating and stood up and said, "That's exactly what I want." The defeated general wanted to humiliate himself, and he had no reason to refuse. I must step on their heads hard later. I will step on them until they are convinced and dare not jump up and down again. There is a martial arts arena on the playground outside. Let's go there to decide the winner. After saying this, Qin Chuan turned around and walked out of the cafeteria, heading for the martial arts arena on the playground. Li Mayu didn't say anything nonsense and followed him. Let's go too. After saying this, Liu Yongjian quickly shoveled a few mouthfuls of white rice into his mouth, then stood up and left his seat, chewing the rice in his mouth while quickly following. Seeing this, Ma Shiwei silently stood up and followed. Xiaochen, let's go too. Seeing that everyone had left, Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen and said. Lin Zichen had no intention of getting up. He ate slowly and said lightly, "Eat first, and then go over to see it after you are full, otherwise you will be hungry in the afternoon." Oh! Shen Qinghan chose to sit down and eat obediently, thinking that she would go over together after Lin Zichen was full. She thought so, but she had no heart to eat at all. Her mind was all outside. She wanted to go out and watch the duel. On the contrary, Lin Zichen was not interested in the duel between the chickens outside, and just wanted to eat quietly. But seeing that Shen Qinghan really wanted to watch it, he symbolically took 2 mouthfuls of rice, then put down his chopsticks and said to her, "I am full, let's go over and see it." The 3 of them didn't collect their plates. Let's help collect them before we go over. Shen Qinghan is very responsible. Lin Zichen didn't say anything. He quietly helped her clean up the plates on the table, and put them where they should be. Then they went outside to watch the duel. Leaving the cafeteria. Arriving at the playground. The two found that there were already quite a few onlookers gathered around to watch the excitement. Most of them were people who were originally going to the cafeteria to eat. On the way over, these people saw someone wanting to spar, and they were freshmen from the 2 major schools who came to participate in special training, so they stopped to watch the battle out of curiosity. At this time, the duel had not yet begun. In fact, there was no one on the martial arts stage. The 2 parties who were going to duel on stage were now discussing the stakes of the duel off stage. Since there was going to be a duel, there would be a winner or a loser, so let's bet. If there was no bet, it would be meaningless even if we won. After some discussion. In the end, both sides decided that the loser would call the winner grandfather. After confirming the stakes of the duel, Li Mayu jumped onto the martial arts stage first and shouted arrogantly to the 2nd and 3rd place winners of Kyoto below the stage. "You two should come together, so I don't have to waste time beating you one by one. There's no need for that. Gaomu alone is enough to crush you." Qin Chuan crossed his arms and said calmly. The Gaomu he was talking about was the squint-eyed boy in Kyoto, who was 1 place lower than him in the college entrance examination. "Oh, him!" Li Mayu sneered contemptuously. "I can crush him with 1 hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Gaomu jumped onto the martial arts stage and looked at Li Mayu and said, "You arrogant idiot, you will know what shame is later. Stop talking nonsense and start fighting." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mayu activated the Demon Eye Giant Aid gene and Shadow Night Cat gene in his body. While his body was getting bigger, a pair of purple animal ears grew on his head. The Shadow Night Cat gene was fused by him when he was at home last week. It was mainly used to make up for his lack of speed, taking into account strength and agility, and developing comprehensively. On the other side, Gaomu also had an idea and activated the alien beast gene dormant in his body. Then, his skin calcified at a speed visible to the naked eye until it turned into pieces of extremely hard scales. Lin Zichen recognized the alien beast gene that the freshmen of Beijing University had fused. It was the gene of the armored earth dragon. This is an earth-attributed alien beast with extremely strong defense. It was just an ordinary 9th-level armored earth dragon, but its defense was so high that it could withstand a full-strength punch from a high-level 1st-level Demon Eye Giant Ape, and then it was completely unscathed. Bang! There was only a crisp collision sound. On the martial arts stage, Li Mayu had already started fighting with Gaomu. Li Mayu attacked, swinging his fist as big as a casserole and punching hard, stretching out his legs as hard as steel pipes, and kicking hard, aiming at Gaomu's vital points with every attack. Gaomu defended, relying on the scales on his body to withstand Li Mayu's attacks, and took the opportunity to find the flaws in Li Mayu's body to counterattack. The 2 sides looked fierce. But one couldn't hurt the other, and the other couldn't hit the other. No one could do anything to the other. Xiaochen, these two people can't do anything to each other. I feel that if they keep fighting like this, the ending will probably be a draw. Shen Qinghun watched the fight for a long time from the stage. Seeing that the two were evenly matched, she said this to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen looked calm. This duel will not be a draw. The guy named Gao Mu from Beijing University will win. What do you mean? Shen Qinghun turned her head to look at Lin Zichen and asked in confusion. She felt that the situation on the stage was 50-50, and didn't understand why Lin Zichen was sure that the guy from Beijing University would win. Lin Zichen leaned close to her ear and explained in a low voice. The guy from Jingda University was hiding his abilities, and didn't use his full strength. I sensed that the guy from Jingda University had two kinds of alien beast genes in his body, and one of the alien beast genes was not activated. In contrast, Li Mayu had used his full strength. Is that so? Shen Qinghun rolled her eyes, still confused. How can you tell who used their full strength and who didn't? Is it Xiuchen's superpower? Can he see other people's cards? Shen Qinghun thought so in her heart, and her eyes quickly focused on the martial arts stage. She wanted to see if it was really as Lin Zichen said, that the squint-eyed boy named Gao Mu from Jingda University would win the duel in the end. About 2 minutes later, the two people on the martial arts stage distanced themselves from each other. Li Mayu looked at Gao Mu and frowned. Why fuse any gene? Why fuse the Armored Earth Dragon gene that can only defend but not attack? You can only rely on playing turtle to drag the game to a draw, which is boring. Can only defend but not attack? A draw? Gao Mu smiled, looked at Li Mayu with a playful look and said, Li de Zhuangyuan, do you think there is a possibility that you have already used all your strength, but I haven't? The moment he finished speaking, he immediately had an idea and activated the new alien beast gene. Then, his body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The muscles on his body were bulging with explosive power. The whole person's body size increased by half. It was the demon eye giant ape gene. This Beijing University freshman named Gao Mu, like Li Mayu, also merged the demon eye giant ape gene. This is impossible. Li Mayu couldn't believe what he saw and questioned. With your talent, how could you successfully fuse two different alien beast genes in your freshman year? There must be something wrong. Gao Mu explained. Li Mayu, it's true that my talent is not as good as yours. But the gene fusion technology of Beijing University is far superior to that of Shandong University, which can make me, who is not as talented as you, become a second gene fusionist in the first semester of my freshman year. Betraying Beijing University and choosing to enroll in Shandong University will be the most wrong decision you have ever made in your life. No doubt about it. After saying that, Gao Mu stopped talking nonsense and immediately took a step forward and rushed towards Li Mayu. Gao Mu's attack speed was not fast, and Li Mayu could completely dodge it. But Li Mayu didn't dodge at all. In his eyes, Gao Mu has always been a defeated general. His self-esteem does not allow him to dodge the attack of a defeated general. It is necessary to go all out to fight head-on. Bang! 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 There was only a deafening collision sound. Li Mayu and Gao Mu fought each other madly, without any intention of hiding from the beginning to the end, and they kept punching each other, competing with each other in strength. This fight lasted for a full half-minute. In the end, Li Mayu, whose defense was not as good as his opponent, was the first to lose. His fists were torn and shattered. With no strength left, he was knocked out of the martial arts arena by his opponent with a push, and unfortunately lost the duel. Traitor, call me Grandpa. Gao Mu, who won the duel, walked to the edge of the martial arts arena and looked down at Li Mayu and shouted. Li Mayu wanted to clench his fists, but as soon as he exerted force, he was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. His fists were already shattered and could not be clenched at all. If there were not so many people now, he would have cried out in pain. Why can't you afford to lose? Seeing that Li Mayu did not call him Grandpa for a long time, Gao Mu's face was full of contempt. Li Mayu was willing to accept the defeat. He gritted his teeth, endured the shame, and shouted to Gao Mu on the stage, Grandpa. After calling him Grandpa, Li Mayu immediately stood up and disappeared into the crowd to avoid further embarrassment. Chapter 162. Li Mayu ran away. In public, he lost to his defeated opponent on the martial arts stage, and called his defeated opponent grandfather. This made him lose all face, and his self-esteem was hit. Staying on the martial arts stage for one more second was torture. Gao Mu looked at the direction where Li Mayu disappeared, mobilized the blood in his body to gather in his throat and shouted, Li Mayu, do you know why your Li family only supports your brother Li Jin and not you? Because you are a useless person. I heard that you can't even be the first among the freshmen in Shandong University, and you are suppressed by a local freshman named Lin Zichen. You are such a fucking waste. Gao Mu shouted the last sentence especially loudly. Just beat the fallen dog. Just kill the heart. If you don't go crazy after winning, then when will you go crazy? Li Mayu in the crowd was very angry when he heard Gao Mu shouting. But now he is at a disadvantage, so he can only pretend that he didn't hear it and silently shrink his head like a turtle. I can only think in my heart that sooner or later, I will step on Gao Mu like I did in high school and humiliate this former defeated opponent. Off stage. Ma Shiwei frowned slightly, puzzled. Li Mayu's college entrance examination scores, both in terms of physical fitness and gene fusion adaptability, are much higher than Gao Mu. No matter how strong the gene fusion technology of Beijing University is, it can't be much stronger than Shandong University of the same level. Logically speaking, Gao Mu can't surpass Li Mayu in half a year anyway. This is too unreasonable. Ma Shiwei was the fourth in the Beijing University college entrance examination, and she knew the three people ahead of her very well. She knew how big the gap was between Gao Mu, who was third, and Li Mayu, who was first. She was puzzled by how Gao Mu, who ranked third, could surpass Li Mayu, who ranked first, in just half a year. Lin Zichen listened to her, and did not think it was unreasonable. This world is too mysterious. There are many unknown places that have not been explored. There are many ways to become stronger that have not been discovered. It is entirely possible for a person to suddenly become abnormally stronger, and it would not seem unreasonable. Let's not talk about the distant past. Let's talk about Shen Qinghan. She was weak and timid since she was a child, and she didn't even dare to speak loudly to others. But because of her special physique, she became stronger as soon as she became an adult. Lin Zichen felt that the world was so big, and there must be many people like Shen Qinghan. And the freshman from Beijing University named Gao Mu on the stage was probably one of them. It's just that his degree of strength may not be as exaggerated as Shen Qinghan. There are probably not many people in the world who have become stronger to the same extent as Shen Qinghan. Otherwise, Yuan Dongji would not be shocked by her frequently. Which one of you two is Lin Zichen? Gao Mu walked to the other side of the martial arts arena, squatted down nonchalantly, and looked down at Lin Zichen and Luo Yongjian below the stage. I am. Lin Zichen said lightly. Gao Mu focused his eyes on him, and said while looking at him, I heard that you have been suppressing Li Mayu at Shandong University. Let's go on stage to compete. It's not enough to beat Li Mayu. He also wants to beat Lin Zichen, who has been suppressing Li Mayu. Let Li Mayu feel what the gap is. Lin Zichen knew what this man was thinking, and did not refuse his challenge, but said calmly, What's the bet? The loser calls the winner grandpa. It's meaningless to bet on this. If you want to bet, bet on something practical. Lin Zichen is not interested in unrealistic bets like calling him father and grandfather. He is only interested in money and evolutionary resources. Gao Mu thought for a while and said, I have 10 high-level qi and blood pills in my dormitory. If you win, they will be yours. 1 high-level qi and blood pill is worth 100,000. 10, that's 1 million. This bet is very generous. Lin Zichen agreed to the bet, and immediately jumped onto the martial arts stage. He said in a calm tone, I have 10 high-level blood recovery pills in my hand, which are worth about the same as your 10 high-level qi and blood pills. If you win, they will all be yours. Okay. Gao Mu stood up after speaking and asked, I heard that you are still going the pure-blooded human path. Lin Zichen, yes. Gao Mu shook his head and smiled. You gave up the bright future of gene fusion, and went to the bleak future of pure-blooded humans? Same. You are a bit stupid. 10 years ago, there was a second-place student in Kyoto who was fooled into taking the pure-blood human path, thinking that he could create a new world. 10 years later, this second-place student in Kyoto has become a nobody, and his life is ruined. The past is a lesson for the future. I advise you to give up the so-called pure-blood human path as soon as possible and take the gene fusion path instead, so as not to ruin yourself. Gao Mu preached from a high position, as if he regarded himself as a superior, with a very high attitude. After hearing his words, many soldiers in the audience talked about it. They were only responsible for suppressing the source on weekdays, and rarely paid attention to trivial matters in the outside world, and did not know about Lin Zichen's affairs. It was incredible to know that Lin Zichen, with such a good talent, did not choose the path of gene fusion, but chose the path of pure-blooded human. Is this something a normal person would do? Are you too crazy? To be able to represent the two major schools to participate in special training, this talent must be beyond doubt. It is too wasteful not to choose the path of gene fusion. I don't know what he is thinking. The soldiers present did not understand Lin Zichen's choice, and many of them shook their heads while talking. Obviously, they did not approve of the path of pure-blooded human, thinking that this was the path of crazy people and there was no future. Listening to the discussions around him, Shen Qinghan became a little anxious. She frowned her slender and beautiful eyebrows, and said to Gao Mu on the stage with an unhappy face, "The future of pure-blooded humans is bright, and people like you with short-sightedness don't understand it at all." "Yes, I don't understand." Gao Mu raised his mouth slightly, and said with contempt in his eyes, "But there is one thing I understand very well, that is, the pure-blooded human path has not been able to break the shackles of ordinary creatures so far, and its scale is getting smaller and smaller. There is only a shabby research institute left in Shandong University. This is an indisputable fact. Looking across the country, the only organization that still insists on the pure-blooded human path is the Pure Human Research Institute under the jurisdiction of Lu Chuanwu, or Tianren Pavilion. Tianren Pavilion seems to have many members, and the masters and disciples of various martial arts halls are all members. But in fact, many of them are just in name only. It's just some people who can't go through gene fusion and mechanical transformation, and they are in name only to find an organization for themselves. Strictly speaking, they are not real members. The real members, that is, the people who have been devoted to the study of pure-blooded humans, are actually only Lin Zichen, Lu Chuanwu, and Song Yuyan. Shen Qinghan can barely be counted as one. However, Shen Qinghan simply participated in the practice of blood quenching, and did not participate in the research. Too much nonsense, save some time and start the duel directly. Lin Zichen said this lightly. Gao Mu heard it, and stopped talking nonsense. He walked to the opposite position and stood, saying to Lin Zichen, "Since you are so anxious, let's start." After speaking, his body sank slightly, his legs spread out one in front and one behind, his arms protected in front of him, and he took an absolute defensive posture, waiting for Lin Zichen to attack. He fused the Armored Earth Dragon gene and the Magic Eye Giant Ape gene. What has improved is defense and strength. The speed is a bit lame. Active attack is not advantageous. Therefore, the best way to fight is to focus on defense. Look for the opponent's flaws in the process of defense. Seize the opportunity to strike hard. The main point is to strike back. Luo Yongjian in the audience saw this and immediately shouted to Lin Zichen on the stage, "Brother Chen. He has fused the genes of the Armored Earth Dragon and the Demon Eye Giant Ape. He has high attack and high defense but low speed. Don't fight him head-on. Use your speed advantage to deal with him. As long as you are careful, he can basically not attack you. You can beat him by consuming him. Low-level gene fusionists cannot activate the alien beast genes in their bodies for a long time, otherwise there will be a risk of alienation. Lin Zichen, who practices pure-blooded humans, does not have this disadvantage. As long as he adopts a tactic of dealing with Gao Mu, and uses up the time it takes to activate the alien beast genes, he can easily win this duel." Luo Yongjian's suggestion was good, but Lin Zichen didn't need it. Soon, there was a buzzing sound. Lin Zichen, who was standing in the same place the moment before, turned into a shadow and disappeared the next moment. When he appeared again, he was already standing in front of Gao Mu. Then, before anyone on the scene could react, he raised his leg and kicked Gao Mu's arms in front of him. Bang! A loud crash sounded. Gao Mu, whose body was covered with scales, and was as strong as a small mountain, seemed to be unshakable. He left the ground with his feet, and flew backwards at high speed. He drew a parabola in the air. Then, another bang sounded. He hit a tree hard and slid down to the ground. He curled up in pain and groaned in pain. A closer look revealed that most of the scales on his arms were shattered, and blood was dripping from them, which was very shocking. This was enough to show how terrifying the kick he had just received was. At the same time, almost everyone in the audience was stunned. Their brains crashed. They were completely unable to react to the scene that had just happened. How could Gao Mu, who had just been confident of winning, suddenly be kicked out of the martial arts arena by his opponent in just a blink of an eye, and lose the duel at the speed of light? This was too sudden. It was so sudden that it was unbelievable, and I thought I was hallucinating. Gao Mu was killed in a second. In the crowd, Li Mayu opened his mouth and eyes wide, and was completely stunned. On the way to the military area, he was still thinking about showing his magical powers in the special training and surpassing Lin Zichen to become the top freshman of Shandong University. As a result, before he could surpass Lin Zichen, he was defeated by his opponent in the college entrance examination and was severely humiliated by the opponent on the martial arts stage. And this opponent who defeated him was killed instantly by a kick when facing Lin Zichen. This comparison of loss, and Wen made him look like a scumbag. He couldn't accept this fact. How is this possible? On the other side, Qin Chuan, the top freshman of Beijing University, was extremely shocked and looked unbelievable when he saw Gao Mu, who was second only to him, was easily killed by Lin Zichen. His strength was not much stronger than Gao Mu. In the Beijing University freshman competition at the beginning of the month, he took a lot of effort to defeat Gao Mu and win the championship. Now, Gao Mu was easily killed by Lin Zichen. Doesn't this mean that he was also killed by a kick when facing Lin Zichen? Thinking of this, Qin Chuan's face was full of doubts about life and suspected that he was dreaming. He really couldn't believe the scene in front of him. They are both students from two major schools, so why is Lin Zichen so much stronger than the others? Moreover, he is so much stronger than the others, so much so that the second place can't even see his taillights. This is not reasonable at all. When everyone was shocked. Suddenly, a slender figure jumped up from the stage and landed on the martial arts stage with a bang. He was a young soldier in camouflage uniform. He was not very old, about 20 years old. I sensed the level of the creatures, and they were very strong, up to the ordinary 8th level. I thought that this year it would be our military district's people competing with the geniuses of the Machine God group. I didn't expect that Shandong University would produce such a genius like you. Perhaps, this year, there will be a chance for a three-way confrontation, making the special training more interesting. I just don't know if you, who have been a greenhouse flower on campus for many years, have the strength to make the situation a three-way confrontation. The young soldier looked at Lin Zichen, looked at him with interest, and said with a smile. His words were full of disdain for students. It seemed that whether it was students from Beijing University or Shandong University, they were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Would you like to have a sparring match? The young soldier pressed his finger bones and asked Lin Zichen with a smile. After that, he added, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Yuanzhong. I am 19 years old. This year, I will represent the military region to participate in special training, and I am your competitor. Lin Zichen didn't listen to his self-introduction. His focus was all on the bet, and asked, what are you betting on? You can spar, but it must be profitable, otherwise there is no need to waste time on sparring. This is his attitude towards sparring. The young soldier said confidently, I have a spiritual fruit worth 1.5 million, which is very helpful for improving qi and blood. If you win, this spiritual fruit will belong to you. Okay. Lin Zichen accepted the challenge. He is just an ordinary 8th level weakling, who can be killed in seconds with just one kick. It would be a waste if he doesn't win this spiritual fruit. Just when the two were about to start the battle. Suddenly, a middle-aged officer with a square face walked out of the crowd and shouted at the two, you two, you can spar, but you are not allowed to involve material bets. You are not allowed to involve material bets. Hearing this, Lin Zichen lost the desire to spar and said to the young soldier, forget it, I won't come if there is no bet. After saying that, without waiting for the young soldier to respond, he jumped off the martial arts stage and stopped sparring. Under the gaze of everyone, he walked slowly to Gao Mu, who was sitting on the ground and gasping for air in pain, and asked, classmate, when will you give me the 10 high-level qi and blood pills you mentioned? Gao Mu was silent for a moment, and then said with some pain, I go to the dormitory to get them for you now. Then he got up from the ground and took Lin Zichen to his dormitory to get the qi and blood pills. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan hurriedly trotted to catch up, and walked side by side with Lin Zichen, never leaving. She was very attached to Lin Zichen, and wanted to be with him all the time. That Lin Wuchen. The young man in military uniform shouted to Lin Zichen, tomorrow's special training, I look forward to your performance, I hope you don't let me down. Lin Zichen ignored him, and silently followed Gao Mu to collect his trophies. Chapter 163. At night, in the dormitory, Lin Zichen sat cross-legged on the bed, and tempered his body 4 times. In order to achieve the goal of tempering his body 5 times before sophomore year, he would temper his body whenever he had time. I don't know how long it took. Lin Zichen slowly opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and then he thought about it, and called up the tempering progress bar to check the progress. For times of tempering, 12% only 12%. The efficiency of tempering is a little slower than when tempering 3 times. But it's not much slower, it's acceptable. Xiaochen, I'm coming in. Shen Qinghan's sweet voice sounded outside the dormitory door. Before Lin Zichen responded, she used her mental power to open the door remotely, and walked into the dormitory without permission. The couple didn't have so many rules, they could come in whenever they wanted. Why didn't you blow dry your hair after taking a shower? Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan who came in, and saw that her hair was wet, and couldn't help but say something to her. Shin Chi-han took off her slippers and sat on the bed. I want to blow dry my hair, but there is no hair dryer in the dormitory, so I can't blow dry my hair even if I want to. After hearing her say this, Lin Zichen realized that there was indeed no hair dryer in the dormitory. This small single-room dormitory has very few electrical appliances. Then I will use my qi and blood to help you dry your hair, Lin Zichen said as he put his hand on Shin Chi-han's hair, and as soon as he thought about it, he released a trace of burning qi and blood power, slowly evaporating the moisture on the hair. After more than 2 minutes, the moisture on the hair was almost evaporated. The hair was no longer wet and stuck together, but it spread out silkily, looking very soft and pleasing to the eye. You help me dry my hair. In return, I will make you feel comfortable. Shin Chi-han smiled. After that, she gently pushed Lin Zichen down, lifted her bangs that were a bit in the way to the back of her ears, and then leaned down to serve Lin Zichen tenderly. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it quietly. About half an hour later, Shin Chi-han finished her service, climbed on Lin Zichen and lay down, smiling. Are you comfortable? Comfortable, Lin Zichen said with a satisfied look. Shin Chi-han played with the hair that slipped down from the back of her ears, and said softly, I made you comfortable. Do you want to give me a reward? Lin Zichen poked her tender cheek and said with a smile, Just now, it was comfortable, but it was the reward for helping you dry your hair. Why do you want a reward? I want it, Shin Chi-han said coquettishly. Lin Zichen pinched her pretty butt, smiled lovingly and said, Then get up, I give you a reward. There really is a reward. Shin Chi-han sat up in surprise. Lin Zichen sat up, reached out to take the school bag on the bedside, took out a delicate small medicine bottle from it, handed it to her and said, Here, your reward. Aren't these the 10 high-level qi and blood pills you won during the day? Yes, they are all for you. Don't keep some for yourself. Why give them all to me? Shin Chi-han didn't take the small medicine bottle. The reward she just asked for was just to get Lin Zichen to kiss her or something, and she never thought of asking for such a valuable thing. Although she and Lin Zichen were not outsiders, but childhood sweethearts who grew up together, she couldn't accept these 10 high-level qi and blood pills worth millions so comfortably. At most, I would take 1 pill, and then slowly compensate Lin Zichen in the future. In short, I can't take advantage of Lin Zichen for free, and I can't let Lin Zichen suffer a loss. The contributions of both parties must be equal. Lin Zichen knew what Shin Chi-han was thinking, and said in a gentle voice, I can't use this high-level qi and blood pill. I can just run a few laps on the playground, and the increased qi and blood are equivalent to the effect of a high-level qi and blood pill. It's a pure waste for me to take it. Then you can give it to Aunt Xian and Uncle Sheng. My parents are ordinary people, and they can't bear the effect of high-level qi and blood pills. After saying that, Lin Zichen directly put the small medicine bottle into Shin Chi-han's hand, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, Don't be afraid of owing me. We are a family. Your well-being is equal to my well-being, understand? Seeing that Lin Zichen had said so much, Shin Chi-han had no reason to be shy, so she had to purse her lips and take the small medicine bottle. Thinking in her heart, she must repay Lin Zichen well in other places in the future, so that he could earn back the money with interest. After calming down a little, Shin Chi-han leaned over to Lin Zichen's face and kissed him, and smiled sweetly with her beautiful eyes slightly curved. Thank you for the support fee given by the sponsor. Hanin will work harder to serve you in the future. Little dirty girl, I am getting more and more seductive with my words. Lin Zichen pinched Shin Chi-han's cherry lips and teased her with a smile. Shin Chi-han pushed Lin Zichen down again, lay on him, looked into his eyes affectionately, and asked in a soft voice, Do you like it? I like it. Lin Zichen nodded honestly. Shin Chi-han smiled sweetly, put her face close to Lin Zichen's ear, and said in a softer voice, Dad, Hanin can be more seductive. After saying that, she lowered her head and kissed him, using her soft lips to please Lin Zichen. She knew very well that at this stage, she could not help Lin Zichen in any way. The only thing she could do was to provide emotional value to Lin Zichen as a childhood sweetheart, and occasionally use her unskilled service skills to make him feel comfortable. The next day, 5 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark. Lin Zichen got up and washed up, and went out to the next dormitory to call Shin Chi-han to get up. After she finished washing up, he went to the canteen with her to have breakfast, and then gathered together on the playground. When the two came to the playground, there were not many people who came to gather. There were only 7 people. They were Ma Shiwei, the 5 people from the military district, and the beautiful female freshman from Beijing University. As for the 5 people from the Machine God group, none of them had arrived. At this time, the 5 young men from the military district were talking to the 2 girls enthusiastically, wanting to get to know these 2 high-looking girls. Ma Shiwei was very cold and didn't pay much attention to the 5 people from the military district. On the contrary, the girl from Beijing University seemed to be much more enthusiastic and talked and laughed with the 5 people from the military district. Good morning. A dark-skinned young man from the military district saw Lin Zichen coming and greeted him with a smile. The dark-skinned young man was the one who wanted to spar with Lin Zichen yesterday, named Zhao Yuanzhong. Good morning. Lin Zichen responded politely. Zhao Yuanzhong was very familiar with people and took the initiative to talk to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and asked curiously, "You two are a pair, are you brother and sister, or are you in a relationship?" When he asked this question, the other 4 people from the military district and the girl from Beijing University all turned their heads to look over. Obviously, these people are very concerned about the relationship between Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Before Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan could answer, Ma Shiwei, who had a cold personality, said, "Those 2 are engaged lovers, so don't think too much." As soon as these words came out, those people all looked regretful. The 5 young men in the military district, it's a pity that Shen Qinghan is already taken. The girl from Beijing University, it's a pity that Lin Zichen is already taken. Zhao Yuanzhong looked at Lin Zichen and smiled awkwardly. "Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that, I was just curious and asked." "I know." Lin Zichen gave Zhao Yuanzhong a way out. Adolescent boys, those who understand, want to get to know beautiful girls when they see them. The little thoughts in their hearts are almost transparent and can be seen through at a glance. I heard that the young generation of your military district have all been to the source for training. Lin Zichen felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he changed the subject and asked Zhao Yuanzhong. He has always been curious about the source, and now that he has come to the military district, he must take this opportunity to learn more about it. Zhao Yuanzhong, I can barely be considered to have been there. Just barely? Lin Zichen was puzzled. If you have been there, you have been there. And if you have not been there, you have not been there. What does it mean to barely be considered to have been there? Zhao Yuanzhong explained. The military district has a city stationed in the source. Young soldiers like us, who are still at the ordinary stage of biological level, are sometimes assigned to do odd jobs in the city, but they cannot leave the city. If you enter the city, you will enter the source, but you cannot leave the city and cannot contact the source outside the city full of primitive competition. It is the same as not entering. If you want to truly enter the source, it is impossible if your biological level is not advanced. Ordinary creatures simply cannot withstand the repulsion of the boundary force. They can only stay in the city and move under the isolation and protection of the city barrier. Boundary force repulsion. It was the first time that Lin Zichen heard this word, and he quickly asked, "What is boundary force repulsion?" Zhao Yuanzhong continued to explain. It means that when Earthlings enter the source, they will be driven away by an invisible force, but this force is not strong, and it only has a greater impact on people whose biological level is below the high level. After speaking, he smiled and said, "I know you will definitely ask next, will the alien beasts on Earth will be repelled by the boundary force?" The answer is that they will be repelled by the boundary force, and they will be repelled by a stronger boundary force. In fact, the strength of many alien beasts on Earth has been weakened by the boundary force. They will be stronger in the source. In front of humans, they are almost invincible at the same level. Zhao Yuanzhong continued, "Otherwise, if the biological level is the same, how do you think the gene fusion on Earth can defeat the alien beasts that are the source of genes?" "I see." Lin Zichen nodded and learned a lot of useful knowledge. This knowledge cannot be learned by reading books. Seeing Lin Zichen's face full of realization, Zhao Yuanzhong couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Didn't your elders tell you this?" "No." Lin Zichen shook his head. He didn't tell Zhao Yuanzhong that his parents were ordinary people who knew nothing about these things, and didn't even know the existence of the source. Just like that, they chatted for a while. As time went on, the remaining people who participated in the special training came to the playground to gather. There were 20 people on the playground. Military region, Shanghai University, Kyoto University, and Jishin Group, each of the 4 forces had 5 people. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. A man jumped down from the rooftop of a building in front, and fell in front of everyone with a bang, splashing a large amount of dust. After the dust settled, a middle-aged man in his early 30s, wearing a camouflage uniform came into everyone's sight. Lin Zichen thought, and sensed the man's biological level. Very high. As high as the 6th level. With this strength, he would be the dean of the 2 major schools. Moreover, He is the dean of the two strongest colleges, the Evolution College and the Mechanical College. Are you all here? The man glanced at the scattered people and asked loudly. Zhao Yuanzhong said in an equally loud voice, "Report to the instructor, everyone is here." He is the captain of the 5 people in the military region. However, his strength is not the strongest, he is simply the most positive. After listening to Zhao Yuanzhong's answer, the man nodded and immediately introduced himself to those who didn't know him. "My name is Lu Tianrong, and I am your instructor for this special training. You can call me Instructor Lu." After introducing himself in this simple way, he began to order the people in front of him. Now, starting with the 5 people in the military district, report in order by simply introducing yourself. As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Yuanzhong, who was at the front of the 5 people in the military district, immediately began to introduce himself and report. Military district, Zhao Yuanzhong. The 4 people behind him also reported. Military district, He Yincheng. Military district, Lu Ruihe. After the military district reported, others followed suit. Jishan Group, Mo Yanwei. Jishan Group, Zhang Kai. Jishan Group, Zhu Shishir. Kyoto University, Qin Chuan. Kyoto University, Gao Mu. Kyoto University, Shang Wanyuing. Shanghai University, Lin Zichen. Shanghai University, Li Mayu. Shanghai University, Shin Qinghan. While everyone reported loudly, Lu Tianrong, the instructor, had already memorized everyone's corresponding appearance deeply in his mind. After the report was over, Lu Tianrong said to everyone, "I won't say any more nonsense. Everyone is here to participate in special training and improve themselves. Now, I will divide you into 4 teams temporarily. After the division, you will immediately start to participate in the camp entrance examination. After the camp entrance examination is over, you will have real special training." After that, Lu Tianrong didn't waste any time and immediately began to randomly divide everyone into teams. Lu Yongjian from Shanghai University, you go to the Jishan Group. Shang Wanyuing from Kyoto University, you go to Shanghai University. He Yincheng from the military region, you go to Kyoto University. Zhang Kai from the Jishan Group, you go to the team at Shanghai University. Zhao Yuanzhong from the military region, you go to Shanghai University. It took about 2 minutes for Lu Tianrong to disrupt all 4 teams. Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan were lucky that they were not transferred to other teams and stayed in pairs in the Shanghai University team. But the original 3 team members were all transferred away. They were replaced by Shang Wanyuing from Beijing University, Zhang Kai from the Mecha Group, and Zhao Yuanzhong from the military region. Lin Zichen saw the pattern of the division of the team by the instructor Lu Tianrong. It was to ensure that the team was mixed enough. There must be people from Shandong University, Beijing University, Mecha Group and the military region. This was definitely not a random arrangement, there must be a special intention. But this intention is not yet known. Lin Zichen thought that it should be related to cooperation, to test the team ability of teaming up with strangers. Chapter 164. After the 4 teams were reorganized, Instructor Lu Tianrong led everyone to a regular building and stopped. The reason why I say regular is that this building is a cube with the same length, width and height. This building has 3 floors, and each floor is equipped with checkpoints. If you pass all the checkpoints and reach the rooftop within 3 hours, you will pass the assessment. It is 7:23 now, and the camp entry assessment will start in 7 minutes. There is a door in the middle of each of the 4 walls on the first floor. When the camp entry assessment begins, the door will open automatically. At that time, you will enter the assessment from different doors as a team. That's all I have to say. I hope all 4 teams can pass the level smoothly. After explaining this, Lu Tianrong jumped onto the rooftop of the building and disappeared in front of everyone. After he left, a young man from the military district said to the other 3 teams, "Our team will enter from gate A, you guys go to other gates." The young man from the military district said this as a matter of course, full of the aura of a superior. When the people from the other teams heard this, they were immediately unhappy. Among them, a young man from the Jishan Group said, "You asked us to go, so we went. Why didn't your team go to other gates?" "Why?" The young man from the military district smiled and said with contempt, "Because I am the strongest, and the bigger fist is the truth. If you don't agree, we can decide the winner now. Who is afraid of who? Come on. I come too. Whoever is stronger will choose the gate first. I, Mo Yanwei, have never been afraid of anyone. Except for the team where Lin Zichen was, the other 3 teams all started to fight. Very competitive, no one wants to give in to the other. Let's go to gate D." Zhao Yuanzhong and Zhang Kai, the team that Lin Zichen was in, said almost in unison. The two of them were at the bottom of the 5 in the military region, and the bottom of the 5 in the Jishin group. At this moment, they were both very strong and didn't want to compete with other teams. In addition to the fact that the two were not strong enough, there were 2 girls in the team, which seriously dragged them down, and they would definitely not be able to win against the other 3 teams. Lin Zichen had no objection to their proposal, and said lightly, "Then let's go to Gate D." The 2 girls also had no objection, and silently followed the 3 boys and the team to Gate D. After arriving at Gate D, Zhao Yuanzhong turned to face the 4 people and said, "The 5 of us are now a team, and the team must have a backbone to coordinate in order to play the greatest role, so I think we should choose one person to be the captain. What do you think?" "I think it's good." Zhang Kai expressed his support and then asked, "The question is, how do we choose the captain?" Zhao Yuanzhong volunteered, "I have several years of experience as a team captain, and my biological level is as high as ordinary level 8, how about I be the captain?" "I have no objection," Lin Zichen said lightly. Shen Qinghan and Sheng Wanwing saw this, and said one after another, "I have no objection." "Me too." The biological level of the 2 girls is only ordinary level 6. Seeing that a strong person with a biological level of ordinary level 8 wants to be the captain, there is no reason not to support it. Shen Qinghan originally wanted to support Lin Zichen, but Lin Zichen had no idea of being the captain. "I object." After the 3 agreed, Zhang Kai jumped out to object. He looked at Zhao Yuanzhong and said, "I lead a team of 100 people in the Jishin group. I have strong leadership skills. Moreover, I am also very strong. I killed an ordinary 8th level monster alone 2 weeks ago. To sum up, I think I am more qualified for the position of captain." For a moment, the scene was a little stiff. No one expected that someone would compete for the position of captain. Zhao Yuanzhong, "Then let's fight. Whoever is stronger will be the captain." "Come on," Zhang Kai directly challenged. Sheng Wanwing felt that this was not good, and hurriedly dissuaded, "Don't, if you get injured, it will affect the camp entry assessment later." After that, she suggested, "Why don't we vote to decide? Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan and I will vote. Whoever gets more votes will be the captain." "Okay. I have no objection," Zhao Yuanzhong and Zhang Kai said one after another. Among them, Zhang Kai immediately looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan after he finished speaking, and said, "Zichen, Shaoshan, the 3 of us have known each other for so long, you must vote for me." When Zhao Yuanzhong heard this, he was immediately unhappy and objected, "No, it's not fair. There are 2 acquaintances in his team. I will definitely lose the vote. For fairness, let's have a competition of speed. From here, run to the old banyan tree a few hundred meters away. Whoever runs there first will be the captain." Zhao Yuanzhong pointed to a century-old banyan tree a few hundred meters away, and said with some confidence, "Zhang Kai, okay, then do as you say." Zhao Yuanzhong looked at Lin Zichen and said, "Lin Zichen, please be the referee." "Okay." Lin Zichen nodded. After the 2 of them stood in position, and made the starting movements, he shouted loudly, "Run!" As soon as the voice came out, Zhao Yuanzhong and Zhang Kai rushed out instantly. Both of them were so fast that their bodies became a residual image, and the friction in the air made a buzzing sound that shook the eardrums. So fast! Sheng Wanwing was shocked. She was the 4th-ranked genius freshman in Jingda, with extremely strong strength and attracted much attention. However, she was immediately shocked when she saw the speed of Zhao Yuanzhong and Zhang Kai. The speed of Zhao Yuanzhong and Zhang Kai was faster than Qin Chuan, the strongest in Jingda. Moreover, it was faster by 1 level, and the gap was quite obvious. "I thought that the students of Jingda were the strongest before, but I didn't expect that the talents of the military region and the Jishin group were the strongest. I am a frog in the well." Sheng Wanwing shook her head and smiled bitterly. Shen Qinghan, who was standing by, really wanted to tell her after hearing her say this. It is true that the people from the military district and the Jishin group are much stronger than those from Beijing University, but they are not the strongest. The strongest person is Lin Zichen, who is standing next to you. Soon, the speed competition ended. Zhao Yuanzhong rushed to the banyan tree with a slight advantage and won the speed competition. Zhang Kai was a little dissatisfied. "Don't think that your speed is really faster than mine. I just had a slow reaction at the start. Otherwise, it is not certain who will win." Zhao Yuanzhong also smiled. The reaction at the start is part of the game and part of the ability. If you lose, you lose. Why do you have so many excuses? Zhang Kai didn't say anything else, otherwise it would really seem that he couldn't afford to lose. Zhao Yuanzhong became the captain as he wished. "Captain, you are from the military district, You should be very familiar with this building. Tell everyone about the levels inside. Shang Wenwei said to Zhao Yuanzhong. Zhao Yuanzhong shook his head. You're overthinking. I'm also a member of the special training. I must not be clear about the levels inside, otherwise the special training would be meaningless. Is that so? Shang Wenwei felt it was a pity. Soon. The time came to 7:30. The D-door in front of the 5 people slowly opened. Let's go in. Zhao Yuanzhong rushed in first. Lin Zichen was not as anxious as him, and followed him in slowly. After entering, what caught his eyes was a steel room. The floor was steel. The wall was steel. At a glance, there was steel everywhere. Lin Zichen looked around and found that the wall was covered with holes of the same size. It looked like a black muzzle, and bullets would be fired at any time. Others also noticed these holes. Shang Wenwei said, Are those not all gun muzzles? Zhang Kai, most likely. Zhao Yuanzhong did not speak, but activated the alien gene in his body with a thought, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of hard scales. At the same time, his eyes became fierce and sharp, as if he could see through everything in the world. The second gene fusion is the fusion of the Armored Earth Dragon gene and the Violent Eagle gene. Lin Zichen glanced at Zhao Yuanzhong and quickly came to this conclusion in his heart. I will go first, you follow. After leaving this sentence, Zhao Yuanzhong took a step forward and rushed to the iron gate in front at a high speed. When he rushed through a beam of infrared rays, the holes on the surrounding walls immediately shot out a large number of bullets with gunpowder smoke, pouring towards him densely. Duh! 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 Accompanied by a burst of machine gun fire. The scales on Zhao Yuanzhong's body were easily shattered and penetrated by bullets. The body was full of bullet holes. It was unbearable. Zhao Yuanzhong did not show off and retreated to a safe position immediately. It's an armor-piercing bullet. I can't stop it, Zhao Yuanzhong said, while checking the bullet holes on his body with a slight frown. At the same time, he was glad that the scales on his body were thick enough, otherwise he would be shot into a lotus root slice full of holes. Let me do it! Zhang Kai raised his arms, revealing a row of black muzzles. Then, he aimed at the holes on the wall and fired wildly. The bullets fired from his arms were no less powerful than those fired from the wall. In less than half a minute, the bullets blocked most of the holes in the wall, and blocked the gun barrel inside the wall. Okay, let's go! Zhang Kai put away the muzzles of the guns on his arms, and rushed towards the iron gate in front quickly. The people behind him quickly followed. Lin Zichen deliberately walked slowly and followed Shen Qinghan, protecting her all the way to prevent her from being hit by armor-piercing bullets when she dodged. Duh! 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 The few holes on the wall that were not blocked by bullets were firing armor-piercing bullets diligently, constantly sweeping everyone. Unfortunately, the amount was too small and not enough to see. Several people dodged easily, and soon successfully stopped in front of the iron gate. There is no door handle, no keyhole, and no combination lock. How can this door be opened? Shang Wenwei frowned. Zhao Yuanzhong, how else can it be opened? It must be violently dismantling the door. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his leg and kicked it hard, kicking the door hard. There was a bang. The iron door did not move at all. It was very strong, and could not be kicked open. Let me try. Zhang Kai activated the hydraulic device on his arms, and punched the iron door. There was another bang. This time, the iron door moved. There was a clearly visible fist mark on it, announcing that the iron door had suffered considerable damage. It worked. Shang Wenwei was delighted. Zhang Kai recharged the hydraulic power again, and hit the iron door with a bang, hitting the fist mark just now accurately. In an instant, the fist mark turned into a fist pit. The damage was even greater, and it was one step closer to breaking the door. Bang! 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 Zhang Kai punched the iron door again and again. 10 punches, 20 punches, 30 punches. He punched 35 times in a row, completely deforming the iron door. At this time, Zhang Kai couldn't hold on any longer. His arms were deformed by the recoil force when he smashed the door, causing the hydraulic device to be damaged and unable to start. Fortunately, the iron door had already deformed and was not as strong as before. Zhao Yuanzhong took over Zhang Kai's position and kicked the iron door hard. Rest when you are tired and let others take over. Lin Zichen could kick the iron door away with one kick, but he didn't kick it hard. Instead, he used the strength that had just reached the ordinary 8th level to kick the iron door slowly. The reason why he held back was because he wanted to give Shen Qinghan a sense of participation. Otherwise, if he passed the level directly, Then this entrance examination would lose its meaning for Shin Ching-han, and it would be a waste of time. After kicking for less than a minute, Lin Zichen pretended to be tired and gave way. Shin Ching-han understood and immediately took over, kicking the iron door with all his strength. Bang! 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 Feeling her legs numb from kicking, she pulled back her legs and made way for Shang Wenwei to take over. No one worked together like this. They kicked for about half an hour. There was a loud bang. Finally, they successfully kicked the iron gate down. It was Zhao Yuanzhong who kicked it down. He rubbed his numb right leg and said with difficulty, "It's numb. It's only the first level that's so difficult. How are we going to deal with the remaining 2 levels? Zhang Kai, take it one step at a time." After saying that, he crossed the iron gate on the ground and walked quickly to the 2nd floor. Others followed him when they saw this. Lin Zichen also walked at the end of the team, responsible for escorting Shin Ching-han. Arrived at the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Zichen saw a display screen on the wall. It showed the clearance progress of the 4 teams. When he went forward, he found that Team A, Team B, and Team C had already reached the 3rd level. Only Team D, where he was, had just finished the 1st level and reached the 2nd level, and the clearance speed was pitifully slow. How could that group of people pass the level so quickly? We just reached the 2nd level, and they have already reached the 3rd level. What a bunch of perverts. Zhang Kai saw the progress bar on the display screen, and his heart was hit hard, and his face was full of doubts about life. Zhao Yuanzhong was also a little anxious, and hurriedly urged the 4 people, "Don't look at it. Let's go in quickly, don't dawdle." He knew that his team would definitely be at the bottom, but he didn't want to be at the bottom too ugly, so he could pass the level quickly and save some face for himself. Soon, everyone entered the 2nd level. It was still a metal room. But the difference was that there were no bullet holes on the surrounding walls. There was only an iron door with a display screen installed on the front wall. Above the door, the word intelligence was written. So, this level is to test intelligence? Thinking, Lin Zichen walked directly to the door with a display screen in front to test whether he would be attacked. Shin Ching-han saw this and quickly followed. "Be careful." Shang Wenwei saw the 2 people walking straight towards the door and immediately warned them. However, the 2 walked along without being attacked. As expected, this level tests intelligence, and it will not be like the 1st level where bullets will hit them randomly, Lin Zichen thought to himself. Behind him, Zhao Yuanzhong, Zhang Kai, and Shang Wenwei saw that it was safe to walk directly over, so they immediately raised their legs and walked quickly. Lin Zichen stopped in front of the door and looked at the display screen on the door curiously. The display screen showed a virtual character who was constantly playing rock, paper, scissors. Next to the virtual character, there were 3 text prompts. If you win once, the iron gate will open 2 centimeters. If you guess a tie once, the iron gate will open 1 centimeter. If you lose once, the iron gate will close 3 centimeters and launch an extremely fierce attack. Chapter 165. Rock, paper, scissors? Looking at the prompt information on the display, Lin Zichen was a little confused. Can rock, paper, scissors be called an intelligence level? Are you sure you are right? It is probably not as simple as it looks on the surface. There must be some hidden mechanism. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen carefully looked at the environment of the room to see if there was anything special. The wall is made of pure metal. There is a lamp on the ceiling, and the light is dazzling. There is a window on the right wall. The glass on the window is very thick and opaque, and can be used as a mirror. On the left wall, there is an exhaust fan, which is humming to circulate the air indoors and outdoors. Apart from that, there is nothing in the room. After simply looking at the room, 3 ways to pass the level flashed in Lin Zichen's mind. As for whether it works or not, whether it can be passed, we have to verify it to know. However, there is no rush to verify it. Let Shin Ching-han play first, and give her a sense of participation. At the same time, the 4 people behind him read the text information on the display screen, and all of them were puzzled. Rock, paper, scissors? Shang Wenwei was puzzled. This thing has nothing to do with intelligence, right? Zhao Yuanzhong touched the back of his head, looked a little silly and said, "I think it has something to do with intelligence. After all, it's a psychological game." Zhang Kai disagreed. "The one playing rock, paper, scissors with us is a virtual character, just a computer program without emotions. Where is the psychological game?" Shin Ching-han did not express his opinion, and his slender and beautiful eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, as if he was thinking. Zhang Kai looked at Lin Zichen and asked, "Zichen, you had good grades in junior high school, and won many awards in various city-level competitions. Do you have any plans?" "No. Lin Zichen lied with his eyes open. Zhang Kai was a little disappointed, and turned to look at Shen Qinghan beside him and asked, Xiaoshen, I remember your grades were pretty good. Is there any clue? Shen Qinghan was not sure. I think it might be a pattern question. Pattern question? Zhang Kai was a little confused. He had very poor academic performance since he was a child. After finishing junior high school, he became a ghost fire boy. He didn't understand Shen Qinghan's words. Zhao Yuanzhong didn't understand either. He dropped out of school before graduating from junior high school and joined a martial arts school as an apprentice. Then he learned very well and had excellent roots. He was introduced by the owner of the school to join the army. Unlike the two boys, Shang Wenwang was a serious academic master. She understood what Shen Qinghan said and said, You mean, there is a pattern in the rock-paper-scissors game played by the virtual characters on the display screen? Shen Qinghan nodded. Well, I guess so, but we have to verify it later to know. After listening to the conversation between the two girls, Zhao Yuanzhong volunteered, My brain is not as smart as yours, so I will be the guinea pig and play rock-paper-scissors with the virtual characters to provide you with samples to summarize the pattern. Zhang Kai, count me in. Seeing that the two men said so, Lin Zichen had to follow suit and said, Me too. I go first, and you two will take over if you can't stand it anymore. Zhao Yuanzhong wanted to win Shang Wenwang's favor and show his personality charm as a man as much as possible to see if there was a chance to develop a relationship. Soon, he walked to the display screen, stopped facing the virtual character on it, and raised his hand to make a rock-paper-scissors action. The moment he raised his hand, the virtual character on the display screen also raised his hand to make a rock-paper-scissors action, looking very smart. I'm going to start the game of rock-paper-scissors. Stay away from me, or I get attacked if I lose and accidentally affect you. Zhao Yuanzhong said to the two girls considerately. The two girls didn't act pretentiously, and immediately stepped back a few steps away from Zhao Yuanzhong. But he kept his eyes on the display screen, remembering every rock-paper-scissors of the virtual character to see if he could summarize the rules of rock-paper-scissors from them. Seeing that the two girls had stepped back a few steps, Zhao Yuanzhong stopped wasting time and immediately started playing rock-paper-scissors with the virtual character. I don't know if it was a benefit for novices or something, but he won the first game of rock-paper-scissors. He played a fist, and the virtual character played a pair of scissors. Congratulations, you won. A text flashed on the display screen. The next second, the iron door automatically moved up 2 centimeters and opened a gap at the bottom. Okay, good luck. Zhao Yuanzhong smiled. Just as he was smiling, a 10-second countdown appeared on the display screen. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. A new round of rock-paper-scissors begins. As the countdown ended, the virtual character on the screen immediately raised his hand to play rock-paper-scissors. Its movements were no longer synchronized with Zhao Yuanzhong in front of the screen, and it played rock-paper-scissors on its own, with a blank expression. Zhao Yuanzhong did not react to the rock-paper-scissors and did nothing. Unfortunately, you lose, as this text prompt message appeared. The next second, the iron door, which had originally opened a 2 centimeters gap, immediately automatically dropped and closed, fitting tightly against the ground. At the same time, except for Lin Zichen, the other 4 people suddenly changed their expressions and screamed in pain. As a punishment for losing the rock-paper-scissors game, the whole room was electrified. The current was very strong. Shen Qinghan and Shang Wenwang were relatively weak, only ordinary level 6, and were electrocuted so hard that their legs went limp, and they sat on the ground, their pretty faces full of pain. Zhao Yuanzhong was fine, and he could barely stand up by holding the iron door. Zhang Kai was the worst off, as there were many delicate electronic parts in his body, which were attacked by the current. Most of the electronic parts broke down, and he became paralyzed. Compared with these 4 people, Lin Zichen looked much better. He had tempered his body 3 times, and his physical strength was comparable to that of a high-level level 2 creature. He just felt a little numb. Apart from that, there was no other discomfort. The only special thing was that there was a prompt message in front of him. You are being attacked by a high-intensity current, and your resistance to electricity is increased by 111. It was use it or lose it that was working. The more you are electrocuted, the higher your resistance to electricity. About 10 seconds later, the high-intensity current attack finally stopped. Both girls were electrocuted and sat on the ground helplessly, their legs weak and unable to stand up. Zhang Kai was even worse off than them. Many electronic parts on his body were damaged, and he became a disabled person on the spot. Even raising his hands was difficult. Zhao Yuanzhong was physically stronger and could barely stand up. Lin Zichen, how come you are okay? Seeing Lin Zichen standing there like nothing happened, Zhao Yuanzhong was immediately puzzled. Lin Zichen explained, I have never been afraid of electricity since I was a child, and my ability to resist electricity is far superior to that of ordinary people. Zhao Yuanzhong was amazed. Is it true that there is such a physique? 10. 9. A countdown began to appear on the display. Shang Yuanyuan noticed it, and immediately shouted to Zhao Yuanzhong anxiously, Captain, the next round of rock paper scissors is about to begin. Zhao Yuanzhong was shocked when he heard this, and quickly stood in front of the display screen, ready to play rock paper scissors. At the moment the countdown ended, he and the virtual character played rock paper scissors at the same time. Both of them came up with paper. It was a tie. Not bad, it was a tie. The next second after the prompt message appeared, the closed iron door automatically moved up 1 centimeter. Then, the countdown appeared on the display again. 10. 9. Damn, why did it start again? Looking at the countdown on the display screen, Zhao Yuanzhong felt his scalp tingling. Lin Zichen guessed, it should be that once the rock-paper-scissors game starts, it cannot be stopped. Either you pass the level or you are electrocuted and eliminated. Zhao Yuanzhong felt like vomiting blood after hearing this. I give up. What kind of level is this? Soon. The countdown ended. Zhao Yuanzhong and the virtual character played rock-paper-scissors at the same time. The former played paper, the latter played scissors. Sorry, you lose all. With a scream, the other 4 people except Lin Zichen were numbed by the electric shock again. The iron door was finally open 1 centimeter, and was tightly closed at this time. After 10 seconds, the electric shock ended. Shen Qinghan and Shang Yuanyuan were both electrocuted and sat against the wall, unable to stand up. Zhao Yuanzhong was electrocuted and knelt on the ground. Zhang Kai was still the worst, and his face was paralyzed by the electric shock. Only Lin Zichen stood as usual, looking like nothing happened. 10. 9. The countdown started again. Zhao Yuanzhong couldn't stand it anymore, and moved away while saying to Lin Zichen, I'm numbed by the electric shock and can't stand up for a while. You are not afraid of the electric shock, so it's your turn to guess. Okay. Lin Zichen responded, and walked to the display screen, and stopped in front of the virtual character. 2. 1. A new round of rock-paper-scissors begins. The countdown ended, and Lin Zichen and the virtual character played rock-paper-scissors at the same time. He chose scissors, and the virtual character chose rock. Unfortunately, you lose. As soon as this prompt message appeared, the metal room was instantly electrified. Ah! Shen Qinghan and others were shocked again. Lin Zichen continued to play rock-paper-scissors. He guessed 6 times in a row. Won 1 time. Tie 1 time. Lost 4 times. Lin Zichen, do you know how to play rock-paper-scissors? You guessed 6 times and lost 4 times. Do you want to electrocute us? Zhao Yuanzhong was electrocuted and couldn't help but complain. Zhang Kai, who was lying on the ground, raised his head with difficulty and looked at Shen Qinghan beside him, asking, Shaoshen, have you summarized the rules? Shen Qinghan shook his head. No, there are too few samples. Zhang Kai was desperate. This is not a level-breaking game. This is simply a torture for mechanically modified people. People are numbed by electric shock. 10. 9. Soon, a new round of rock-paper-scissors began. Round after round. Lin Zichen's face turned black. He guessed 10 times and lost 7 times, and electrocuted the other 4 people to death. All of them collapsed to the ground powerlessly. The body twitched slightly. The face was not good. Lin Zichen looked back at the 4 people. Seeing that everyone's physical injuries were not serious, but the pain was intense, he was relieved and continued to play rock-paper-scissors with the virtual characters. As for Zhang Kai, the electronic parts were injured, and he was not injured, so it was not a problem. Shaochen, my neck is numb from the electric shock. I can't lift my head for a while, and can't see the display screen. Shen Qinghan was almost electrocuted into a vegetable, and could only weakly ask for Lin Zichen's help. She wanted Lin Zichen to help her to the display screen, so that she could see the virtual character's rock-paper-scissors game clearly. Then I carry you over to watch. Lin Zichen said, as he walked to Shen Qinghan's side, and leaned over to pick her up. He held her with one hand. He let her sit on his forearm, her body against his chest, and her head on his shoulder. It looked like a father holding his young daughter. Having strong arms means you can do whatever you want. 3. 2. A new round of rock-paper-scissors was about to begin. Seeing this, Lin Zichen hurriedly carried Shen Qinghan over. At the moment the countdown ended, He and the virtual character on the display screen threw punches at the same time. He threw scissors, and the virtual character threw rock. Unfortunately, you lost awe. The people in the room were numbed by the electric shock again. Shin Ching-han didn't scream, but her mouth was slightly open due to the electric shock, and she looked very uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable it was, she had to endure it in order to pass the level smoothly. Remember every time the virtual character played rock paper scissors, and see if she could summarize the rules from it. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. In the following time, Lin Zichen played rock paper scissors with the virtual character 23 times, and Shin Ching-han couldn't summarize the rules. There seemed to be no rules for the rock paper scissors of the virtual character. Xiaochun, I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm going to pee if I get shocked again. Shin Ching-han clamped her legs together, put her mouth close to Lin Zichen's ear, and said in a barely audible voice. She had been electrocuted to the point of being confused and gradually losing control of her body. She felt like she couldn't control the water in her body. It was about to flow out. In order not to pee in front of everyone, she had to ask Lin Zichen for help and let him help her pass the level. I understand. Lin Zichen put Shin Ching-han down after saying this. Then he flashed to the window and took a piece of glass from it. Then, he returned to the display screen before the countdown ended and pointed the glass in his hand at the virtual character on the screen. The goal was to make the virtual character play rock paper scissors with himself in the mirror, so that the two would always be tied. As for whether it would work, Lin Zichen was not sure. Anyway, let's try it first. If it doesn't work, try other methods. For example, hack into the display screen to modify the program. If it still doesn't work, just break the door violently. Behind him, Shin Ching-han and others opened their eyes wide and stared at the display screen, praying in their hearts that Lin Zichen's method would succeed. 3, 2, 1. A new round of rock paper scissors begins after the countdown ended. The virtual character on the screen raised his hand to play rock paper scissors with the glass and came up with the scissors. At this moment, Shin Ching-han and others were very panicked. Everyone was on edge. Prepare yourself for the shock. Soon, a text message popped up on the display. Not bad, it's a draw. At the same time, the closed iron door automatically moved up 1 centimeter. Zhao Yuanzhong, it really worked. Zhang Kai, wow, it's so easy to pass the level, I was shocked just now. Shang Wanyuang, Lin Zichen is so smart. Shin Ching-han didn't say anything, but slightly frowned her beautiful eyebrows, feeling very annoyed. If only my observation ability could be better. In this way, everyone wouldn't have to be shocked so many times just now. My thinking is still not flexible enough. Thinking about it, Shin Ching-han felt lost. She realized that the gap between her and Lin Zichen was all round. Not only in terms of military strength, but also in terms of brain power. The gap was so big that there was no possibility of catching up. Lin Zichen noticed Shin Ching-han's strangeness and soothed her gently. If it were me, the first method I would think of would also be to find a pattern. No one can be sure which method is right. You can only try and fail one by one. After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he added, without your previous trial and error, I would not have been able to find the right way to pass the level so quickly. Indeed. Shin Ching-han showed a smile on her face. However, this smile looked a little forced, as if she was forcing a smile. She was not stupid, and knew that Lin Zichen was comforting her. The premise of being able to try and fail one by one is to be able to think of multiple ways to pass the level. And she, from beginning to end, only thought of one way to pass the level by finding a pattern, and she was not even qualified to try and fail. Not bad, a draw. Not bad, a draw. Not bad, a draw. As the screen flashed with text prompts, the iron door, that was originally tightly closed, had now opened a hole more than 30 centimeters wide. Seeing this, Lin Zichen and others went through and successfully broke through the second level. Quickly walked up the stairs. Arrived on the 3rd floor. Just like when I went up to the 2nd floor before, I saw a display screen on the wall as soon as I entered. It showed the progress of each team. Lin Zichen went forward to check and found that the 3 teams ABC had not yet passed the level, and were still playing the 3rd level. The other 4 people also came up to watch. Among them, Zhao Yuanzhong was very surprised. They haven't passed the level yet? Shang Wanyuang frowned. I remember when we just entered the 2nd level, they were already playing the 3rd level. Now it's been so long, and they haven't passed the level yet. Is the 3rd level so difficult? Zhang Kai's face was solemn. Our team's strength is already weak. We consumed so much energy when we just conquered the 2nd level, and our strength has become even weaker. Now it seems difficult to pass the 3rd level. Shin Shihan didn't say anything, but silently massaged her body to speed up blood circulation and make her body recover as quickly as possible. With Lin Zichen, she didn't need to worry about passing the level. The only thing she was worried about was whether she could perform well and play a certain role. Instead of asking Lin Zichen to come out to save the situation every time she encountered difficulties. Everyone consumed a lot just now, why don't we sit down and rest? Lin Zichen suggested. Zhang Kai was the first to agree, it's time to rest. Many of my electronic parts have problems. I need to check them carefully and repair as much as possible to restore my combat power as much as possible. Zhao Yuanzhong nodded and said as the captain, then everyone should rest and wait until your combat power is almost restored before going in to challenge the third level. In this way, the 5 of them stopped in front of the entrance to the third level and rested for a while. Lin Zichen walked to Shin Shihan and said in a gentle voice, Hanin, come here and sit together. I will massage your muscles to speed up your recovery. Yes. Shin Shihan responded and obediently walked over to sit with Lin Zichen. Then, she skillfully stretched her legs to Lin Zichen's thighs and let him massage her thighs. Lin Zichen quickly began to massage her thighs. His technique was more skillful than that of a professional technician. If it were sold on the market, it would cost at least 1,000 yuan per hour. It's great to have a boyfriend to help massage. Shang Wenwei looked envious. Zhao Yuanzhong smiled and walked up to her and said, if you don't mind, I can help you press it. I often help people relax their muscles, and my technique is superb. Shang Wenwei smiled and declined. Thank you for your kindness, but no, it's not appropriate. Zhao Yuanzhong smiled and said, yes, men and women should not be intimate. I was too enthusiastic. Zhang Kai, who was checking mechanical parts in front, couldn't help but laugh and said, I think too much. She just doesn't want to be pressed by you. If Zichen said he would help her press it, she would definitely agree. Zhao Yuanzhong was embarrassed and wanted to hit Zhang Kai. Shang Wenwei also rolled her eyes at Zhang Kai and said dissatisfiedly, I won't, don't talk nonsense. Although what Zhang Kai said was true, it was deliberately disgusting to say it so bluntly. Zhao Yuanzhong couldn't stand Zhang Kai's behavior and wanted to confront him. However, before he could say anything, his words were stuck in his throat. He saw an incredible scene. The display screen in front actually showed that Team C had failed to pass the level. What was going on? On the other side, Shin Shihan also noticed the progress of the level on the display screen, and saw that Team C had failed to pass the level. She was very surprised and told Lin Zichen immediately with a hint of surprise in her voice. Xiaochen, look at the display screen, Team C has failed to pass the level. Hearing this, Lin Zichen looked up at the display screen on the wall, and saw that Team C had really failed to pass the level. Zhang Kai and Shang Wenwei also looked at the display screen on the wall after hearing the voice. When they saw that Team C had failed to pass the level, they both thought they had seen it wrong for a while. This entrance examination is so difficult, it is actually possible to fail to pass the level? Impossible. Just when several people were shocked by the information that Team C had failed to pass the level, a scene that made them feel even more unbelievable happened. Team B and Team A on the display screen failed to pass the level, and were eliminated in just 2 seconds. Everyone was stunned and thought they were hallucinating. After a moment of reaction, everyone explained in confusion. Zhao Yuanzhong, why did Team ABC suddenly die? Zhang Kai, forget it, there is no need to rest now. Even Team ABC has fallen. We, who are weaker, have no chance to pass the level. Shang Wenwei, what happened to the third level? How can the whole team be wiped out? Lin Zichen and Shin Shihan did not speak. Among them, Lin Zichen had an idea and instantly spread his perception to see what was going on in the third level. Chapter 166. Lin Zichen's perception instantly filled the entire corridor. Under the amplification of the danger perception effect, it quickly spread to the entire third floor, performing 360-degree perception without blind spots. There are 4 rooms on the third floor. In the middle of each room, there is a fully armed robot standing. Among them, 3 robots are covered with traces of attacks. Bullet holes, fist holes, knife marks. All over their bodies. However, none of them were fatal injuries, all of them were superficial skin injuries. Looking down at the ground, I saw blood that had not yet coagulated, broken teeth, and broken mechanical limbs. Most likely, someone from the 3 teams that just failed to pass the level was injured by the robot. Judging from the traces left at the scene, it seems that the injuries were not light. This shows that the robots in the room not only have strong defense, but also strong attack power. Have you guys rested? Zhao Yuanzhong looked at everyone and said, After we rest, let's go in and find out what's going on. Shang Wenwei, I still feel numb and can't use any strength. How about resting for a while longer? Zhang Kai stood up from the ground, lowered his head to repair his arm, and said indifferently, the 3 teams ABC, which are stronger than ours, were wiped out. We will definitely be wiped out too. There is no need to rest. Just go in and get it done. Zhao Yuanzhong looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan and asked, what about you two? Lin Zichen, let's go in now. Shen Qinghan, I agree to go in now. Zhao Yuanzhong, the minority obeys the majority, so let's go in now. After making the decision, all 5 of them got up from the ground, alerted themselves, and prepared to enter the room on the 3rd floor. I'm going to open the door and go in. Zhao Yuanzhong walked to the door, put his hand on it, and made a move to push the door open. Lin Zichen, open it. Zhang Kai, don't dawdle, open it quickly. Creaky. Zhao Yuanzhong pushed open the door in front of him. Then, what came into the eyes of several people was a metal room full of bunkers, and a robot standing motionless in the center of the room. The size of the robot was a circle larger than that of an ordinary adult male. The height was estimated to be about 2.5 meters. The body was made of pure alloy. The arms were equipped with machine guns, the feet were equipped with anti-airflow power devices, and a machete was carried on the back. It looked very powerful. When Zhang Kai saw such a robot, he immediately exclaimed, fuck, so many cool weapons. Zhao Yuanzhong was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Is our opponent in the 3rd level this robot? Do you think there will be a driver inside? Shang Wenwei looked at Shen Qinghan beside her and asked. Shen Qinghan shook her head, not sure. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, but quietly looked at the robot in front of him, and used his senses to peek inside the robot. All mechanical and electronic parts. There is no driver inside the robot. Click. 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 Suddenly, a crisp sound came from inside the robot. At the moment the sound rang, the robot's dim eyes lit up with a strange red light. Then, it raised its arms loaded with machine guns and fired at the 5 people. Duh. 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 This sweeping action happened in a flash. Fortunately, the 5 people were very alert. The moment the robot raised its arms, they immediately found a good bunker to hide. Bang! 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 The bullets hit the metal bunker, making a loud and piercing sound. In just a short moment, the surface of the indestructible metal bunker was pitted and pitted, leaving a large area of shocking bullet holes. It's an armor-piercing bullet. Zhao Yuanzhong reminded loudly, everyone be careful not to get shot, otherwise your bones will be pierced. No need for him to remind everyone knew this. They all huddled tightly behind the bunker, waiting for the robot to run out of armor-piercing bullets. However, the robot's ammunition was very sufficient. After sweeping for nearly half a minute, the firepower did not show any reduction. In fact, it was getting more and more fierce. The metal bunker, which was less than 20 centimeters thick, could not withstand such a long period of armor-piercing bullets, and there was a tendency to be shot through. That robot has too much ammunition. We can't go on like this. We have to take the initiative to attack before the bunker is destroyed. Zhao Yuanzhong shouted to the people around him. He was almost shouting at the top of his lungs. The sound of armor-piercing bullets hitting the metal bunker was too loud. If you don't shout loudly, others won't hear it. Why don't we give up? The first 3 teams failed to pass the level. We have no chance of passing. Shang Wenwei suggested. She didn't want to get hurt. She just wanted to end this camp entrance examination quickly. Zhao Yuanzhong, no matter how slim the hope of passing the level is, you can't give up, otherwise you will definitely be severely criticized by the instructor when you go out later. Zhang Kai disagreed and said, I think we should choose to abstain. After that, he continued, when we encounter an enemy that we cannot defeat, the first thing we should do is to save our lives, rather than running to die knowing that we have no chance of survival. This is something only a fool would do. Only by living can we continue to play a role. If we die, we will have nothing, and it will only waste the country's cultivation of us. In summary, I think abstaining is the right choice. Not only will we not be criticized afterwards, we may even be praised by the instructor. Zhang Kai's words are well-reasoned and convincing. However, it is a bit of a substitution of concepts. Now it is an entry assessment, not a real battlefield. There is no reason to abstain. Zhao Yuanzhong knew that Zhang Kai was trying to change the concept, so he said directly, this is the camp entrance examination. At most, you will get hurt a little, but you won't give up your rights. Zhang Kai ignored him, and turned to look at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and asked, Zichen, Shaoshen, what do you think? Lin Zichen, I listened to Hanin. Shin Qinghan hesitated and said, "Why don't we give it a try? Maybe we can pass it." It is 100% possible to pass it. With Lin Zichen here, it is impossible to fail to pass it. However, Shin Qinghan can't say it directly. He can only pretend to be hesitant and tell everyone to try it. Seeing Shin Qinghan said he wanted to try, Zhao Yuanzhong raised his mouth, looked at Zhang Kai and shouted, "I, Shin Qinghan, and Lin Zichen all agree to try it." The votes are 3-2. The minority obeys the majority. Zhang Kai had to agree when he saw this. Zhao Yuanzhong began to formulate an attack plan, shouting at the top of his voice, "Lin Zichen and I are in the best condition, so we will be responsible for attacking the robots. Zhang Kai is in a worse condition, so he and the two girls will be responsible for providing cover. What do you think?" No objection. I have no objection either. Everyone agreed to this attack plan. After everyone agreed, Zhao Yuanzhong shouted loudly, "Start the action." The moment he finished speaking, he saw the opportunity and approached the robot from the left. Lin Zichen saw this and tacitly surrounded it from the right. Zhang Kai, a mechanical man, promptly fired a special smoke bomb from the back to cover the two. The purple smoke from the smoke bomb can effectively shield the robot's thermal induction. The two girls, Shin Qinghan and Shang Wanyuang, were not idle either. The former controlled the liquid in the robot's body remotely. The latter was trying to make a noise to attract the robot's attention as much as possible and deceive its firepower. Under the cover of the three people. Soon, Zhao Yuanzhong and Lin Zichen successfully approached the robot. Zhao Yuanzhong gestured to Lin Zichen, indicating that he should go together. Lin Zichen nodded to show his understanding. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Yuanzhong raised 3 fingers in succession, then made an up finger, and rushed out at once, aiming at the robot in front. Almost at the same time, Lin Zichen also burst out with the speed of ordinary level 8 and rushed towards the robot. Bang! Zhao Yuanzhong punched the robot's head fiercely, and a crisp sound of impact broke out. Then awe sounded. Zhao Yuanzhong felt that his finger bones were broken, and he screamed in pain, his face full of pain. The robot's head was extremely hard, and the ordinary level 8 power could not cause effective damage to it at all. Bang! Soon another sound rang out. Lin Zichen kicked the robot on the waist, causing it to move. But it only moved for a moment, causing no substantial damage. The strength of the robot, which had just reached the ordinary 8th level, was completely inadequate in front of the robot, just like a mantis trying to stop a car. The strength of this robot is at least the peak of the ordinary 8th level. We can't break through the defense now. We have to recover our physical strength first. Zhao Yuanzhong, who retreated to the bunker and hid, shouted loudly to Lin Zichen. Just in the 2nd level, he was electrocuted too many times, and his muscles were damaged. He has not fully recovered and cannot exert his due strength. His idea now is to slowly deal with the robot first, and try to attack again after his physical strength has recovered a little. Just as he was thinking about this, the robot lowered its arms and stopped shooting, and instead pulled out the machete behind it and switched to close combat mode. Buzz! There was only a burst of air. The robot activated the 2 anti-airflow power devices under its feet, and in a flash, it rushed to Zhao Yuanzhong in an instant, raising its hand and slashing it with a knife. Fuck! Zhao Yuanzhong cursed, and quickly dodged the knife. The metal bunker behind him was not so lucky, and was directly cut in 2 by a knife. Zhao Yuanzhong, who saw the scene, was sweating profusely on the spot. Buzz! Another air explosion sounded. The robot changed its target and rushed to Lin Zichen, raising its hand and slashing it with a knife. Lin Zichen reacted extremely quickly and dodged before the blade fell. Buzz! The robot flashed again and killed Shin Qinghan in front. Shin Qinghan was not fast enough to dodge. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately flashed and rushed over to kick the robot back 2 steps, making it miss its attack. Buzz! The robot adjusted and immediately rushed to Shang Wanyuang nearby, choosing to attack her. Its attack was mainly to hit everyone equally, and it would not attack the same person continuously. Be careful! Zhao Yuanzhong shouted. At the same time, his calf exerted force suddenly, and the whole person was ejected like a steel cannon in an instant. Then, with a bang, it hit the robot heavily, knocking the robot back several steps, and successfully saved Shang Wanyuang. After the robot adjusted, it rushed to Zhang Kai on the other side with a knife. Zhang Kai was very smart. He immediately rolled into the purple smoke not far away, shielding the robot's thermal induction, and making it lose its target. Captain, we can't pass the level, let's give up. Shang Wanyuang didn't want to play anymore, and wanted to surrender. Zhao Yuanzhong recalled the scene where the robot just split the bunker in two with one knife, and he felt a little scared. But after thinking about it, he was unwilling to give up, so he shouted to Shang Wenyuan, "Try it one last time. If it still doesn't work, then we give up." "Okay." Shang Wenyuan agreed reluctantly. The other 3 people also agreed to try this last time. Soon, the 5 people cooperated tacitly again. Attacked the robot. However, before they could organize themselves, the robot took the lead in attacking them. Suddenly, a valve opened on the robot's chest, revealing an air intake device, which instantly sucked in all the surrounding purple smoke. Without the obstruction of the purple smoke, the robot's thermal induction was fully restored. Buzz! There was only a sound of breaking through the air. The robot burst out with unprecedented speed, holding a knife and killing Shen Qinghan, who posed the greatest threat to it. It could clearly sense that Shen Qinghan could control various liquids in its body, causing considerable trouble to its operation. "Be careful!" Zhao Yuanzhong shouted a warning. While warning, he suddenly took a step forward and rushed to the robot at the fastest speed to stop it from attacking Shen Qinghan. However, the robot was too fast, and he had no time to save it. "It's over," Zhao Yuanzhong thought in his heart. Zhang Kai and Shang Wenyuan thought the same. Just when the 3 thought that Shen Qinghan was going to be slashed by the robot, Lin Zichen appeared beside Shen Qinghan in time, stretched out his hand, and pulled her away, allowing her to escape the knife without any danger. The 3 people who saw the scene were all shocked. Lin Zichen's speed was so fast? Buzz! The familiar sound of air explosion sounded again. This time, the robot shifted its target to Lin Zichen, jumped high on the spot, raised the machete in the air, and slashed at him. Facing this explosive knife, Lin Zichen didn't dodge, raised his hand, and punched out. He felt that it was almost done. It's time to pass the level. Bang! There were only such loud noises. Lin Zichen's fist hit the robot's chest hard. He directly punched it away. It hit the ceiling with a bang. A hole was knocked out on it. The head hit the ceiling, and half of the body was stuck on it, shaky. Under the ceiling, Zhao Yuanzhong, Zhang Kai, and Shang Wenyuan were all stunned. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with shock. What happened? Just a simple punch, and the robot was knocked away. How is this possible? It must be an illusion, or maybe I'm dreaming. None of the 3 wanted to believe what they saw. Chapter 167. Nanjiang Provincial Military District Headquarters. An office. Yuan Dongji and a short-haired female officer sat on the same side, sipping ginseng tea while watching the surveillance screen in front. The content of the screen was the camp entry assessment conducted by Lin Zichen and others. The first level, machine gun fire. All 4 teams passed the level successfully. Team A was the fastest. Team B was second. Team C was third. Team D, where Lin Zichen was the slowest. The second level, opened the door by rock paper scissors. All 4 teams passed the level. Team B was the fastest. A genius from the mecha group in the team directly hacked into the rock paper scissors system and opened the door in seconds. Team A was second. There was a genius from the military district who had integrated the genes of the advanced giant ant in the team. It took some effort to break the door violently. Team C was third. There was an European emperor in the team. The luck was outrageous. They won more than they lost in rock paper scissors. They successfully opened the door by rock paper scissors. Team D was the slowest, and much slower. They spent a long time summarizing the rules of the virtual characters rock paper scissors, but failed to do so. In the end, they relied on Lin Zichen to successfully pass the level with a piece of glass. Donzi, the handsome boy in Team D, seems to be your student at Shandong University, right? After watching the performance of the 4 teams in the first 2 levels, the female officer took a sip of ginseng tea and looked at Yuan Dongji and asked. Yuan Dongji, yes. The female officer said with approval. This handsome boy has good observation skills and flexible thinking. He knows how to use glass to pass the level. Yuan Dongji, I have taken a look at his student file. He has been excellent in cultural subjects since he was a child. His brain is smarter than his peers. Female officer, just having brains is not enough. The next 3rd level requires extremely high strength. Team D, where this handsome boy is, has weaker overall strength. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Yuan Dongji, you put robots with the strength of the peak of the ordinary 8th level in the 3rd level. Not to mention Team D, Teams ABC will most likely be wiped out. I don't think you want them to pass the level at all. The female officer smiled. These guys around 20 years old are young and energetic. If we don't dampen their spirits at the beginning, it will be difficult to carry out special training for them later. That's true. Yuan Dongji agreed and asked, recently, a large number of alien plants and beasts have appeared in Shanghai City. Has your military sent someone to investigate? Have you found anything? Female officer, as for the alien plants, it has been confirmed that they are the work of the divine plant cult. As for the alien beasts, the reason has not been found yet. We suspect that a new biological channel has appeared in Shanghai City, but we have not been able to find this so-called new channel after searching for a long time, and we have not been able to confirm it yet. New biological channel? Yuan Dongji frowned slightly and fell into a period of thought. At this moment, 3 good news came from the surveillance screen in front. Teams ABC all failed to pass the level. The geniuses in these 3 teams were severely abused by the robots, with the strength of the ordinary 8th level. They were all covered in blood and seriously injured. They had no choice but to give up to save their lives. The female officer was a little disappointed. They gave up too quickly. The little guys who came to participate in the special training this year did not perform as well as the group last year. Yuan Dongji disagreed. This year's camp entry assessment is much more difficult than last year. They gave up early, but it does not mean that they performed worse than the geniuses last year. That's right. The female officer said, Team D has now entered the 3rd level after resting. I don't know how long the 5 little guys in the team can hold on. Yuan Dongji didn't say anything, thinking about the new channel. Not long after thinking, the female officer interrupted her thoughts and asked curiously, the handsome boy in the team was not afraid of electricity at all in the 2nd level just now. Does he have any special physique? No special physique. Yuan Dongji continued, if you insist that he has a special physique, it is that his physical talent is much stronger than his peers. Under the tempering of the blood quenching technique, the physical strength is further improved, so he can withstand the current intensity of the 2nd level, that's all. Female officer, if I remember correctly, the blood quenching technique was invented by your ex-husband, right? Yuan Dongji, you remember correctly. Female officer. So, this handsome boy is now a member of Tianren Pavilion, following your ex-husband? Yuan Dongji, more or less. The female officer laughed and said, this handsome boy is really a little disappointed. If there is a future for the pure-blooded human path, it would have grown and developed long ago, and it would not be as declining as it is now. Yuan Dongji took a sip of ginseng tea and said expressionlessly, children are ignorant and easily fooled by old things. When they encounter more setbacks in the future, they will change to the path of gene fusion. She felt that Lin Zichen would not be as stubborn as Song Yuyan. Even if he was laughed at and lost in the crowd, he would insist on taking the path of pure-blooded humans. The reason why Song Yuyan could persist for 10 years was because she had the obsession to realize the wishes of her deceased adoptive parents. And Lin Zichen had no obsession at all. When he was overtaken by Li Muyu, Ma Shiwei, Liu Yongjian, and other defeated generals with gene fusion, he would definitely change to the path of gene fusion. Dongji, if you can persuade a genius of this level, please do so. The female officer said with great love for talent, let him give up the so-called pure-blooded human path as soon as possible and switch to the path of gene fusion. It would be a waste of his talent if he stayed in Tianren Pavilion for one more day. Yuan Dongji, geniuses are stubborn. If you don't let him try the pure-blooded human path, he will definitely not give up. Only when he gives up can you let him switch to the path of gene fusion. The female officer sighed, alas, your ex-husband is really harmful. He has been in the pure-blooded human path for so many years, and he is getting worse and worse. He still has the nerve to let young geniuses mix with him. It's really wrong. Yuan Dongji didn't reply, and took a sip of ginseng tea with an elegant posture. At this time, she was a little unhappy. She didn't agree with Lu Chuanwu's ideas, but she still had feelings for her ex-husband. The female officer kept belittling Lu Chuanwu in front of her, which was a bit offensive to her. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the surveillance screen in front. The sound was so sudden that both Yuan Dongji and the female officer were startled. Afterwards, both of them stared at Lin Zichen in the surveillance video with wide eyes and disbelief. What happened? A robot with the strength of the 8th level was knocked away with one punch. Are you kidding? How is this possible? Yuan Dongji and the female officer were both stunned and couldn't believe what they had just seen. After a moment, they came back to their senses. The two looked at each other and said nothing. They immediately stood up and jumped out of the window at the same time, flying towards the building where the assessment was held. On the other side, on the rooftop, Team ABC, who failed the assessment, was receiving treatment from a military doctor while complaining to others that the difficulty of the 3rd level was too high. The robot in the third level is ridiculously strong. How can we pass it? Gao Mu, who had several layers of gauze wrapped around his head, couldn't help cursing. Qin Chuan, who was sitting next to him, had a swollen face like a pig's head and lost several teeth. He spoke with a little slur. I don't know how Xiaoyingzi is doing. I hope she won't be disfigured like me. Gao Mu smiled bitterly. With her strength, disfigurement is considered a minor injury. I hope she won't be like the girl from Shandong University, who got her chest dented by a robot. The girl from Shandong University he was talking about was Ma Shiwei. Ma Shiwei was in a miserable state at this time. Her left chest was partially sunken, which was painful and ugly. She was crying while receiving treatment from a military doctor, and her face was all red from tears. Li Mayu went over to comfort her. I don't know what to cry about. It's not like you can't recover. After the special training, go back to school and ask your dad to give you a phoenix blood fruit. You feel better after eating it. If your dad can't get it, I can give you one. I have plenty of phoenix blood fruits at home. Li Mayu continued, if you think one is not enough, I can give you two. Eat one to heal your wounds, and keep one for backup. Ma Shiwei couldn't stand his chatterbox anymore. She cried and glared at him and said, Are you annoying? Stop buzzing like a mosquito and get out of here. It's really a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Li Mayu muttered in his heart, and then rolled on the ground with his body shrunken, saying, Okay, I roll now and stop bothering you. It didn't roll too far, and stopped after rolling a few meters. Brother Yu, I want the phoenix blood fruit too, so give me one too. Lu Yongjian walked up and said. Li Mayu stood up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and said speechlessly, You are not a pretty girl, why should I give you the phoenix blood fruit? Lu Yongjian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, You know what, I am a master in women's clothing. When I return to school, I will show you how to dress up as a big man in women's clothing. How about you give me a phoenix blood fruit? Dressing up as a woman is detrimental to his status, but he risked it all for a few dollars. Status? How can status compare to evolutionary resources? When you become stronger in the future, status will naturally come. That's fine. Li Mayu agreed without thinking. He wanted to broaden his horizons and see the legendary big man in women's clothing. Anyway, there is plenty of money at home, and there is no shortage of phoenix blood fruit. It is worthwhile to buy happiness and increase your knowledge with a phoenix blood fruit. By the way, I don't know how the D team where Brother Chen is doing now. Lu Yongjian glanced at the clearance display screen on the wall in front of him and continued. I feel that if Brother Chen is here, Team D should have a chance to pass the level. He is full of confidence in Lin Zichen. Because he always feels that Lin Zichen is hiding his strength, and his real strength is actually exaggerated. Maybe he can really defeat the robot in the third level, and give everyone a little shock. Does Team D have a chance to pass the level? A genius of the mecha group with a broken mechanical arm said with some laughter. This third level is used to hit our self-confidence, so that we won't be so proud and complacent. It is impossible to pass the level. If Team D can pass the level, I will wash my hair upside down during the special training. A military genius who walked with a limp came over and complained. Teams ABC are the strongest, but they can't pass the level. Team D is the weakest, but it has a chance to pass the level. What kind of divine logic is this? Lu Yongjian didn't reply, too lazy to explain. At this time, someone asked curiously, We are stronger, but we were beaten so badly by the robots in the third level just now. I don't know how badly the weakest team, D, will be beaten later. The lame military genius laughed. I am so strong, but I broke one leg. It's not too much for Team D to break 2 legs? Haha, it's not too much. How could it be that they only broke 2 legs, but all 4 limbs were broken? You know, it's really possible. After all, Team D is ridiculously weak. We fought for nearly half an hour in the third level before being eliminated. At that time, Team D had not even entered the third level. It was really weak. At this moment, several wounded on the rooftop were making fun of Team D. They looked down on Team D in their words, and their tone was full of arrogance. Among them, the lame military genius walked towards the instructor and said with a smile, Instructor Lu, can you let me see the surveillance screen? I want to see the current situation of Team D. His leg was broken by the robot, which was very miserable. He urgently needed to see others in a worse situation to please himself. If you want to watch, sit next to me. Instructor Lu Tianrong, who was holding a tablet in his hand and staring at the surveillance screen intently, said nonchalantly. When the lame military genius heard it, he immediately walked to Lu Tianrong's side with a smile on his face. Just when he was about to sit down next to Lu Tianrong, suddenly, there was a loud noise from the ground under his feet. Bang! At the moment the sound exploded, everyone on the rooftop felt a strong vibration. They looked in the direction of the vibration, and what came into view was a smooth metal head, full of metallic texture, looking very familiar. Looking closely, it was found that it was the head of the robot in the third level downstairs. At this moment, the metal head was like a mushroom that had just broken out of the ground, standing alone on the ground covered with spider web cracks, attracting a lot of attention. Chapter 168. Is that the robot's head? The position of this head seems to be the direction of the challenge where Team D is. What's going on? Did the robot's anti-airflow power device malfunction and break the ceiling? It's possible. At this moment, everyone on the rooftop looked at the robot's head on the ground, guessing what happened below. Most people guessed that the robot malfunctioned. Brother Yu, do you think Brother Chen kicked the robot away and then crashed through the ceiling? Lu Yongjian guessed boldly. He had personally experienced Lin Zichen's strength and witnessed the terrifying strength displayed by Lin Zichen. He seriously suspected that the robot in front of him crashed through the ceiling. It was done by the strongest rookie king in the history of Shandong University. Li Moyu also thought of such a possibility. But when he calmed down and thought about it, he still felt that it was a bit exaggerated and unrealistic. Lin Zichen was strong. However, the robot's strength was as high as the peak of the ordinary 8th level, and its whole body was made of alloy, with full defense. Without the strength of an ordinary 9th level, it is impossible to deal with this robot. No matter how strong Lin Zichen is, can he be as strong as an ordinary 9th level? Don't even think about it, it's impossible. Lin Zichen is still a freshman now. He has never fused with alien beast genes. He has never undergone mechanical transformation. No matter how exaggerated his physical talent is, his strength is only an ordinary 8th level at best, and it can't be higher. If it is higher, it will be unscientific, and he will be caught and sliced for research. But what if it was really done by Lin Zichen? This guy is a repeat offender who often shows incredible strength. Maybe he will use the same trick this time. Thinking of this, Li Moyu raised his leg and walked towards the instructor Lu Tianrong to watch the surveillance recording playback. However, before he walked over, Lu Tianrong murmured in disbelief. Did he really knock the robot away with one punch? How is this possible? No, I have to go down and see what's going on. After saying that, Lu Tianrong immediately turned off the surveillance playback that he had watched several times, got up and rushed to the room where Team D was downstairs. Everyone present heard his murmurs, and everyone looked shocked. Knocked the robot away with one punch. Is it true? How did he do this? Everyone was very confused about this, and soon followed Lu Tianrong's footsteps and walked quickly to the room where Team D was downstairs. Downstairs. The room where Team D was. Zhao Yuanzhong, Zhang Kai, and Shang Wanwang stood there motionless, looking up at the robot stuck on the ceiling, with shock on their faces. The three of them could not imagine that Lin Zichen, whose strength seemed nothing special, could actually knock a robot with the strength of ordinary level 8 flying with one punch. This is too shocking. This is too incredible. It is simply unscientific. Zichen, what's wrong with your strength? How can you be so strong? Zhang Kai came back to his senses, looking at Lin Zichen with doubt on his face, and asked him such a puzzled question. Zhao Yuanzhong and Shang Wanwang also looked at Lin Zichen after hearing this, waiting for his answer. Among them, Shang Wanwang looked at Lin Zichen's handsome face with super high appearance, and then thought of the scene where Lin Zichen just punched the robot away, and couldn't help but feel a strange emotion. Before this, she simply thought Lin Zichen was handsome, and had a good impression of him. At this moment, after seeing Lin Zichen's exaggerated strength that made people feel unreal, she fell in love with him directly. Deep in her heart, she had an idea that she shouldn't have. Even if he was a married man, it was not impossible. Facing the gazes of the three people, Lin Zichen calmly explained, although my biological level is only ordinary level 8, I am born with supernatural power, and I have taken the path of pure-blooded humans to strengthen my body. If I find a good angle to exert force, it is not difficult to knock away an ordinary level 8 peak robot with one punch. This is nonsense. However, it sounds reasonable and convincing without obvious logical loopholes. Pure-blooded humans can be so strong? Zhao Yuanzhong felt that his cognition was broken, and a trace of confusion emerged in his eyes. He has always thought that people who take the path of pure-blooded humans are mentally ill. Yesterday, when he learned that Lin Zichen did not choose the gene fusion path and went to the pure-blooded human path, he had a prejudice against Lin Zichen in his heart, thinking that this Shanda genius must have a broken brain. But now, he began to doubt himself. He realized that it was not Lin Zichen who was mentally ill. It was his own short-sightedness. He did not understand the special features of the pure-blooded human path, and only followed the trend and criticized others, without any independent thinking of his own. Zhang Kai, who was standing aside, was also in deep self-doubt at this moment, just like Xiao Yuanzhong. Yesterday, when he saw Lin Zichen after several years, he was thinking about how to show off in front of Lin Zichen and shock Lin Zichen. He wanted Lin Zichen to open his eyes, and take a good look at how awesome the useless senior had become now. So awesome that he could beat all kinds of top geniuses. But the reality is that Lin Zichen is still the same Lin Zichen. No matter what occasion he appears in, he can always win the first place without any suspense, making his peers around him pale in comparison, and not even think of competing with him. The gap is too big, there is no way to compete. Thinking of this, Zhang Kai looked at Lin Zichen, and said with emotion, I was wondering why you, a top genius, would give up the path of gene fusion and choose the path of pure-blooded humans with no future. It turns out that you have already made some achievements in the path of pure-blooded humans, and your development in the path of pure-blooded humans is not worse than that of gene fusion. To be honest, Zichen, your physical talent is too enviable. Zhang Kai said with envy, if you take the path of mechanical transformation, you have to give up part of your physical body, and if you take the path of gene fusion, you will be invaded by foreign genes. Only by taking the path of pure-blooded humans can you completely own your body. I really envy you. There is no need to envy. Lin Zichen said lightly, the path of pure-blooded humans has no future now. Maybe I will be stuck at the ordinary 9th level, and cannot evolve any further. Xiaochen is fooling people again. Shen Qinghan muttered to himself. At this time, footsteps came from the corridor outside. Duh. Lin Zichen immediately spread his senses, and found that the instructor and the other 3 teams had arrived. In addition, there were several military doctors carrying medical kits. It was obvious that the robot must have made too much noise when it broke through the ceiling, attracting everyone on the rooftop. As the footsteps became louder and louder, soon, a large group of people, led by instructor Lu Tianrong, rushed into the room. When they saw the robot stuck on the ceiling and swaying, everyone's face was filled with disbelief, feeling it was unreal. Although they had foreseen the scene when they were on the rooftop. But seeing it with their own eyes at this moment, they were still shocked by the shocking scene in front of them. Especially seeing the entire ceiling covered with spiderweb cracks, looking like it was about to collapse at any time, I was deeply shocked. How terrifying power does it take to be able to punch the robot away, causing it to hit the ceiling and shake the wall to create a large and shocking crack? Instructor, can you let us see the surveillance playback? We want to know what just happened here. The lame military genius looked at Lu Tianrong and said. Lu Tianrong didn't say anything, but handed him the tablet in his hand, and then walked quickly towards Lin Zichen. Student Lin, what is your current biological level? Lu Tianrong walked to Lin Zichen and stopped, asking curiously. Lin Zichen simply repeated what he had just said to Zhang Kai. Ordinary 8th level, but I was born with divine power, and I have been strengthening my body as a pure-blooded human. If I go all out, I can easily burst out with power comparable to ordinary 9th level. Power comparable to ordinary 9th level? Hearing this, Lu Tianrong was shocked. The Shandong genius in front of him was less than 20 years old, had not undergone mechanical transformation, nor had he undergone gene fusion. However, he could burst out with power comparable to ordinary 9th level. Is this a beast in human skin, or a strange person from the source? How could it be so outrageous? The more Lu Tianrong thought about it, the more unreal it felt. He has lived for more than 50 years, and has been in the military for more than 30 years. This is the first time he has seen such an alternative genius like Lin Zichen. The physical talent is so strong that it is unbelievable. He does not need to rely on gene fusion and mechanical transformation to have extremely strong strength. To be honest, the cognition is a bit broken. When Lu Tianrong doubted his life. On the side, the crowd who were gathered together to watch the surveillance playback kept exclaiming. Fuck. He really blew the robot away with one punch. What kind of monster is this person? How can his power be so terrifying? Is this really a new student at Shandong University? Without the fusion of beast genes and mechanical transformation, he can burst out such terrifying power with just a pure-blooded human body. Is it true that pure-blooded humans are the future of mankind? As exclamations rang out one after another. Soon, everyone at the scene turned their eyes to Lin Zichen, looking at him seriously with 3 parts of surprise, 3 parts of disbelief, and 4 parts of curiosity. Let's see what is so special about this genius from Shandong University, who is a pure-blooded human that makes his body so strong. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Zichen felt a little uncomfortable, as if he was being treated like a monkey. Just as he wanted to leave with Shen Qinghan, two tall figures appeared in the direction of the corridor. It was Yuan Dongji and the female officer. When Lu Tianrong saw the female officer, he immediately stood up and shouted, "Commander Yao." The female officer did not respond, and when she came in, she looked at the robot stuck in the ceiling, her eyes full of surprise. She saw a dent several centimeters deep on the robot's chest. It was a fist pit. It was a fist pit made by Lin Zichen's punch. To make such a fist pit on a robot made of B-grade alloy, the strength must be at least ordinary level 9. A freshman who came to participate in special training can burst out the strength of ordinary level 9. This is too exaggerated. Thinking of this, the female officer looked at Lin Zichen and asked curiously, "Your biological level is obviously only ordinary level 8. Why can you burst out the strength of ordinary level 9? For this question, Lin Zichen was tired of answering. Every time someone came, he had to explain it. Although it was annoying, the person asking this question at this moment was a big leader in the military region, so he could only patiently answer, "I was born with supernatural power, and the blood-quenching technique can improve explosive power, so I can burst out power comparable to ordinary level 9. Blood-quenching technique can improve explosive power?" The female officer raised her eyebrows. It was the first time she knew this. On the side, Yuan Dongji first glanced at the robot on the ceiling, then looked at Lin Zichen, and couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Is Lu Chuanwu's idea right? Is pure-blooded humans really the future of mankind? Can someone really break the shackles of ordinary creatures with the body of pure-blooded humans? Thinking of this, Yuan Dongji said to Lin Zichen with mixed feelings, "Zichen, come with me." After that, she turned and left the room and walked out of the building. Lin Zichen followed him. Shen Qinghan followed closely. The female officer didn't stay in the room either, and soon followed him out. Only a group of people were left. You look at me, I look at you, and then look at the cracks on your head, looking at the ceiling that is about to collapse at any time. It feels very unreal. Lu Tianrong looked at everyone and said, "Okay, let's go to the canteen to eat. You can rest for the rest of the day. After dinner, go to the medical building for treatment. The treatment is free. Eat a full meal, and go for treatment quickly. Don't delay, so as not to delay tomorrow's special training. Tomorrow morning, gather on the playground at the same time." After saying these words, Lu Tianrong jumped up and took down the robot stuck on the ceiling, then quickly left the room and went to find someone to deal with the broken robot. After he left, everyone in the room started talking again. They were all talking about Lin Zichen. Many people gathered around Li Mayu, Lu Yongjian, and Ma Shiwei, wanting to learn more about Lin Zichen from them. Chapter 169. In an office, Yuan Dongji looked at Lin Zichen and still felt that it was a little unreal. He said, "Zichen, your performance in the 3rd level surprised me, even shocked me. Only in the winter break of the freshman year, less than 20 years old, relying on the pure-blooded human body, you can have the strength comparable to that of an ordinary 9th level strongman. This is really unheard of. This strength is not even achieved by many seniors in the Evolution Academy. Before I saw you punched away a robot with a strength as high as the peak of the ordinary 8th level, I always thought you were irrational, and shouldn't take the path of pure-blooded humans, and waste your talent in vain. Now, I think you really should take the path of pure-blooded humans, and try to break the world's cognition. The path of the pioneer is always extremely difficult in the early stage. During this period, don't be afraid of being lost in the crowd, you must insist on going," Yuan Dongji said seriously. She wanted to see if the pure-blooded humans that Lu Chuanwu had always believed in could really become the way to save the world as he thought. After listening to Yuan Dongji's words, Lin Zichen nodded, "Well, I will stick to it. Zichen, is it convenient for me to check your body?" After Yuan Dongji finished speaking, he said, "It doesn't matter if it's not convenient. You can refuse it. After all, checking other people's bodies, and trying to peek into other people's secrets are taboos for evolvers. Then why are you asking? You are playing an open conspiracy, right?" Lin Zichen couldn't help complaining in his heart. In the end, out of the desire to have a good relationship with Yuan Dongji, so that he could ask her for help in the future, he nodded calmly and said, "It's convenient." As he said this, he used natural camouflage to modify his physical state a little, making his body look more reasonable. Soon, under the gaze of the female officer and Shen Qinghan, Yuan Dongji walked in front of Lin Zichen, stretched out his hand to hold his wrist, and with a thought, he sent out his mental power to invade his body and carefully explored. Then, an incredible shock immediately appeared on his face. The skin, flesh, and bones were all tempered once. It was a great tempering, The biological level was as high as the ordinary 9th level. It was a lie to say that the biological level was only ordinary 8th level, and it could burst out the power of ordinary 9th level with the blessing of natural divine power and blood-quenching technique. The real strength is ordinary 9th level. How is the investigation? The female officer looked at Yuan Dongji and asked. She noticed the fleeting shock on Yuan Dongji's face, and was very curious about Yuan Dongji's investigation results. Yuan Dongji collected her thoughts and said, his biological level is only ordinary level 8, but his physical strength is comparable to that of ordinary level 9 early gene fusion, which is very shocking. She did not tell the truth and chose to help Lin Zichen conceal his true biological level. Even though she and the female officer had a life and death relationship when they were young, she did not tell the female officer the true situation of Lin Zichen. At ordinary level 8, the physical strength can be comparable to that of ordinary level 9 early gene fusion. The female officer looked incredible. This is too exaggerated. Pure-blooded humans seem to be invincible in terms of physical strengthening. If they can really break the shackles of ordinary creatures, the future will be bright. In the following time, Yuan Dongji and the female officer asked Lin Zichen questions one after another. Both of them knew what was going on and only asked simple questions that did not involve privacy. For example, how to practice blood quenching, what is the feeling of practicing blood quenching, and what resources are needed during the process. Lin Zichen answered all these questions one by one. About half an hour passed. The conversation came to an end. Lin Zichen did not stay for long and left with Shen Qinghan. Before returning to the dormitory, go to the canteen to eat. As soon as I entered the canteen, I met Li Mayu and Luo Yongjian, who had just finished their meal. Li Mayu was very curious and asked, Lin Zichen, you are so strong now, is it because of practicing blood quenching? He had learned a little about the pure-blooded human being studied by Lu Chuanwu, and knew about blood quenching. Yes. Lin Zichen responded sparingly. After getting this answer, Li Mayu couldn't help but regret it a little. Just after the college entrance examination, Dean Lu also came to me and asked me to try the pure-blooded human path. But at that time, I was full of prejudice against the pure-blooded human path, and didn't consider it at all. Now that I think about it, my physical talent is also far superior to my peers. I should have spent about half a year to try it. If it doesn't work, I will switch to gene fusion. If it works, it will be a big profit. It's a pity that I lacked foresight and vision at that time. Otherwise, maybe I would be as strong as you now, or even stronger than you. Li Mayu regretted more and more, and he was about to beat his chest and stamp his feet. I wish I could be reborn back to the time when I just finished the college entrance examination, accept Lu Chuanwu's recruitment, and go the pure-blooded human path. Lin Zichen smiled and said nothing. Do you regret not following the path of pure-blooded humans? The fact is, you will regret it only after you have followed. Not everyone can follow the path of pure-blooded humans. The practice of blood quenching requires extremely high physical talent. So high that you can't follow it without cheating. The opposite example is Song Yuyin, who was the runner-up in the Beijing University, and had extremely high talent. After choosing to follow the path of pure-blooded humans, she is now just like everyone else. If Li Mayu had followed the path of pure-blooded humans, he would have ended up like Song Yuyin in 9 out of 10 cases. In the evening, after taking a shower, Lin Zichen lay on the bed and read the news. Most of the hot news were related to strange beasts, and a few were related to strange plants. All the incidents took place in Shanghai City. The local citizens were panicked. In these news, Lin Zichen saw many familiar figures. There was Li Yijin, the genius of Beijing University, who was Li Mayu's brother. There is also the mechanical genius girl of the Mecha Group. And Wu Tiancheng, the strongest person in the history of Shanghai Middle School, and a young mentor in the Evolution College of Shanghai University. And so on and so forth. These top geniuses have gathered in Shanghai City recently to assist the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters in clearing out the alien beasts and plants. The former can obtain the desired evolutionary resources by killing the alien beasts and plants, and the latter can restore peace to Shanghai City as quickly as possible with the assistance of the former, which is a win-win situation. Lin Zichen browsed the news for a while, and soon went to search for videos of these geniuses killing alien beasts. Focus on the combat videos of Wu Tianqing, the genius of Jingda University, and the mechanical genius girl. After watching it, I found that the strength shown by these three people in the video is very average. After the blood quenching technique was completed 3 times, and with the blessing of various biological attributes such as natural selection and social animals, Lin Zichen was confident that he could easily crush these 3 top geniuses. Moreover, it was a 1-on-3 direct crushing. With an ordinary 9th level biological level, he overwhelmed 3 well-known high-level masters. After I complete the blood quenching technique 5 times, and the biological level has also successfully evolved to a high level, I am afraid I can fight with a strong man in the middle of the high level. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. At this time, Shin Qinghan's voice came from outside the door. Xiaochen, I'm coming in. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the dormitory was opened. Shin Qinghan, wearing a loose nightgown, walked in lightly and closed the door. She took off her slippers and sat on the bed, saying softly, Xiaochen, Master said he would come to see you later and talk to you about something. Lin Zichen, see me? Yes, see you, saying he wants to talk to you about the blood quenching technique. Talk about the blood quenching technique? Lin Zichen was a little confused. We just talked about the blood quenching technique during the day. Why do we have to talk about it again? Are you trying to get to the bottom of it? It's a bit too much. Lin Zichen gradually became dissatisfied. Xiaochen, I just took a shower with the disposable shower gel that Chu Xian gave me. The floral shower gel that she said last time that a pack costs 299 yuan. Shin Qinghan stretched her hand under Lin Zichen's nose and said with a smile, It smells good to me. You smell it and see if it smells good. Lin Zichen smelled it and nodded. It is indeed fragrant, and it smells very comfortable. Shin Qinghan, do you want to taste it? 1 bite is not enough. Such a fragrant hand needs 100 bites. Lin Zichen said with a smile. Then, he lowered his head and kissed the back of Shin Qinghan's hand playfully. He originally just wanted to play around, but he started to feel it as he kissed. Starting from the back of the hand, he slowly kissed the delicate clavicle, then the white and smooth neck, and finally the soft and attractive cherry lips. During this period, his hands began to become restless and wandered freely on Shin Qinghan's body, making her body soft like a pool of water. She could only lie in his arms helplessly and let him kiss and caress her. Her pair of peach blossom eyes full of spring water were full of confusion, which made her look particularly attractive. Little Pack, you can't do it after just a while? Lin Zichen let go of Shin Qinghan's cherry lips and teased with a smile. Shin Qinghan was panting with a flushed face, her little mouth slightly open, feeling dizzy and unable to respond to Lin Zichen's provocation. After a long pause, she pursed her pink and crystal-thin lips and said with a face that refused to admit defeat, Who said I can't do it? Don't beg for mercy later. After that, she hugged Lin Zichen's neck and took the initiative to kiss his lips to prove that she was not a sloppy person. However, things did not go as she wished. In the end, Shin Qinghan not only failed to prove that she was not a sloppy person, but also added a prefix to herself, becoming a bedwetting sloppy person. Not long after, Yuan Dongji came. She came to Lin Zichen's dormitory in person to talk to him further about the blood-quenching technique. As soon as she entered the dormitory, she saw the wet bed and quilt, and asked curiously, Why is your bed wet? I accidentally knocked over the water cup. Lin Zichen lied without blinking. Shin Qinghan, who was standing by, looked a little uncomfortable and instinctively clamped her legs together. Yuan Dongji noticed the strangeness on her face and thought of something. But then he thought again, it was not right. Because the bed was wet, but there was no odor. There was only a faint fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. It should be that the tea was spilled. Yuan Dongji thought to himself. After thinking about it, she looked at Lin Zichen, and her voice was rarely so cold. Zichen, the reason I came to you tonight is mainly to talk to you about the blood-quenching technique, that is, the pure-blooded human thing. Although we talked about it during the day, there were outsiders at that time, so it was not convenient for me to ask you many questions. I could only wait until this time in the evening to talk to you in depth. After saying this, Yuan Dongji stopped talking nonsense and asked directly, Zichen, in fact, your strength is that you have completed the blood-quenching technique once, and your biological level is as high as the ordinary 9th level, right? Yes. Lin Zichen did not deny it. The blood-quenching technique once, the biological level is as high as the ordinary 9th level, which was originally a disguise he made for Yuan Dongji to see. Yuan Dongji asked again, Does Lu Chuanwu know the progress of your blood-quenching technique? Lin Zichen replied, Yes. Yuan Dongji nodded and said nothing more, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, she spoke again, her voice full of emotion. Before today, I was full of prejudice against pure-blooded humans. But now, I really think that pure-blooded humans have a bright future. In the future, they may break the world's cognition and lead humans to a new height. And the pioneer and leader among them is most likely you. Well, Qinghan also has a chance. You two have very special physiques, so special that it is incredible and unbelievable, just as unreal as if it were made up. At this point, Yuan Dongji's face showed a hint of confusion, and he said to the two of them frankly, "In the days after the freshman competition, I investigated your parents. Logically speaking, parents who can give birth to geniuses like you should also be geniuses picked out of thousands. But the fact is that your parents are ordinary people, or ordinary people who couldn't be more ordinary, ordinary people who didn't have the slightest chance of becoming mechanical cyborgs and gene fusionists. These days, I have suspected that you too have genetic mutations. But after thinking about it, I feel it is unlikely. It is normal for one person to have genetic mutations, but it just happens that two people have genetic mutations, and these two people are childhood sweethearts living next door, so the probability is almost zero. I suspect." Yuan Dongji hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to change her words. "Forget it, I won't say that." She wanted to say that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were probably not born by their current parents, but from other sources. But after thinking about it, this kind of words was too offensive, so she swallowed it back. Seeing that she suddenly stopped talking halfway through, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, what do you suspect?" "Nothing," Yuan Dongji said perfunctorily. After that, she looked at Lin Zichen and said in a rare kind voice, "Zichen, you are Qinghan's fiancé, and I am Qinghan's master. From this relationship, we can be called a family. If you need my help in the future, you can come to me at any time." Hearing this, Lin Zichen was a little flattered. But on second thought, it was reasonable. When Yuan Dongji saw that Shen Qinghan had a 21% gene fusion adaptability, she took Shen Qinghan as her apprentice without saying a word, which shows that she loves talents. Or like to invest. Now that she has seen that her apprentice's fiancé is also so talented, it is normal to want to get closer. "Come on, let's add WeChat friends." Yuan Dongji took out her mobile phone, opened it and scanned it, and took the initiative to add Lin Zichen on WeChat. In fact, she had the idea of taking a disciple, but she thought that Lin Zichen was from Lu Chuanwu's side, so she endured it, and didn't do this unethical thing of poaching. Although she divorced Lu Chuanwu, she divorced him in mind, not physically. She didn't want to have a falling out with Lu Chuanwu because of poaching, which would be more trouble than gain. Besides, her relationship with Lin Zichen was already stable enough with her young apprentice Shen Qinghan as a link, so there was no need to go any further. Chapter 170. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning. On the playground. Lin Zichen looked around and found that all the wounded yesterday had recovered. The lame military genius's leg was no longer lame. Ma Shiwei's chest was no longer sunken. Zhang Kai, who was almost paralyzed, was now as flexible as a monkey. I can only say that the medical methods in the military district are really strong. It can revive the dead and turn the flesh into bones. Soon, Instructor Lu Tianrong came. He took a quick look and saw that all the people participating in the special training had arrived, so he led everyone to a building in front. In just a moment, everyone came to the special training room on the second floor of the building. Lin Zichen looked at the environment inside curiously. I saw many sealed glass containers. These glass containers are very large. It is estimated to be 2 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 3 meters high, and can accommodate many people. There is a display screen installed on the surface of each container. All the display screens were lit up, with words on them. Some showed Qi and blood chamber. Some showed spirit chamber. Is it equipment used to train Qi, blood and spirit? Lin Zichen thought to himself. At this time, Lu Tianrong, who was walking in the front, stopped, turned around and said to everyone, "This is the special training room of the military district. These glass containers you see are Qi and blood chamber, and spirit chamber. Qi and blood chamber, as the name suggests, is used to improve Qi and blood. Spirit chamber is similar, it is used to improve spirit. The working principle of both is very simple. The former is to make the Qi and blood in your body turbulent, increase your body's adaptability to Qi and blood, and thus increase the Qi and blood value. The latter is to make you suffer mental attacks, thereby improving your mental strength. The method of use is very simple. Go into the corresponding glass cabin and sit down, select the intensity level, and then click to start training." After briefly explaining the above, Lu Tianrong asked everyone, "Do you have any questions about the blood and Qi cabin and the spirit cabin?" Lin Zichen asked, "Instructor, how to distinguish the intensity level specifically?" Lu Tianrong replied, "The blood and Qi cabins and spirit cabins here have a total of 18 intensity levels, which are linked to the biological level. Level 1 intensity corresponds to ordinary level 1. Level 2 intensity corresponds to ordinary level 2. By analogy, level 9 intensity corresponds to ordinary level 9, and level 10 intensity corresponds to advanced level 1. When everyone is training, they should do what they can and choose the training intensity that suits them to avoid physical injuries. After speaking, Lu Tianrong asked again, "Do you have any other questions?" No one spoke, obviously no questions. Seeing this, Lu Tianrong said to everyone, "Since everyone has no questions, then go to the corresponding glass cabin to train. It is recommended to train in the Qi and Blood cabin first, and then train in the Spirit cabin when you are exhausted after training many times. This arrangement will be more reasonable. Otherwise, if you train in the Spirit cabin first, you will basically be in a state of losing consciousness when you come out, and you will not be able to do the next training." After Lu Tianrong finished speaking, he added, "Remember to choose the intensity according to your ability, don't be too arrogant and hurt yourself, and don't stay in the glass cabin for more than half an hour. If it is almost half an hour, stop and rest for a while before continuing, otherwise it will easily hurt your body." "Got it," someone responded. Soon, everyone dispersed to the glass cabins around them, and started training with a little curiosity and expectation. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan stopped in front of two adjacent Qi and Blood cabins respectively, intending to experience Qi and Blood training first. The two entered the cabin at the same time, sat down at the same time, and then studied the display screens in front of them. The display screens in the cabin showed very simple content. There were only two display areas, one for the level adjustment area and the other for the switch area. There was nothing else. Lin Zichen studied the display screen and directly jumped the intensity level to level 9, and then clicked to start training without thinking. The moment the training started, the pressure in the cabin increased instantly. Then, it felt like the Qi and Blood in the body were being stimulated by an invisible force and slowly became turbulent. At the same time, a digital prompt message flashed in the void. "You are experiencing severe Qi and Blood turmoil. Qi and Blood +3 +4 +3 +43. In just less than a second, the Qi and Blood value has increased so much. The training effect of this Qi and Blood cabin is good. According to my current physical strength, I should be able to withstand the training intensity of level 11, which is the training intensity corresponding to the advanced second level. Raising the training intensity to level 11 should be able to increase more Qi and Blood." Lin Zichen thought to himself, and quickly put his hand on the level adjustment area to increase the training intensity by 2 levels. Just as he was about to press it, he suddenly found that many people outside the cabin were looking at him. There were familiar people such as Li Mayu, Liu Yongjian, and Zhang Kai. Even the instructor Lu Tianrong was watching. At this moment, all the people outside were staring at him in the warehouse. Seeing that he had reached level 9 strength right away, and he looked relaxed and happy, everyone's face suddenly showed a trace of disbelief. In everyone's eyes, his biological level was ordinary level 8. After entering the Qi and Blood chamber, level 8 should be the limit. He reached level 9 strength right away, which really shocked everyone. "Oh no, I forgot that this is a public place." Lin Zichen reacted in time, pretended to be overwhelmed, and quickly pressed the level adjustment area, lowering the strength by 1 level to level 8. After that, he felt lucky that he had not adjusted the strength to level 11 right away, otherwise his strength would be completely exposed, and he would be chased and killed by the traitors hiding in every corner. After doing all this, Lin Zichen turned his head to look at Shen Qinghan in the Qi and Blood chamber next door. Then he found that her face was flushed, sweating all over, and she looked very uncomfortable. The training intensity displayed on the display screen of the Qi and Blood chamber was only level 6. Looking at the people in other Qi and Blood chambers, they were basically in the same situation. Just bearing the training intensity corresponding to their biological level, 1 or 2 of them were all uncomfortable, with their faces flushed and sweating. It was not until this time that Lin Zichen realized how outrageous it was that he had just started to do a level 9 training intensity. About half an hour later, Lin Zichen walked out of the Qi and Blood chamber. At this time, Shen Qinghan next door had already come out and had been resting outside for nearly 10 minutes. "How do you feel?" Lin Zichen walked up to Shen Qinghan and asked. Shen Qinghan's face was still red, and he didn't look very good. His voice sounded a little uncomfortable, saying, "I don't feel very good. I just stayed in the cabin for 20 minutes, and I felt like a blood vessel was about to burst. Maybe it's just the first time I'm not used to it. I train a few more times, and it shouldn't be as uncomfortable as it was just now." While saying this, Lin Zichen looked around and found that many people who had just come out of the Blood and Qi cabin felt as uncomfortable as Shen Qinghan. Everyone's face was flushed and sweating, as if they had just experienced a high-intensity exercise. Among them, Shang Wenwei, who was at the same biological level as Shen Qinghan, vomited directly against the wall the moment she came out of the blood and chi cabin. She had been in the blood and chi cabin with a training intensity of level 6 for 30 minutes, which exceeded her endurance limit and accidentally injured her body. More than 3 hours later, 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone had been in and out of the blood and chi cabin for several training times, and their bodies were exhausted. After a long break, people began to enter the spirit cabin to train their spirits. Lin Zichen was not in a hurry to train his spirit because he had to take care of Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan had just been trying to be strong in the blood and chi cabin and vomited. Now he was leaning on Lin Zichen's shoulder with a dizzy head, and his face did not look good. Fuck. Level 8 spirit training intensity. Lu Rueha, your spirit power is too high. I have been honing my spirit power for many years, and now the strength is only ordinary level 5. How did you achieve ordinary level 8? What a monster. Suddenly, there was a burst of unbelievable exclamations from the front. Lin Zichen looked over in the direction of the voice, and found that it was the limping military genius from yesterday who successfully challenged the level 8 training intensity in the spirit cabin, shocking everyone around him. It is difficult to improve mental strength, unlike chi and blood, which will increase synchronously with the improvement of biological level. Many people may only have ordinary level 3 mental strength when their biological level evolves to a high level. The only way to quickly improve mental strength is to fuse the genes of related exotic beasts. For example, like Shen Qinghan, who successfully fused with the queen of the blue jellyfish, her mental strength has been greatly improved, almost equal to the biological level. And her mental strength can be close to her own biological level, thanks to her special physique. If it were other geniuses, after successfully fusing the genes of the queen of the blue jellyfish, their mental strength could be half of the biological level, which is already quite good. Therefore, when someone suddenly successfully challenged the level 8 training intensity in the spirit cabin, everyone was shocked instantly. I don't know how strong Lin Zichen's spirit is. His body is so strong, so his spirit should be high. Will it be higher than Lu Rueha's? Someone asked curiously. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately denied. You are too illiterate. Lin Zichen is a pure-blooded human. He can't improve his spirit by fusing related alien beast genes. He can only rely on himself to slowly improve. How can it be high? It's amazing to have 1/3 of the biological level. The person who was denied smiled awkwardly and said, I know this. I just forgot that Lin Zichen is a pure-blooded human. He really didn't lie. After all, people who follow the path of pure-blooded humans are too rare. They are an alternative among alternatives, so rare that they can be ignored. When people consider problems, they often assume that geniuses who follow the path of pure-blooded humans are gene fusionists.